Chapter 2112, Totem Killer Move. 2112 Totem Killer Move. He Lu Lan woke up and opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision started to clear up. She found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed, there was a large tent made of skin. At the center of the tent, there was a huge pot hanging on a metal rack. The pot was bubbling and seemingly contained boiling soup. At the bottom of the pot, there was a red rat spewing fire continuously. You woke up. The flap of the tent was pulled aside as a person walked in. This was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her clothes were quite simple. She had a beast skin top and skirt. Her shoulders, tummy, and half of her breasts were exposed. On her chest and back, there was a blue phoenix tattoo. Not only was it very vivid and lively, it even emitted a faint blue light. He Lu Lan struggled and managed to sit up. During the process, she found that her clothes had been changed as well. It was the same as the middle-aged woman, having a wild and brutish style. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan. You are now inside Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman smiled as she walked towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had fully woken up now. Longevity Heaven had the 8 extremities. Their names were Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Space, Time, Flood and Desolate respectively. Black extremity was Sun Ming Lu. He cultivated Formation Path. This woman in front of her was Desolate Extremity. She had been staying within Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Lady Lu, what should I do? He Lu Lan inquired. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had only told her to listen to Desolate Extremity's instructions after arriving here. Lu Tong Lan smiled. In here, you should call me Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader. Your current identity is my illegitimate daughter. I birthed you long ago and left you outside. Recently, when relocating the tribe, I found you by accident and brought you back. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven has countless tribes. We coexist with the beasts. It is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes would gather and hold the Myriad Tribes ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. Alright, now, you need to start drinking soup. Lu Tong Lan scooped a huge bowl of hot soup and passed it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan sat at the side of the bed. She held the hot metal bowl. The fragrance of food drifted into her nose. She was currently hungry. She immediately drank a large mouthful. But when the soup entered her mouth, it had a peculiar and spicy taste. It was not nice at all. Cough cough. He Lu Lan was not prepared for this. She almost gagged on reflex. But Lu Tong Lan had a solemn expression. Drink it. This soup is extremely important for you. You need to finish every single drop of it in the pot. Drink. He Lu Lan knew that this was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arrangement. She frowned as she drank one bowl, followed by another. By the third bowl, she could not take it anymore. Her stomach was bloated and painful. Lu Tong Lan had been guarding her the entire time. Seeing this, she nodded. Stop here for now, your body is at its limit. He Lu Lan started to experience diarrhea. It was very serious. She almost went weak from it. But Lu Tong Lan did not let her off. Even though He Lu Lan was lying down in a weak state, Lu Tong Lan brought the bowl over and poured the hot soup into her mouth. He Lu Lan drank as the diarrhea intensified. She felt extremely terrible. What is the point of drinking this soup? He Lu Lan asked. Lu Tong Lan answered. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is different from the 5 regions. Those who succeed in life are those who can eat well. I specially prepared this soup for you to expand your appetite. During the process of having diarrhea, your body is adapting to it. Even though it is initially very severe and seems nearly fatal, the symptoms will gradually become lighter. In less than 3 days, you will be back to normal and feel extremely hungry. He Lu Lan stayed in the stone bed for 2 days and nights before regaining her strength. She could barely walk again. By the 3rd day, like what Lu Tong Lan had said, she recovered her strength and the diarrhea was gone. Her appetite increased and her stomach growled since the early morning. Lu Tong Lan cooked soup for He Lu Lan again. This is meat soup. It is different from before. Lu Tong Lan said while taking out 5 to 6 rats and tossed them into the pot. The rats struggled in the pot, squeaking loudly. Lu Tong Lan's expression did not change. She took out several poisonous snakes of various colors, tossing them into the pot. The snakes and rats gradually melted in the soup, floating at the top like colorful mud. Lu Tong Lan took out several black rocks that resembled charcoal and tossed them inside as well. He Lu Lan's eyelids were twitching at first, but soon she understood certain details. Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, are you refining GU? He Lu Lan asked in curiosity. she saw that when making the soup, Lu Tonglan used many refinement path techniques. Lu Tonglan continued to cook the soup as she smiled and said, "Hey Lu Lan, you are quite perceptive. This snake rat soup is already done." Hey Lu Lan was stunned. She watched as Lu Tonglan stopped cooking the soup. Did the GU refinement fail? This is a pity, Hey Lu Lan said. After all, the snakes and rats used earlier were ancient desolate beasts. But Lu Tonglan shook her head. I said before, I am brewing soup, not refining GU. The snake rat soup is very perfect, you need to drink it all. What? Hey Lu Lan was stunned again. Lu Tonglan scooped a huge bowl of soup and passed it to Hey Lu Lan. Hey Lu Lan drank a mouthful and frowned immediately. This soup was 10 times as disgusting as the diarrhea soup earlier. With just one mouthful, her entire tongue went numb, even her throat was gradually becoming numb. By the time she finished the hot soup, her entire body expanded like a balloon, even her skin and flesh were bloated, hair started to grow on her body rapidly. The hair grew extremely quickly. After a few minutes, Hey Lu Lan's hair almost filled the entire tent. And the hair had various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. There were various colors of differing quantity, none of them were the same. Lu Tonglan inspected the hair, even counting the number of hairs of each color meticulously. Next, at her will, the blue phoenix tattoo on her chest floated up and spat out a lump of blue fire. The blue fire burned the hair. In almost an instant, all of Hey Lu Lan's newly grown hair was gone. Hey Lu Lan stared with wide eyes and asked curiously, "What method is this? It is really amazing, I am completely unharmed." Lu Tonglan smiled. "This is my blue phoenix totem. Inside Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, totems are the mainstream way of cultivation. Even though we use GU worms as well, totems are the symbol of our strength and status." Hey Lu Lan's eyes shined with bright light. "If I am not wrong, this totem is not simple, each line and marking on the totem is a Dao mark. The essence of the totem is a killer move. There actually exists such an amazing method in the world. Does everyone cultivate totems in here?" Ha ha ha. Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. "Hey Lu Lan, you are the genius that our Lord chose to send here indeed. You saw the essence of the totem with just one glimpse. Indeed, our GU cultivation killer moves use GU worms or expend GU materials. While GU worms are fragments of the Great Tao, GU materials are agglomerations of Tao marks. The totems here use the same logic, it is just that the cultivation way uses GU worms to assist slightly. The main method is still to rely on our consumption and digestion. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's immortal aperture. This demon venerable left his immortal aperture within the body of the gluttonous demon frog, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary immemorial beast. It contained an unimaginable number of food path Tao marks. With the influence of food path Tao marks, within Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, humans could eat GU materials to increase their corresponding Tao marks. Using the GU worms here, they can gradually construct their own totems. Hey Lu Lan did not guess wrongly, totems were a special type of killer move. Normally, they would stay on the surface of the GU cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was instilled, they would turn solid and fly out to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Ordinary killer moves need to activate GU worms and expend thoughts when they are used spontaneously. But totems only need to be constructed beforehand. You can save a lot of effort and time as a result. In the 5 regions outside world, even though GU houses also contain fixed killer moves, totems can be refined and improved upon continuously. Meanwhile, strong immortal GU houses have no room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. Hey Lu Lan started to frown. "I have the great strength true martial physique, I should cultivate strength path, but this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move." Lu Tonglan shook her head. "Not quite so. The other specialty of totems is that they can be suitable for all GU paths. I, for example, cultivate fire path. After devouring all sorts of materials, I use GU worms to construct my blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move, it is very suitable for me. As for you cultivating strength path, you can also construct your own strength path totem." Hey Lu Lan cupped her fists and said solemnly, "Please teach me, senior." "Of course." Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. "The snake rat soup I gave you to drink earlier is meant to decipher your physique and learn what ingredients you are suitable to eat. and what kinds of ingredients are the best for your natural absorption and contain the most nutrients you need. As for your totem, it is something unique to you, only you will know what it truly becomes. There were countless totems, even if they looked similar, each one was different. Lu Tonglan continued to speak in concern. Hey Lu Lan, you need to make use of your time and quickly construct your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use when you join the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. After He Lu Lan understood all this background information, she started to wholeheartedly cultivate this method. Each time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it without leaving anything behind, using this food path environment to allow her body to absorb Dao marks. Lu Tonglan initially boiled soup. Gradually, there was meat and vegetables. She also added more grains as well. All of the food had one similarity: they tasted horrible. But He Lu Lan was an ambitious person. As long as it could raise her strength, she could eat anything regardless of the taste, even if she felt intense pain in her stomach countless times, as if she was in living hell. Chapter 2113, Eating People. 2113 Eating People. He Lu Lan cultivated. While sitting on the stone bed, long after, she opened her eyes slowly. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a totem. The totem was very simplistic and only had a few strokes. However, the markings were very clear. One could see a black cat that was drawn on it. The black cat was young and small. It looked very adorable. Its tail was raised up as its back was crouched. Its front paws grabbed the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me the relevant GU worms. Using them, the first form of my totem killer move has been completed. He Lu Lan calculated the time in her mind. Ever since she came here and cultivated the first form of her totem, 30 days had passed. During these 30 days, He Lu Lan did not leave even once. Other than eating and attending to daily affairs, she only cultivated the entire time. She did not relax or slack off at any moment. She worked really hard. Suddenly, there was an argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, you are going overboard. Indeed, these last days, you used so many ingredients in our inventory for your illegitimate daughter. Initially, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer to increase your daughter's appetite. After that you made the snake rat soup and used ancient desolate beast snakes and rats just to find out the recipe most suited for your daughter. After that, you have been consistently draining our reserves dry. The ingredients you pick are at least desolate beast level. We nominated you as the leader, but you are being so selfish. You have let down the entire tribe's expectations. He Lu Lan heard this and showed a peculiar expression. It seems that the tribe elders were currently questioning and blaming their tribe leader Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have been using a lot of immortal materials recently. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation anymore? He Lu Lan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice resounded. Tribe elders, no need to be angry. I am doing this for the sake of our tribe. Lan, come out. He Lu Lan heard this and finally left the tent that she had stayed in for a month's time. This was a valley with lush greenery. There was a river not far away. There were tents of various sizes all around. They formed into a tribe. The tent that He Lu Lan was in was right at the center. It was the safest location. At the same time, this was the largest tent in this place. At the area outside of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were also wearing beast skin and exposed a large portion of their body. Most of them were elderly people, being all GU immortals. The thing that attracted He Lu Lan's attention were the totems on their bodies. Lan, come over here. Lu Tonglan waved. He Lu Lan did not speak as she walked towards Lu Tonglan. The tribe elders' gazes were focused on He Lu Lan's body, or more precisely, on her chest. The expressions of the elders started to change. Some were in disbelief, while some became very excited. This is, has my vision gone bad? Can anyone confirm with me, is this the Dark Capital Strength Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. Indeed, this is the Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem. The tribe elders were silent, their bodies were shaking from agitation. Lu Tonglan continued. I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem, I am sure you all understand she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem. The elders gasped at once. Lu Tonglan waited for some time. After their discussions became softer, she continued, now, do you still think that I am being selfish? Of course not. An elder shook his head and said with a firm attitude. This is the sacred physique. it allows a person to directly advance in the myriad tribes ceremony and challenge the predicament. An elder stared at He Lu Lan with a heated and excited gaze. As long as the sacred physique survives in the myriad tribes ceremony, our entire tribe will benefit from it, we will become one of the backup sacred tribes. Another elder started to dream about the beautiful future. Sacred physique, are they referring to my great strength true martial physique? He Lu Lan calmed down because she knew that the entire situation was still firmly within Lu Tong Lan's control. Lu Tong Lan's lips curled up. Why just the backup? Can't we directly become the sacred tribe? The elders, expressions froze before quickly shaking their heads. Tribe leader, don't be so hasty. Your daughter has ranked 7 cultivation level, but to become the winner of the myriad tribes ceremony, her cultivation level is not high enough. We need to be patient. As long as she becomes rank 8, we will not need to challenge anything. According to the customs, she will be the sacred king. We need to protect and nurture her in order to become the sacred tribe. Why do we need to take a risk? Lu Tong Lan was silent for a while before nodding. Elders, you are right, I was too hasty. But undeniably, the stronger Lan becomes, the higher our position in the myriad tribes ceremony, and the more benefits our tribe will receive. Isn't that right? The elders nodded. Of course. Lu Tong Lan suddenly bowed. Thus, I hope everyone can understand and help to improve Lan's totem with your full effort. The more benefits she receives, the more gains we will have later on. The elders reacted and some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tong Lan and smiled brightly. So this was all part of your scheme, Blue Phoenix tribe leader. Because of Lu Tong Lan's meticulous arrangement, He Lu Lan was accepted by the tribe at her first appearance. He Lu Lan also understood that one of the main reasons why Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent her here was because the great strength true martial physique was really useful in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Afterwards, He Lu Lan asked Lu Tong Lan why the great strength true martial physique was considered the sacred physique in this place and why it had such a huge status. Lu Tong Lan answered, the rumor is that reckless savage demon venerable has the great strength true martial physique. Nobody can confirm if this rumor is true or not. This was not important. He Lu Lan soon left this information behind. She continued cultivating her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tong Lan help her, the entire tribe was also chipping in. He Lu Lan's totem soon grew from a small cat into a black leopard. At this point, the elders' help also started to dwindle. Throughout the process, the immortal material expenditure was immense. But the good news for He Lu Lan was that her dark capital strength tiger totem had incredible power when used, far beyond her previous methods. The dark capital strength tiger totem became her strongest killer move. But this is not enough. Desolate extremity Lu Tong Lan said truthfully once after cultivating. Since our Lord sent you here, I will do my best to nurture you and not let our Lord down. Those elders did not use up their inventory, but I do not have much resources left. Don't worry, in a few days, the situation will change. The elders had their descendants too. Even though He Lu Lan had the sacred physique, she was still the tribe leader's descendant. The elders would not expend all their resources. For her, this was a natural thing. Several days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy Fire Blend tribe. They suffered huge losses and were forced to escape from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader led her troops and retaliated harshly. Fire Blend tribe was caught off guard and was forced out of the valley, allowing Blue Phoenix tribe to regain their territory. Fire Blend tribe was not resigned to give up. They stayed outside the valley and went into a stalemate with Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity to arise. Late at night on this day, Lu Tong Lan brought He Lu Lan away from the gathering point, going to a cave in the valley to meet Fire Blend tribe leader. Fire Blend tribe leader looked at the shocked He Lu Lan and smiled while explaining, I am Yellow Extremity Zhao Huo. It turned out that this situation was just Lu Tong Lan's and Zhao Huo's performance. Zhao Huo took out a large amount of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tong Lan. These are all the GU materials I can find that are suitable for He Lu Lan. Other than that, we have these. Zhao Huo had a strange expression as he took out several corpses. These were the corpses of Fire Blend tribe's GU immortal elders who had died from battle earlier. Lu Tong Lan also took out several corpses. These were the ones sacrificed from Blue Phoenix tribe. In front of He Lu Lan, Zhao Huo started to cut the meat while Lu Tong Lan prepared the pot and flame. He Lu Lan was stunned. You want me to eat these people? Zhao Huo cut the human flesh as he smiled. no need to think of them as humans, just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when GU immortals die, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their Dao marks will go back into their immortal apertures. But the GU cultivators here are different. Their immortal aperture will be digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven before it falls in place. The totem killer moves on them are created by Dao marks, they are fixed and contain the most value within the body. Saying so, Zhao Huo picked out a few pieces of meat from the pile and tossed them into the pot. Lu Tonglan stirred the meat soup while saying, "Hey Lu Lan, there aren't many pieces of meat that suit you. But because they are humans after all, they are easier for you to absorb, it will help greatly in your totem's growth." Hey Lu Lan turned pale as her voice changed slightly, as the act of eating people popularized in this myriad beast fusion color heaven. Lu Tonglan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she said plainly, "Of course not. Even though eating people can help the growth of totems, it is still a demonic act. Publicly eating your tribesmen means you are a demonic path member, you will face judgment. That is why we brought you here secretly to hide from the rest. You have the sacred physique, but if you are found to be eating people, your status will be lost. There is no helping it, we have little time, to raise your strength to the limit, eating humans is the best way. It's cooked, go ahead and eat." Lu Tonglan served the soup as He Lu Lan received it with a numb expression. The human meat soup was far more delicious than all the food she had been eating previously. But after her first mouthful, He Lu Lan started to vomit intensely. Lu Tonglan and Zhao Huo looked at her calmly. He Lu Lan vomited until even her gastric acid came out. She asked the two, "Have you eaten human flesh as well?" Lu Tonglan shook her head, but Zhao Huo nodded and said, "I was the first to arrive. After some time, my identity as an outsider was exposed and I got hunted down. All of my rations were consumed, I fell into desperation and had to eat people to raise the power of my totem killer move. Relying on that, I managed to survive and change my identity, eventually becoming the current Fire Blend tribe leader." Lu Tonglan said with a calm tone, "Hey Lu Lan, you can choose not to eat it. We will not force you to do this, we are only trying to complete Master's tasks to the best of our abilities. I have not eaten human flesh before, I can understand why you reject it. This is only a method to become stronger, you can also eat other ingredients to help your totem grow, it will only take more time." "It will take more time." Hey Lu Lan's ears twitched. She smiled bitterly as she muttered to herself, "The difference between me and him is already so large like a heavenly chasm, if I do not make good use of my time, how can I ever surpass him? If it were him in this situation, would he choose to eat the human meat?" The answer was obvious, "I'll eat it." Hey Lu Lan had a solemn expression as she came to the pot. She drank the soup with huge gulps, she ate the meat in large mouthfuls. Lu Tonglan's expression changed while Zhao Huo nodded slightly. Such a person, it was no wonder their lord had such a high evaluation regarding her. Chapter 2114 Hey Lu Lan, you are too ugly. Myriad beast fusion color heaven. The myriad tribes were gathered on Moonfield Slope. The myriad tribes ceremony is held here. Hey Lu Lan looked at the barren land and expressed her disappointment. Every myriad tribe ceremony was held at Moonfield Slope, but in Hey Lu Lan's opinion, this place was empty and desolate, there was yellow sand everywhere, nothing else was in sight. When wind blew, sand would stir and move in the air visibly. The myriad tribes ceremony is different from the thousand tribes ceremony, it is a grand event that involves the entire myriad beast fusion color heaven, held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time taking part in it too. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity Lu Tonglan, replied. Behind them were the Blue Phoenix tribe members. Half a year ago, there was an intense fight between Blue Phoenix tribe and Fire Blend tribe. The result was that Blue Phoenix tribe lost many GU immortal elders. But as a result, Blue Phoenix tribe leader gained a deeper control of the entire tribe. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, sacred child. This is the sacred child. Ha ha ha, I've heard that Blue Phoenix tribe produced a sacred child, this is making us envious. Entering Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met a few familiar faces. These people were either famous experts, tribe leaders, or elders, they had high authority and status. Hey Lu Lan's reputation had already spread recently, her identity as a sacred child was too eye-catching. HMPH. A cold grunt could be heard as Fire Blend tribe leader stared at Blue Phoenix tribe leader, Hey Lu Lan, and the rest with a furious gaze. Around him, there was also a group of tribe leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you came too slowly, are you afraid? Zhao Huo asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retaliated with a cold laugh, even if I am afraid, it will not be because of you. What fear can you create? Tribe leaders, the myriad tribe ceremony is about to begin. If anyone fights, they will be the enemy of the myriad tribes, we will use them as the ceremonial tribute. The elder of a large tribe saw this situation and came over. Immediately after, the elder said to Zhao Huo, Fire Blend tribe leader, why are you still here? My tribe leader has already held a banquet, you cannot be late. Zhao Huo snorted coldly, leaving some words for Lu Tonglan, I'll let you off for now. Saying so, he led the people around him and left. Fire Blend tribe leader, this guy. After he left, the tribe leaders around Lu Tonglan spoke out. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, even though Fire Blend tribe leader lost to you half a year ago and his strength fell greatly, you cannot be careless, he has already gone over to Yellow Bell tribe. Yellow Bell tribe is a super tribe, not just its tribe leader but even the first elder have rank 8 cultivation level. These experts spoke one after another, detailing the information of Fire Blend tribe leader. He Lu Lan listened without making a sound, gaining a deeper understanding of myriad beast fusion color heaven's situation. The situation here is not too different from the 5 regions, the weaker forces still have to join larger forces. Lu Tonglan and Zhao Huo are 2 of the 8 extremities, even when they cultivate in here and use totem killer moves, they are still superior to others, being experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the truly top-tier forces are still existences like Yellow Bell tribe. It seems that Zhao Huo's plan succeeded, he made use of his tribe's weakness as an excuse to get close to Yellow Bell tribe. Who could ever imagine that these 2 irreconcilable enemies were actually the closest allies in this world? He Lu Lan felt deep admiration towards these 2 people and their methods. Days later, the myriad tribe ceremony began. In the name of great god Reckless Savage, Purple Gold tribe offers 30 golden sand carps as tribute. In the name of great god Reckless Savage, Ice Lake tribe offers 3 fetus lions as tribute. In the name of great god Reckless Savage, Yellow Bell tribe offers a vast heavenly sparrow group, 10 sight plundering vines, and 1 outsider as tribute. At the central field of all the tribes, they took turns to slaughter and contribute their sacrificial tokens. Some tribes were weak, they only contributed desolate beasts. Some tribes that were slightly inferior to Blue Phoenix tribe offered ancient desolate beasts instead. As for the strongest forces like Yellow Bell tribe, they offered a large amount of ancient desolate beasts and plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and brought here to be killed in public view. These outsiders were all GU immortals with at least rank 7 cultivation level. The outsiders that Yellow Bell tribe executed were even rank 8 GU immortals. If these things were given to me as food, my totem would grow by a large amount. He Lu Lan felt it was a pity. Be it desolate beasts or GU immortal corpses, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like candles, absorbed into the earth gradually. It was as if this ground was a silent beast devouring all of the sacrifices without making a sound. This moonfield slope contains a huge secret, it is definitely not so simple. He Lu Lan thought. She watched as the sacrifices sank into the yellow earth ground, the soil that was dyed red slowly returned to its yellow color. No matter what cultivation level the outsiders have, each time they were sacrificed, the myriad tribes would cheer. The cheers were loud like tsunamis or earthquakes, it was truly stunning. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years, rumors had definitely spread. Even Immortal zombie giant sun had sent people in regularly, others went in as well. Good. Kill them all. These otherworldly demons deserve death. In historical records, each time the myriad tribe ceremony is held, these otherworldly demons will appear. Let's kill all of these outsiders, how dare they invade our world? He Lu Lan listened to their discussions while feeling deep and strange emotions surging internally. The inhabitants of myriad beast fusion color heaven saw this grotto heaven as the whole world, they treated outsiders as otherworldly demons, not knowing that the outside world was even larger. This made He Lu Lan think of City Well in U003CU003C, the legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E, as well as the Miniman living inside it. The sacrificial ceremony lasted for a day. Other than the super tribes who were allowed to openly hold their ceremony at the central field, the other tribes could only do their sacrificial ceremonies at their own camps. On the night of the ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Leather drums made stunning noises as tens of thousands of bonfires were lit. Countless people who wore beast skin clothing and feathered accessories danced around their bonfires as they laughed, danced, sang, and enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Many men and women were attracted to each other. They held each other's hands and left the bonfire, returning to their own tents, away from the laughter and noise outside, to engage in the most intense and enjoyable ritual on their beds. Of course, some approached Heilu land too. This is the myriad tribe ceremony, the most sacred moment of all. Lady Sacred Child, we are a match made in heaven, we will produce the most outstanding offspring. The son of a tribe leader brought a large amount of immortal materials and approached Heilu land. This young man belonged to a super tribe, on the same level as Yellow Bell tribe. His father was the tribe leader, a rank 8 GU immortal, while he himself was rank 6. Heilu Lan had an ugly expression. She rejected him on the spot. The young man laughed instead. Great, I didn't want to get close to you anyway, you are too ugly. But father gave me orders I could not defy, I had to come here. Hopefully, we never meet again. Other than the young man, an elderly rank 8 expert also came to her. He brought a large amount of extremely valuable immortal materials. With these immortal materials, Sacred Child, your totem will reach greater success. The elderly rank 8 GU immortal spoke. Even though you are ugly, I am old and still do not have a son, we can cooperate and achieve a win-win status. Heilu Lan had a cold expression and rejected him as well. The old rank 8 GU immortal shook his head and sighed before leaving. Sacred Child, you are still too young, after missing this opportunity, it might never come to you again. Not everyone can accept your ugly appearance, only people like me who have already gone past that stage can ignore the opinions of everyone else. Heilu Lan almost screamed at him to scram. Even though she did not care about her appearance, she was still a great beauty at heart. Her parents were both extremely good-looking. She inherited their good genes and was beautiful enough to be a fairy of northern plains. But within myriad beast fusion color heaven, the concept of beauty differed greatly from the outside world. The inhabitants here worshipped muscles. Skin color should not be pale or smooth, they had to be dark and rough, giving people a sense of strength and power. Thus, in this place, Heilu Lan was an ugly woman rarely seen in 100 years. The first time anyone sees Heilu Lan, they would subconsciously think, it was no wonder Blue Phoenix tribe leader abandoned this daughter in the past, she is simply too ugly. But possessing the sacred physique despite the ugliness, heaven is truly balanced and impartial. On this night, Heilu Lan was pestered repeatedly until daybreak. The myriad tribes competition started. At the area in front of every tribe, there was a blank space. It was the field for their competition. I, Blue Phoenix tribe leader, challenge Stardust tribe leader by betting a divine peacock feather. Lu Tong Lan brought Heilu Lan to the area of Stardust tribe. She was challenging the tribe for Heilu Lan. It seems that Blue Phoenix tribe leader is after that white thread tendon of the 5 Emperor Eel. Stardust tribe leader smiled bitterly as he walked into the empty space. In the myriad tribe ceremony, a challenge could not be rejected. Please start. Lu Tong Lan instilled immortal essence, her blue phoenix totem shined in bright light, turning solid and flying towards Stardust tribe leader. Stardust tribe leader gritted his teeth, shouting as his totem flew into the sky, turning into a single-horned mountain goat. The single-horned mountain goat crashed towards the blue phoenix, creating a huge cloud of stardust. The blue phoenix dodged as it chirped, spitting out a torrent of blue flames. The blue flames were extremely hot. The single-horned mountain goat was swept by the flames and got encircled. It tried to break out several times. Each time the single-horned mountain goat tried to act, the blue phoenix would intercept and force it back. Lu Tong Lan definitely has a stronger totem, but the main reason for this situation is the difference in combat attainment of the two tribe leaders. Heilu Lan watched at the sight and realized. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader, sigh, I admit defeat. Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to preserve his strength. The myriad tribe ceremony had just started. If he got injured and could not fight anymore, more people would challenge him and cause him to lose more immortal materials. Lu Tong Lan stopped immediately. Stardust tribe leader arranged for the white thread tendon of the 5 Emperor Eel to be given to the winner. Both sides did not go overboard. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a letter to my Blue Phoenix tribe. If it is a trivial matter, we will definitely help you. Lu Tong Lan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression soothed. Even though one could not reject challenges in the myriad tribes ceremony, they could invite others to help them out. This was also why many weaker forces chose to join or side with super forces of their own accord. Chapter 2115 Lu Lan fights a predicament with the full support of desolate extremity Lu Tong Lan. He Lu Lan started to devour a large amount of immortal materials again. After digesting them, her totem finally reached greater success. Good, your dark capital strength tiger totem has formed completely. With just this move, you are a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tong Lan was very happy. Now, if you are interested, you can give it a go. The myriad tribes ceremony had reached a cruel stage of the competition. Every day, a large number of tribes were defeated, their experts got injured, and they lost many resources in their inventories. There were even those who went after their enemies. They did not bet on immortal materials but a person's life instead. What made He Lu Lan feel a chill inside was that any GU immortal who died during the myriad tribes ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, merging into the yellow soil land. Blue Phoenix tribe was still in a good state. Because of He Lu Lan's identity as a sacred child, as long as she was alive, when she reaches rank 8, the entire Blue Phoenix tribe would be elevated to the sacred tribe, they would have high authority. Thus, almost nobody provoked Blue Phoenix tribe. Even if some people felt jealousy and hatred, wanting to attack He Lu Lan before she grew stronger, they would be filled with caution. They would not attack the sacred child during this important event. It was disrespectful to great god Reckless Savage after all. During the day, the myriad tribes engaged in continuous combat. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed in secret, forming alliances while working and scheming together. Lu Tong Lan and Zhao Huo were also secretly in contact. Anyone who wanted to target Blue Phoenix tribe might likely contact Fire Blend tribe. The opposite was also true. Blue Phoenix tribe, which possessed a sacred child, attracted a lot of jealousy, even including those people who were friendly to Lu Tong Lan normally. Fire Blend tribe did not have a good time either. They lost a good number of elders half a year ago. They became weaker and had to join Yellow Bell tribe as a subsidiary force. But Yellow Bell tribe had enemies too. All of the experts continued to fight and kill. But thankfully, because only totems could be used in battle, the death toll was much lower. In normal situations, other killer moves would be used in a battle of life and death. Totems were mostly trump cards. A good number of non-totem killer moves were also held as trump cards. He Lu Lan gained a lot of insight these few days. She saw all sorts of totems. She recognized many outstanding experts. Her totem had already reached greater success. The path ahead of her was to continue eating with the dark capital strength tiger as the foundation, to fuse with other Dao marks and gradually turn it into a totem that suited He Lu Lan specifically. But there was another path. She could construct a second or third totem. Experts who had many totems had a larger range of methods, but because their efforts were split, the quality of their totems were lower as well. By investing the same effort and resources, cultivating one totem was naturally stronger. As for which route to take, He Lu Lan was still thinking about it. In historical records, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had countless totems, each one was extremely strong. They had at least rank 8 battle strength, some were even at pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable took the second path. As days passed, the situation of the myriad tribes changed rapidly every day. Initially, those normal tribes with only GU masters started to lose and assimilate into each other rapidly. But this situation actually extended to the super forces as well. Eventually, even a super force like Yellow Bell tribe showed signs of downfall. When 3 rank 8 GU immortals died on Moonfield Slope, this yellow soil land started to emit a faint yellow light. In this yellow light, a road slowly appeared before them. Myriad Life Road has appeared. Huff, the Myriad Tribes challenge has finally ended. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunities left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. He Lu Lan had some realization too, so all the sacrifices are meant to open up this Myriad Life Road. As the one with the sacred physique, she did not need to be tested. She was qualified to enter the Myriad Life Road immediately. After the tribes discussed among themselves, they chose 88 people. There were 11 people of each respective rank. Among the tribes, there were no rank 9 GU cultivators, thus the maximum number was only 88. For some reason, this number struck a chord with He Lu Lan. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people stepped onto the Myriad Life Road. From the outside, the myriad life road looked like an illusory image. But when He Lu Lan and the rest stepped into it, they felt a completely different sensation. It feels like there is really a road, I can step on it firmly. He Lu Lan walked for over 10 steps, her expression changed gradually. She was accompanied by Lu Tong Lan. Not far away behind her, there was Zhao Huo. These two were part of the 8 extremities after all. They had successfully emerged from the competition and became one of the 88 chosen people. Walking on this myriad life road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. He Lu Lan said. Lu Tong Lan added. More accurately speaking, our foundation and strength are depleted at a certain rate proportionately. There was fairness for everyone walking on this road, they experienced the same difficulty. GU Immortals were stronger than GU Masters, but the difficulty level for GU Masters was decided according to their own strength. This caused many GU Masters to move ahead of the GU Immortals instead. I found a GU worm, they are crawling on the ground, once we pick them up, they can be instantly refined. Quickly look, there are so many food ingredients, this is worth a fortune. Many people shouted and cheered, they quickly gained some plentiful rewards. The myriad tribes outside could not see this scene, they could only see 88 figures that shrunk to the size of black dots as they became concealed by the heavenly road in the sky. He Lu Lan observed closely and soon found something strange. The heavenly road is uneven, the slope is upwards at times and downwards at times. When going up, there will be GU worms and GU materials, when going down, even though there are no rewards, we will expend less of our strength. He Lu Lan analyzed, suddenly gasping in shock. Strange, this feels like something depicted in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E. She quickly looked at Lu Tong Lan as the latter smiled. You are right, this is upslope road and downslope road. He Lu Lan could not help but shake internally. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means to say, I can obtain the legendary ability GU and effort GU here. Lu Tong Lan replied. That will depend on your fortune. If these GU worm really exist here, I am sure they will be near the end of the heavenly road. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth as she made up her mind. This is a fortuitous encounter that I cannot let go of. In history, GU worms that are mentioned in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E are all top-tier GU worms, they either have terrifying strength or incredible abilities. Ancestor Giant Sun was right, I need to make the best of this supreme opportunity to have a chance of surpassing that guy, Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan started to move ahead. Lu Tong Lan instructed her. Don't take the downslope road, try to walk on the upslope road. This is the guidance of our Lord. He Lu Lan was a little bewildered. Normally speaking, the downslope road had a small expenditure on the person, it was most logical to walk on it. Only until the second half of the heavenly road should one start walking on the upslope road. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's advice was the opposite. He Lu Lan hesitated for a moment but decided to trust Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. She and Lu Tong Lan walked together, trying to go on the upslope road as much as they could. They found a lot of GU worms and materials while walking on the upslope road, yet most were just mortal GU and materials. Not long after, they started to find immortal materials. As for the GU immortals who traveled the same distance as them, because they walked on the downslope road quite often, their rewards were fewer and also kept within the range of mortal materials. He Lu Lan realized at once, the heavenly road does not calculate distance traveled but the quality of the road traveled instead. It does not split into the first or second half, it only sees if we are giving it our full effort when we walk on the road. By putting in my full effort, I have a chance of making desirable gains. But if I slack off and take the easy path, I might consume all my strength without gaining anything significant. Lu Tong Lan and He Lu Lan continued ahead. When they found the first ranked 6 immortal GU, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had all sorts of shapes and sizes, they were translucent and had various colors. The predicament in He Lu Lan's path was light brown in color, it resembled a raccoon with the size of a mountain, blocking the heavenly road. Predicament, a wild beast recorded in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E. It is extinct within the 5 regions, to think that it still exists here. But since this is the heavenly road, there is nothing strange about it. He Lu Lan took in a deep breath, working with Lu Tong Lan to attack the predicament. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lu Lan and Lu Tong Lan. The two of them felt their vision blurring and changing. They arrived in a light brown secluded space. "We are inside the predicament, we were eaten by it," Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very special entities. Rumor had it that the first person who created a battlefield killer move took inspiration from researching the predicaments. Each predicament could also be treated as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicament, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan took the lead. "I will block the calamities and tribulations. Hey Lu Lan, you will break out of the predicament." Hey Lu Lan was stunned. "What should I do? You have the great strength true martial physique. According to the records of U003CU003C, the legends of Ren Zhu 003E, you are a counter to these predicaments. I do not know what you need to do, but just go ahead and try. Remember, you cannot spend too much time, the tribulations within the predicament are unceasing." Lu Tonglan instructed. Hey Lu Lan gritted her teeth, activating her strength path killer moves and attacking the place randomly. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she felt a movement in the space. The tribulations became fiercer, but Lu Tonglan was very happy. "Continue with that, this predicament is already staking its life to fight." Hey Lu Lan suddenly thought. She had the great strength true martial physique, but others did not. What could they do if they faced a predicament? "Dark capital strength tiger, come out." Hey Lu Lan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. With a surging black light, the huge black tiger condensed into solid form and charged ahead. With a loud sound, a huge hole was formed. "Let's go." Hey Lu Lan and Lu Tonglan flew out of the hole together, returning to the outside world. Chapter 2116, Fortitude GU. 2116 Fortitude GU. The predicament growled, clenching its body at the area of the injury. The dark capital strength tiger totem created a huge hole and caused it to weaken greatly. Its body continued to shrink like a burst balloon, until it was only half of its original size, before the hole closed up and mended itself. After stabilizing its condition, the predicament did not dare to attack Hey Lu Lan anymore. It screeched and ran away. Hey Lu Lan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal GU and continued on the road with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the upslope road with all their effort, gaining greater and greater rewards. A while later, they obtained 2 rank 6 immortal GU and 1 rank 7 immortal GU. Their encounters soon alerted the others. They started to use their full strength to walk on the upslope road. Gradually, some expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, crashing onto the yellow land of the moon field slope. Some encountered the predicaments but did not manage to break out, dying inside. There were some who defeated their predicaments but lost too much strength. They had gloomy expressions. Predicaments were a mystical type of wild beasts in essence. One's battle strength had to be greatly exceeding their endurance limit for them to lose. Only strength path methods had greater effect. Hey Lu Lan felt more difficulty as she walked. After defeating 2 more predicaments, she found that from a total of 88 people, only 30 or so were left. "I am starting to lose my ability to continue. A lot of my strength has been depleted, while the predicaments that show up are getting stronger. My remaining battle strength is only enough for 1 more predicament." Hey Lu Lan gritted her teeth, feeling unresigned. "Don't worry, I have a way, let's continue." Lu Tonglan patted Hey Lu Lan's shoulder with an optimistic attitude. After encountering another predicament, Lu Tonglan used her blue phoenix totem and worked with the dark capital strength tiger to defeat the predicament. "Be careful, don't let it escape." This time, Lu Tonglan shouted and acted in time, not allowing the predicament to escape as they killed it successfully. "Eat it." Lu Tonglan cut the predicament's flesh and gave Hey Lu Lan a piece. Hey Lu Lan had read U003CU003C, the legends of Ren Zhu 003E before. She understood something. Each piece of the predicament's meat that she ate, she felt her strength returned by a portion. After she and Lu Tonglan devoured the entire predicament, her strength had mostly recovered. But this way, the method was exposed. Many GU cultivators saw this and started to mimic them. But a portion of the GU cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this long ago. You cannot overeat the predicament's flesh, otherwise, your heart will burn and your mind will collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. "Let's continue." After several more minutes, Zhao Huo chased up to Hey Lu Lan and Lu Tonglan. "What do you want?" Lu Tonglan pretended to be unhappy as she called out. Zhao Huo snorted coldly. "Only 7 of us are left, we want to cooperate, of course. We can settle the score outside, but here, we need to look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Tribe leader Zhao Huo is right, the predicaments are getting stronger, we need to work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also arrived. He looked at He Lu Lan and said, Sacred child, you are qualified to cooperate with us and fight together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since everyone could reach this far, we are all qualified to work together. What do you think? Among the 7 that were left, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8, while the last 4 were rank 7. Everyone looked at each other, turning silent for a moment. Working together will allow us to get further indeed. But how do we distribute immortal GU and immortal materials? The ranked 6 GU immortal asked the crucial question. If they had to compete, he would definitely lose against them. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered and spoke. There is no need to fight over immortal GU and immortal materials, we can take them in turns. As for the sequence, we can discuss it. If anyone ignores the rules, they will be everyone's enemy. The myriad life road only appears once every 10,000 years, whoever disobeys the rules will face the pursuit of everyone. Okay, the other rank 8 GU immortal agreed. But regarding the sequence, everyone argued for a long time. The one who was placed first naturally would get the lowest value of resources. The one who got the later rewards would gain greater value. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was near their limit, otherwise, they would not have cooperated. If their position was later and got eliminated before they could gain the rewards, it would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it for a while before deciding the sequence and continuing on. After defeating 2 predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal GU appeared. According to the sequence, it belonged to that ranked 6 GU immortal. Under everyone's gaze, the ranked 6 GU immortal collected the immortal GU with trepidation. The 2 rank 8 GU immortals did not snatch it, their turn was later. This ranked 6 GU immortal also had a decent status, his father was a famous rank 8 expert. With the appearance of a rank 8 immortal GU, the group of 7 became quite tense. Moving along another segment of the upslope road, there were no predicaments blocking their way, but the group found a dragon horn grass. Dragon horn grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like a coral, similar to a dragon horn. Every segment was the length of a finger, it would grow by 1 segment every month. According to the sequence, it was Zhao Huo's turn now. Zhao Huo collected the dragon horn grass while feeling helpless internally. He wanted an immortal GU, longevity heaven did not lack such immortal material resources. Everyone, I can't continue. I'm really sorry, please understand, I am not trying to leave after getting my reward. After walking for some time, the ranked 6 GU immortal said with a pale expression and shaking body. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded. Go back, at this rate, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 GU immortal bowed deeply and fell towards the ground. While in the air, he fell unconscious. Luckily, there were people waiting for him at the ground. After the rank 6 GU immortal left, the trend started as people also reached their limits. First was the other rank 8 GU immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 GU immortal had not reached his turn yet before getting eliminated. He had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also at her limit. She instructed He Lu Lan to be careful before leaving. Only 4 were left. They were He Lu Lan, Zhao Huo, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and a young rank 7 GU immortal. What GU is this? Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone saw an extraordinary rank 8 immortal GU. It looked like an ant with the size of an adult's fist. It emitted a rainbow-colored light. This is quantity change GU. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed heartily. It was his turn now. With this immortal GU, he could make the target go from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, increasingly greatly in quantity. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure was also raised accordingly. Some targets could not be multiplied, for example, any immortal GU. Of course, this immortal GU could be used in combat as well. For example, if the enemy shot out a torrent of flames, quantity change GU could reduce the number of flames and weaken the enemy's offenses rapidly. However, they had to defeat this predicament in order to get the immortal GU. After an intense battle, everyone won and shared the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he get a top-tier immortal GU, his strength also recovered to an extent. Everyone continued on their way. A predicament blocked them again, but there was nothing on the ground. One could not turn back on the heavenly road. They were forced to engage in a tough battle. killing the predicament and eating its flesh. Everyone recovered some more strength. Walking on the upslope road, a rank 8 immortal GU appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle that resembled an ingot of steel. It was thickly armored and stoutly built. This is actually Fortitude GU. Fortitude GU, did I see wrongly? It really is Fortitude GU. This is an immortal GU recorded in U003CU003C, the Legends of Ren Zu003E-U003E. Everyone was shocked as they looked towards the rank 7 GU immortal. According to the sequence, it was his turn. This GU immortal was really the greatest dark horse in this myriad tribes ceremony. His entire body was shaking from excitement now. After an intense battle, the predicament shouted pitifully and fell on the ground. Everyone split the meat while the rank 7 GU immortal took Fortitude GU. This trip was worth it, it was worth it. The rank 7 GU immortal muttered to himself, feeling excited. Yellow Bell tribe leader spoke to recruit him. All consider it. The rank 7 GU immortal rejected immediately. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned before relaxing his expression immediately. This person will not have a good time in the future. He Lu Lan saw this but did not expose it. The rank 7 GU immortal's pride had swelled up. He was disregarding Yellow Bell tribe leader, thinking he had immense value himself. But it was not strange. He Lu Lan knew that it was obvious. In the future, many people would go ahead and attempt to recruit this rank 7 GU immortal. Maybe this rank 7 GU immortal might get sick of hearing such words. Everyone set off again. Predicaments blocked the way, but there were no immortal GU or immortal materials. One could not backtrack on the heavenly road, they had to kill this predicament. But Zhao Huo rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat it anymore, I am at my limit. If I eat any more, my heart will burn and I will die. Zhao Huo sighed, looking at He Lu Lan deeply before leaving. Only He Lu Lan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and the rank 7 GU immortal were left. He Lu Lan had chosen her reward earlier. Now that Zhao Huo was out, according to the sequence, it was Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn again. But after several segments of road, they had no gains. They even met two predicaments. After an intense battle, even though they gained some flesh, the recovery could not match the expenditure. Their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious or dejected. I've seen the pattern already. The further we go, the more the predicaments and the fewer the immortal GU and immortal materials, but any rewards that show up are all top tier. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to raise the morale. He was the next beneficiary. He did not want his efforts to be wasted here. Like what he said, they finally saw another rank 8 immortal GU in the end. This immortal GU was shaped like a spider, but it was a long body and many compound eyes, shining in blue and red crystal lights. It seemed like a fusion of ruby and sapphire. Ability GU. Another famous immortal GU from U003CU003C, the Legends of Ren Zu003E-U003E. He Lu Lan was tongue-tied. This immortal GU is incredible, it is even better than my Fortitude GU. The rank 7 GU immortal also gasped. Kill this predicament, I'll stake my life to kill this predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader's eyes were red, he spoke while breathing roughly. Chapter 2117, Ability GU. 2117 Ability GU. The three of them charged towards the predicament. This was truly a battle of life and death. The three had insufficient strength left, while this predicament was strong beyond their expectations. Calamities and tribulations befell endlessly. The three immortals did their best and used their trump cards. They squeezed out every ounce of potential in them. He Lu Lan's dark capital strength tiger totem was crippled. Yellow Bell tribe leader's golden bell totem was greatly damaged. The cost of repairing it would be huge. As for the rank 7 GU immortal, he had Rain Eagle totem and Thunderfish totem. They both lost their ability to fight, but thankfully, this rank 7 GU immortal had a method to fuse the two damaged totems into the Thunder Rain Fish Eagle totem. They avoided death narrowly. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and finally killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader was lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh, he could only cough. Ability GU is mine. You two are very skilled. Regardless of whether you join my Yellow Bell tribe, I will owe you both a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes as he shouted in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 GU immortal had secretly moved away and took the ability GU on the ground. What else? I am snatching the GU. The rank 7 GU immortal placed ability GU into his immortal aperture right in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. Yellow Bell tribe leader coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious, falling from the heavenly road. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth in anger. I was just a step away, damn it. She wanted to snatch ability GU too, but it was a pity that her location after leaving the predicament's body was bad. She was the furthest person from the immortal GU. Thus, that rank 7 GU immortal succeeded. The rank 7 GU immortal smiled at He Lu Lan before falling from the sky. I do not have the strength to continue. He Lu Lan sighed deeply. Even though she had great gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal GU. Right when she was about to leave the place, she suddenly froze as her palm seemed to have touched something. It feels like an invisible GU worm. He Lu Lan looked at it with deep focus. Because she had touched the immortal GU, she could sense this GU worm's strength path aura. An invisible rank 8 immortal GU. What can it be? Don't tell me. He Lu Lan was extremely happy. She grabbed the mysterious immortal GU and left the heavenly road. U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E, Chapter 5, Section 34. Legend says that Ren Zhu encountered the greatest predicament in his life. He ended up creating his 7th child, Great Strength True Martial, and was saved as a result. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial started to travel together. Great Strength True Martial asked, "Father, where are we going now?" Ren Zhu replied, "My son, you still do not know the situation, I will explain it to you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate GU arranged everything, not allowing us to have a reunion. Right now, we need to break free from Fate's control in order to be with our family again." After hearing the story, Great Strength True Martial could not help but shout in anger, "This Fate GU is too wicked." At the same time, Strong GU also shouted in his heart, "Experts hate restraints, especially Fate." Ren Zhu patted Great Strength True Martial's head and consoled, "Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self GU to gain strength and wisdom. After, I will obtain Freedom GU and break free from Fate GU's control. Now, let us go to a place called Qian Kun Crystal Wall. We will search for Wisdom GU there." Great Strength True Martial nodded. "Let us go there then." Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial walked and walked. The road was uneven, there were many upslope and downslope roads. Strong GU encouraged Great Strength True Martial. "O human, walk on the upslope road, even though it is a harder journey, there are often good things there." Great Strength True Martial nodded. Experts like to walk on the upslope road. Great Strength True Martial took great effort to walk up the upslope road. He looked around and called out, "There's nothing here at all." "No, it is right by your feet, pick it up now." Strong GU instructed. Great Strength True Martial squatted down, searching the ground with his hands. As expected, he found something hard. It was an invisible GU. "I found something good." Great Strength True Martial laughed. "So it is effort GU." Ren Zhu found it strange. "My son, how did you find out its name? We can't see what it looks like." Great Strength True Martial scratched his head. "The moment I obtained it, I saw effort GU's appearance. As for why I know this is effort GU, well, every expert should know what effort is. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it. After all, you cannot see the effort of other people." The pair of father and son set off again. "This is great, now that I have effort GU, it will help me greatly." Great Strength True Martial walked as he looked at effort GU, feeling very happy. He continued to choose the upslope road. Ren Zhu asked curiously, "Is effort GU really that amazing? Can it allow you to achieve success?" Great Strength True Martial shook his head. "Effort might not necessarily lead to success, but effort will give you a result. Regardless of the result, whether you put in effort or not will show a difference." Ren Zhu was very worried. "Oh son, you have just been born, don't be deceived by the GU. I had once been deceived by Wisdom GU. I see that you are covered in sweat and pant heavily each time you walk on the upslope road. I do not see effort GU helping you at all. I've heard of such rumors too, effort GU can sometimes lie to you." Great Strength True Martial shook his head as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Father, because you cannot see the effort I put in, you misunderstood things. You cannot understand the amount of effort I put in to walk this upslope road. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet. Every step, I move higher and further. There are many good things on the upslope road, humans cannot obtain them without effort." "Is that really the case?" Ren Zhu was half convinced and suspicious. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial continued on their journey. Great Strength True Martial kept walking on the upslope road. He continued to move up higher. He obtained Authority GU and Fortitude GU. In the later part of the road, he found Humility GU and Forgiveness GU as well. These two GU worms took the initiative to follow Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial asked for the reason while they replied matter-of-factly, because humility, forgiveness, is the authority of an expert to begin with. Because Great Strength True Martial walked on the upslope road, an ability GU suddenly appeared within him. Great Strength True Martial held ability GU as he said to Ren Zhu, "Look father, this is the result of effort GU. It awakened my potential, I have my own ability now." Ren Zhu asked, "Then what is the use of this ability GU?" Great Strength True Martial shook his head, "I am not sure. People will only know their abilities and their strength after they use them. But it is definitely useful, it can last my entire lifetime." Ren Zhu shook his head, he still felt that his son was deceived by the GU. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial continued walking. The situation on the road was getting worse. Downslope road was easier to walk on, but it was getting rarer. There were more and more segments of upslope road. Not only so, more and more predicaments appeared on the road. Isn't there an easier road to walk on? Ren Zhu was helpless. Cognition GU flew towards Ren Zhu. "Oh human, there is no other way. The more valuable thing you try to pursue, the more segments of the upslope road you need to walk on, and the more predicaments you need to overcome." Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial had to continue on their way. Indeed, as Cognition GU had said, they encountered more and more predicaments, their road was completely blocked. Ren Zhu said, "Don't be afraid of the predicaments, we still have our hope. But hope alone cannot defeat the predicament, at this time, you will need me." Great Strength True Martial's ability GU spoke. Great Strength True Martial used his ability, defeating many predicaments. Ren Zhu sighed at long last, "My son, your ability GU is too amazing, it can actually do this. It seems I have underestimated your effort and ability." Great Strength True Martial smiled. "Often, we humans do not lack abilities, we lack the opportunities to display them." Strong GU shouted in his heart with great ambition, "Kill them all, let's eat them all. That way, we can become even stronger." Great Strength True Martial killed many predicaments, he started to eat the predicaments' head. "So this is a bitter head. It is really bitter, but I can feel myself getting stronger." He started to eat the predicament's loss. Great Strength True Martial immediately spat it out. Experts do not like to swallow losses. He also ate the predicament's flesh. Strong GU got bigger. Great Strength True Martial also became more muscular than before. Strong GU was very satisfied about this change. In this world, only by becoming stronger can one avoid getting bullied. Great Strength True Martial gave some of the meat to Ren Zhu. "Oh father, eat something, you are too skinny." Ren Zhu was so thin he looked like a rack of bones. Eventually, Great Strength True Martial tossed ability GU into the tribulation. Ability GU went through great hurdles and difficulties, but it got larger and stronger as well. All sorts of tribulations and difficulties were prime opportunities to train one's ability, to develop one's ability, and to increase one's ability. Several days later, in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan looked at the two rank 8 Immortal GU in his hands. They were Fortitude GU and Ability GU. "This time, my clone Zan Bu did a great job, this is a great gain for us." Fang Yuan was very happy internally. It turned out that after the Fate War, Fang Yuan sent Zan Bu into Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven immediately. Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven long ago. There was information about it in the 500 years of his previous life. Ma Hongyun had once entered and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude GU in the end. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secluded, there were ways to sneak in. Otherwise, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed during the Myriad Tribes ceremony. Before annexing Xianxia sect, Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven but did not have ways to enter. But Xianxia sect could. Xianxia Land Spirit had once tried to recruit Chu Du. He even asked Fang Yuan to help in this matter. It was because Xianxia Land Spirit had this method, he wanted to send Chu Du inside to explore and gain benefits. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path, among which, Pure Strength Path cultivators were the most successful. After annexing Xianxia sect, Fang Yuan gained control of this method. He used it to send Zan Bu inside. And his gains were much larger than expected. Fortitude Gu is useful to me, ability Gu also has great prospects in the future. As for He Lu Lan, she went to longevity heaven and is receiving a lot of attention and help, it seems. It is a pity that Zan Bu did not have the strength to kill her at that point in time. Fang Yuan did not feel much pity about this. He Lu Lan was not important, the key was Crazed Demon Cave and the impending conflict between venerables. Chapter 2118, Wisdom Path Great Grand Master. Meng Chu Zhen was exploring another dream realm. Deep in the mountains, Meng Chu Zhen sat cross-legged on a cliff with a torrential waterfall below him. Immortal, Immortal. A young man was covered in injuries. He crawled towards Fang Yuan and begged him to take him in as a disciple. You want me to be your master? Meng Chu Zhen smiled while feeling surprised internally. He tried to decipher the rules of this dream realm. In the past, Fang Yuan would need to test it himself, but now, Meng Chu Zhen had the Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Butterfly. He activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu secretly to investigate while stalling for time as he spoke. You are a mere mortal, but since you are able to find me after so many hurdles, this means we are fated. I have 3 cultivation paths, I will impart you one of them. The young man was overjoyed, he kowtowed continuously on the hard ground, a dull sound was heard each time. Meng Chu Zhen said, the first path is formation path, it emphasizes on. Meng Chu Zhen continued to explain, he said the truth without any lies in his words. The young man nodded in hesitation. Lord Immortal, even though formation path is very complex, I am willing to work hard. Meng Chu Zhen shook his head, saying, no hurry, my second path is strength path, it is powerful and direct, the advantage lies in. After Meng Chu Zhen finished his words, the young man became very excited, I want to learn strength path. Meng Chu Zhen smiled again, I have a third path, wisdom path. Strength path is very common but wisdom path is rare, it can benefit you immensely. Among which, after a lengthy description, the young man was overwhelmed with excitement, Lord Immortal, Lord Immortal. I am most willing to learn wisdom path, please teach me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu finished investigating the dream realm. The dream realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unknowingly destroyed a mortal village, causing the death of the young man's parents. The young man became all alone, he suffered greatly in the mortal world, not knowing who his enemy was. After much effort, he finally became the disciple of this Immortal. He had great aptitude and had the 10 extreme physique, he was very suited for wisdom path cultivation. When the young man found out that his enemy was his master, he started to exact revenge. In the final scene, the master and disciple turned on each other, this was a difficult dream. No matter what I impart, this disciple will learn it completely and even innovate to surpass the master. Furthermore, he will cultivate wisdom path secondarily and have incredible wisdom path methods. Thus, this first scene is the most important chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Chu Zhen realized internally. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, he had to test it himself, he definitely could not pass with his first try, his soul would get injured. Meng Chu Zhen would need to recuperate, wasting time and resources. After that, he would need to restart and explore the dream realm again. But with Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, he had the initiative, he was not in such a passive spot. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could only investigate the situation, the value of information was simply priceless. Looking at the young man, Meng Chu Zhen thought about it and smiled, then I will impart you my wisdom path cultivation. This method was not created by me, but I modified it personally, I named it, 99. Multiplication Table, 99 Multiplication Table, the young man's eyes shined, just from the name, he felt that it was grand and impressive, it had an immortal flair. Meng Chu Zhen continued to spout nonsense. 9 is the perfect number, 9 times 9 represents the concept of countless and boundless, the multiplication method is the rule of all beings, the extreme profundity of the natural order, those who lack aptitude cannot comprehend it. Come, let me teach you the first killer move, 1 times 1 is 1. The young man held his breath, he listened attentively and muttered to himself, 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 1 is 1. Not long after, at the final scene, Master, this is my final. Shut up, don't call me master, you traitorous disciple, I am not your master. No, even so, I will call you my Shut up, I worked so hard to nurture you, I imparted my strongest method, the 9-9 multiplication table to you, but yet you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master, no matter how angry you are, it is a fact you killed my parents, there is no resolving that grudge. For the last time, I will call you my. Meng Chu Zhen did not care, he directly used his killer move on his disciple. The disciple was constantly interrupted, he could not call him, master, for the last time. Meng Chu Zhen wanted to see this. Because he understood this disciple, who had created his own raging emotion killer move, it was incredible, it could use wisdom path to allow all sorts of emotions to surge in power. If he managed to say it, he would feel a sense of freedom, he would be able to use the killer move freely. Once he activated the killer move raging emotion, he would gain a huge advantage in this dream realm. Meng Chu Zhen would face great difficulty in trying to pass it. The battle progressed like how Meng Chu Zhen predicted, he kept attacking and did not give his disciple a chance to talk. His disciple was constantly suppressed, without a choice, he had to give up on his strongest raging emotion killer move and use the 9-9 multiplication table method instead. Immortal killer move, 8 times 8 is 88. After a long time of fighting, his disciple finally used his killer move. He had just activated the killer move when it failed immediately, he suffered a backlash and became gravely injured. This killer move is wrong. Master, don't tell me you, the disciple looked at Meng Chu Zhen in disbelief. Oh my foolish little disciple, I'll tell you the real name of this killer move, 8 times 8 is 66. Meng Chu Zhen snickered coldly as he attacked viciously. 1. The disciple lasted only a few rounds before his head was taken, he died with grievance. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was comprehending killer moves now. Using GU worms alone often had all sorts of demerits or side effects. To fix this or to reduce the side effects, GU cultivators started to use multiple GU worms together in cooperation. Killer moves were naturally developed on this basis. Killer moves involved the use of multiple GU worms. Among the 3 aspects of nurture, use, and refinement, they came under use. When cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves existed in nature all along. From the bodies of desolate beasts or desolate plants, these cultivators found that they had many innate abilities. These abilities were all profound and mystical, like the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ability to enter and exit blessed lands and grotto heavens. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were distributed in a certain pattern, following the rules of space path to grant it the innate ability to enter and leave blessed lands and grotto heavens. Thus, the essence of killer moves was Dao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to the original form of killer moves. Fang Yuan praised internally. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven, they did not exist elsewhere. Totem killer moves had very high status, they could complement ordinary killer moves and battlefield killer moves, being on the same level as them. With regard to using GU, other than using single GU worms, there were ordinary killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current generation GU formations, as well as mortal and immortal GU houses. But now, on this foundation, there was a new type, totem killer moves. Compared to other ways of using GU, totem killer moves had a clear advantage. The most obvious one was that activating them was easy and quick, even a fool could control them. Totem killer moves needed very few thoughts, they were reliant on primeval essence or immortal essence instead. Unlike ordinary killer moves which needed to activate every single GU worm, the processes were very different. Secondly, totem killer moves were easy to assemble, the maintenance cost was also low. The GU worms of ordinary killer moves needed constant feeding. The cultivator would also need a lot of time to find appropriate GU worms. As for totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. GU materials were much easier to find than GU worms. The cost of feeding GU worms was very high, but once totem killer moves were created, they would exist on the user's body, not requiring further food. Of course, if they were damaged, they would need to be repaired. By then, the cultivator would need to eat the respective food ingredients. Thirdly, totem killer moves were very easy to publicize, many people could use them at the same time. Also, totem killer moves were suited for all paths. Of course, there were disadvantages as well. For example, the cost of creating a totem was not low. Also, with the creation of a totem, it would greatly affect the GU cultivator's future cultivation. After all, it contained Dao marks. And finally, totems were powerful, but they had fixed methods, they were easy to counter. This was quite similar to GU houses. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the totem killer moves had some similarity to beast strength phantoms. These demon venerables and immortal venerables have unimaginable talent. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's personality was quite unexpected, his scheming abilities are top-notch. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Dao marks. But from what Fang Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance, he used the beastman's method against them, fusing his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog's body. This was simply akin to the action of a deity, it could not be described in plain words. The gluttonous demon frog was a food path legendary immemorial beast, with it encompassing the immortal aperture, and along with reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven started to develop a food path environment. This food path environment was crucial. It was because of the food path Dao marks that myriad beast fusion color heaven's cultivators could use refinement path methods to cook while having low food path attainment, creating the food that could allow them to cultivate totem killer moves. In the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, GU cultivators could not create such food so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Fang Yuan thought about Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this true inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable developed food path, allowing tea recipes to become food path recipes. Using GU materials to create tea, the cultivator could drink it to gain Dao marks. The essence of the totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was the same. GU cultivators could absorb the Dao marks of GU materials into their own bodies and create totem killer moves gradually. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their own cultivator, because during the process, their bodies would choose to absorb whatever it could absorb as nutrients. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his thoughts were interrupted for a moment. My wisdom path reached Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could feel this change immediately, but his expression remained tranquil and peaceful. This is the author's idea of a joke, possibly regarding readers talking about his mathematics skills. Chapter 2119, Li Xiaobai's Immortal Ascension. Soon, Fang Yuan placed the matter of his wisdom path attainment level aside as he continued his comprehension. Be they reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they have a deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable is inferior to paradise earth immortal venerable, he only made use of the gluttonous demon frog. But the way he used the food path environment to create the totem killer move archetype is truly too amazing. Even Fang Yuan could not stint on the praise towards such a move. If one truly cultivated totem killer moves purely, they would need to undergo continuous deductions. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, GU cultivators only had to devour food ingredients and use the food path environment to naturally select the most suitable nutrition by their bodies themselves. Those Dao marks would develop into all sorts of totems on their own. This was like using food path to make up for any deficiency in wisdom path, allowing countless totem killer moves to be born. As for the GU materials that the GU cultivators devoured, where did those come from? They were naturally produced by myriad beast fusion color heaven itself. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had bountiful transformation path Dao marks. There were many mutated beasts and plants here. They had mutated and developed forms that far surpassed the 5 regions in diversity. The wild beasts or plants living in myriad beast fusion color heaven were all unique existences in the grotto heaven, they could not be found elsewhere. When GU cultivators devour the mutated GU materials, their totems would also continue to change and elevate. From this perspective, the GU cultivator was making use of myriad beast fusion color heaven's natural development to allow the totem killer moves to develop as well. Eventually, they would produce stunning results. Just what Zan Bu heard when he lurked in there was that there were over 9,000 basic totems in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Dark capital strength tiger, rain eagle totem, thunder fish totem, and golden bell totem were just part of them. Not to mention that aside from these basic totems, there were also unique totems that belong to certain individuals. These totem killer moves are not very helpful to me, but there is high reference value in all the recipes that exist here. Fang Yuan originally had a food path true inheritance, it came from Shadow Sect and was the original food path inheritance in the world. Not long ago, Fang Yuan also obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance, obtaining all sorts of food path killer moves. There were T recipes that could increase the number of Dao marks on a GU cultivator's body. And now, Fang Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes to create totem killer moves. Combining all of his accumulations, food path had developed to a certain degree. Fang Yuan was starting to see its true profundity and depth. All along, I thought that food path most excelled in feeding GU and reducing the burden on the GU cultivator. But the truth is, this is only one advantage of food path. The true power of food path is to help the GU cultivator gain extra Dao marks and raise their foundation. The advantage of food path was to sustain the livelihood of the GU cultivator and GU worms, while also using specific methods to make the target even stronger than before. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deductions were elevated to a new level. Thus, Fang Yuan could deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from just these recipes alone. Food path had a huge difference compared to other paths. Most food path killer moves were used on the user themselves. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to form food path killer moves that were used on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Fang Yuan estimated, if I compare the benefits, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks. Each time, I will gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture is reaching its peak capacity, the balance of the habitat is already close to toppling. If I continue with that, I will start to experience unfavorable losses instead. Using these food path killer moves to increase my Dao marks might have small gains each time, but with enough attempts, I can also accumulate a huge amount of Dao marks. Additionally, to prepare for Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some defensive food path methods against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's killer moves, Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss, left a huge impression on Fang Yuan. He could not ignore them. At the same time, because food path was not popularized, ordinary GU immortals could not effectively defend against it. Thus, if Fang Yuan developed some food path offensive methods, there might be great results too. Fang Yuan held expectations towards food path, but the extent was not big. Because his enemies in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's proficiency at food path was definitely higher than Fang Yuan, while the former had Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment. The former leader of Heavenly Court, how could she falter so easily against food path? The enemies are too strong. Food path is only a minor method, it cannot be used on that stage. But development is still necessary. I need to have defense against it at least. When I fight against Spectral Soul again, I will not be disadvantaged in food path anymore. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gave his time path clone new missions to refine another batch of immortal GU. During this period of time, the time path clone had been using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal GU without pausing. A large number of immortal GU that Fang Yuan possessed had already been elevated to rank 8. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a terrifying success rate for refining rank 8 immortal GU. Together with his huge stock of immortal materials and rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, immortal essence, there was nothing that could stop Fang Yuan from refining rank 8 GU in bulk. Most of his immortal GU were rank 8 already. The time path clone started to have free time. He refined some rank 6 or 7 immortal GU as well. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal GU recipes. These immortal GU recipes mostly came from Xianxia sect, while a portion came from his various inheritances. Even without immortal GU recipe, with Fang Yuan's increasingly powerful wisdom path methods and quasi-supreme grandmaster refinement path attainment level, he could also create his own with some casual deductions. Earlier, the time path clone had already refined a batch of theft path immortal GU. Most of these immortal GU were rank 6, a few were elevated to rank 7. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool could refine rank 8 immortal GU in bulk. Those rank 6 and 7 immortal GU were simply too easy in comparison. The only thing stopping Fang Yuan was the fact that immortal GU were unique. In this world, GU immortals had to make immense preparations until they reached their limit to refine immortal GU. After all that hardship and difficulty, they might not even succeed. The success rate was just too low. If anyone found out that Fang Yuan was refining GU like this, they would be in disbelief and shock. The truth was, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was something that surpassed the limits of any GU immortal's imagination. As for the theft path immortal GU that he refined, Fang Yuan used them to reconstruct Thieves' Den. The previous Thieves' Den Immortal GU house had been used too many times. It was the original version made by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was no longer suited for Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan used it as the foundation to modify and make adjustments. Even so, he was mainly focusing on repairing and replenishing lacking GU worms. He made few modifications. After all, this Immortal GU house came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Be it structure or killer moves, it was close to being perfect. Fang Yuan could modify it because the eras had changed. New GU worms were developed that suited Thieves' Den even more. Cooking Luck Pot, Thieves' Den, and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, these were the three main Immortal GU houses that Fang Yuan focused on. With Fang Yuan's current refinement ability, he could definitely reconstruct Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan wisely chose to give up on them. These two Immortal GU houses had been used too many times. Everyone knew about their information. They were also peak creations that had little room for modification. If Fang Yuan rebuilt them and used them in battle, they would definitely be countered. Ordinary enemies were still fine, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There could even be Limitless Demon Venerable. If Di Zhangsheng were still enslaved under Fang Yuan, there was still a bit of value in Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Di Zhangsheng was sealed by Heavenly Court. If Fang Yuan attacked Heavenly Court for it, he would waste a lot of effort and time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities to make her moves. Rather than rebuilding Immortal GU houses, I should design new ones. And the new Immortal GU houses that I conceptualize should revolve around my combat system as well. Qi Si Ancestor had already been preparing his own combat system. Fang Yuan was also facing the same difficult question. Against Venerables, I need to have an outstanding combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is dead while Demon Immortal Qi Ju is sealed. Without them as my grindstones, I will have a lack of experience in creating my combat system. Fang Yuan had always been considering his own combat systems. He actually wanted some people with equivalent battle strength to show up so that he could have the inspiration to make a mature combat system. Currently, Fang Yuan's most mature combat systems were Sword Path and Time Path. He used them during the Fate War. Now that he gained rank 8 Fortitude GU and Ability GU, he might be able to create a combat system around Strength Path as well. Cooking Luck Pot started to vibrate. Oh, Fang Yuan raised his head and observed his own luck as well as those of his clones. Soon, his expression became quite peculiar. On the surface of his silver-white pillar of light, many small gray clouds formed. Fang Yuan observed them carefully. He soon found that these external clouds came from Li Xiaobai. The luck of other clones was tranquil, but Li Xiaobai's luck was changing intensely. Fang Yuan deduced internally, so Li Xiaobai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at how his luck is changing, he is going to have a small problem. But why does this problem involve my main body? And looking at this, it has a huge relationship with me. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The sky was covered in dark tribulation clouds. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white and he floated in the air. A thick cocoon of triple qi layers covered his entire body. Li Xiaobai was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. Xiaobai, you must persevere. Su Qihan was very worried. She stared at him with a fixed gaze, at the person whom she loved dearly. A pale green lightning ball shot down from the dark clouds with a trail behind it, approaching Li Xiaobai. Su Qihan shouted in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai used his killer move and created a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai is actually able to balance the 3 qi while blocking the tribulation with relative ease. Far away, a young-looking man stared with eerie eyes, gritting his teeth. If you really become an immortal, then I, Duji Xiao, will never be able to make it big. O Li Xiaobai, blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being born in the same era as you is truly the misfortune of everyone who is forced to be a side character. The young man Duji Xiao said while shooting out a wave of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated up and entered the tribulation cloud, causing it to become turbulent as the clouds rumbled intensely, shooting out 3 pale green lightning balls in response. What is happening? Someone made a move. Su Qihan watched as her eyes turned red. Xiaobai is in danger. Chapter 2120. From today onwards, you are the poet immortal. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Qihan flew into the sky. She charged up relentlessly, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the lightning. Sigh, this foolish daughter. A figure suddenly appeared, stopping Su Qihan. Su Qihan saw the person who came and became joyful and surprised, shouting, "Father!" He was the current dynasty's imperial minister Su, a ranked 7 GU immortal of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai is my son-in-law, why would I let him die on his own? Just be patient and watch, don't create trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Qihan while sighing internally. Truly, daughters would leave the parents to be with their husbands eventually. Even though Imperial Minister Su appreciated Li Xiaobai's aptitude, he was against Li Xiaobai's actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted Li Xiaobai to marry into his family and to impart him Su clan's inheritance, so that Li Xiaobai could undergo immortal ascension and become an official in the imperial court. He would progress smoothly and become a support pillar of Su clan. But Li Xiaobai continued to wander outside and gather more knowledge. He did not want to become an official. This action made Imperial Minister Su very unhappy. Minister Su had made his attempts to recruit him in the past, but Li Xiaobai's vision was too broad. Why would he care about the small imperial court within profound literature Grotto Heaven? He was Gu Fang Yuan's clone. He had grand ambitions. This profound literature Grotto Heaven could not hold him down. Even though this lad does not know what's good for him, he is still a Su clan member, the man that my daughter loves. Even though he is too rash in undergoing tribulation this time and does not know fear, I need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed deeply. Waving his robe, a bright rainbow shot out, blocking the 3 pale green lightning balls. Damn it, damn it. Imperial Minister Su came after all. Du Jishao watched with and shuddered in anger. He screamed internally with indignance. Li Xiaobai, you are simply too lucky, such a great person actually defended you. I hate it, I hate everything about you. Du Jishao watched as his plans were about to fail. Right at this moment, a figure appeared on his left. This figure appeared from the sky. It was clearly a GU immortal. The masked GU immortal charged towards Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su had to fight against him. He showed anger on his face. Come. I have many political enemies, which one of them are you? You have such methods. The masked GU immortal spoke in a hoarse voice. Imperial Minister Su, you understand it as well. Your son-in-law is exceptional, but he is simply too dazzling. It is better if your Su clan is not so strong. Don't even think of helping him now. Someone is helping me. Ha ha ha, great, wonderful. Du Jishao was slightly stunned before becoming extremely happy. He started to jump around in joy. Father, Su Qihan shouted from the ground, help Xiaobai. The tribulation lightning struck again. Li Xiaobai had to use his killer move and create a poem wall. Du Jishao screamed wildly, don't even think of blocking it. Gray smoke appeared from his body again, raising the power of the tribulation. The poem wall was broken by the tribulation lightning, but most of its might was blocked. Only the pale green fire was left on Li Xiaobai's body, burning him. Xiaobai, Su Qihan was deeply shocked. She charged towards him without second thoughts. Since she could not resolve this problem, she would rather die together with Li Xiaobai. But at the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai's hand pushed out of the cocoon. He waved at Su Qihan. Don't be rash. In this situation, in this danger, I gained a surge of inspiration. I have a feeling, I have the urge to recite a poem. What? Su Qihan was stunned. Imperial Minister Su and the masked GU immortal also froze halfway through their fight. Imperial Minister Su could not help but turn to look. The reason was that in the current dynasty and mortal world, there were many rumors of Li Xiaobai surviving fatal danger by creating and reciting poems spontaneously. Again, I want to see if you have the ability to surpass the might of heaven itself. Du Jishao had an extremely grim and dark expression. In the past, he had an overwhelming advantage with victory in sight. In the end, because of Li Xiaobai's poem, he turned the situation around and won. This experience became the great psychological trauma of Du Jishao's life. Everyone listened attentively as Li Xiaobai recited. Under the pine trees I ask of a disciple. He replies, his master had gone to gather herbs. Somewhere in the mountain he was for certain. Within the dense clouds, his figure is hidden. A chain of black characters flew out of Li Xiaobai's mouth, becoming 4 segments that revolved around him. A few breaths later, the poem turned into dense smoke that moved turbulently around him. The pale green fire on Li Xiaobai's body got completely absorbed into the smoke. With a soft sound, the white clouds vanished while the pale green fire was extinguished, no longer able to obstruct Li Xiaobai. Du Xiao was dumbfounded. Imperial Minister Su praised immediately. Good poem, good poem. The diction is concise and straightforward, the words used can stir deep emotions, there is profundity in its plainness. To describe complex feelings with simple words, yet the sentiments are sincere and exciting. Su Qihan raised her hands to her chest and looked up at Li Xiaobai, her eyes shining with adoration. Xiaobai is truly a genius. The poem is free of flashy descriptions and feels very natural, but has vivid descriptions in appropriate intensity. Green pines and white clouds. The green and lush pines contain unparalleled vitality, the vast white clouds are thick and dense, remote and elusive, it makes one think of the autumn waters and beautiful women that remain as figures within the fog. It's so beautiful, this poem and its meaning is really too beautiful. The masked Gu Immortal laughed. I understand now. Li Xiaobai, you are a true secluded genius, the white clouds in the poem show your high purity, the pines represent your upright attitude. You want to get away from the mundane mortal realm and go to the world of pines and clouds that is beyond. I was simply worrying for nothing, how can a person like you lower yourself to the imperial court? Forget it, I'm leaving. With talent like yours, if you die, it is the loss of the entire world in terms of poetry development. I don't want to be a sinner whose rotten reputation goes down in history. As the masked Gu Immortal said that, he turned around and left. Imperial Minister Su, who had a complex expression, was left behind. He left. He let him go just like that. Du Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, he stumbled backwards for a few steps, barely controlling himself and not falling over. This happened again, another person was convinced by Li Xiaobai's literary talent once again. I am indignant, I am not convinced, this is the treatment that I should receive instead. Ah! Du Xiao screamed madly as gray smoke appeared from his body again. At the same time, Du Xiao's appearance turned old, he went from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke floated to the air and was discovered by Imperial Minister Su. You are the one causing trouble. Du Xiao, the former #1 scholar in the world, to think you would act so despicably. Du Xiao smiled bitterly. #1 scholar in the world. I am no longer #1, I will reclaim this title personally. Imperial Minister Su called out, it seems that I am forced to kill you today. Wishful thinking. Another person flew over from the right of Du Xiao. This Gu Immortal was also masked. Another person is helping me. Du Xiao was overjoyed. The masked Gu Immortal fought against Imperial Minister Su, who was helpless to intervene anymore, watching as the gray smoke flew into the tribulation cloud. The tribulation's power rose again, 3 pale lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su was very angry. I have many political enemies, which one of them are you? The masked Gu Immortal smiled coldly, so what if you manage to guess it? Your son-in-law cannot block this tribulation cloud, he is dead meat. Xiaobai, Su Qihan shouted again, her voice was filled with agony, her expression was of despair. But Li Xiaobai waved his hand again. In this situation, in this danger, I gained a surge of inspiration, I have a feeling, I have the urge to recite a poem again. What, again? I don't believe it, Du Xiao shook his head in madness. Imperial Minister Su was still worried. Stimulation from danger can allow a Gu cultivator to gain a burst of inspiration and create a work that is divine and change his situation for the better. This has happened many times in the history of the current dynasty, but such situations often use up the Gu cultivator's potential, it cannot be forced. Li Xiaobai is in danger. Xiaobai, I believe you, quickly recite it. Su Qihan was filled with confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed once, sighing internally. He did not want to keep a high profile, but there was no helping it. His methods could not resist the tribulation alone, he had to rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, assisting literary talents. This killer move was used by profound literature Grotto Heaven's original owner. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would be effective. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto Heaven. Earlier, because of Li Xiaobai's poem, he was rewarded and the pale green fire was extinguished. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again. Over 1,000 hills with no birds in flight. The myriad paths had not one footprint in sight. A straw hat man sits in a small lone boat, fishing alone in the cold frozen moat. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning dispersed, the effect was simply too good. Good poem, This is a divine poem. Fishing alone in the frozen water, it is eerily quiet and chilly cold. Comparing 1,000 hills in a lone fishing boat, the absolute contrast produces absolutely breathtaking effects. In this backdrop, the intense yin produces yang instead, a reverse reaction occurs and the fishing action becomes full of vitality and vivid movement, everything becomes crystal clear, showing the poet's clean inner heart, surpassing the mortal realm and having pride that is transcendent to all. I get it now, I really understand now. Li Xiaobai, you never wanted to be an official from the start. You have such incredible talent, I really cannot bring myself to kill you, I am leaving. The second masked Gu Immortal sighed with deep emotions, he praised intensely before leaving. Du Ji Xiao coughed out another mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. This again, I know his poems are good, really good, but that makes my heart hurt even more. I am really sick of such praises, it is disgustingly sickening, I want you to die, I want you to die. Du Ji Xiao summoned the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was faced with a crisis again. Is there really a point in this? Li Xiaobai was really troubled. I need to recite another poem now. He did not want to do that, it was too flashy and outstanding. It would cause suspicions. Thus, before he became renowned in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 2 poems. During the tribulation now, he recited another 2 new poems, it seemed that he was about to recite yet another, new, poem now. I really can't do anything about you, fine, I'll recite it. Li Xiaobai looked at Du Ji Xiao who was lying on the ground, he felt very helpless about this situation too. Li Xiaobai recited loudly. The sun beyond the mountain glows. The yellow river seawards flows. One can enjoy a grander sight by climbing to a greater height. Li Xiaobai's crisis was alleviated, the tribulation clouds dispersed, his 3 chi exploded into a new immortal aperture, he became an information path Gu Immortal. Oh heaven, since I was born, why did you create Li Xiaobai? Du Ji Xiao shouted loudly in incomparable grief, he had a look of sadness, anger, helplessness, and hatred as he took his last breath. From today onwards, you are poet immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su flew to Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generations will surpass us in time, I had underestimated you all along. I wanted to make you an official of the imperial court, but your aspirations are too grand, compared to you, I am a mere commoner. It is truly laughable, from today onwards, go ahead and roam the world as you please, just don't let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth, he wanted to say that being an official was a good idea, he could have resources in a larger network. But his poem had already been recited, his aspirations were shown. Thus, Li Xiaobai had to say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect honor. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su descended to the ground. My husband, you are too amazing. Your talent is vast as the sea, it cannot be estimated through logic anymore. Su Qihan sprinted towards Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable internally, but he could not refute these words, after all, he had just witnessed the situation earlier with his own eyes. Li Xiaobai rubbed his nose, thinking that he had created too big of a commotion this time, he had to go along with the flow. To speak the truth, ever since I was born, I had always felt that I was different from the rest. Chapter 2121, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. From Du Ji Xiao's corpse, an immortal Gu floated up and appeared on his chest. This immortal Gu seemed like it was made of crystals, it looked like a flea and was as large as a fist, curling up into a ball and staying completely silent. This immortal Gu allowed a mortal like Du Ji Xiao to exert influence on the tribulation. Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield of loot, he naturally found this immortal Gu. To activate immortal Gu, a mortal essence was normally needed, but there were exceptions that did not face such a limitation. It seems that this peculiar immortal Gu can be activated by a mortal. Su Qihan said, this immortal Gu is very uncommon, let me check. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal Gu with a peculiar expression and used his information path methods. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it focused on collecting and accumulating information. Even though Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was physically secluded, it had not dared to isolate itself from the world, it still maintained contact with the outside world. And Imperial Minister Su was an important person of the imperial court, with his authority, he could gain access to much of the imperial court's secret information. Soon, he got the answer. This is Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. This was the first time that Su Chi-han had heard of this. Imperial Minister Su explained. Heaven's Envy Immortal GU is a Heaven Path Immortal GU. There are other similar GU like Heaven's Rage Immortal GU, Heaven's Sorrow Immortal GU, and others. This type of Heaven Path Immortal GU cannot be activated even by a rank 9 Venerable. Father, you must be wrong. We saw Du Ji Shao activate this Immortal GU with our own eyes to create trouble for husband. Su Chi-han retorted. Imperial Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal GU like Heaven's Envy is quite special. It can resonate with emotions of envy and jealousy to activate itself. But the price to use it is huge, often requiring lifespan. Thus, Du Ji Shao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, before becoming an old man. Su Chi-han was dazed. She could not help but think of the legends of Ren Zhu, saying, I remember that in the legends of Ren Zhu, there are similar records. Don't tell me Strength GU and Wisdom GU are also Heaven Path GU worms. Imperial Minister Su smiled faintly. I am not sure about that either, even though the legends of Ren Zhu states that Heaven Path GU worms cannot be used by any GU cultivator. The most famous example is Fate GU. You've both seen the fight during the Fate War yourselves. Su Chi-han pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought that this Immortal GU would be useful to Xiao Bai, but to think that it is a Heaven Path Immortal GU. This Immortal GU requires envy and jealousy to activate on its own, but my husband is someone with great personality, a noble and special individual in this world. How can he have such emotions? And the price of using it is too high as well, the lifespan needed is too much. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said, Xiao Bai, this Heaven's Envy Immortal GU is yours. As for how to deal with it, that is your matter. If you offer this GU to the Imperial Court, according to the rules, you will be compensated. Su Chi-han's eyes shined with bright light. Li Xiaobai pondered, can I exchange for an Information Path Immortal GU? Imperial Minister Su had a difficult expression. That. Su Chi-han coyly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves. Father, our Heaven's Envy Immortal GU is rank 7, we will take the loss in just exchange for some rank 6 Information Path Immortal GU. Imperial Minister Su flicked his daughter's forehead as he said jokingly, you silly lass, you're looking down on the Imperial Court. Do you think GU Immortals are so stupid? Even if a Heaven Path Immortal GU is rank 8, it has little actual value, it is far inferior to a rank 6 Information Path Immortal GU. For her lover's sake, Su Chi-han did not give up. Father, you are the current Imperial Minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. What else could he do? This was his beloved daughter. I'll think of a way and find a chance for Xiao Bai. He answered. Su Chi-han smiled brightly, pressuring, Father, I am sure that you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I've never seen you so confident in your father before. Li Xiaobai was calm all along. He thought, father-in-law has many political rivals and enemies. If I ask him to get an Immortal GU exchanged from the Imperial Court, he would face many obstructions. The chance of success is low. Even if he succeeds, he will lose a lot of his political power and bargaining chips. That is not a wise act. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, Father-in-law, no hurry in giving it up. I'll try to put this Heaven's Envy Immortal GU up in Treasure Yellow Heaven and see if anyone wants to buy it. Imperial Minister Su nodded. That is a good idea, but Xiao Bai, don't be too optimistic about it. Even though Heaven Path Immortal GU are rare, nobody can directly use them. This is a well-known fact. Who would use their own useful Immortal GU to exchange for an unusable Heaven Path Immortal GU? Su Chi-han sighed. That is true. Li Xiaobai nodded. I'll just give it a try. Imperial Minister Su advised. Don't dwell on it. Putting an Immortal GU up on Treasure Yellow Heaven requires a continuous fee. Li Xiaobai's expression suddenly changed. Someone bought Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. What? Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Chi-han called out in joy. What price did they pay? Li Xiaobai said with uncontainable excitement. I already made the transaction. They are offering me rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal GU. This is an offer I cannot reject. Li Xiaobai's Immortal Ascension did not have excess heaven and earth chi to refine his vital GU into an Immortal GU. A large part of the reason was due to Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. Li Xiaobai did not have the 10 extreme physiques, he only obtained a high-grade blessed land. But in this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first immortal GU, and it was rank 7 at that. Imperial Minister Su looked at the poem wall immortal GU in Li Xiaobai's hands. He stared in disbelief. Someone actually bought this Heaven Path immortal GU. They even offered an information path immortal GU of the same rank. Which fool is this? The fool that Imperial Minister Su spoke of was none other than Gu Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had always been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation. Even though Du Ji Xiao and Heaven's Envy immortal GU were out of his expectations, Fang Yuan had also not thought of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development, but having an immortal GU was simply too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help in this aspect. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a safe place. Nobody would be able to investigate the identities of the people undergoing this transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 immortal GU, not to mention rank 6 or 7. The Time Path clone directly refined poem wall immortal GU and raised it to rank 7. He wanted to create some opportunity to hand this immortal GU to Li Xiaobai, but to think that he would appear in Treasure Yellow Heaven and sell Heaven's Envy immortal GU. With such a great opportunity, Fang Yuan immediately grabbed onto it. The transaction ended quickly. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 poem wall immortal GU, even though he was only rank 6 and had insufficient cultivation level. This rank 7 poem wall immortal GU was good enough to be his core immortal GU. On the way back, Imperial Minister Su sighed to himself internally. This Li Xiaobai's luck was simply unrivaled. So this Heaven's Envy immortal GU is the thing that caused my luck resonance. Fang Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy immortal GU and found that cooking luck pot was vibrating slightly. After inspecting it, he realized the truth of the matter. Looking at his silver light pillar again, the clouds on the surface had gathered into one, giving one a feeling of congruity. The clouds revolved around the pillar as they moved slowly. Not only were they clearly defending it, they were rising up too, clashing with the clouds that were at the peak of the pillar of light. Fang Yuan was deeply shaken. It seems that this Heaven's Envy immortal GU is the key to dealing with those venerables. Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods for deductions. Sharp light flickered in his eyes for a long time. Afterwards, he started to instill immortal essence into Heaven's Envy immortal GU. Heaven's Envy immortal GU shook intensely, resisting him stubbornly. But it could not stop Fang Yuan's powerful invasion. It started to falter. A moment later, Heaven's Envy immortal GU absorbed a portion of the immortal essence and spat out a lump of gray smoke. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with immense brilliance. I actually refined a part of Heaven's Envy immortal GU. Furthermore, I can actually activate a Heaven Path immortal GU. Is it because of my unrestrained heavenly marks? Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already passed 10,000 in number. Every grotto heaven that he annexed would provide the sovereign immortal aperture with a number of Heaven Path Dao marks, which would be refined by Fang Yuan into unrestrained heavenly marks. Earlier, he used his rank 8 immortal essence to forcefully refine Heaven's Envy immortal GU. He actually succeeded partially. Afterwards, he successfully activated Heaven's Envy immortal GU. Fang Yuan did not lose any lifespan. Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected it carefully. He found out new information. Even though I can activate Heaven's Envy immortal GU, I cannot fully utilize it. I have only partially refined Heaven's Envy immortal GU. I've only barely managed to gain its recognition. Thus, I cannot exert its full strength yet. Fang Yuan's thoughts clashed rapidly. This should be the result of having unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. If I continue gaining unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to further refine Heaven's Envy immortal GU, or even completely refine it? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like lightning that pierced the darkness, creating a huge commotion in his mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan's lips became a bit dry. Heaven's Envy immortal GU is a Heaven Path immortal GU, Fate GU is too. Since I can refine Heaven's Envy immortal GU, does that mean that I can refine Fate GU and control Fate as well? Tribulations were raging, while Wu Clan's GU immortal Wu Zhen controlled the situation. He focused his attention on that chi cocoon. Suddenly, a person shouted from within the cocoon, breaking out of it and creating an immortal aperture, becoming an immortal. It was Wu Ji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital GU even became an immortal GU. Wu Zhen could feel Wu Ji's aura. He sighed. Wu Ji, you chose strength path after all. Wu Ji had no regret. She laughed. This is precisely the path I seek. And on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei gathered his children in the same hall. He had died on Yitian Mountain, but because of Fate Gu's destruction, he was revived by Shang Clan's GU Immortals. Right now, he sat on the main seat with blood-red light surrounding his body. Congratulations to Father for succeeding in the Immortal Ascension, you have surpassed the mortal realm and become a blood path immortal. Shang Chu Niu was the eldest son, he was the first to speak. After that, the rest of his children also congratulated him, including Shang Xinxi. Shang Yanfei waved his hand. Blood path has a poor reputation, keep the fact that I am now a blood path GU Immortal as a secret. I gathered you here today because I want to distribute the family assets now, before I enter closed cultivation. The great era has arrived, I want you all to become immortals too and lead the new tides of this great era. Chapter 2122, 9 Children Dragon Drawings. In the hall, Shang Yanfei sat on the main seat. He wore a black robe, his hair was red like blood, his face was that of a handsome young man. His children were all seated in the hall, gathered together. Under their gazes, Shang Yanfei took out a stack of beast skins. Each beast skin had markings on it, vividly drawing a certain dragon-like beast. At the corner of the skin, there was text written in ink, giving off the dense aura of primitive civilization. These are the 9 children dragon drawings. I had obtained them from a GU Immortal's corpse in my younger days by chance. It is a pity this immortal opportunity is not suitable for me, even after asking Shang Clan's supreme elders, I could not unravel it. Now, I will pass these 9 children dragon drawings to all of you, I hope you can unravel the mystery and gain your own immortal opportunities. Saying this, Shang Yanfei diverted his gaze from the beast skin, looking at Shang Chu Niu. Chu Niu, come here, he called. Father. Shang Chu Niu left his seat, walking towards Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei passed him the first beast skin. This is the Chu Niu drawing, I gave you this name because of it as well. You are the eldest son, you have a dependable nature, I am very assured. This revival is the greatest opportunity in your life, don't let me down. Shang Chu Niu stretched out both hands and received the beast skin. Father, I will do my best and not disappoint you. Yazi, come over as well. Shang Yanfei waved his hand and called his son. From today onwards, broaden your horizon and don't dwell on petty matters, it will benefit you. Yes, I will remember father's teachings. Shang Yazi took the beast skin and returned to his seat. Shang Yanfei called for his children one by one, distributing the 9 children dragon drawings while saying words of encouragement. Shang Xinxi remained seated, she was not called. She observed carefully, realizing that the 9 children dragon drawings had varying beast drawings. For example, the Chao Feng drawing had a divine beast with a noble aura that could not be sullied. The Pu Lao drawing resembled a coiling dragon. The Bai Shi drawing looked like a giant tortoise that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the Baiyan drawing, it was like a fierce tiger with ferocious aura. There were only 9 beast skin drawings, they were soon distributed, but he had more than 9 children. Shang Yanfei called for Shang Tuo Hai as well, you have been managing the merchant caravan well. I will give you this entire caravan then. Other than that, I have a water path inheritance, it is the inheritance of a water path immortal. Even though it is largely incomplete, the contents are still worth a lot, I hope you can still continue to work hard in the future. After that, he called for Shang Yi Fan. This is a rank 5 GU master inheritance but it has clues to an immortal inheritance. It will be up to you in the future if you try to find it. And finally, Shang Yanfei called for Shang Xinxi. Father. Shang Xinxi walked towards her father. Shang Yanfei sighed. I've already distributed all my wealth, only this house is left. O Xinxi, among my children, you are the one who most surpassed my expectations. If you do not mind it, take this house. Once he said that, the hall went into a commotion. His other children looked at Shang Yanfei and Shang Xinxi, they wanted to speak but found that they could not. It was clearly Shang Yanfei's doing. Under everyone's gazes, Shang Xinxi replied with a calm expression, I will thank father for this gift. After the gathering ended, most of Shang Yanfei's children came together secretly. Sigh, father actually gave the house to Shang Xinxi. He did not even let us voice our objections. It seems that father really wants Shang Xinxi to be the clan leader. What should we do? This is too unfair. What did we all get? Some absurd things or broken inheritances. As for that Shang Xinxi, she is going to become the clan leader, she will definitely be nurtured by the clan and become a GU immortal seed. Initially, Shang Yanfei was still a young master. He was suppressed by an alliance of other young masters. He took a step back and abandoned the position of young master of his own accord, becoming an ordinary clansman. During that fallen period, he stayed in this house. Afterwards, when he became the clan leader, he maintained this place as a reminder to himself and later generations. The clan banquets were always held here as a result. Afterwards, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left Qingmao Mountain to roam the world, when they escorted Shang Xinxi to Shangliang Mountain, they were also attended to in this house. Shang Yanfei gave this house to Shang Xinxi. There was deep meaning behind it. It meant that he was giving the position of clan leader to her. Even though Shang Xinxi was already the clan leader for some time, according to rules and customs, she had to be appointed by the previous clan leader. That would leave no flaws for others to criticize. Father is too biased. That's right, he loves Shang Xinxi the most. What can we do? Everyone, are we going to watch this happen? She is merely an illegitimate daughter. HMPH, after I died, all of you are so useless, you actually let her become the clan leader. I did not decide the clan leader, there were instructions from the higher-ups. What can we do? In my opinion, our Shang clan's supreme elders are too muddle-headed. Shang Xinxi and Fang Yuan have a mysterious relationship. I'm afraid the higher-ups are thinking about that too. Everyone's discussions came to a halt. After a moment of silence, Shang Yifan said, Fang Yuan lived on Shangliang Mountain for some time in the past, but what sort of person is he? He is someone who can influence the entire world. Why would he care about ants like us? Shang clan's supreme elders are overthinking it. Can't they see that even after so many years, Fang Yuan has not helped Shang Xinxi even once? These words injected life into the stale discussion. The remaining children brightened up again. They agreed in unison that Fang Yuan had already forgotten about Shangliang Mountain and everything that happened here. They were simply unwilling to give up on the position of clan leader. Shang Yifan continued to speak. Shang Xinxi has a huge force, but it is not impossible to fight her. We need to work together to win. We can go ahead and split her forces. Shang Yazi snickered. We need to use a multi-pronged approach so Shang Xinxi cannot deal with everything at once. I met with an expert some time ago. If we can get his help, Shang Xinxi will definitely face a lot of problems. Her reputation will fall. The study room's atmosphere was tense. Shang Xinxi frowned as she listened to Shang Bu Li's report, sighing deeply. To think that the situation is so severe. In just a few days, those budding issues have already swept through the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, counterfeit goods started to appear in Shangliang Mountain's GU worm market. These fake GU were identical to the real ones. Even if they were used, the effects would be the same. But after some time, they would expose themselves and self-detonate. The buyer would suffer huge losses. These fake GU appeared in Shang clan's market. It greatly affected their prestige. The situation was very severe. Xiao Dai stood beside Shang Xinxi as she said to Shang Bu Li in displeasure, Lord Shang Bu Li, you are in charge of the market. There has to be some time that passed for the situation to develop like this. Why did you hold back the information and not report it? Shang Bu Li snorted coldly in anger. I was too useless. I disappointed you, clan leader. The situation is too severe now. I cannot make any amendments. I will resign now. Please don't stop me. You. Xiao Dai was dazed from shock. She said, who are you trying to scare? Shang Bu Li looked at Xiao Dai coldly. You are just a servant. I am magnanimous and will not blame you. But clan leader, I am resigning now. Please approve of it. Shang Xinxi looked at Shang Bu Li deeply before replying calmly. In that case, I will approve your resignation. Goodbye. Shang Bu Li chuckled as he left. Is he really leaving things as it is? Xiao Dai was stunned. Clan leader, Lord Shang Tuo Hai seeks your audience. At this time, Xiao Lan reported. Shang Xinxi's gaze flickered for a moment before answering. Let him in. Shang Tuo Hai came into the study room and saw Shang Xinxi's expression, nodding. So you realized it? Shang Xinxi asked. Because of the clan leader position. Shang Tuo Hai, precisely. Shang Bu Li had control of the slave market and had great business, but after your rise, because you did not like such cruelty, you banned the slave trade, causing Shang Bu Li to manage Shangliang Mountain's GU worm market instead. He has already been convinced by them. He is involved in this fake GU conspiracy. This old fiend. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuohai added. This is not everything, Shang Bu Li is just the first to defect, more will appear soon. Shang Xinxi nodded. And what do you want from this? Shang Tuohai replied plainly, we are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future, I will lead the merchant caravan and explore the world, I want to become immortal too. But I cannot rely on the clan, if you become immortal in the future, I hope my act of kindness now will be repaid. All remember this, goodbye. Seeing Shang Tuohai leave, Shang Xinxi had a complex emotion. After leading Shang clan for so many years, Shang Xinxi had developed many abilities and broadened her horizons. From her perspective, among Shang Yanfei's children, Shang Tuohai definitely was top 3 in terms of ability, he was a prime choice in both talent and personality. It was a pity that he lacked opportunities, he did not receive the favor of greater existences. Fate has been destroyed, the great era is here. Countless people are competing and fighting for that chance of immortality. Shang Xinxi sighed to herself internally. Afterwards, like what Shang Tuohai reminded her about, Zhu Ba and Wan Qianshan resigned of their own accord. Xiaoyan got the news that some fire path GU materials he needed were far away, so he went to search for them. Shang Tu, Shang Huo, and Shang Feng also received some information on how to save their ancestor Shang Yanpo. Zhou Quan and Wei Dexin also became, coincidentally ill, they were bedridden. At once, Shang Xinxi was without her capable subordinates, she was alone without external help. Those GU masters who bought fake GU gathered together and started to create problems. Shang Xinxi had to bring Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai to the scene and take control of the situation. These GU worms are all fake, is Shang clan selling fake goods now? Since Shang clan's leader is here, tell us, what will you do? I spent most of my assets to buy a rank 4 GU worm from you, but it turned out to be a fake GU. Shang clan's auspicious festival is held annually, but there are actually fake goods sold to harmless buyers, this is simply unacceptable. And more despicably, even though there are sales going on, the prices were actually adjusted upwards, it ended up being the same price as the market rate. Facing all of the intense rage, Shang Xinxi was still calm as ice. Shang clan will pay all of you back twice the amount of your losses. Just one sentence made the surroundings silent. Shang Yazi and the rest who were watching from the dark became anxious, they started to give instructions. From among the people, someone suddenly shouted, compensation, we demand compensation on the spot. That's right, you give us open promises but use dirty tricks in the dark, this is all Shang clan's ploy. Shang clan is selling fake goods, can we really trust your words? I don't care, your shop cheated us of our hard-earned money, I want to destroy it. The lurking experts within the crowd took action and attacked Shang Xinxi. Shang Xinxi stretched out her hand, using a killer move to protect the shop behind her, she managed to block all of the attacks. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai were ready to strike but Shang Xinxi stopped them. Light flickered in her eyes as her aura erupted, she activated a battlefield killer move. The killer move pushed outwards, trapping all of the people who caused trouble, the noisy street instantly became silent all of a sudden. To think that Shang Xinxi has such hidden strength. Shang Yazi and the rest watched with intense shock. At that moment, they felt like they were looking at their father Shang Yanfei, she had the air of a peak rank 5 expert. 1. Search up 9 sons of the dragon for their in-depth descriptions. The names of some Shang children are also from there. Chapter 2123, Xinxi's Immortal Opportunity. Shang Xinxi had a benevolent nature but she showed an extremely strong stance now, suppressing the entire situation at the moment. This was the GU cultivation world, experts reigned supreme. Even though Shang Xinxi trapped everyone, she did not punish them, instead, she upheld her promise of paying them twice the amount back. Even though she understood that people were intentionally causing this problem, she did not do anything to these people, she let them off. Shang Xinxi actually released them. HMPH, the excessive benevolence of a woman. To think that she did not make a move, if it were me, I would rather kill them all than let any possible culprit escape. Shang Yazi and the rest discussed in secret, they expressed their disdain to conceal the unease in their hearts. Shang Chu Niu had a complex expression, maybe this is the difference between Shang Xinxi and us. This might be the reason why father favors her to become clan leader. Shang Chu Niu, what are you saying? Someone immediately rebuked. Shang Chu Niu said plainly, you saw it yourselves, Shang Xinxi had strength that surpasses all of us. When she took the role of clan leader, she also stabilized Shang clan's position. All of our businesses made great profits. Even though she stopped the slave trade, our profits only fell for some time before rising again, far higher than before. We need to admit that Xianxia's capability surpasses us. Right now, her reputation of benevolence had already spread widely. Father noticed this and gave the position of clan leader to her. He is not being biased or showing favoritism. Xianxia Niu revived from death. The experience was his precious wealth, allowing him to think more rationally and calmly when situations occurred. But immediately after, Shang Yifan smiled coldly. Brother Chu Niu, even if that is true, so what? Whoever becomes clan leader will be nurtured by the clan into an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. So what if Xianxia surpasses us in ability and character, so what? Are you not going to vie for this opportunity? Xianxia Niu was silent for a while before nodding as he said solemnly, I have to try. After Xianxia released the troublemakers, she went to pacify the shop owners. An elderly man walked to Xianxia shakily as he expressed his gratitude. If not for clan leader's appearance, I would have gotten into trouble. Sigh, it was because my vision was blurred and I lost my cool to greed. I believed in rumors and bought some cheap goods. To think that they were all fake. Xiao Dai pouted. You're an old man, you've been in Shangliang Mountain for so many years, this shop has been managed by you for so long, how can you be so short-sighted? The old man looked ashamed. Xiao Dai, Xianxia expressed her understanding. The GU cultivators living here are also not having it easy. If it were me, I would want to earn more from my business, this is a logical thing. Xiao Dai snorted as she looked at the old man. Old fellow, you were lucky to have met my young miss. Make sure you use your vision in the future, don't go after cheap gains, do you understand? Yes, I understand. The old man quickly replied. Young miss, let's go, seeing these people makes me angry. If they were not after cheap gains, why would the market be flooded with fake goods? Xiao Dai turned around and looked at Xianxia. But the elderly man spoke. Clan leader, please wait. Xianxia asked. Is there anything else? The old man spoke in trepidation. I'm ashamed, I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods, they cannot be sold anymore. But if I destroy them, it would be a huge loss. Clan leader, didn't you say you will compensate us? What? Xiao Dai heard these words and exploded. She pointed at the old man's nose and shouted, Old fellow, do you know no shame? You made a mistake while our clan leader defended you, yet you know no gratitude and even want to extort us. Xiao Lan was also disgusted by such behavior. She added, you are already so old but your actions are truly despicable. Must all your losses be shouldered by our Shang clan? Even throughout this entire world, is there such a logic? But Xianxia stopped her two servants. She looked at the old man and the sellers behind him. Xianxia's tone was still calm as before. Old sir, thanks for reminding me. As the Shang clan leader, I will not go back on my promise. Since I agreed to double the compensation, I will do my best to follow it. You can get twice the compensation for the fake goods you imported. Thank you, clan leader. Clan leader, you are the kindest clan leader I've ever seen. Clan elder, you saved my entire family. Without this compensation, we would be forced out of our homes. All of the GU masters spoke, some teared up, some knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Xianxia. Let's go. Xianxia brought her two servants away, arriving at the entrance of the street. The two servants were very indignant. Xiao Dai grumbled. Young miss, you are just too kind. Not only did you release those troublemakers, you even compensated them twice the amount. Xiao Lan also said, Young miss, I know you are kind-hearted and pity those people. But be it buyers or sellers, there are bad people among them. By compensating them all together, we have fallen into the culprit's schemes. They want to expend our primeval stone reserves. Xianxia nodded. Those are just primeval stones, we can still earn them back in the future even if we lose them now. But if Shang clan's reputation is ruined, then we will need to spend a lot of effort and time to rebuild it. If I mine these primeval stones instead, I would fall into the culprit's trap. The loss of primeval stones is not important. Shang clan's reputation is a bigger problem. I will not be a proper clan leader after all. They can use this excuse to take me down from the position of clan leader. Xianxia spoke warmly and calmly. She showed no anxiety, giving people a feeling of peace. The two servants understood after this. Xiao Lan said in admiration, So that is it. Young miss, you are really amazing, you see things so clearly. Xiao Dai pouted. Young miss is right, but this matter is too infuriating. That old man might not be a bad person, but he is taking advantage of us to earn a profit now. Why are they not going after the culprit who caused them a loss, instead trying to bully us good people? If Lord Fang Yuan were here, he would beat these people till they pissed themselves. They would not dare to get up from the ground. Who would dare to bully us? Xiao Lan stared at Xiao Dai, stomping on Xiao Dai's foot. Xiao Dai jumped from the pain, sticking out her tongue and apologizing to Xianxia. Sorry young miss, I spoke out of line. Ever since Fang Yuan's and Lu Wei Yin's battle when he was hit by the killer move, 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. After Xianxia returned to Shangliang Mountain, each time she heard of Fang Yuan's name, she would fall into agony and sadness uncontrollably. Thus, the name Fang Yuan started to become taboo around Xianxia. On the way back, the 3 of them were silent. After reaching the end of the street, Xiao Lan said, Young miss, Lord Zhou Quan and Wei Dexin have been sick for a long time, let's go visit them and see how they are feeling. Xiao Dai gave Xiao Lan a thumbs up secretly. They tried to divert Xianxia's attention to other matters instead. Xianxia nodded. You are right, let's go visit them. The 3 of them arrived at Wei Dexin's accommodation. Stop right there, who are you, why are you acting so suspiciously? Xiao Dai found someone suspicious at the entrance. The suspicious GU cultivator looked at Xianxia and his expression turned grim, but he was relaxed internally, knowing that Xianxia was a benevolent person. He answered, I am Wu Clan's GU master, I am here to send a letter to Lady Wei Dexin. Xiao Dai's expression changed as she looked at Xianxia. Young miss, oh no. Lady Wei Dexin must have gone to Wu Clan after seeing this terrible situation. Xianxia knocked on Xiao Dai's head. Don't spout nonsense, Sister Wei is not such a person. She is the sister of Wei Shenjing, it is not strange that they exchange letters. Come inside with me. Xianxia let that Wu Clan GU master leave. She entered the house, seeing Wei Dexin who was bedridden. Wei Dexin had obviously found out about the conflict that occurred earlier. She handed an information path GU worm to Xianxia the moment they entered, but Xianxia smiled and did not receive it. Wei Dexin explained. Those people have outstanding methods, they schemed against Zhou Quan and I, causing us to be bedridden. But I will not falter so easily, I sent a letter to my brother and asked for his help. Xiao Lan was overjoyed. That's great. Lord Wei Shenjing is known as the counterfeit master, his ability at creating counterfeit goods is well known in southern border. If he can help us, we will definitely be able to solve this predicament of the fake goods. Xianxia smiled. Not long ago, in Sun Moon Sinkhole, I met with Wei Shenjing and we chased after the demon Kong Ritian. Wei Dexin sighed. Back then, Wei Clan was plotted against by Shang Clan, who was the mastermind. My brother was forced to roam outside, he had to join Wu Clan to preserve his life. He bore hatred towards Shang Clan and did not understand why I chose to join you. But he sent this letter to praise your character and morals, he sighed in admiration and said he understood my action. It is a pity he is busy now. Wu Clan's clan leader Wu Ji has succeeded in her immortal ascension, she nominated my brother recently. Wu Clan is focusing on promoting external elders, they want to make outsiders their Wu Clan external GU immortals. My brother is facing a test now, he can only explain the situation to us but he cannot come personally. Ah, Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai looked at each other in deep disappointment. Xianxia continued to smile. It is truly a great fortuitous encounter for Brother Wei, if he loses this chance, he will regret it for life. Even though I am facing a problem, I cannot hold back Brother Wei from his great opportunity. After all, any competition to become immortal is filled with danger and difficulty. If Brother Wei needs help, we must lend him a hand. Clan leader, you are truly a great person, it is a pity I cannot help you. Wei Dexin sighed. Sister Wei, I still need to thank you. But you are currently injured, don't trouble yourself with this. Go ahead and recuperate, I have already gotten a solution for this problem. Xianxia's smile expanded. Wei Dexin looked at her while sighing internally in her heart. She had a deep understanding of Xianxia, she knew that this expression meant that Xianxia had no countermeasure or solution currently. This situation was quite problematic, Shangchu Niu and the rest had cooperated. If this problem was not properly resolved, it might really affect Xianxia's position as clan leader. Shang Yanfei passed the clan leader position to Shang Xinxi, but there were rules in the righteous path. If Shang Xinxi was chased out of this position, Shang Yanfei, who had already exercised the role transfer, could not intervene to defend her anymore. Shang Xinxi cannot save herself now, but she does not want to trouble me, so she said those words. Wei Dexin understood this. She smiled. Since clan leader has a solution, I will rest at ease. I am going to recuperate now. You should. Shang Xinxi smiled and said, leave now, don't disturb my recuperation. Wei Dexin waved her hand. She knew that Shang Xinxi's time was pressing. She did not want to waste her time. The trio was chased out just like that. After leaving Wei Dexin's place, they went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I've already learned of the matter that happened. Clan leader, you did the right thing. In the past, I would not be able to see it clearly. But after these years, I've learned much from Steward Zhou and Sister Wei. Shang Xinxi said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Shang Xinxi. Initially, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Shang Xinxi's subordinate and help her. But gradually, he noticed Shang Xinxi's nature and was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Shang Xinxi was mindlessly benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave. But Shang Xinxi had a perceptive nature despite her poor cultivation talent. She grew rapidly under Zhou Quan's and Wei Dexin's guidance, rising to the next level. Now, not only did she have strength, she could even manage the entirety of Shang clan. Zhou Quan was pleased at her growth while also feeling admiration. Because Shang Xinxi had a consistent demeanor, she had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because of the darkness and cruelty of the world. In contrast, from the cruelty and sadness she had seen, she noticed the pity and agony behind them, affirming her heart of kindness. This was something that was very rare. Before leaving, Zhou Quan reminded them, even if you pay them double, you can only lessen the problem, you cannot solve its root cause. The problem is the fake goods after all. You need to find the source and put a stop to it. You also need to find out the rest of the fake goods in the market and remove them. After these two problems are resolved, you will be able to truly get past the problem. At night, in the other room, Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai had fallen asleep. But Shang Xinxi looked at the fake GU on the table as she showed an expression of worry. She smiled to herself soundlessly. To prevent the rest from worrying and because of her clan leader responsibilities, Shang Xinxi had always acted confidently. Only when she was alone would she show her true emotions. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower facing an impending storm. It was truly heart-aching to see her expression. She was helpless against the fake GU in front of her. The truth was, she had already done her best to get this far. In the silent night, she let out a deep and helpless sigh. Clan leader, why are you sighing? From within the fake GU, light shined and gathered into the image of an old man. Shang Xinxi had a surprised expression, because this old man was the shop owner who asked her for compensation earlier. Chapter 2124, Admiring Fang Yuan. Seeing the old man's appearance, Shang Xinxi thought of many things at this instant. The mysterious old man was so strong, Shang Xinxi did not even detect his method to lurk within the GU worm. He came with unknown intentions. He could either be having kind or malicious intentions. He might even be the culprit behind this fake GU incident. This might even be one of Shang Yazi's plans. But Shang Xinxi was more willing to believe that the mysterious old man came with kind intentions. Shang Xinxi said solemnly, I sighed earlier because Shang Yazi and the rest chose to pull me down from the clan leader position in order to fight for that immortal opportunity. But they did not care that these schemes would bring great misery and losses to others. In fact, they completely disregarded Shang clan's reputation. They only cared about themselves. But I can understand their choice. Who does not want to become a GU immortal and transcend the mortal realm, gaining great abilities? But does becoming a GU immortal mean one must treat the people as insects? Isn't there another way, a kinder and less damaging way for the weak? The old man heard this and sighed deeply. Shang Xinxi, oh Shang Xinxi, I've stayed in Shangliang Mountain for years. I believe that you mean this from the bottom of your heart. Thus, I decided to help you. Shang Xinxi bowed deeply, but her expression was still calm and tranquil. May I ask for senior's name? The old man smiled bitterly. I am merely a pitiful person who is at his wit's end. I do not dare to expose myself. I know you are suspicious towards me, but I come with goodwill. You are someone worthy of my help. After becoming the clan leader for so many years, you know that to trust a person, what they say is not important, only their actions speak louder than words. Xianxia nodded. Please teach me, senior, I am willing to listen. The old man said, I know the person who created the fake GU as well as his residence. His name is Feng Tianyu. Your brother Xianxia befriended him and asked him to do this by offering huge benefits. Feng Tianyu. Xianxia's gaze flickered. I know of this person, he is in the righteous path, once the young clan leader of a village. He has incredible refinement path attainment, he is a refinement path master, having rank 4 cultivation level. When he was rank 3, he refined a rank 5 GU worm. Although the rank 5 GU died after half a day, he achieved instant reputation from that. Regrettably, his clan lost in a conflict and faced extermination. He was no longer the young clan leader that had limitless prospects, becoming a lone cultivator instead. Xianxia was the leader of Shang clan. She knew the information of Southern Border's expert GU masters very clearly. The old man nodded. Feng Tianyu has already reached rank 5, but he keeps it a secret and only shows rank 4 cultivation level. I have a method for you to convince him and turn him over to your side, becoming your loyal subordinate. Xianxia was very curious. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation level now. Like Xianxia, he was also a refinement path master, extremely popular in Southern Border. Such a person would receive royal treatment anywhere he went. If he wanted to rebuild his clan and create Feng clan again, he would become the clan leader, a righteous path leader in the GU master world. How could such a person submit easily? The old man did not conceal anything, he told the method to Xianxia immediately. Xianxia's expression changed. Senior wants me to lie to Feng Tianyu. The old man smiled. That is not lying, it is true that you are acquainted with Fang Yuan. Of course, strictly speaking, it is still a lie. But Xianxia, if one lie can save countless people, will you do it? You have no other choice now. Feng Tianyu is the culprit behind the fake GU after all. The old man's smile became wider. In this world, being a bad person is not easy, but being a good person is even tougher. Because a good person has to defeat the bad person while defending their own morals and beliefs. Oh Xianxia, I am only giving you a method, as for what you are going to do with it, that is entirely up to you. Xianxia did not hesitate. Thank you, senior, the method is very good, I am going to give it a try. Very good, the old man laughed. This is why I like you. You have benevolence but you are not blinded by it, you know how to use various methods to deal with evil. In this world, pure kindness is akin to suicide, it can even harm your friends and family. But you are not like that, you are realistic in your goals, you are a truly practical good person. At the end, the old man added, this GU worm contains a GU immortal true inheritance, I think this is the cultivation path most suited for you. Take a look, whether you cultivate it or not is entirely up to you. Saying so, the old man's image vanished. At the same time, a GU worm flew up from the table, floating in the air, away from the pile. Xianxia held it and inspected the details. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered to herself, good deeds GU. Shangliang Mountain had an outer city as well as the inner city. The inner city was split into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner city. The first inner city was called the Central Inner City, the political heart of Shang clan, and also their military base. Xianxia stayed here. The second inner city was also known as the Clan City, only Shang clansmen could stay here. Tokens were needed to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. The entire third inner city was extremely expensive and valuable, it used star stones everywhere. Not only buildings, but even the walking paths were made of star stones. At one glance, starlight could be seen in one's entire vision. The streets had few people, quiet and serene, like a star palace. There was no inn, there were only gardens. Small gardens were rented at 30 primeval stones per day, while large gardens were 100 primeval stones. Feng Tianyu was staying in a large garden. He drank high-quality tea and sat in a half-inclined chair. His door was open as a breeze blew into the garden. He looked at the beautiful view of the bamboo forest. Brother Feng, you are truly enjoying yourself. Xianxia's voice resounded all of a sudden. Feng Tianyu shook intensely, he was so shocked he almost fell from his chair. But at the next moment, he reacted and the GU worms in his aperture got ready to strike. He turned around and looked at Xianxia, calming himself forcefully. So Shang clan's leader has visited me, I am truly honored beyond words. Clan leader, your method is really amazing. I set up 3 GU formations here after all. You actually managed to enter so stealthily. Is there anywhere in the world that can keep you out? Feng Tianyu mocked Shang Xinxi's action of being like a thief, but she was not upset. She retorted, how can my methods compare to you, brother Feng? You caused a huge commotion in the market. The fake GU flooded the market and resulted in conflict. As the clan leader, I almost lost all my reputation. Feng Tianyu was shook internally. He did not expect Shang Xinxi to find him so quickly. How can this be? I am sure that my fake GU have no clues leading to me. Is there a problem over on Xianxia Zi's end? Feng Tianyu thought while sitting up, denying it entirely. Clan leader, don't try to scare me. The blame of selling fake GU is not something a small fry like me can shoulder. Shang Xinxi chuckled as she took a few steps, arriving at the door and looking outside, speaking with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Brother Feng, do you still not understand? Whatever I claim is the truth, even without evidence whatsoever, is the truth. Feng Tianyu could not help but feel shocked. This Shang Xinxi has a reputation for benevolence, everyone knows that, but after seeing her today, to think that she is such a domineering person. Shang Xinxi's sudden appearance threw Feng Tianyu into an extremely passive spot. He was originally lying on the chair, he had a poor posture, he had to try to modify his posture while exchanging words with Shang Xinxi, sitting upright gradually. But Shang Xinxi seemingly did not notice. She went past him and walked to the door, facing the outside with her back facing Feng Tianyu, not concerned with his petty actions. She even gave him a chance to sneak attack her. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move at all. The more confident Shang Xinxi was, the more wary and nervous Feng Tianyu felt. Even though they had the same cultivation level, he had already unconsciously placed himself at the lower position. Shang Xinxi turned around, smiling, brother Feng, come work for me. What? Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned, but soon, he laughed. Shang clan leader, do you know the price that Xianxia Zi paid to hire my service? Shang Xinxi chuckled. No matter what price he offered, you will definitely not be able to reject my offer. Feng Tianyu let out a breath of air, his eyes shined with brilliance as he stood up. The moment Shang Xinxi tried to recruit him, he understood that she was not able to resolve the fake GU incident, otherwise, she could create a commotion and lead Shang clan's troops to kill him. So she still needs my help. Feng Tianyu gained the psychological upper hand again. He assessed Shang Xinxi while smiling. Then I will listen. I am sure that the great Shang clan leader will give me an offer befitting your status. Shang Xinxi raised her right index finger. Firstly, your life. Feng Tianyu's expression changed, his voice turned more grave as he spoke coldly. Clan leader, do you think I am helpless against you? Shang Xinxi smiled confidently. Don't worry, brother Feng, you have rank 5 cultivation level, no need to be nervous. Feng Tianyu was internally shaken. She knew his actual cultivation level, she came prepared, this situation was perilous. Shang Xinxi added, other than that, if you perform well, you might be able to receive Lord Fang Yuan's audience. What? Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Shang Xinxi spoke without stopping. Don't be so shocked, brother Feng. I know far more things than you can ever imagine. I'll tell you the truth, I'm sure you know about my relationship with Lord Fang Yuan. I was able to discern your identity because I got help from Lord Fang Yuan's hairy man GU Immortal subordinates. I handed up a fake GU and that hairy man GU Immortal actually praised it. He said that you are a genius. If you are able to progress further, you might gain Lord Fang Yuan's recognition and become his subordinate. Seriously, is this true? Feng Tianyu was extremely excited, his face was flushed red. Shang Xinxi smiled. Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can easily take you down. What's the point of wasting my breath here? I am sure you know my situation. The reason I became clan leader was because of Lord Fang Yuan. To tell you the truth, Shang clan has already cooperated with Lord Fang Yuan in secret. Feng Tianyu chuckled. Shang clan. Lord Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Fang Yuan wants to take something from Shang clan, will you dare to say no? But I admire Lord Fang Yuan's refinement path talent the most. Back then on Three Kings Mountain, I was blessed to have watched the scene of Lord Fang Yuan refining fixed immortal travel personally. That was truly the greatest fortune of my life. I had once used rank 3 cultivation level to refine a rank 5 GU worm that lived for half a day. But Lord Fang Yuan actually refined an immortal Gu as immortal. And he did it in that dangerous situation. His talent, his aptitude, his strength, and his wisdom is number one in the world. Since then, I believed wholeheartedly that Lord Fang Yuan would become renowned in the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens. As expected, Lord Fang Yuan defeated Heavenly Court in front of everyone in the world. He destroyed Fate Gu. And the greatest thing was that he used a refinement path method to destroy Fate Gu. From then on, Fate Gu can no longer exist in this world. From then on, all of us broke free of the restraints of fate. He is a warrior, a hero, a savior. He has made the greatest contribution for the whole of humanity in history. But no one understands him. They think he is in the demonic path. They are just too shallow, they are too ignorant. Lord Fang Yuan is an unprecedented existence. He is a great hero that only appears once in a billion years. But I understand those so-called righteous path people. They are petty figures who feel fear. These weaklings and cowards are shamelessly trying to slander Lord Fang Yuan after realizing they can no longer harm him. They are obstructing the rise of humanity. They are sinners that obstruct the development of the world. Lord Fang Yuan is too outstanding, he is too amazing, he is too noble. If I can follow him, if I can follow in the footsteps of such a noble figure, I do not know what else I can say. Huff, huff, amazing, this is too unbelievable. Today is simply the happiest day of my life. Unbelievable, Lord Fang Yuan is actually taking me in as his subordinate. This is unbelievable, oh heaven. Feng Tianyu got more and more excited as he spoke, his entire body was shuddering, he was almost about to burst out into spontaneous spasm. His eyes shined with such a bright light as they turned red and tears gathered in his eyes. Even Xianxia was feeling a chill as she looked at him. That mysterious old man was not wrong at all. Feng Tianyu was a most fanatical admirer of Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan's rise, his stories, the scene where he destroyed fate, all of them were widely spread. Most demonic cultivators saw Fang Yuan as their idol, they looked at him as their goal and inspiration. Even in the righteous path, there were many who admired him secretly, looking up to his courage in challenging the experts of Heavenly Court. He had incredible wits and was able to scheme despite danger. Feng Tianyu was not special, he was just one of them. But because he had once interacted with Fang Yuan, and because of their similarities in refinement path, he who had once been a blessed young master experienced his entire family being slaughtered. The terrible ordeal in his life made his personality even more twisted and extreme. Thus, because of his life experiences, he treated the strongest refinement path expert in the current world, the grand and legendary figure who he cannot surpass in this life, Fang Yuan, as his target for fanatical idolism. Even though Xianxia did not produce any solid evidence, as long as there was hope, as long as there was a chance for him to get close to his idol, the divine existence in his heart, it was enough for him to feel extreme excitement. He could not control himself. Chapter 2125, Brother Feng, you. 2125, Brother Feng, you. Several days later, second inner city of Shangliang Mountain. Xianxia and the rest had gathered together for a discussion, but they were soon enraged to find out that they were encircled. Zhou Quan, Wei Dashin, you are too daring, you dare to gather a bunch of GU cultivators in the second inner city. What are you trying to do? We are Shang Yanfei's children, the blood siblings of your master Shang Xinxi. You outsiders dare to interfere and take action against Shang clan members on this Shangliang Mountain. Xianxia and the rest were furious, they screamed loudly, getting their voices to spread out around the entire second inner city. The second inner city was the residence of Shang clan's members. The commotion attracted the attention of countless clansmen. Soon, hundreds of clansmen gathered here as they encircled Wei Dashin and Zhou Quan's group instead. Commander Wei Dashin and Steward Zhou Quan, they are Shang Xinxi's most loyal subordinates. They are encircling Shang Chu Niu, Xianxia, and the rest. These two are simply too daring, they are trying to take action against our Shang clan's members openly. Don't be rash, without Shang Xinxi's instructions, why would these two dare to make a move? A good show is going to start. This is clearly a fight over authority. Shang clan's members discussed, the matter was getting heated, more clansmen were arriving. Wei Dashin smiled coldly. Zhou Quan announced loudly, recently, fake GU have been rampantly spread in Shangliang Mountain. We have already investigated the truth. You are all the culprits behind this, quickly surrender. Our leader is kind and merciful, she might let you off with a light sentence. Xianxia Zi and the rest shook internally. Shang Yifan stepped out. Bullshit. You dare to accuse us without evidence. Shang Xinxi was clearly the one without ability or morals. She could not handle this problem, so she wants to put the blame on us. She is simply too wicked. Don't worry, there is no need to deny it now. Wei Dashin interrupted. Since we are publicly arresting you, we have concrete evidence. What evidence? Where is Shang Xinxi? Ask her to come out and speak. That's right, why is she letting you two handle this? You are merely Shang Xinxi's two dogs. Shang Yazi and the rest screamed. Zhou Quan smiled coldly. Everyone, are you afraid now? We are descendants of Shang clan, we fear nothing. But often, forceful courage is stupidity. If we leave with you, in your territory, we will be forced to submit. Even if we are innocent, we will be tortured and forced to accept this blame. We will become the culprits in the end. Since you have evidence, then tell us right here, right now, in front of everyone in the city. Shang Chu Niu and Shang Qi Wen spoke. Shang Yazi and Shang Yifan frowned. That's right, speak clearly in front of everyone here. That's right, you are encircling the young clan leaders of our Shang clan. Even if they are no longer the young clan leaders, they are not people that you outsiders can bully. The Shang clan members at the periphery shouted. Zhou Quan laughed. Everything is within clan leaders' expectations. All right, since you want evidence, I will leave you speechless. This is the evidence. Zhou Quan waved his hand as a large pile of GU worms appeared on the ground. Wei Dashin added. Right now, all of Shangliang Mountain's fake GU are gathered here. Shang Yifan laughed. That's it. Taking a bunch of GU and framing it on us. Zhou Quan laughed. Of course not. We have solid facts that Feng Tianyu is the person who refined these fake GU. Furthermore, he is among you right now, he is naturally instructed by you. Instantly, countless gazes gathered on Feng Tianyu. Shang Yazi and the rest were scheming. As a crucial person, Feng Tianyu was naturally involved. It is Feng Tianyu indeed. Why is this refinement path master here? I only recognized him just now. It really is Master Feng. The surrounding talks became louder and rowdier. Shang Yazi could not endure it anymore. He stepped forward and shielded Feng Tianyu as he shouted, Zhou Quan. You are framing us, this is a slander against a good friend of mine. We will not let this go. This matter is far more severe than you accusing us of this issue. If you do not have solid evidence that Brother Feng is the person who made these fake GU, I will seek an audience with Father, I will ask him to uphold justice. Zhou Quan laughed. Of course I have evidence. Tell me, Feng Tianyu, are you the one who refined these fake GU? Shang Yazi and the rest were dazed. Next, the group heard Feng Tianyu speak in a natural tone as he admitted. Steward Zhou is right, I was instructed by Shang Yazi's group to refine the fake GU and create problems in the market. They want to harm the current Shang clan leader. Brother Feng, you. At this moment, the scene went silent. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Feng Tianyu, their expressions were of disbelief and shock. Shang Yazi turned around abruptly, rage and shock prominently displayed on his face. Feng Tianyu had actually betrayed them so suddenly. What was he after? How can this be? Did Shang Xinxi offer him an even greater price? In order to hire Feng Tianyu, Shang Yazi and the rest had expended their own wealth. How could Shang Xinxi gather so much resources in such a short period of time? But this actually happened to them. It was a fatal blow to Shang Yazi and the rest. No, you are not Brother Feng. Shang Yazi's expression was twisted, he struggled. You must be an imposter. No, even if you are real, I am sure that vicious woman Shang Xinxi has you under her control. Shang Yazi's screams were so pale and weak at this moment. Zhou Quan spoke. Don't worry, Master Feng Tianyu is not the only person I have as witness. The rest of you, what do you have to say? At the next moment, Shang Chu Niu sighed deeply. I admit, we committed this mistake. Shang Chu Niu, eldest brother, are you insane? However, Shang Chu Niu was not the only lunatic, there was also Shang Qi Wen. She also stood up and agreed with Zhou Quan's accusations. Shang Yazi almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shang Yifan shook in anger. You too, you are going to be the death of us. Shang Qi Wen smiled. Not just us. She had once managed the battle stage, she had a good relationship with Shang Xinxi. Back then, Shang Xinxi's information business also helped her. Shang Chu Niu waved his hands. Not long ago, Feng Tianyu and Shang Xinxi approached me. Since Master Feng Tianyu has already joined her, what can we do? There is no chance of winning. Xianxia has amazing methods, we cannot upset her position as clan leader. We have lost, admit it. The crucial point was still Feng Tianyu. Xianxia realized this, he stared at Feng Tianyu with a gaze that could devour him whole. Feng Tianyu, answer me. I know you are not someone who goes after beauties. You are such an aloof person, having only interest in refinement path. I do not believe that Xianxia has such charisma to win you over entirely. Tell me, why is this happening? HMPH. Feng Tianyu snickered coldly. How can mortals understand my pursuit? Quickly surrender. You guys can all die. Xianxia exploded entirely. He attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed after. Shang Niu, Feng Tianyu, Zhou Quan, and Wei Dexin were also prepared for this. Both sides burst into a chaotic battle. Shang clan's members continued to watch, they did not interfere. The situation is quite clear now. To think that clan leader Xianxia is so amazing. This is a miracle, someone was actually able to win over Master Feng Tianyu. Empress Wu Ji had also tried to recruit him with a high price in the past, she was very sincere but Master Feng paid her no heed. Shang Yifan's and Xianxia's group soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared, Shang Niu and Shang Wen even betrayed them. This happened too suddenly and peculiarly. Xianxia was caught unguarded. No, I cannot lose, I still have a trump card. You guys forced me to do this, you guys forced me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yifan shouted as he threw out a mortal Gu house. The mortal Gu house was like a cage, it exploded, a mud monster was released. At first glance, this mud monster was obviously extraordinary. It had a vague human figure, mud moved along its body as countless faces surfaced. These human faces had twisted expressions, they were filled with extreme hatred, everyone felt a chill upon seeing them. You bastard, one! The mud monster suddenly shouted as it attacked Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it, they were heavily suppressed. The flow of the battle was instantly overturned. Let's go, Shang Yifan shouted loudly. The mud monster did not differentiate enemy and ally, it had great strength, rushing into the crowd and slaughtering innocent mortals, creating chaos. During the chaos, Xianxia and the rest escaped narrowly. They could no longer stay on Shangliang Mountain, they escaped and became demonic path Gu masters. The mud monster caused huge destruction and losses to Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was even nearly unkillable, its regenerative ability was outstanding too. Eventually, Zhou Quan and Wei Dexin exerted all their effort, with the help of Xianxia. More than 10 Gu cultivators were sacrificed before this mud monster was sealed again. The fake Gu crisis was alleviated, not only did Xianxia keep her clan leader position, she even took Feng Tianyu in as a subordinate, her reputation soared. But Shang Yifan's final struggle also left a huge problem for Xianxia to settle. After receiving the report, Shang Yanfei smiled. Xianxia's performance did not disappoint him, in fact, he was even pleasantly surprised. He did not think that Xianxia would be able to achieve this. The thing that satisfied him the most was that Xianxia did not really target Xianxia and the rest, she only dealt with the troublesome mud monster. As for Shang Yifan's and Xianxia's group, since they had failed entirely, it was a better end for them to become demonic path Gu masters. They all have my hidden blood path methods, they can be protected during critical danger. The chi tides are rampant, immortal opportunities are hidden everywhere. If they want to become immortal, they will need to work hard and find their own opportunities. Shang Yanfei had never overly doted on his children, he had forced his brother and sister to commit suicide when he first became clan leader. He had once ignored all objections and expended much resources to murder every single person in a village. He murdered all those who surrendered, and their skulls piled into a hill, in front of those elders who first objected to his decision to retaliate. He appointed people based on merits, even for his own children. There were 15 Shang clan young master positions originally, but after his rule, he reduced it to 10. This matter has been settled, I need to set off and find the other Blood Sea true inheritances now. Blood Sea ancestor, the more I investigate it, the more mysterious I find this person. Shang Yanfei was finally at ease, his children had all grown up, they went on their own journeys now, they had their own destinies to follow. As for himself, he was going to find his own opportunities for development. It's the same one from Ni Zhang's arc. Chapter 2126, Ni Clan. In Shangliang Mountain's first inner city, Xianxia was handling the clan affairs. Second inner city's reparations are finished, the fake GU incident has also been settled. Xianxia inspected an information path mortal GU in her hand with a slight smile on her face. She then used her primeval essence to add new content into this information path GU worm. She made a decision that all the items in Shang Clan's managed stores would be sold at a discount, with the reason being the losses to the GU masters because of the fake GU incident. Like this, we can greatly increase Shang Clan's reputation as well as earn primeval stones and make up for the losses caused by the double compensation. Xianxia's delicate fingers loosened, and this information path mortal GU let out a light as it flew out of the study room. Xianxia picked up another information path mortal GU on the desk. The mortal GU's information came from Shang Qiwen. Ever since Shang Bu Li resigned, Xianxia handed the task of managing Shangliang Mountain's market to Shang Qiwen. The information in the mortal GU said that there were a group of merchants who were hoarding goods to push up the prices. Shang Qiwen's suggestion was to kill them all. Sigh, for their own self-interests, these people have harmed countless ordinary people. Xianxia sighed in her head. She pondered and wrote a new message in the information path mortal GU: only kill the main culprit, let go of the others. After this information path GU worm also flew out, she looked at the third information path GU worm that contained a request for help. In the periphery of Shang Clan's territory, a village encountered a beast tide and was in danger of being exterminated. This village was a Shang Clan vassal, but they only had several rank 3 GU masters and had little to no presence. Saving people is like quelling a fire. Such distress calls should have been delivered urgently. Why did it come through the regular affairs channel? Xianxia frowned. She understood the reason. Her subordinates knew that, with her nature, she would definitely spare no effort to rescue them. But the current situation was the opening stage of the Great Era. All kinds of inheritances were being fought over. Both mortals and immortals of Shang Clan were extremely busy. Taking out some of their manpower to do this arduous and fruitless rescue task was a huge loss of human resources, as well as a loss of future profits. Considering the time, it might be too late already. Sigh, the hearts of the people. Oftentimes, Xianxia felt her own insignificance. Like now, she could only sense her subordinates' thoughts but was unable to change them. The longer she held this Shang Clan leader position, the more she felt her powerlessness. Compared to Shang Clan or even the entire world, she was really nothing important. Maybe this is the reason why almost all GU cultivators stake their lives on chasing strength. Xianxia pondered for a while, but still decided to assign a group of GU masters to commence on the rescue. Even though it was very likely for that village to have already been destroyed by the beast tide by the time the rescue team set off. The fourth information path mortal GU mentioned good news. A new Qi path resource point was discovered in the surroundings of Shangliang Mountain, and required Shangliang Mountain to station some force there or support the nearby village. Xianxia let go of the information path mortal GU one by one. Occasionally, GU worms would fly into the study room. Unknowingly, night passed and dawn arrived. A dazzling information path mortal GU flew in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's mind jolted. A task from the higher-ups. Xianxia quickly took the GU and looked into it. This information path mortal GU's content was indeed about a huge matter. The matter concerned the contest for Fur-blessed land. This Fur-blessed land was located at the central region of southern border and contained Fur true inheritance. It was exposed because of the Qi tide. Because of its remote location, it did not belong to any one of southern border's super forces, so it was fought over by all the super clans. Righteous Path GU Immortals discussed and decided to send out GU Masters to determine the winner. GU Immortals were not to interfere. The Information Path Mortal GU also had some secret information regarding the owner of the Blessed Land, Fur Immortal. This Immortal was a dual cultivator in Wood Path and Transformation Path. But she did not have an excellent method and was only carelessly dual cultivating. It led to conflict between Wood Path and Transformation Path Dao marks. Her battle strength was low her whole life and she was the target of bullying in the GU Immortal world. None of the super forces have an interest in such a true inheritance, except, the Blessed Land's location holds true value. It is not within our borders. In the event that our Shang clan wins in this contest and obtains this blessed land, it is only an exclave which will be difficult to manage. But, this territory can be transacted. I believe those super forces near the Blessed Land will definitely be willing to purchase it. The curtain to the Great Era was pulled upon, there would definitely be huge commotion and unrest in the future. At that time, this kind of blessed land would be a bridgehead for the super forces to expand their territories, or be an important frontline defense area. Its value was high. After all, these southern border super forces might not have any methods to relocate immortal apertures. Xianxia evaluated inwardly. Benefiting from the change in eras, she was exposed to even more information on GU immortals than Shang Yanfei when he had been a clan leader. Thus, even though Xianxia was only a rank 5 GU master, she had a deep understanding of the GU immortal world's situation. This is the most important priority for Shang clan. Time is pressing, it must be dealt with immediately. Xianxia felt troubled. Despite having recruited Shangchu Niu, Shangqi Wen and the rest, at the crucial moment, she had too few subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement path master but has rank 5 cultivation as well. I can let him take on the role of the head this time. Xianxia summoned Feng Tianyu as she thought this. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and went up to the study room. Enter. Xianxia willed and the study room's door opened slowly. Her study room was a mortal GU house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Clan leader, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what news? Xianxia asked with a smile. Feng Tianyu, I have been researching that strange mudman over these days, and I have discovered a shocking secret. This mudman might be crazy and disorientated in thoughts, but he responds properly as long as we ask one question at a time. I asked him question after question like this and learned of his origin. His name is Ni Jian. He had been a young clan leader of a village. One day, a demonic path expert appeared and slaughtered everyone in the village, including him. But after he died, he was revived by a Chi Path GU immortal. This Chi Path GU immortal inquired about the culprit and after getting the answer, he was disregarded and left alone. This mudman Ni Jian was extremely strong, having near immortal level strength, but after such a long time, he has weakened to this state. I did not expect this mudman to have such an amazing history. Xianxia sighed, but how did such an ordinary village get connected to a GU immortal? Feng Tianyu said with even more excitement. This is the point that I pursued. I found that Ni clan's people have a huge secret. Once in a while, a GU master in Ni clan will awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an immortal GU will grow inside their body. Immortal GU. Xianxia's brows rose subconsciously. This immortal GU was the reason for the GU immortal's attention. Feng Tianyu's eyes shone. This is too strange. A mortal GU master's body can actually give birth to an immortal GU. More importantly, the slaughtered Ni clan village was only a separated branch. There are many other clan branches that are blood related to him in several areas of southern border. Xianxia asked. So, you are thinking of? Feng Tianyu nodded. Right, I want to request clan leader to allow me to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this kind of refinement path method, we can refine immortal GU while only being mortals. Xianxia pondered before saying. Then, go ahead with it, I will send some people to help you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu shook his hand. I am a rank 5 GU master, even if rank 4 GU masters accompany me, they will only slow me down. Moreover, if such a contribution can be made, it will definitely be huge. I need to accumulate contribution points to have hope of seeing Lord Fang Yuan in the future. Xianxia nodded, seeing that Feng Tianyu's attitude was so resolute, she could only let him go. Mini Yellow Heaven. A group of GU masters with the same surname arrived beside the gold fragment current. An old clan leader whose hair had gone white and had rank 5 cultivation, stood with his back facing the gold fragment current as he called out towards the group of people. It has been about a dozen years since we mysteriously arrived at this place from southern border. Although I don't know what the reason is, it is definitely the doing of a GU immortal level existence. Our Ni clan bloodline is all gathered in this place. Over this dozen years, our Ni clan has been developing and growing, the number of our GU masters has increased by 10 times. However, recently, the weather of this mysterious place has become uncertain with dangers emerging constantly. Right now, in front of us, we have a life and death crisis. The gold fragment current is continuing to rise in water level, we must create more channels for the current. Otherwise, when the water overflows and turns into a flood, the surrounding 1,000 li will be completely submerged, we will lose our home and will no longer be able to live here. Chapter 2127 Sovereign, commotion inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Western Desert. An enormous pitch-black city occupied the desert. This was a large city with rigid structure. The entire city was a hexagon and its walls had gone through the weathering of time. The city walls were more than 200 li long, they were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see what looked like a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. It was created by the legendary Inkman Immortal Yi Yan, and was a smaller version of Emperor City. Later, it was captured by Fang Yuan and moved to Mini Western Desert. At this time, two Inkman Ji-Yu Immortals, Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi-Yi, were floating in the air and looking at the surroundings with grave expressions. These toxic vines and windmill trees have spread over 10 li in just 3 days, they are only around 20 li from Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang said. Mo Chi-Yi frowned. We have already cleared them up over 10 times, but every time we exterminate them, they grow back rapidly. Are we going to have to relocate again? Right now, the surroundings of Inkman City were covered in vegetation. These vegetation were formed from purple-black toxic vines and huge azure-gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of plants engulfing everything in its path. Mo Chi-Yi sighed. These vegetation have already started producing desolate plants, it is even more difficult for us to clear them up now. If we are not able to get rid of the source, even if we clear them up for thousands of times, we won't be able to solve the root issue. I thought we had moved to a good place, but I did not expect the environment here to be dozens and even 100 times worse than Northern Plains. Mo Tan Sang patted Mo Chi-Yi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us, it is better if you speak less of such complaints. Mo Chi-Yi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 demon in the present world, a ruthless and vicious existence. Look, our reinforcements have arrived. Mo Tan Sang suddenly pointed towards the faraway horizon with joy. Mo Chi-Yi looked towards the direction and saw 4 Ji-Yu Immortals flying over. There were 2 Snowman Ji-Yu Immortals, 1 Hairy Man Ji-Yu Immortal, and 1 Mushroom Ji-Yu Immortal. Among them, 1 Snowman female immortal was tall and vibrant, she had blue eyes and hair, and looked pure and noble, she was Shui-Er. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi-Yi quickly went forward to greet them. Shui-Er's identity was special. Back then, because of what happened with Fang Yuan and her, on the surface, Shui-Er's identity was Fang Yuan's fiancé. Naturally, Fang Yuan had never acknowledged it, but he had not denied it either. The Snowman tribe, especially the Snowman Ji-Yu Immortal behind Shui-Er, Bing Yuan, was always trumpeting about this relationship, which led to every Ji-Yu Immortal in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knowing of it. I did not expect Lady Shui-Er to come personally. With your help, my Inkman City's crisis can be considered to be resolved. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi-Yi flattered. Shui-Er, Inkman and Snowmen might be of different races, but both sides have already cooperated back when we were in Northern Plains. I came this time to help you too, as well as to request for you to come back to help my Snowman tribe once this matter is resolved. The Snowman tribe was living in many Northern Plains and had also encountered trouble. The 2 Inkman Immortals quickly expressed they would give full support. Bing Yuan, we have already investigated the situation on our way. I and Shui-Er will activate ice and snow killer moves, to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation to buy time for you. The Hairy Man Ji-Yu Immortal. I brought a large number of Hairy Man Ji-Yu masters with me, we will modify Inkman City into one entity, forming a large Ji-Yu house. It will be extremely convenient for you to relocate in the future. The Mushroom Ji-Yu Immortal. I can solve the issue of the toxic vines, these toxic vines are a disaster to you, but they are superior cultivation resources for my Mushroom tribe. Moreover, I have already found the source of the toxic vines. By fighting poison with poison, I can make use of the toxic vines to fix this area of vegetation and stabilize it for some time. The 2 Inkman Ji-Yu Immortals showed both joy and new worries. Mo Tan Sang asked the Hairy Man Ji-Yu Immortal. Back in Northern Plains, Inkman City had a population of over 800,000, it has already crossed 1,200,000 now. Modifying Inkman City will probably have some effect on the residents. Master had instructed me to preserve the lives of the residents and help them progress with all my strength. The Hairy Man Ji-Yu Immortal raised his hand and interrupted Mo Tan Sang. You don't need to be too worried. Our Xianxia sect has already received Master's command to modify all the cities in the sovereign immortal aperture. Every city has a specific blueprint. Most of them will become mortal GU houses, while several large cities will be raised to become immortal GU houses. I need to congratulate you too. Inkman City is one of the cities chosen to become an immortal GU house. Mo Tansang and Mo Chiyi looked at each other, seeing the excitement on each other's faces. Mo Tansang was speechless and could not help asking, "Isn't this too big of an investment? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope for such things to happen more often, but if this delays Master's cultivation and uses up a lot of Master's immortal GU, then wouldn't it be our fault?" The hairy man GU Immortal laughed loudly. "You are underestimating Master. How can you estimate Master's might and plans? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors, reaching a level that you and I are unable to speculate. This evaluation was not made by me, Xianxia Land Spirit personally said it. Currently, it is extremely easy for Master to refine immortal GU. You have not seen those blueprints, they are all different and ingenious. Just choose one of them. It will take those ordinary GU immortals several years or even a dozen years to design them. But Master casually drew them within a few minutes. Master's attainment and wealth rivals the scale of mountains and seas. This investment you see is just an insignificant amount to Master. This hairy man GU Immortal's face was filled with fanatical reverence when he talked of Fang Yuan. I was wrong, I should be punished. Mo Tansang quickly apologized. That Mushroomman GU Immortal added, although us Mushroommen have moved to this world just recently, we were immediately certain of the boundless potential of this world. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect used up all of their accumulations. The important thing is it is able to show infinite grandeur in the hands of a divine hero like Master. Every time Master annexes a grotto heaven or blessed land, there will be a huge surge of Dao marks in the sovereign grotto heaven and a large number of territories will be added out of nowhere. Just take these toxic vines. This species has never appeared in the 5 regions, and their toxicity is extremely strong. The Mushroomman GU Immortal addressed Fang Yuan as Master. It was natural and without any hesitation. Although they had joined only recently, they were extremely optimistic and excited about their future. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shi Cheng, Shizong, and other Rockman GU Immortals were controlling an Immortal GU formation. As the Immortal GU formation started activating, the shaking Firebird Mountain reluctantly calmed down. Success. Shi Cheng let out a breath of air and relaxed his mind. Shizong said, Master annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven as well as immortal apertures of its immortals and Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing a huge increase in Fire Path Dao marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This Firebird Mountain is a volcano and almost erupted because of this. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, someone needs to stay and preside over the immortal formation. Shi Cheng nodded. We need to do that, but the number of GU immortals we can mobilize are already few, and now we are going to have one fewer. Shizong heaved a sigh. Yes. We are already hard-pressed to control these territories. It can be imagined how troublesome it is for Master to look after the whole sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Cheng. Didn't Master take in many members of the Variant Human Alliance and station them everywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture to salvage the situation? There is no choice. Master annexed too frequently in this period of time. There is a huge increase in Dao marks, and countless resources of every path. Shizong shook his head. What kind of person is Master? He should have already known of these demerits beforehand. We don't need to be concerned for Master. It is better if we look after our territories properly. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not feasible to suppress it with just the immortal formation. We must modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the changed environment. Shi Cheng agreed. Yes, the resources in the past all developed naturally bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, there are huge increases in Dao marks. Even this volcano was at the point of erupting. We must modify and quicken the volcano's adaptation process artificially. It is just that Fire Path is not the specialty of us Rockmen. We need to send a request to Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This was managed by the previous generation's Combat Beast King. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, this rank 8 GU Immortal had made a great contribution by resisting the tribulation formed from 3000 Heaven Path Dao marks. After that, Fang Yuan personally healed him. Fang Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing instability in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan then arranged Star Collection City as the main city and ordered the Combat Beast King to oversee the overall internal affairs of the sovereign immortal aperture. The issue of Inkman City at Mini Western Desert has been resolved. Mini Southern Borders Fire Bird Mountain was suppressed by using the formation. But they want Fire Path GU Immortals to go modify the volcano. This needs to be coordinated. At this time, an information path GU worm flew over while making loud sounds. Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 disaster appear again? He quickly inspected the GU worm and found that the source of the disaster was a huge fire rain formed in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in fire path DAO marks, its emergence had become much more frequent. But this wave of fire rain was different. It kept on growing and shot through a charcoal lake, forming ranked 6 level killer move Meteor Rain. As the Meteor Rain entered Mini Orange Heaven, its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered Mini Yellow Heaven, it resonated with Metal Path DAO marks and its might increased to rank 8. Damn it, only I can deal with this disaster. But it is already too late to go and resolve it now. Combat Beast King's face was slightly pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The GU Immortals there felt that it was their responsibility and glory to protect mortals. Combat Beast King's heart was in deep pain. I cannot salvage this. This disaster covers 1,000 li. Dozens of resource points as well as the human Ni clan. In Rockman Metal Water Branch Tribe will be annihilated. Chapter 2128, Hulan Projection. 2128 Hulan Projection. Ni clan's GU masters were using all their strength to deal with the gold fragment current. They first used mortal GU to make a grand embankment, then they dug a canal to draw away a portion of the river. The rising gold fragment current was gradually receding. However, a large number of lifeforms lived in the gold fragment current. Ni clan's army had invaded the territory of the river fish, frightening these fish monsters. All kinds of river monsters swam to the surface and attacked, some even charged to the shore and attacked Ni clan's GU masters while letting out strange sounds. Ni clan specialized in Earth Path. Their basic GU worm was rank 1 Mud GU. Earth Path specialized in defense. Ni clan GU masters had constructed lines of defense and were prepared for the fight. But the number of river monsters was high and they even had stronger myriad beast kings. Under the frantic offensive waves of the river monsters, the defensive lines of Ni clan's GU masters broke one by one. Avenge our clansmen, hold on and carve the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered everywhere. Groups of GU masters rotated as they resisted the attacks of the river monsters. The Ni clansmen were brought into the sovereign immortal aperture and had been secretly nurtured by Fang Yuan. The number of their GU masters had increased by a lot. Adding on the strong survival pressure in Mini Yellow Heaven, these Ni clansmen had to unite and foster a harmonious environment. In this defensive battle, Ni clan's army showed astonishing battle strength and resolute fighting spirit. Finally, there were fewer river monsters and Ni clan's army was able to hold on. They then began their counterattack. The river monsters did not have much internal organization from the start, and under this sudden change of situation, they began to collapse rapidly. The Ni clan GU masters carved a path of blood, leaving behind countless river monster corpses in their way. These corpses were GU materials. They were rich battle spoils. Ni clan GU masters killed their way to the gold fragment current. Various kinds of GU worms were activated. Their attacks landed on the river, raising countless dazzling golden waves. Quick, set up the GU formation. It is not the time to rejoice yet. Yes, we must quickly set up the GU formation, otherwise new waves of river monsters will come out. Ni clan GU masters were setting up the formation with all their efforts. They had meticulously prepared for over half a year for this, making proper plans and arrangements. However, just as the GU formation was about to finish setting up, the whole gold fragment current and the cloud soil they were on began to vibrate. What's going on? The river monsters are attacking again. Look up, oh heavens! GU masters exclaimed in shock. When they looked towards the sky, they all stiffened like rocks. Because they saw the meteor rain falling from the sky. Some of these meteors were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. And there were tens of thousands of them. The large number of meteors whistled through the air, leaving behind blazing trails in their path as they pressed through the atmosphere and rained down with an irresistible momentum. We're doomed. The faces of Ni clan's GU masters were deathly pale. Does heaven want to exterminate my Ni clan? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan GU master howled with grief and fury. I am not ready to die like this. The current generation Ni clan leader, who was also the current generation Ni Shang, clenched his fists. We were close to success, my clan sacrificed so much to curb the flood, the beautiful future was already in sight. But now, we are going to die. Everyone was hopeless. Nature's might was so horrifying that these Ni clan GU masters did not even have the thought of resisting. They all felt their insignificance. This was the sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the sky that was lit by the meteor rain dimmed suddenly. Ni clan GU masters heard waves of cries which seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. Temperature began to fall down rapidly, and the countless GU masters felt their hearts shaking. O lords in heaven, a black giant! The Ni clan GU masters were horrified and in despair as they watched the scene before them with wide eyes. They saw a giant appearing slowly. It was pitch black like the abyss. Its body was so large that when it bent its leg, a huge shadow was cast on the ground. As the giant stood up, its height was even more horrifying, directly reaching the sky with clouds floating beside its shoulders. The black giant had 2 heads. Its terrifying 4 eyes let out a dark, malevolent light that seemed to shoot through the sky. Its hundreds of hands were raised high with their claws opened, forming a scene like that of an extremely ferocious and strange forest. One of the pitch-black giant's head opened and breathed out a dark soul river. The soul river was tumultuous, whipping up astonishing waves that drowned a large number of meteors. The giant's other head opened and sucked in. Many small meteors were directly absorbed into its stomach. Its ghostly claws and giant arms moved through the air, catching the hill-sized meteors. Waves surged up and down in the Ni clansmen's hearts. It is truly capable of holding up heaven and earth, picking moon and stars at will. This world was actually concealing such a terrifying monster. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan cannot even be considered as ants. Almost the entire meteor rain was stopped by the giant, only some fragments fell to the ground. Some of these fragments fell on the gold fragment current and some fell on the cloud soil. They would definitely bring unknown influences to the original ecology. The meteor rain died down and the giant also left, the enormous body slowly disappearing from the Ni clansman's sight. After a long while, the surviving Ni clan GU masters erupted with cheers. And the greatest contributor to this, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light that entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This black soul giant was the soul of Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance, he had gained the supreme cultivation method of soul path. This method divided soul cultivation to 2 layers. First layer was human soul, the cultivation starting from single-man soul to 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, until the highest 100 million-man soul. 100 million-man soul was the limit of human soul, where it turned from phantom to solid and could interfere with the material world. The second layer was desolate soul. Because Fate GU was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limit of human soul. Once the soul broke through to desolate soul, the soul's essence would transform, the soul alone possessing desolate beast level battle strength. Fang Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped and now had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, and 100 million desolate soul. Reaching 100 million desolate soul meant the 3-headed 1,000 arms demon soul which possessed quasi-rank 9 battle strength. The soul could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defying the heavens and stamping the earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world with unmatched might. This was the peak level of soul foundation, and also the limit that the world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Fang Yuan had not reached that level yet. Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to the previous spectral souls. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Soul cultivation is really amazing. Just the soul itself has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate killer moves. More importantly, such killer moves aren't used through GU worms, but through the arrangements of Dao marks like a natural ability. Fang Yuan ruminated. His soul manifestation had breathed out a tumultuous soul river, which was referenced from Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit against Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's techniques, Fang Yuan transformed the referenced Soul Path Killer move into Soul Path Dao marks and engraved them on his soul. Thereupon, this Soul River Killer move became an innate ability of Fang Yuan's soul. As long as the related arrangement of Dao marks was not destroyed, Fang Yuan could quickly activate this killer move without a need for GU worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate abilities, totem killer moves, as well as formation path Great Grandmaster that can use natural Dao marks to set up the formation, they are all the same in the end. With the supply from Fang Clan, I don't lack soul cores, and it is not difficult to cultivate to the peak 100 million desolate soul. This method can be one of my trump cards, it cannot be revealed casually. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Heaven's Will at all times. If Fang Yuan used this method in the outside world, it would be known by Heaven's Will. There was no such threat inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's look at the situation now. Fang Yuan activated cooking luck pot and observed his luck. Fang Yuan frowned. His luck did not look good. At this time, his silver light pillar had become increasingly loose and was actually showing a sign of collapse. Those 3 clouds above the silver light pillar had also changed. The starlight cloud occupied the highest position. This signified star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest threat. Below this was Spectral Soul's pitch black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, it had spread some darkness that penetrated into Fang Yuan's silver light pillar-like roots, showing signs of taking root and sprouting. And the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun had become much thicker. Although it was below the other 2 clouds, it showed signs of accumulating energy and biding its time. And besides the previous clouds, an anomaly had also appeared around the silver light pillar. The indistinct shadow of a raised hill was projected on the surface of the silver light pillar. The travel-worn Feng Tianyu stopped his footsteps. He was gasping for air. I have finally arrived. Feng Tianyu's journey was arduous. He wanted to find other branch villages of Ni clan, but found nothing. That went without saying. Fang Yuan had already moved all the Ni clansmen into his aperture long ago. Feng Tianyu was not able to make any contribution and was extremely disappointed. But on his way, he found that this mud monster Ni Jian could devour mud GU materials to increase its strength. All the Ni clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return in disgrace like this, I won't be able to give any explanation, and it is also not my style. I might as well raise this mud monster's battle strength, and when Xianxia questions me after I return, I can give a proper reply. Therefore, Feng Tianyu moved around until he arrived at Rotten Mud Mountain. Rotten Mud Mountain might not be too famous, but it was still considered a famous mountain. Although there were poison path Dao marks, it mostly contained earth path Dao marks. These mud GU materials were everywhere on the mountain and were suitable for feeding Ni Jian. It seems like a beast tide occurred here. The GU master village down the mountain is also destroyed. Alright, let me explore it alone. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation and also had Ni Jian with him. He moved up the mountain and gave the suitable mud GU materials to Ni Jian to devour. After several days and nights in the mountain, Feng Tianyu arrived in an area. Suddenly, Ni Jian spat out the mud GU materials. What's going on? The mud here actually contains Chi Path Dao marks. Feng Tianyu was astonished after investigating the reason. Chapter 2129, Golden Red Armor. 2129 Golden Red Armor. This luck, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Over this period of development, his luck had some growth, but the suppression from the 3 venerables had become even more clear now. I am growing day by day, but the 3 venerables are indeed beyond ordinary. They have stabilized the situation again. There may be some changes if my luck manages to solidify. At present, he needed to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. The troubles in the sovereign immortal aperture were continuing to increase, unlike Fang Yuan's previous expectations where he thought the abnormal changes would decrease with time. With no choice, Fang Yuan placed many of the variant human alliance's GU immortals inside. With these GU immortals working day and night along with himself taking frequent action, they managed to stabilize the unrest in the sovereign immortal aperture for the time being. Moreover, he still needed to create a suitable combat system, and the most important thing was to become venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would produce qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into 2 major GU refinement styles, Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style and Human Isolation style. Fang Yuan's Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style had already reached the peak and he could not improve anymore. Currently, he was exploring the peak of human isolation style. He gained a huge insight from Xianxia's style and the accumulate virtue Gu refinement technique of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. And the Ni clansmen could condense immortal Gu in their bodies. It was the result of Ni clan Gu immortal Ni Ren using a human path Gu refinement technique back then. In fact, this was very similar to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method of destroying Fate Gu and preventing it from emerging again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's Gu refinement technique from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. Maybe, I can even ascend to refinement path Supreme Grand Master. The best situation was if Fang Yuan could ascend to Venerable before entering Crazed Demon Cave. That would be the most stable. If he could not become a refinement path Venerable before then, the second best would be to raise his strength to the limits. One was to get rid of the problems in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and annex all the two heavens grotto heavens, reaching the maximum accumulation. Second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the greatest challenge Fang Yuan would face. Because he was not facing just one immortal, venerable, but several. Currently, it looked like there was only Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other venerables had entered Crazed Demon Cave and explored it. When the time arrived, who would decide to jump out would be really uncertain. Especially when the River of Time was so chaotic, even if Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was raised to rank 8, it could not be used. Fang Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Fang Yuan's gaze moved to the surface of the Pillar of Silver Light. The previous clouds represented Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan already knew of it. But what was this indistinct projection of a protruding hill? Nature is really amazing. There are actually Chi Path Gu materials in this rotten mud mountain. Feng Tianyu praised. These Gu materials had no value to Nijian, because Nijian could only recover his strength by increasing his earth path Dao marks. What Feng Tianyu did not know was that these mud-containing Chi Path Dao marks were not a natural creation. It was the result of Kong Sheng Tian's will activating his killer move with the help of Huland. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Shaoer were able to escape because of this. It was unknown where they were now. This is strange, this amount of Chi Path mud is quite a lot. Is there a Chi Path immortal material buried deep under the ground? How could there be so much Chi Path mud with no rhyme or reason? Feng Tianyu moved around, feeling increasingly odd. He was a refinement path master, and had a lot of knowledge and experience. He searched around before finally stopping at one area and ordered Ni Jian to dig. However, even after digging for 2 days and nights, Feng Tianyu did not discover any good loot. After Wu Clan's Gu immortals secretly took away Huland, they had naturally cleaned up the scene. Even Gu immortals would not be able to find out anything from just this Chi Path mud. After all, Chi tides had swept the world before, and Chi Path Gu materials emerged everywhere. Sand Heap Blessed Land was exposed because of Chi tides, and Gu masters continued to enter and explore it. However, the environment here was extremely treacherous. Wind raged and carried rough sand that cut like knives. On the ground, sand waves rose and fell. If one was even a little careless, they would be buried under sand waves tens of feet high. The only areas where one could stay in were the sand heaps that appeared inside the sand waves. The sand heaps were of all sizes, even the smallest ones were the size of a hill. There was space inside the sand heaps. Not only was it tranquil, there were also a large number of cultivation resources. At this time, inside a sand heap, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were clearly the ones who discovered it first. Everyone deserves a share. What is the use in talking about who discovered it first? While the Gu masters were arguing, someone suddenly attacked. The others were caught unprepared, and the person who got sneak attacked was heavily injured, shouting furiously, "Mo Li, you have such guts, you dared to attack me." Other Gu masters immediately split up and stared at the attacker while also being vigilant of one another. This Gu master was a middle-aged bearded man. He was wearing a white scarf on his head, and his triangular eyes let out a sinister light. He sneered, "I was most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my greatest obstacle is gone. Ha ha ha, all of you, die." The Gu masters were stunned before erupting with fury. "Mo Li, you have lost your mind. Alright, let me see. What ability you have to speak such words. Hehe, you have angered all of us. Everyone, attack together, let's get rid of this bastard first. Facing the group attack, Mo Li felt even more thirst to battle. Come, I will let you know my true strength. His whole body began shining with blue electricity. He slowly rose to the air. The chaotic and disorderly electric arcs became clear electric threads that covered Mo Li like they were clothes. The killer move was activated successfully. Mo Li shouted, "Golden red armor." Pieces of armor floated out from his body. The 100 or so pieces followed the electric circuit and pieced together into one complete armor. In an instant, Mo Li was dressed in full body armor. This armor let out metallic light. The golden and red lights emitted a domineering aura. The armored Mo Li charged at the GU Masters like an eagle. At first, the GU Masters attacked wildly, but the golden red armor did not suffer any damage. There was only some soot left on its surface. The GU Masters were pale with shock as they began to evade and defend. The armored Mo Li only charged around like a brute and many GU Masters immediately died from the collision. The remaining GU Masters lost their will to fight and began to run everywhere. Mo Li laughed coldly inside the armor. He then activated the armor's killer move. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out both hands, a circular marking shone on both his palms before several electric arrows flew out abruptly. The electric arrows flew with extreme speed, killing all the fleeing GU Masters. The battlefield became quiet immediately. Mo Li slowly landed on the ground. The golden red armor separated into pieces and disappeared. After that, the electricity-weaved clothing also dissipated slowly. Mo Li half knelt on the ground. His breathing was rough and his face was sweating profusely. Although this golden red armor has absolute might, the expenditure is too high. In just tens of breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts have been emptied. If not for your complete support, I would have only lasted half the time. Mo Li mumbled. Peng Da's soul floated out. Don't we have wisdom bead grass now? We can refine electric brain 1 GU with it. With its addition, the consumption of golden red armor will reduce by more than half and the time it can be maintained will increase by at least double. Yes, Mo Li smiled and picked up the wisdom bead grass. After Mo Li killed Peng Da and seized his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating painstakingly. The killer move golden red armor was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Mo Li's battle strength was able to surpass rank 5 GU Masters for a short period of time. And the reason Peng Da was cooperating with Mo Li was because Mo Li had encountered a life and death crisis before this. If Mo Li died, Peng Da's soul would also disappear. Mo Li promised Peng Da that as long as he helped, Mo Li would help resurrect Peng Da. Peng Da and Mo Li reached an agreement. Let's go, we have ransacked this place already. Mo Li came out of the sand heap and arrived outside. The strong wind almost blew him into the sand waves. Mo Li activated his defensive method to endure the devastating sandstorm as he observed the surroundings. He could not see other sand heaps and could only sand waves crashing down loudly. Mo Li endured for about 7 minutes before he finally saw a new sand heap. Such a large sand heap. This is the largest sand heap I have seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Mo Li was exulted and was just about to jump into it. Suddenly, the sand heap exploded. Several figures flew out of it. GU Immortals. Mo Li's heart shook. He immediately retreated. The GU Immortals were fighting in the air. Their fight seemed to shake heaven and earth, and even dispelled the large sandstorm. This is the power of a GU Immortal, so frightening. Even if I have golden red armor, I cannot endure the collateral damage of their confrontation. Mo Li watched secretly. His heart jumped wildly and his mouth was dry. Mo Li observed carefully and gradually saw the actual battle situation. Several GU Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged GU Immortal provoked them while laughing wildly without any worries. Amidst the chaotic battle, a shadow suddenly intruded. This intruding GU Immortal left shortly afterwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The GU Immortal, who was sneak attacked by this figure, roared, "Ling Hushu, you dare to steal my Fang clan's possessions." Ling Hushu laughed loudly. "Who asked you to be the nearest person to me? I didn't expect you to actually carry so many soul cores. Looks like Fang clan's plans in Green Ghost Desert were quite successful." The Fang clan GU Immortal was restless and furious. "Ling Hushu, I will advise you to leave those soul cores alone. You are provoking a huge trouble. Haha, will I be intimidated so easily? Goodbye." 1. This has the same characters as computer. Chapter 2130, Pighead Land Speary. Ling Hushu was a Western Desert demonic immortal who cultivated theft path. Gu immortal Fang Dongshi of Fang clan could not restrain his anger. Sandheap blessed land appeared too suddenly. Fang clan was unable to take out manpower within a short period, and could only mobilize him, who was the nearest to the blessed land. He had not expected that the batch of soul cores he harvested in Green Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Hushu during the chaotic battle. These soul cores are to be handed to Fang Yuan. I cannot lose them. Fang Dongshi was quite unlucky. He had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture, but what was stolen was the stuff that could not be lost. Fang clan and Fang Yuan's cooperation could not be exposed. Fang Dongshi could not announce it and could only give chase. Ling Hushu's cultivation had recently advanced to rank 7 and his speed was extremely fast. Fang Dongshi had already decided to chase him without resting. But just as he was about to leave, he was obstructed by Shi Kang's killer move. Shi Kang, what are you trying to do? Fang Dongshi shouted. Shi Kang smiled coldly. Fang Dongshi, you and these people attacked me for so long, and you want to leave just like this? Fang Dongzai's eyelids twitched in anger. Shi Kang, you should rejoice that I am not going to attack you. Did you make some agreement with Ling Hushu in secret? The Grand Shi clan is actually cooperating with a demonic bastard. The moment Fang Dongshi spoke, he immediately made false charges. But because of this disturbance, Ling Hushu had already disappeared. Shi Kang laughed madly. I have been in closed cultivation for several years. This is my first battle after coming out. It must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think of fleeing, come fight. All of you are the stepping stones for my name to spread far and wide. The other Gu immortals' faces darkened upon hearing that. Fang Dongshi said through gritted teeth. Shi Kang, you are the one who spoke insolently and provoked us, which was why we encircled you. But because we are all from the righteous path, we did not use our full strength. Now, you have not only allied with Ling Hushu, you are showing so much contempt towards us, you are really looking for death. Everyone, attack. Good, I also want to see what methods Shi Kang has gained over these years. Shi Kang, I have not seen you for several years and your guts have become so big. You think only you made progress. This time, Fang Dongshi took the initiative to attack first. Other Gu immortals also attacked seriously from the sides. Fang Dongshi fought for a while before swapping with another Gu immortal. Several Gu immortals fought Shi Kang in turns. Shi Kang did not get any breather. The pressure on him was several times higher than before. The battle was rapidly becoming disadvantageous to him, but he was laughing with excitement. Come, come. The Gu immortals continued to battle intensely, and having observed the battle for a long while, Mo Li flew to that largest sand heap while clenching his teeth. The Gu immortals had flown out of this sand heap. They must have left many resources which had no importance to them. Fortune is found within danger. Mo Li was originally a merchant. Right now, his spirit of taking risks was stimulated. Mo Li entered the sand heap. He could still hear the sounds of the Gu immortals' battle. Shortly afterwards, he found that his choice was correct. As he moved deeper, he collected a large number of Gu materials on the way. Previously, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants inside the sand heap. But because the Gu immortals had already explored it, the beasts and plants were already killed off. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere, from 1,000 beast kings to even myriad beast kings. These resources were insignificant to Gu immortals who tossed them aside casually, but they were incomparably abundant gains to Mo Li. It was like he had picked countless battle spoils for free. I have struck it rich, we've struck rich. Mo Li was extremely excited. He also saw many giant craters as well as terrifying poisonous blood. It was obvious that the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were taken away by the Gu immortals, but the huge ruins quietly displayed the horror of a mortal fight. If I were exploring it, I might have become food for these ferocious beasts. Thanks to the Gu immortals who explored it already, Mo Li entered the core area of the sand heap. Originally, this was the place with the most valuable resources, but Mo Li did not make any gains. This place was already ransacked by the Gu immortals. If an immortal material was left out, even if it was only a leaf, it would be an enormous fortune. Mo Li was not resigned. He was going to search this area completely. He really ended up discovering a large rock buried under the ground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, flying rock. It contains Chi Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Mo Li sighed. This gain was far below his expectations, but it was better than nothing at least. Mo Li was just about to lift this flying rock when the rock split apart. A young man fell out from the split rock. What is this? Mo Li was shocked before being curious. This youngster was clearly immortal. How could he appear here sealed in the flying rock? Mo Li woke up this mortal young man. The young man stated his identity. I am Wang Xiao'er, from Central Continent. Uncle, thanks for saving me. Where is this? Mo Li gave a malevolent laugh as he grabbed Wang Xiao'er's clothes. Speak, how did you appear here? Wang Xiao'er stammered. I don't know. Back then at southern borders Rotten Mud Mountain, Kong Shengtian's will had activated the immortal move using Hu Land and transported everyone. But he had forewarned that the killer move would transport them to random locations. Like that, Wang Xiao'er was sent to Western Desert and coincidentally fell here. And for some unknown reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and fell into deep sleep. Although Wang Xiao'er knew some reasons, he wanted to preserve the secret of the whereabouts of the 4 great obscenities. Mo Li had plenty of worldly experiences. He could tell from Wang Xiao'er's expression that he was lying. Mo Li punched Wang Xiao'er so hard that Wang Xiao'er's nose bled. Tell the truth, tell me everything you know, otherwise I am going to make you wish for death. Peng Da's soul suddenly came out and stopped Mo Li. Stop. Mo Li stared at Peng Da's soul with an ominous gaze. Brat, what are you trying to do? Peng Da's soul said through clenched teeth. Uncle Mo Li, you are a rank 5 GU master, and he is only a child, a mortal. Why do you need to resort to cruel means against him? The Uncle Mo Li that I met was a person who saved me in the desert, and told me about living outside and helping each other. Uncle, don't deceive your conscience because of hatred. You are not this kind of person. Shut up. Mo Li shouted and smacked Peng Da's soul to the side. How do you know that I am not this kind of person? Even if I was not like this before, humans change. Mo Li walked towards the frightened Wang Xiao'er. Since you don't want to speak, I can only soul search. Wang Xiao'er suddenly screamed, pointing towards Peng Da's soul. Ghost, there is a ghost, a ghost. Stop making a fuss. Do you think that I will turn you into a ghost as well? Mo Li punched Wang Xiao'er to the ground. He had just finished speaking when a strange existence appeared while laughing. Good, amazing. Young man, I have a high opinion of you. Mo Li, Wang Xiao'er, and Peng Da's soul turned solemn. The 3 pairs of eyes stared at this existence that had appeared all of a sudden. Wang Xiao'er shouted, a talking pig. But why is there only the head and no body? Mo Li, however, shook with excitement. Idiot, this is Sandheap Blessed Land's land spirit. Mo Li walked towards the land spirit. Speak, land spirit, what is your condition for acknowledging a new master? The pig-head land spirit floated above Wang Xiao'er and looked down. My condition is simple. The person who can take the most beatings will be my master. It then laughed towards Wang Xiao'er. Young man, I think highly of you. Peng Da's soul realized at once. I understand, no wonder the GU immortal named Shikong was so rampant outside, he is trying to be beaten up through all means. The pig-head land spirit smiled. That GU immortal took a beating from ancient desolate beasts for a while, so he saw me and learned of the conditions to be my master. But he doesn't realize that it is not the one who can take more fierce beatings who will become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a grand cause. Not only do you need the ability to resist the beatings, you also need to have a firm and indomitable spirit to take the beatings. Look at this youngster. He is obviously lying, but even if he is beaten and is facing someone he cannot defy, he is still stubborn. This spirit to take a beating is worthy of admiration. So there is this way. Mo Li's eyes shone brightly as he saw hope of contending for the ownership of the blessed land. The battle in the sky was still continuing, but the attacking GU immortals had started to feel something amiss. Shikong, is this your strength after closed cultivation? You have been beaten to the point where it is difficult for you to even speak. If not for us holding back, you would have already died. A GU immortal scoffed. Shikang's face was already swollen and blue from the beating. His vision was blurry, but he still laughed. Nonsink. I few grat. Peak Konditan, fight 500 rons, no problem. Another GU immortal said. On account of our 2 clans, close relationship, Shikong, just retreat. How much blood have you coughed from the beatings? Any more and you might not have any left. Shikong opened his mouth to retort but coughed out a mouthful of blood. Bolsht. I have lotto blood, can cough kupal omthfuls. Fang Dong Shi sneered. Shikong, even if you are most specialized in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold out for long. You have already become the laughing stock of Western Desert's GU Immortal world in this battle. If we fight any longer, you will be crippled. If you are sensible, then take out some resources to compensate for our losses. My Fang clan will let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules. They did not go overboard in their contest over the inheritances. These resources in sand-heap blessed land were not worth it to stake their lives. Shikong was beaten so miserably that it had already surpassed the usual standard of contending. Could they kill him and attract the retaliation of Shi clan, causing this dispute to escalate? This was something that all the GU Immortals including Fang clan did not want to see. Shikong raised his head and was about to speak, but the slight exertion caused his right leg to crack in a crisp sound. Shikong held his right leg and pressed it on the broken area while activating a killer move. Rocks filled the gap and his Rockman transformation was back in one piece for the moment. Shikong still did not want to show weakness. He shouted at Fang Dongshi, CME, ICN still fit. Chapter 2131, Fang Yuan, Huland. With the situation in this state, Fang Dongshi and the rest stopped attacking. Strange. This is really odd. Something does not make any sense. Shikong is not a suicidal person. There might be great benefits involved for him to push himself this hard. As for what benefits, the GU Immortals had a similar guess. Shikong entered with us and had only gone into that sand heap earlier. Could it be? The GU Immortals suddenly flew down and entered the sand heap again. Shikong was really anxious this time as he gave chase. He yelled and cursed but no one cared. The Immortals arrived at the center of the sand heap within moments and witnessed a painful scene. They saw Mo Li lying on the ground with his legs spread open. He was gnashing his teeth while his body shook from the intense pain. Wang Xiao'er was standing in front of him and fiercely kicking the part between Mo Li's legs, the most vital area of a man. On the other side, Peng Da's soul was also attacking Mo Li. What attracted the GU Immortals' attention was the pig-head land spirit. The pig-head land spirit was cheering loudly. Good, this way of taking a beating really makes people marvel. What moves me even more is this spirit. What kind of spirit to take a beating is this? Exposing your vital area openly and allowing such fierce attacks. And you, Mo Li, have persevered without a thought of giving up. What fearless courage. Your dazzling spirit continues to move me. Then you, are you moved? Will you recognize me, as your master? Mo Li's tears fell from the pain as he shouted. The pig-head land spirit said with a solemn expression, soon. You have already surpassed that Shikong. Mo Li wanted to cry. You said that just before, UGHH. Stop them. Fang Dongshi shouted first. A mere mortal wants to obtain a blessed land. The GU Immortals made their moves. Shikong was also among them. His head was soaked with cold sweat as he rejoiced. The other GU Immortals discovered this secret. If not for that, he might have been defeated by this audacious mortal. Immortal moves shrouded the entire place. They descended like a tsunami. Mo Li's group was deathly pale. Mother. Wang Xiao'er held his head and tried to run. Land spirit, save me. Mo Li was lying on the ground, his legs trembling intensely. The pig-head land spirit shook its head and flew away. I cannot save you. To become my master, you need to have the spirit to take a beating, but even more than that, you need to have the strength to take the beatings. But right as Mo Li was about to die miserably, there was a loud sound, and all the killer moves were destroyed. 3 mysterious figures appeared from the corner. Their bodies were shrouded in a layer of profound light, hiding their appearance and gender. They stood silently, but their auras were closely connected and actually suppressed the sight of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Dongshi and the rest became solemn like they were facing a huge enemy. This profound light and this kind of image. You are the legendary Yi clan. Western Desert's Yi clan. There really is this super clan. There existed a hidden super clan in Western Desert, with powerful strength and a long history, seemingly existing since ancient times. But this was only a rumor between Western Desert's super forces, and there had never been clear evidence. Since you know of our Yi clan, then retreat. One of the 3 mysterious figures spoke. Their voice was also modified, gender-neutral and hoarse. Fang Dongshi snorted coldly. Cowardly people who dare not show themselves, who knows if you are really from Yi clan? You want us to retreat just like this? Aren't you too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shikong. Shikong rubbed his nose and was about to speak when another person said, look at the price of Shi Kang's arrogance, your outcome will be the same. Shi Kang. A chaotic battle broke out. Yi Clan's 3 GU immortals had tacit cooperation, they had clearly trained together for years. They immediately gained the upper hand. Western Desert Righteous Path might have been suppressed, but they had superiority in their numbers. The pig-head land spirit floated near the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle excitedly. GU immortals prioritized defense to become the blessed land's master. They did not dodge the attacks they could dodge, and even moved towards the attacks. They were also fighting for Mo Li. After all, he was the person who was thought highly of by the land spirit. If they could help him get the ownership, they would win this battle. Finally, after a strange, fierce battle, Mo Li was taken away by Yi Clan. Wang Xiao'er was captured by Fang Dongxi, and the person who became the blessed land's owner was GU immortal Shi Kang. He had not wasted his efforts after all. Fang Dongxi returned to Fang Clan and reported the outcome of the battle. The matter concerned Fang Yuan. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong immediately convened the clan's GU immortals to discuss about it. We should kill Ling Hushu. The issue now is, how do we explain this to Fang Yuan? We will tell the truth and let Fang Yuan kill Ling Hushu. But we need to hide our transaction with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the world who cultivates all paths. We are unable to deal with Ling Hushu because he cultivates theft path and is proficient in escaping. If Fang Yuan were to take action, Ling Hushu would definitely die an extremely miserable death. That is not appropriate. Fang Dichong shook his head, rejecting this suggestion. His soul was traded to Fang Clan by Fang Yuan, and he obtained freedom once again. Right now, he had possessed a rank 5 GU master's body and was preparing to undergo immortal ascension again. He was part of this discussion right now. Fang Dichong continued to analyze. Do you think that possibility is likely? Or is it more probable for Fang Yuan to find trouble with us instead? What is the reason for Fang Yuan's transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is the closest to Green Ghost Desert, and he needs countless soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If my Grand Fang clan cannot even handle this properly, we will no doubt lose our value in Fang Yuan's eyes. At that time, what do you think he will do? Fang Clan's immortals felt their hearts turning cold from this analysis. Fang Gong nodded. I approve of Fang Dichang's words. Fang Yuan could step on Heavenly Court, it is very easy for him to deal with Fang Clan. We cannot fight him. Besides this, our clan also benefited plenty from transacting with Fang Yuan. The numerous immortal materials in Fang Yuan's hands are the most important transaction gains for our clan. Fang Dongxi was troubled. But this time's soul core quantity cannot meet the requirement. Tomorrow is the day to hand over the goods, what reason will we use to delay it? If Fang Yuan wants to investigate this, he can easily realize the truth. But if we don't lie and say the truth, won't our value fall greatly in Fang Yuan's eyes? Fang Dichong said, we must tell the truth. But since the soul cores are not enough, we will use other things to compensate for them. Won't it be okay as long as Fang Yuan is satisfied? Fang Huasheng was worried. Fang Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances, his standards are extremely high. Our Fang clan does have some items that can satisfy Fang Yuan, but every one of these items is a foundation of our Fang clan. We cannot hand over our foundation because of Ling Hushu, can we? Fang Dichong laughed. You are thinking too deeply. In my opinion, this matter is easy to resolve. Fang Gong asked. What plan do you have? Fang Dichong. Didn't we already soul search Wang Xiao'er? Although he is only immortal, his body is mysterious and his experiences are also quite amazing. We know about Hu Land, this secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu Clan's hands now. We will hand this information to Fang Yuan, it should satisfy him. Is that going to work? Some were doubtful. Fang Dichong shook his head. Don't treat Fang Yuan like us normal people. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou are already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is suppressed, Qi Si Ancestor was defeated by him. He is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu Clan is the #1 super force of southern border, they still won't be able to protect Hu Land. Fang Gong nodded. Then, let's do that. If Fang Yuan is not satisfied, we can only incur a greater loss once again. He then sighed. Such a pity about Hu Land. If only my clan knew of it, we would definitely conceal it and dig it up secretly. Now, we can only give it to Fang Yuan. Fang Dichong said in a heavy tone. Fang Yuan should be satisfied. This person is terrifying. The most terrifying thing is not his strength, but his broad-mindedness instead. He doesn't bother about trifling matters in order to accomplish the major goal. His broad-mindedness and shrewdness are unfathomably deep and vast like mountains and seas. What gives me chills is that even though he is the strongest person in the world, he is still willing to trade with us and will not resort to brute force if he can. This kind of person is not someone our Fang clan or Heavenly Court can deal with. I am afraid that only the rumored Venerable Revival can curb such a terrifying demon. At some corner of Ni clan, a GU master who had been unconscious for several days woke up dazedly from his bed. An immortal GU condensed inside my body. The GU master looked weak and pale, but he could barely hide his joy. From today onwards, am I going to rise up towards the peak of my life? The GU master was extremely excited. He had rank 4 cultivation and knew of Ni clan's secret. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 GU masters who have passed the difficulty of bloodline condensation and survived, and with me now, there are 4 who possess immortal GU. Now that I have an immortal GU, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder even though my cultivation has not reached rank 5. The GU master's mind was filled with plans for his beautiful future. Little did he know that his condition over the past few days as well as the thoughts going through his mind right now were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into thoughts. Ni Ren's method is indeed an ingenious human isolation-style refinement technique. After the event of the gold fragment current, although Ni clan lost a lot of GU masters, the surviving GU masters passed the cruel trial. After they returned to the clan, the phenomenon of bloodline condensation appeared successively. Over 40 people got a fever and fell unconscious, but only 2 woke up successfully and refined immortal GU inside their body. Right at this time, a message disturbed his thoughts. Huland, Chapter 2132, Nurturing GU Immortals. Over 50 GU masters were gathered in the hall. First Supreme Elder Wu Chao, Supreme Elder Mountain Moving. GU masters greeted together with solemn expressions and hardly concealable excitement. Wei Shenjing was among them. He had finally emerged from the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal. Besides him, there was Divine Dr. Sheng Shou and Wu Shentong. These 2 had been revived through the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. There was also Zhang Yi, the Western Desert GU master who had inherited Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 or so people were geniuses of their generation and were GU master elites selected by Wu clan. You may stand. Wu Yong was sitting on the main seat. To his left was Mountain Moving Old Monster, and to his right was Wu clan's ranked 7 GU immortal Wu Chao. The information on Immortal Ascension and the matters to pay attention to regarding Immortal Ascension have already been given to you. Over the following period of time, you should start closed cultivation and come out only when you feel you have the certainty to ascend to Immortal. Our Wu clan's GU Immortals will help you resist the Immortal Ascension tribulations with all their strength. You may leave now. Wu Yong raised his hand. The group of around 50 GU masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled towards Mountain Moving Old Monster. Supreme Elder Mountain Moving, I shall hand the matter of these GU masters' immortal ascension to you. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a GU immortal originating from Wu clan. His surname was Qin and his name was Jing Sheng. He was previously a lone immortal. When Fang Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, there was the issue of Mount Snail where he reached an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. But in the end, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and Wu Yong went after him. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation immediately became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character. Why would he let go of this opportunity? He immediately exerted pressure on Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both forceful and persuasive measures, he made Mountain Moving Old Monster become Wu clan's external Supreme Elder. Back to the present, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed to Wu Yong's command. I am in deep admiration of First Supreme Elder's broad-mindedness. I will stake all my strength to make sure the tribulations cannot harm anyone. Good. Wu Yong laughed. I, Wu Yong, guarantee that the Wu clan I govern is fair with rewards and punishments. I shall take my leave and make preparations. Mountain Moving Old Monster left. He knew the meaning behind Wu Yong's action. He was an external elder of Wu clan. External elders were usually ostracized. But Wu Yong's move was too revolutionary. He actually supported so many GU immortal seeds at once. What raised mountain-moving old monster's attention the most was that these 50 or so GU masters were mostly outsiders. Wu Yong ordered mountain-moving old monster to be in charge of this matter. On one hand, he was worried of Wu clan's GU immortals being biased towards the clan members if they were put in charge. On the other hand, it was to reassure mountain-moving old monster, using action to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am different from ordinary leaders. When mountain-moving old monster left, Wu Yong's gaze moved towards Wu Chao. Wu Chao had been keeping silent and was feeling uneasy under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Chao had been Wu clan's third supreme elder with high authority and status. But he was enticed by Chao clan and had supported Fang Yuan, who had disguised as Wu Yihai. This action was the same as betraying Wu clan's benefits. Later, Wu Chao was in charge of guarding Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian but lost it to the enemies. This was a great stain to his reputation. After Wu Yong took the position, he suppressed Wu Chao to the limit. Wu Chao's situation declined day by day and he was even stripped of his third elder position. Wu Chao, Wu Yong spoke, what do you think of my decision to support so many GU immortal seeds? Under Wu Yong's gaze, Wu Chao's forehead became covered in sweat. He took a deep breath before standing and bowing, saying in a sincere manner, Lord Wu Yong, I think this action has far more benefits in long term. I give my full support to it. Wu Yong laughed, he raised his teacup and took a sip, before asking leisurely, then tell me how you will give full support. Wu Chao took a deep breath and said what he had already prepared before. Wu Yong did not comment and only nodded as he put down the cup, do it. Wu Chao was exalted, he quickly requested for leave. He did not leave directly like mountain-moving old monster, instead he stood at the door and bowed deeply towards Wu Yong before leaving slowly. This attitude was extremely respectful. Only Wu Yong remained in the discussion hall. He was expressionless, but was sighing inwardly. This time, he invested all the resources of the clan to support the immortal ascensions of over 50 GU masters. This move could be considered crazy. His move had caused dissatisfaction in many Wu clan GU immortals. The main reason was that among these over 50 GU masters, less than half were Wu clansmen while the rest were outsiders. Many Wu clan supreme elders including Wu Ba Chong thought, Wu Yong's action was shaking Wu clan's foundation. These short-sighted people, as Wu Yong recalled the recent times, when these people admonished his actions openly or secretly, he could not help but snort coldly. Wu clan's greatest issue was the lack of GU immortals, there was not enough manpower to guard their territories. Let alone when they were planning to expand in the future. However, Wu clan had few GU immortal seeds as well. Even when they lowered the standard and revived some Wu clan GU master elites, the number of GU immortal candidates was only 18. Although GU immortals could deal with the tribulations, the crucial point in immortal ascension was the balancing of 3 chi. Outsiders could not help in this, the GU master had to rely on themselves. 18 Wu clan GU immortal seeds, according to history, only 1 or 2 among them might succeed in immortal ascension. What use was there in gaining 1 or 2 ranked 6 GU immortals for Wu clan? This simply could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambition. Thus, Wu Yong disregarded his subordinates' opposition and recruited outsider GU masters to be GU immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu clan treated them fairly and gave them full support. It is not that these people cannot see the situation, but they raised opposition because it threatened their own benefits. They have really disappointed me. Their vision is too narrow. Without the 5 regional walls now, our Wu clan's enemies are not just southern border forces, but the entire 5 regions. And among the 5 regions, the most terrifying enemies are in Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system, Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight and wisdom, he was already clear of the superiority of the sect system. That was the reason he gave full support to outsider GU immortal candidates and recruited outsiders to become Wu clan's external supreme elders. But even with his prestige, he encountered such opposition and resistance, it could be imagined what the situation in other super forces would be like. Wu Yong had excellent political skills, he dealt with this situation by deploying mountain-moving old monster and supporting Wu Chao. Mountain-moving old monster was an external supreme elder. For the sake of his own future in Wu clan, he would definitely do his best to support those outsider GU immortal seeds in their ascension. And Wu Chao was an astute person. He saw Wu clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. To get back onto Wu clan's political stage, even if he did not approve of Wu Yong's move, he had to grab this opportunity, becoming Wu Yong's dog and standing against those opposing supreme elders. Like this, Wu clan's internal disorder was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. There will be 5 or 6 among these seeds who will succeed in immortal ascension. I hope one of my Wu clansmen becomes a Chi Path Gu Immortal. Hu land can be used then. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced prestige wind, my strength will rise by another level. Adding on Hu land, my Wu clan will be among the top super forces in all 5 regions. Wu Yong's mood turned much better when he thought of Hu land. He thought very highly of Hu land. If not for him cultivating wind path primarily and having accumulated a lot of wind path Dao marks, he might have converted to Chi path for Hu land. Wu Ji did not choose Chi path and persisted on strength path, which had actually disappointed Wu Yong. Hu land's value was extremely high. This could be seen from Demon Immortal Chi Ju. As long as a set of killer moves involving this kind of secluded domain of heaven and earth was created, the Gu Immortal would have near pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu land could be taken as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, while it would be extremely difficult for Wu clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu was a huge trial to Wu clan. Be it Mini Blue Heavens Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, Mini Northern Plains Triple Sacred Mountain, or other areas, Gu Immortals were cheering in excitement. Just the previous moment, Fang Yuan had issued the latest contribution board, mission board, and exchange list. The contribution board and mission board were issued long before, but it was the first appearance of the exchange list. It was this exchange list that made all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited. The exchange list contained a large number of rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu, a dazzling lineup of immortal moves, immortal Gu recipes, and countless immortal materials. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for any cultivation resource on the exchange list. I have never seen such a rich list of immortal materials and such enormous immortal material reserves. Even Lang Ya Land Spirit, who was extremely knowledgeable, was dumbstruck when he saw the exchange list. There are rank 6 to rank 9 immortal killer moves, including common killer moves, battlefield killer moves, the present age Gu formations and Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it before. Many Gu Immortals exclaimed in shock. The Gu Immortals who came from the Variant Human Alliance cared much more about the immortal Gu in the exchange list. Even these immortal Gu can be exchanged. How difficult is it to refine immortal Gu, but here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an immortal Gu. All of the Gu Immortals were moved. They suddenly realized that becoming subordinates of Fang Yuan was a really fortunate thing. Our future is so bright after following Master. This is too good, looks like Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I have never seen a force have such wealth. Master's foundation is truly inestimable. The Gu Immortals' eyes shined with excitement, their faces reddened, and some even cried in joy. Some quick ones immediately looked at the mission board. Previously, the tasks they completed were mandatory and they did not have much enthusiasm. But it was completely different now. The first task is so strange. Request for Lord Fang Yuan to protect us from tribulations, and we also get such rich contribution points in return. Chapter 2133, Shizong's Tribulation. 2133 Shizong's tribulation. Fang Yuan was secretly observing his subordinates' reactions. He had issued the exchange list after careful consideration. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic phenomena would pass with time. But they were instead becoming more severe. Sometimes, some strange situations occurred, which were so serious that Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with them. If he could increase the strength of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals by a level or two, the chaotic state of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be dealt with much more properly. Fang Yuan had no way to completely resolve the issues in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, so he could only alleviate them. Naturally, regardless of how he strengthened them, these subordinates would not have the ability to take part in the contest within Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan also did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan had devoured many of the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens and plundered the countless years of accumulations of these Grotto Heavens. He naturally did not lack the resources to nurture them. On the basis of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even if Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven had much more accumulation than Fang Yuan, they could not copy his action. Fang Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was extremely easy for him to refine rank 6 and rank 7 immortal GU. That was why he could domineeringly place all kinds of immortal GU on the exchange list and let his subordinates exchange for them. If Fang Yuan needed to use some immortal GU that they exchanged for in the future, he could just throw a compulsory mission at the person. Who would dare to go against Fang Yuan's decree? At that time, Fang Yuan would give even more contribution points in exchange. The subordinate whose immortal GU was seized might even be quite happy. The heated reactions of his subordinates was within Fang Yuan's expectations. These GU immortals who were stimulated by the exchange list began to crazily accept the tasks, and took the initiative to go to various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture to work like bees. As for the first task on the mission board, the GU immortals were discussing if Lord Fang Yuan had made a mistake. But even after a few days, the task content had not changed. The GU immortals became increasingly covetous. The contribution point reward of this task was sizable. Shizong was the person to study the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Shizong had been distressed over a huge issue. He was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He was rank 7 and was about to face his 3rd grand tribulation. Rank 7 GU immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not big issues to Shizong. But a grand tribulation was huge trouble. The previous 2 grand tribulations had almost destroyed Shizong's confidence. The 3rd grand tribulation was imminent. Shizong was thinking of ways to delay the grand tribulation. But he had turned the whole exchange list inside out and was still unable to find a trace of hope. The exchange list doesn't have any methods to delay calamities and tribulations. Shizong frowned. Does Master not have such methods? Obviously not. Shizong's gaze locked on the first task in the mission board. Looks like Master is encouraging us to accept this task. Shizong was enticed. His Rockman tribe came from Northern Plains' northern icy plain. Fang Yuan had forced them on his ship. But by now, Shizong found that this ship had already become a warship with a bright future and unimaginable fortune. Since ancient times, the main criteria of a leader was making use of both benevolence and authority. Fang Yuan had no lack of authority, so when the exchange list appeared, it changed many people's hearts. Shizong did not dare to betray Fang Yuan and had seen the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long while and decided to take the risk, accepting that task. He accepted the task openly and did not conceal it. And soon, the news regarding him accepting the first task spread throughout the sovereign immortal aperture's GU immortal world. Shizong is a veteran rank 7 GU immortal. If he can pass the tribulation successfully, he will become a rank 8. Let's see what's going on with this task. Sigh, I also wanted to accept this task. I did not expect Shizong to seize the initiative. This is a good opportunity to express loyalty to Master. Not long after Shizong accepted the task, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone was going to manage Shizong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shizong opened his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took control and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials inside his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green pond rotten soil, diamond soil, Great Lake soil, concealing heaven dust, grand soil, region sand, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, thousand-year frost jade essence, dark inkstone, marrow-sucking stone, regretwater rock, round coon stone, hibiscus stalactite, stone hard liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. The large number of Earth Path immortal material made Shizong speechless. After coming to his senses, Shizong's heart jumped in fright. GU immortal calamities and tribulations are the result of heavenly Tao seeking balance. Right now, my Earth Path foundation has increased to such an astonishing amount, my grand tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary GU immortals want their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is completely the opposite. It is as if he wants the grand tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the time to undergo tribulation was here. Fang Yuan's main body arrived at an ordinary sea area of Eastern Sea and opened his immortal aperture, letting Shizong out. Shizong greeted Fang Yuan first before placing his aperture in the outside world. The blessed land's door was opened and started absorbing a large amount of the outside world's heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan stood outside the entrance. He could not go in. He had too many Dao marks. Previously, when he attacked Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, he was unable to go in as well, let alone this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation was on time. First was the arrival of Heaven Path Dao marks, then these Heaven Path Dao marks transformed into Dao marks of other paths based on the state of Shizong's blessed land. Most of these Dao marks were of Earth Path. The transformed Dao marks used an expended heaven and earth chi to turn into calamities and tribulations. If Fang Yuan used Big Family Chi Gu right now, he could absorb the tribulation chi and weaken the Grand Tribulation. Right now, Fang Yuan was looking forward to the Grand Tribulation becoming even stronger. Soon the Grand Tribulation took shape. Shizong's face turned pale. Yellow sky dust cloud, heavens, it saw my immortal aperture was very prosperous and I had too many earth path resources, so this is specially targeting them. Yellow sky dust cloud would gain increasingly powerful suction force along with time and absorb the immortal aperture's earth path resources. The more earth path resources it absorbed, the stronger it would become, its range would increase and it would become denser with much more powerful suction force. Among all the Grand Tribulations, Yellow Sky Dust Cloud was absolutely among the top few hated Grand Tribulations. Shizong tried several killer moves, although they were effective, the effect was very little on such a large yellow sky dust cloud. I can only rely on Master now. Shizong's expression was dismal. Right at this time, Shizong saw multicolored and dazzling totems fly out of Fang Yuan's body and enter the Blessed Land, before charging into the yellow sky dust cloud. These totems were of various types and shapes. There existed ferocious tiger and leopard, agile deer and rabbit, lush trees, as well as spinning flying rocks. But no matter which one, they all emitted rank 8 aura. Shizong's body and mind shook together. Oh heavens! More than 20 killer moves, all at rank 8 level. Master actually has such terrifying strength. These were all totem killer moves. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained the cultivation method of thousands of basic totems from Zanbi Yudu, he would cultivate this move whenever he had some free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred land for cultivating totem killer moves. It was very difficult to cultivate totems outside of this place. Because there was no such food path environment, almost all the food recipes would lose their effect when placed in the outside world. He had deep food path attainment, he modified these food recipes and turned them into killer moves. With the help of these food path killer moves and countless GU materials, Fang Yuan was able to cultivate over 20 totems. These totems were all at rank 8 level and were carefully selected by Fang Yuan, their power naturally would not be low. What was even more amazing was once these totem killer moves were formed, they were extremely easy and convenient to activate. Fang Yuan willed, activating over 20 totems at once. In other words, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he possessed the sovereign immortal body that he could fearlessly cultivate totems of so many paths. If it were other GU immortals, they would never be able to accomplish this. Shizong watched with a stupefied expression. Because at that moment, the extremely thick yellow sky dust cloud that covered the sky was shredded by these totems. Too vicious, too terrifying. Shizong's thoughts fluctuated intensely. But although the Grand Tribulation was destroyed violently, it did not stop. Instead it was trying hard to condense again. However, the moment a trace of yellow sky dust cloud condensed, it was instantly torn into pieces by the totems. Heaven's will did not give up, but the totems were even fiercer. Inexplicably, Shizong suddenly felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal killer move, Heaven human sensation. Immortal killer move, human executing Heaven's work. Fang Yuan made his move from outside the entrance, refining all the Heaven Path Dao marks from the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly marks fell on Shizong's blessed land. Fang Yuan took out an immortal GU house, it was the repaired Thieves' Den. Thieves' Den's killer move, Steel Dao. The Theft Path killer move's working principle was to use Theft Path immortal materials as the catalyst. The Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal materials would be consumed instantly and the Dao marks in the outside world would be stolen. The stolen Dao marks must be attached to these Theft Path immortal materials. So, if the stolen Dao marks were disorderly, the immortal materials would have no value, like those immortal materials found everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In short, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks but did not have a method to use them. Moreover, Thieves' Den was already a peak-level creation and could not be modified, it had no room or potential for improvement. These stolen unrestrained heavenly marks formed a heaven path immortal material. Fang Yuan took this heaven path immortal material and activated a food path killer move, Devour Heaven and Earth. This killer move was Fang Yuan's gain from his recent cultivation. Fang Yuan's food path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had countless food path killer moves and deep wisdom path attainment. It was not difficult for him to create a killer move to devour heaven path immortal materials. Chapter 2134, Fang Yuan, Just You Wait. 2134 Fang Yuan, Just You Wait. After consuming this heaven path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 more heaven path Dao marks. The grand tribulation that sent Xizong into despair, when turned into heaven path Dao marks, merely amounted to 9. Moreover, this grand tribulation's strength was much higher than normal. A normal grand tribulation would give less than 9 heaven path Dao marks when transformed. Probably around 7, Fang Yuan estimated. This could not compare to the gains from annexing the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Each of the 2 heavens grotto heavens gave Fang Yuan several thousand heaven path Dao marks. Fang Yuan devoured grotto heavens one after the other. His sovereign immortal aperture's development had already reached 80%. At present, his heaven path Dao marks numbered over 200,000. Fang Yuan wanted to become venerable through refinement path, so he prioritized annexing refinement path grotto heavens, which increased his refinement path Dao marks to over 6 million. Currently, the sovereign, immortal aperture cannot annex any more grotto heavens. So I can only use this method to gain heaven path Dao marks. Although the increase each time is small, GU Immortals undergoing tribulations is a process that will never stop. Little droplets of water make a mighty ocean. I can accumulate a substantial amount with this method. In the long run, this path of helping GU Immortals undergo tribulation was quite bright. The 2 heavens grotto heavens accumulated for 1 million or so years to have such foundations. But if Fang Yuan annexed 1, there would be 1 less. There was, however, an unending stream of GU Immortals. Xizong's tribulation succeeded and he advanced to rank 8. When he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, he immediately received the congratulations of many people and was asked about the exact details. Xizong was already prepared. He had used GU worms to record the complete video of his tribulation. When this video was spread, it brought a strong impact to the sovereign immortal aperture's GU immortal world. Master is so strong. He used over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Is he still human? These are totem killer moves. They look quite convenient. From the start, the GU Immortals were attracted by the totem killer moves. When Thieves' Den appeared, they exclaimed in shock again. When the video reached the end and the yellow sky dust cloud was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, the GU Immortals sighed, deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really destroy calamities and tribulations beforehand. In history, these calamities and tribulations will calm down only after they have vented everything. But Lord Fang Yuan has unfathomable powers. He can get rid of calamities and tribulations ahead of time. It can be inferred that this task is a huge fortune. Not only can we increase our cultivation level, we can also get a sizable amount of contribution points. Didn't you hear what Xizong said? Although he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 GU Immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. Ah, there was such a thing. No wonder this task compensated us with contribution points. Xizong did not hide this. He was somewhat hesitant at first, but after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to publicize the truth. No gain in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that poured on these excited GU Immortals. The GU Immortals began to calm down. This result needed to be properly considered. No gain of Dao marks was a huge loss to GU Immortals. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main way of gaining Dao marks. Over the next few days, there was no movement. But when Xizong used these contribution points to exchange for 2 ranked 7 Earth Path Immortal GU and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, another person accepted the task of undergoing tribulation. After that, more and more GU Immortals began to imitate this, and it soon formed a wave in the sovereign immortal aperture's GU Immortal world. These GU Immortals were shrewd. They had calculated the gains and losses. Although they would lose a batch of Dao marks, the value of the gained contribution points was far higher than the losses. The GU Immortals' battle strength in Immortal Aperture's environment would indeed weaken from the loss of these Dao marks, but Dao marks was only one of the factors. There were many factors which determined a GU Immortal's battle strength. For instance, Immortal GU was a main factor. immortal killer moves as well were much more important than some thousands of Dao marks. The Immortal Aperture's environment would be influenced, but the GU Immortals could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials to create even more resource points to fill this gap. What made the GU Immortals choose this path was that there was a special entry in the exchange list that allowed the GU Immortals to supply the immortal materials and expend some contribution points, to ask for Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their corresponding Dao marks. These various reasons created an unending supply of GU Immortals who underwent tribulation. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks continued to increase. Kei Shinhong was flying through the clouds. He was communicating with his friend. You don't know that all the GU Immortals are accepting the assisted tribulation task. Some GU Immortals whose tribulations are still far away will choose an option in the exchange list. It requests Master's time path clone to accelerate their Immortal Aperture's time flow. They are using every means possible to accept this task. Kei Shinhong read up to here before replying with the information path Immortal GU. It is because the contribution points for this task are sizable. Moreover, whoever obtains the contribution points first will be able to move a step ahead and do more missions, entering a beneficial feedback loop. Look at that Shizong, he has been thriving recently. His strength has surged, he can do and take on more difficult tasks, obtaining even more contribution points much faster. Unfortunately, I received a mandatory task now and have to go on a diplomatic mission to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first to accept this task. His friend replied soon, you need to be careful, you are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to demand Hu land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and Wu Yong is the Southern Alliance's leader. Kei Shinhong, however, was confident, I am quite hopeful for this trip. Even if it fails, Wu Yong won't do anything to me. You have not personally realized and witnessed Master's power and influence. All right, I have arrived, I will contact you later. Kei Shinhong slowly flew down. Below him was Wu Yi Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Kei Shinhong, two GU Immortals immediately flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. At the front was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder Wu Ba Chong. Kei Shinhong had already notified them before coming here. Wu Clan's earnestness could be seen, they had sent Wu Ba Chong to welcome him. Envoy, please come in. Wu Ba Chong led Kei Shinhong to Wu Clan's headquarters. You came from afar and must be tired, how about resting for a while? Wu Ba Chong was polite. Kei Shinhong shook his hand, let's get down to business first. All right, please wait a while, our first Supreme Elder is handling some clan affairs. Kei Shinhong nodded and waited patiently. He could understand that the leader of the Great Wu clan could not be available so casually. Whether he was really busy or not, they had to put up this show. After 5 minutes, Wu Ba Chong came again and led Kei Shinhong towards the guest hall. Kei Shinhong saw Wu Yong there. Kei Shinhong did not speak nonsense and said directly, Lord Wu Yong, I come with Master's sincerity to have another transaction with your noble clan. Wu Yong and Wu Ba Chong looked at each other, they had profited a lot in the previous transaction. Wu Yong asked with a smile, I wonder what transaction it is. Kei Shinhong smiled, Master is willing to pay a price to buy the Hu land in your possession. Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrank and killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Ba Chong could not sit still, he stood, what Hu land? How could my Wu clan have this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan is definitely mistaken. Kei Shinhong smiled and did not refute. Wu Yong's expression was dark as he interrupted Wu Ba Chong. All right, Ba Chong. Wu Ba Chong immediately stopped denying it, but there was indignance and anger on his face. Veins popped up on his clenched fists as he stared rigidly at Kei Shinhong. If gazes could kill, at this moment, Wu Ba Chong would have already killed Kei Shinhong 100 times with his gaze. Kei Shinhong only looked at Wu Yong, turning a deaf ear to Wu Ba Chong. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong, what is your reply? Wu Yong suddenly showed a smile. Since Fang Yuan wants to trade, of course we can. I believe he will definitely pay a satisfying price. Kei Shinhong could not help but feel a chill when he saw Wu Yong's attitude. Wu Yong was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible choice. Kei Shinhong took a deep breath and said the price. Master is aware that Lord Wu Yong desires rank 8 Immortal GU, 8-faced prestige wind. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal GU. What? Wu Ba Chong's expression changed again as he bellowed furiously. Hulan can be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan is not taking out even one rank 8 Immortal GU and wants to exchange with such conditions. You are too insincere, Wu Yong said through clenched teeth. This is indeed somewhat too overboard. Kei Shinhong smiled. Wu clan excels in Wind Path, your only Qi Path foundation is in Shengtian True Inheritance. Although Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it doesn't have much value for Wu clan. Wu Ba Chong immediately refuted. You can't say that, any path's attainment can be developed. Although my Wu clan excels in Wind Path, could it be that we cannot excel in Qi Path in the future? With Hu Land, I would rather change to Qi Path and replace my vital GU. With such huge prospects, which super force would be willing to give it up? Kei Shinhong glanced at Wu Ba Chong. Second Supreme Elder, you are spot on, quite insightful. It is indeed correct, with Hu Land, the prospect of Qi Path is highly favorable. But, as he said this, Kei Shinhong intentionally paused before saying deeply, the prerequisite is, you need to possess Hu Land. Wu Ba Chong's killing intent erupted and he looked ready to attack. Kei Shinhong's hidden meaning was that Wu clan could not keep Hu Land. Since they could not keep Hu Land, it was useless to mention any Qi Path prospects. Kei Shinhong looked towards Wu Yong and bowed again, saying respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will be frank. If your noble clan is not satisfied with this price, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal GU for your clan. He then continued with a bitter smile. This is my side's bottom line and there won't be any concession. Lord Wu Yong, please understand. I am only a messenger, I cannot make decisions. Wu Yong was silent for a while before smiling. You are an excellent messenger. I agree to your conditions. Wu Ba Chong, bring Kei Shinhong to take Hu Land and send the ranked 7 Fan Win GU as well. First Supreme Elder. Wu Ba Chong was indignant. Go. Wu Yong was solemn. Sigh. Wu Ba Chong heaved a deep sigh as he looked at Kei Shinhong with hatred. Follow me. Wu Ba Chong quickly moved past Kei Shinhong and walked out of the hall. Wu Yong sat on his seat without moving. The guest hall had bright lighting, but Wu Yong's face was dark and heavy. Losing Hu Land had a huge impact on him. How did Fang Yuan know about Hu Land? Did he capture Kong Ritien? Wu Yong had a lot of doubts but he did not want to investigate it. Since the matter had already reached this stage, there was no meaning in talking about this. After a long while, Wu Ba Chong returned to report, Kei Shinhong has left. Lord, should we send some people in disguise and ambush him? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fang Yuan's wisdom, how could he not have expected such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things, Wu Ba Chong said through clenched teeth. Damn it. Our Grand Wu clan cannot protect Hu Land. Wu Yong said with a heavy voice. We need to remember this. In Wu clan's headquarters, we were forced to sell the secluded domain of heaven and earth. This is my disgrace, and also Wu clan's disgrace. In the future, if there is a chance, I will clear this humiliation and pay it back 1,000-fold. Fang Yuan, just you wait. Chapter 2135, Liver Life Formation. 2135 Liver Life Formation. Fang Yuan was holding Heaven's Envy Immortal GU in his hand. Under the continuous supply of rank 8 White Lychee Immortal Essence, Heaven's Envy Immortal GU let out a light, crystal-like radiance. This Immortal GU seemed like a flea made of crystal. It was as large as a fist and was curled up like a ball. Suddenly, the crystal radiance from Heaven's Envy Immortal GU burst, turning into countless broken crystal lights that shone dazzlingly. Success. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that moment just now, he had actually refined this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. The curled-up crystal flea stretched its body and meekly lay on Fang Yuan's palm. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. At this moment, Fang Yuan had created history. But, within an instant, his excited emotions calmed down. He already had many unprecedented achievements. In this recent period of time, I have repeatedly helped my subordinates undergo tribulations. Although the Heaven Path Dao marks gained each time are small in quantity, the numbers accumulate eventually. Adding these Heaven Path Dao marks, I am finally able to refine Heaven's Envy Immortal GU completely, breaking the previous limit. My guess was right, the fact was proved in front of him. As long as the unrestrained heavenly marks reached a certain number, Heaven Path Immortal GU could be refined. In the long river of history, there were countless GU cultivators with geniuses as numerous as stars in the sky, and the 10 venerables like 10 large suns. But none of them truly cultivated Heaven Path. Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have grasp of the killer move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark, but from what Fang Yuan knew, they had not delved deeply into Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path and the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable researched Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to cultivate Heaven Path, but he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable at that time and could not turn back anymore. From this, the advantage of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could be seen again. Cultivate every path. A brand new unknown path emerged before Fang Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained Heavenly Mark was the key to starting Heaven Path cultivation. This path had huge prospects and terrifying advantages, even mortals could understand a thing or two. Heaven Path comprises everything and balances everything. All living beings, be they immortals or mortals, powerful or weak, are included in Heaven Path. All kinds of immortal GU, secluded domains of heaven and earth, are also under the restrictions of Heaven Path. Heaven Path controls calamities and tribulations, it controls lifespan GU. Venerables were powerful for an era, but when compared to Heaven Path, they are like a burning torch. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but daydream. Apart from anything else, just lifespan GU and fate GU, these two factors made him feel a trace of excitement. Every venerable in history was troubled by lifespan GU, and fate GU had never been directly controlled by Heavenly Court. Even star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any solution, she could only become one with the Tao to interfere with Heaven's will and distort the power of fate GU. Among all the paths, the starting threshold of Heaven Path is the highest. One must grasp the killer move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark first. I have only stepped on the road of Heaven Path, I still need to walk a long distance before I can touch the deeper profundities like lifespan GU and fate GU. The battle of Crazed Demon Cave is imminent, I won't be able to accomplish this before the battle. Although he had officially stepped on the cultivation path of Heaven Path and its prospects were bright and huge, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully delve into it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest once more in Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. Cooking Luck Pod brought enormous convenience to Fang Yuan, letting him know that Heaven's Envy Immortal GU might be the key in the battle of Crazed Demon Cave. Heaven Path's cultivation road was going to be long, and Fang Yuan had just taken the initial step. But Heaven's Envy Immortal GU could be developed further. I have completely refined Heaven's Envy Immortal GU, but it is only at rank 7. If I create its corresponding killer moves, it might be quite impressive at rank 8 level. However, in my battle with Venerables, rank 7 will not be enough. I need to raise Heaven's Envy Immortal GU to rank 8. Fang Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but this was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan had a batch of Heaven Path Immortal materials. It might not be enough if he were to try to refine many Heaven Path Immortal GU, but it was enough to use on just Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. However, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment was ordinary, he was not even at master level. Although his refinement path was as high as quasi-supreme, it would be quite difficult to research Heaven's Envy Immortal GU's rank 8 recipe. It was not that there was no chance of success, but it would take too much time and energy. In his initial estimation, it was going to require 2 to 3 years of deductions at the very least. This was undoubtedly not feasible for Fang Yuan. Looks like I need to copy Wu Yong and raise some GU Immortal seeds, before helping them undergo the Ascension Tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. Fang Yuan did not care about the minimal gains in Heaven Path Dao marks from Immortal Ascension of rank 5 GU Masters. But when GU Masters undergo Immortal Ascension, they would have a one-time opportunity to experience natural inspiration. With this opportunity, the GU Master questioned Heaven and Earth, and almost all their questions would be answered. Since Heaven and Earth could produce Heaven's Envy Immortal GU naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy Immortal GU's recipe. Fang Yuan did not demand much, he only needed a correct version of the Immortal GU recipe of Heaven's Envy GU, he could rely on his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also ask for some insights when asking Heaven and Earth. For instance, on the basis of certain kinds of Heaven Path Immortal materials and the current situation, which Heaven's Envy Immortal GU recipe is the easiest to refine. As he thought of this, he put a new task on the mission board and listed it at number 1. Search for loyal and devoted GU Immortal seeds who are suitable to undergo Immortal Ascension. Almost at the next instant, all the GU Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew of this task. Ever since the establishment of the exchange list, these GU immortals had gone crazy. Many of them had not even slept for months, using GU worms to forcibly maintain their conditions, to complete tasks and earn contribution points. Fang Yuan offered them the most suitable environment, reducing the difficulty of these GU immortals' cultivation to the minimum. Almost every day, they could feel their strength increasing. Even if this increase was only a little progress every day would accumulate to a terrifying amount after several days. It was this euphoric feeling of experiencing the increase in their cultivation and strength that made these GU immortals unable to stop. What gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise was that one of the human GU immortals developed an incomplete transformation path immortal GU recipe because of this, hard liver GU. This human GU immortal primarily cultivated transformation path. He was solid rock warrior, who came from beast calamity grotto heaven. Hard liver GU strengthened the GU immortal's liver, giving them lasting and vigorous energy which then allowed them to complete all kinds of laborious tasks without needing to rest. But if it was used excessively, the liver would harden to the limit and trigger a terrifying explosion, inflicting heavy injuries and even death. After Fang Yuan got familiar with the GU, he modified and completed it, and even created ranked 6 to rank 8 GU recipes. After using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool to refine it, rank 8 hard liver immortal GU was used as the core of a GU formation. Fang Yuan named this GU formation as Liver Life Formation. 1. It operated all year round and collected a fee for every use. If the GU immortals were interested, they could hand over some contribution points to enter. After they come out, they will be full of energy and motivation. Did you liver today? How much longer can you liver for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such conversations had already become a common daily topic between the GU immortals. So, when Fang Yuan put up this task, the GU immortals were like red-eyed sharks that had smelled blood. Great task. It was published by Master himself. The reward is extremely abundant. I have not slept in 3 months. I want to rest a little. What rest? Go and liver. The great era is in front of us, we must grasp this excellent cultivation opportunity. The GU immortals moved out towards all kinds of places to gather GU immortal seeds. In just a short while, this task was completely taken. The GU immortals who could not take it were extremely vexed. Some shouted regretfully, "Oh, this task was quite excellent, but I missed it." Every task on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent GU immortals from taking just the tasks with the highest rewards, which would result in unreasonable and wasteful distribution of manpower. Fang Yuan handed the task of gathering GU immortal seeds to his subordinates. He estimated there would be quite a lot of GU immortal seeds. It was going to surpass super forces like Wu Clan. It was because Fang Yuan had annexed many forces like Xianxia sect in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, which had extremely deep foundations and long history. They definitely did not lack GU immortal seeds. Using the little spare time he had, Fang Yuan personally went to strengthen Ni Clan. He quietly set up a year essence sub-pool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path zone. Ni Clan's time would pass much faster, which would increase the rate of immortal GU production. It would become much more convenient for Fang Yuan to comprehend GU refinement profundities of human isolation style. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge number of variant humans, but not many humans. Most of the humans are from beast calamity grotto heaven, but it can be foreseen that in the future, Mini Yellow Heaven's Ni Clan will probably become the top human force. He had just finished setting up the time path zone when Kei Shinhong's message arrived. The latter's diplomatic mission to Wu Clan was successful and had obtained Hu Land. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan moved from eastern sea to southern border, appearing in front of Kei Shinhong. After putting Kei Shinhong in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan returned to eastern sea. He secretly arrived in a nameless sea area and toyed around with Hu Land as he waited for Qi Si Ancestor. "For you." Fang Yuan handed Hu Land to Qi Si Ancestor. The Qi Si clone quickly received it and said excitedly, Good, I have a premonition. With Hu Land, my combat system will be completed. I will wait in anticipation." Fang Yuan's main body left shortly after. He was also pondering about his combat system and had made much progress, but was still far away from completing it. 1. In Chinese medicine, the liver gets damaged if one does not sleep properly at night. In this case, liver torture, is a common Chinese internet term for staying up all night to game etc. Chapter 2136, Fang Yuan's Secluded Domains of Heaven and Earth. 2136 Fang Yuan's Secluded Domains of Heaven and Earth. Immortal Killer Move, Landscape as before. Fang Yuan activated the killer move. The previous landscape as before Immortal GU was only at rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of landscape as before Immortal GU. The limit of most Immortal GU was at rank 8. After advancing to rank 8, they would have arrived at their peak and could not be advanced anymore. GU were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. These fragments had their respective limits. Those with higher limits could accumulate slowly and reach rank 9, while those with lower limits might even be forced to stay at rank 6. There were many Immortal GU, although they were unique, they covered almost all aspects imaginable. For instance, Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, which gave birth to 2 Immortal GU, Red Copper Immortal Ant GU and White Noodle Immortal Ant GU. If there was a slight change, there might be another kind of Immortal GU. For instance, Dark Gold Immortal Ant, Black Noodle Immortal Ant, and so on. Among all the Immortal GU, only a small portion could truly advance to rank 9. Rank 8 landscape as before Immortal GU was still a time path Immortal GU. But the killer move Fang Yuan was using right now was a compound killer move. It contained profundities of not only time path, but also earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the effect of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River let out soft gushing sounds as it started expanding at a rapid pace. After Fang Yuan's nurturing over this period of time, the compound killer move that was used dozens of times showed great effects. Reverse Flow River, which previously only had a little trace left of it, had become a long narrow river. Fang Yuan had all along been trying to restore Reverse Flow River, and he finally got a good result now. He had previously thought of using Orderly Well. This killer move was a rank 9 killer move and came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core. It could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, removing the conflict between Tao marks, which made it convenient to restore them. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had experienced this move. But Fang Yuan had never been able to grasp this killer move. Because he lacked its crucial core Immortal GU was unique, that core Immortal GU was already in someone else's possession. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was extremely difficult. This was a rank 9 rule path killer move. It had already reached a peak level where it had no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan was unable to see any. His rule path attainment level was at Great Grand Master, and not Quasi-Supreme. He was still some distance away from seeing through this kind of rank 9 killer move. Reverse Flow River is recovering faster right now, but at the later stage of its recovery, Landscape as Before's compound killer move will experience a fall in effectiveness continually, until it becomes negligible. Landscape as Before's compound killer move was at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, which was equivalent to rank 9 in terms of quantity of Tao marks. Because of the huge amount of Tao marks, they could sometimes be used as quasi-rank 9 Immortal GU. Naturally, this depended on the GU cultivator's ability. Conceptualizing killer moves with the secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core was only the start. The crucial point was how exceptional the created killer moves were, and if they could fully use the secluded domain of heaven and earth or not. For instance, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal made use of Reverse Flow River only at the intermediate level. His Luopo Seal was only at the elementary level of secluded domain usage. Orderly Well killer move was different. It made use of City Well to the highest degree, and was at the advanced level. There was no killer move that completely used secluded domains of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not Immortal GU, after all. Immortal GU was alive and could be used fully as long as Immortal Essence was transferred into them. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were non-living, their usage was limited. An Immortal GU was a connected body of fragments of Tao marks. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was an amalgamation of countless Tao marks. These Tao marks were piled together, some were straight or bent, some were continuous threads, some were entirely different, and some were intertwined. There was no way to make use of all the Tao marks. Even venerables were not an exception. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I have gathered quite a lot of secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopo Valley, reverse flow river, city well, Hu land, as well as the incomplete refinement sea, human sea, and Qian Kun crystal wall. Danghun Mountain was the first secluded domain obtained by Fang Yuan. He even entered northern plains to find a way to repair it. Luopo Seal, which used Luopo Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill GU Immortal experts. There was no need to talk about reverse flow river. In that event of old ancestor Shui Hu refining fortune rivaling heaven GU, Fang Yuan had relied on reverse flow protection seal to shock the world while being hunted by longevity heaven and heavenly court. City well was obtained from the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan had used it as a trap to kill many eastern CGU immortals. Hu land was the easiest to obtain. He bought it forcefully from Wu Yong. Naturally, it was possible because of Fang Yuan's strength and reputation. These things had been accumulated since his rebirth, while being on the verge of life and death, and going through countless large battles. The incomplete refinement sea came from Langya blessed land. It showed long hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, although Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough spare effort, time, and resources to complete it. Currently, the incomplete refinement sea was being intensely consumed by 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The incomplete human sea came from Eastern Sea's Sha clan. Wu Shuai led the variant human alliance to invade Sha clan's territory, killing or driving Sha clansmen away, and looting this incomplete human sea. The last was Qian Kun crystal wall. Put simply, it was a bunch of gray-white stone slabs. The surface of the gray-white stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight while others were curled. There were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another. Some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. Legend said that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qian Kun crystal wall and the GU cultivator would be able to enter Book Mountain again. Fang Yuan had obtained countless gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said, these stone slabs could form half the Qian Kun crystal wall. Fang Yuan had obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources like Langya sect, and the storage of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Naturally, the number of these stone slabs could not compare to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had, and there were also fake goods among them. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's gray-white stone slabs were from the Inkman race's true inheritance. There were many fake goods among the stone slabs circulated in the market. But the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all genuine. According to the records in U003CU003C, the legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E, primordial domain was originally inside Qian Kun crystal wall. Unfortunately, Limitless Demon Venerable took it away and put it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I construct Qian Kun crystal wall now, I won't be able to enter primordial domain. Fang Yuan tried all ways to increase his battle strength. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were naturally going to be made use of. Reverse Flow River was being restored. Killer moves using Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley as the core were also being developed. Hu land was given to the Qi Si clone. Fang Yuan did not have time to put his effort into this. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Fang Yuan paid the most attention to the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to invade Eastern Sea's Sha clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. All the venerables have human path killer moves, so I need to have some foundation in human path. Even if I don't become dominant in this path, I need to have means to defend against it. Fang Yuan had suffered during the Fate War. The venerable methods were mostly human path methods. Every move was terrifyingly powerful or had amazing effects, influencing the whole war. Previously, Fang Yuan had ordered his subordinates to kill 100 million humans in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to use in the incomplete human sea. The previous resources were all spent. Human sea was still some distance from completion. The variant human alliance also has many human grotto heavens with large numbers of humans. But it is not convenient to target these humans. Firstly, it will cause dissension in these human grotto heavens GU immortals. Secondly, these humans will be moved to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future, and are foundations for me to develop human path. Lastly, there are so many humans in the world, why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Fang Yuan then issued a task: slaughter humans and gather resources. Compared to the previous tribulation task, this task was obviously cruel and reeked of blood. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human GU immortals lamented. But, I quite enjoy slaughtering the outside world's humans. This task resonated with variant human GU immortals. Forget it, as long as it is not our grotto heaven suffering, what does it have to do with us if other humans die? Those owners of human grotto heavens were glad about their allegiance. Soon, over 10 GU immortals quietly moved out from the territory of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. There were many fishing villages in Eastern Sea's islands. Birds chirped and dogs barked, smoke spiraled upwards. Kill. A miniman GU immortal flew towards these fishing villages and ruthlessly activated Immortal GU. Leaves fell down like a rainstorm, killing countless men and women, old and young, blood splashing everywhere. Back then, us minimen were captured by you humans. My mother was strangled to death in front of me by human GU immortals. I am only taking back some interest. The miniman GU immortal's face was filled with hatred. On a certain island in Eastern Sea, there was an enormous city. 2 variant human GU immortals united to bring forth a tens of feet high tsunami. At the juncture of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal walked out and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am GU Ming Shu. This is my homeland, I wonder what the issue is. Why are you implicating these innocent people? This GU immortal shouted furiously. The 2 variant human GU immortals came down from above the clouds and revealed their appearance. So it was Warm Sun Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place had been the homeland of us hairy men. But you humans occupied it forcefully. My hairy man tribe fortunately had the protection of our supreme elder, so we were able to survive in the 2 heavens. GU Ming Shu could not restrain his anger when he saw the 2 variant human GU immortals, so you are variant humans. You are really audacious. This place is near Eastern Sea's Tang clan. I have already requested reinforcements. Get lost, if you don't escape now, it will be too late. The 2 variant human GU immortals laughed loudly as they said, Immortal Lord, why do you pretend to not know from where we came? Our master is Lord Gu Fang Yuan. Let alone Tang clan, even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path arrive together, they will be like chickens and dogs in front of our master. Gu Ming Shu, stop trying to put up a front. We are here to kill your fellow humans, to let you taste the pain and suffering we felt back then. Gu Ming Shu lamented inwardly. How can there be a demon like Fang Yuan? He actually sent variant humans to attack his own race. He is a traitor to humans, he has no bottom line and no sense of propriety. Damn it, damn it. Chapter 2137, Fang Yuan deserves death. 2137 Fang Yuan deserves death. Qi Si. Because Qi Si ancestor lived here, the Qi Si area had become the Righteous Qi Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, a banquet was being held inside the Qi Si formation. Qi Si ancestor sat on the main seat while the representatives of Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces sat to his left and right. Sitting to the left of Qi Si ancestor was a Food Path GU immortal. He was an old man with a brandy nose. He raised his wine cup high and toasted Qi Si ancestor. Lord ancestor, I offer this toast of spring sea blossom wine to you. Qi Si ancestor nodded. His seat was high above the others, which gave him a naturally overlooking vision. Qi Si ancestor took a sip before commenting lightly, Zui Xian Wang, your spring wind petals wine is quite good, it has a vague poetic flavor of youth. This Food Path GU immortal was Zui Xian Wang. After he inherited green ant ascetic and wine fairy's true inheritance in central continent, he was then silently persuaded by Qin Ding Ling to be a chess piece. According to Qin Ding Ling's arrangements, Zui Xian Wang returned to Eastern Sea and rested for a period of time before taking the initiative to side with the Righteous Qi Alliance. Everyone in the Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him warmly. Because Zui Xian Wang was among the outstanding lone cultivators of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Zui Xian Wang possessed Wine Sea. He held a wine reception every year where he invited heroes and warriors of Eastern Sea. His connections were extremely wide, and he himself had good relations with all the large Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces. There was a huge political significance for a representative character like him to join the Righteous Qi Alliance. Just this significance itself had a huge value. Because, although the Righteous Qi Alliance was established, most of its members were of Eastern Sea Righteous Path super clans. Besides them, there were also some 2 Heavens GU immortals who had joined Qi Si clone. Few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Demonic immortals were even rarer. Zui Xian Wang joining the alliance would definitely be a model example which would change some trend of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Maybe, other lone and demonic immortals would take the initiative to join. Besides these, there was another reason which was somewhat connected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lingering poisonous ant plague killer move had caused a huge disturbance in Eastern Sea's righteous path. They were forced to take out their hidden true inheritances to research the killer move, only then were they able to find a way to restrain it. During this event, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Zui Xian Wang. However, at that time, Zui Xian Wang had already gone to Central Continent and was secretly searching for Green Ant's true inheritance. Zui Xian Wang cultivated food path, which was rare in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. While rarer things were often more precious, Zui Xian Wang was worthy of being recruited. Qi Si ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces and held a large welcoming banquet. Not only were they trying to leave a good impression and gain the approval of Zui Xian Wang, they were also proclaiming the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude towards lone and demonic immortals. When Zui Xian Wang saw Fang Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even had a flattering expression. For instance, now, Zui Xian Wang's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Blossom Wine, but Qi Si ancestor called it Spring Wind Petals Wine. Whether Qi Si ancestor had not heard clearly or if it was a slip of tongue, Zui Xian Wang did not ponder on it. He bowed. Many thanks to ancestor for bestowing the name. Amazing, amazing. Spring Wind Petals Wine not only suits the characteristics of this wine, it is also filled with poetic sentiment, making one feel like they are being caressed by spring wind, while flower petals flutter in the air. It is a great honor for this wine to be bestowed a name by ancestor. With ancestors granting of this name, I believe this wine will be known throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha ha. Qi Si ancestor laughed heartily as he pointed at Zui Xian Wang. Old Wang, you are quite witty. The various clan representatives also chimed in. Their compliments were like waves that followed Zui Xian Wang and moved towards Qi Si ancestor. These GU immortals were praising while cursing silently. I did not think this old guy Zui Xian Wang to have such a shameless side. Truly a bootlicker, but it is not strange. He holds a wine reception every year where he invites all the forces. He has some skills in social interaction. Tang Clan's GU immortal Tang Tang was just about to raise his wine cup, when an information path mortal GU flew in. He viewed it with his divine sense. What? The variant human alliance has attacked. His body jolted, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the information properly, he relaxed somewhat. Fang Yuan only sent 10 or so GU immortals over different areas of Eastern Sea to kill mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered 100 million humans. Tang Tang was pondering, when he recalled the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea's Sha clan, the information about this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth had spread far and wide. So the Righteous Qi Alliance was well aware of it. At this time, another information path GU worm flew over. GU Ming Shu is requesting reinforcements from my clan. Tang Tang's heart stirred slightly. This warm sun immortal lord was a lawful lone immortal. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him but was rejected by him. Who could have expected a crisis to appear out of nowhere? GU Ming Shu actually offended the variant human alliance. In the request letter, GU Ming Shu had clearly expressed, if Tang clan can provide help, he will join Tang clan. My Tang clan cannot offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this trying to push my Tang clan into the fire? Tang Tang sneered mentally. They could not give support. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal GU and treated it like he had not seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time were only the mortals. Moreover, he avoided the people of the super clans. So, Tang clan did not suffer any losses. As for reputation, Tang clan's reputation would fall a little because they did not retaliate. But, other clans were also the same. Fang Yuan's action was not targeting just Tang clan. Since everyone was losing reputation, it was same as nobody losing any reputation. As long as the situation doesn't worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill however many he wants. Tang Tang continued to enjoy the banquet. After receiving this message, he began to deliberately observe the surrounding GU immortals. Sure enough, these people received the news one after the other. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals. They are not our clansmen anyway. Why provoke Fang Yuan because of this? Eastern Sea has so many mortals, even if some are killed, the population will be restored in 10 years. Let's drink, let's drink. Ha ha ha, good wine. The atmosphere became even more lively. As the banquet continued, these GU immortals were starting to get drunk, their faces flushed red as they enjoyed themselves. Tribulation clouds surged continually. A large amount of water splashed around in the time path clone's immortal aperture, like fish jumping madly. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The time path clone was observing the whole process calmly. With the main body helping personally, there would definitely be no issue. The jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was an ordinary type of grand tribulation. Heaven's will did not trouble Fang Yuan, which was rare. But the time path clone was not surprised. In the recent period of time, my main body has not only helped GU immortals to undergo tribulations, he is also helping those GU immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension. With him present, unless it is a dream path tribulation, there will be no issue. Heavens will realizes this fully. The calamities and tribulations are ordinary so that the main body won't gain more heaven path Dao marks. While the time path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were almost gone. Fang Yuan did not continue to attack, instead he took out ability GU to give it a try. But ability GU was almost destroyed. U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu003E U003E clearly stated ability GU would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan was unable to find a way to strengthen it. According to simple deduction, the records in U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu003E U003E stated that calamities and tribulations were GU materials to advance the rank of ability GU. Fang Yuan gave it a try right now, but discovered that calamities and tribulations were not suitable as GU materials and were extremely hard to control. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations and was able to preserve ability GU. After obtaining this outcome, Fang Yuan did not hold back and destroyed the final lump of tribulation cloud. This time, he did not devour the heaven path Dao marks. He left behind the time path Dao marks from the tribulation in the time path clone's immortal aperture. He did not touch the clone's foundation. Now, I also have rank 8 cultivation. The time path clone was filled with emotions. From now onwards, I shall use the name He Chun Chu. What do you think? Up to you. Fang Yuan's main body replied plainly. Currently, among Fang Yuan's 8 clones, Qi Si Ancestor, Wu Shuai, the time path clone He Chun Chu, and Zan Biyu Du had advanced to rank 8. But Fang Yuan already did not lack rank 8 GU immortals under him at present. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai Clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai Clan's GU immortals were assembled, and with Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder leading them, they welcomed 3 variant human GU immortals. These 3 variant humans were Snowman, Hairy Man, and Rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shizong. People of Chai Clan, the 3 of us came with Master's order. We are here to discuss a trade with you. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai Clan's immortals were in serious and heavy moods. It was not only because of Fang Yuan's reputation, but because of these 3 variant human GU immortals' auras. Be they Bing Yuan or Golden Fur Immortal Monarch or Shizong, they were all at rank 8. What does Fang Yuan want? Could my Chai Clan have something of interest to him? Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder asked. No need to be modest, Lord Chai Gan. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your noble clan's human path results, including the killer move congregated human talent, the human path mountain human smoke mountain, as well as many mortals raised by your clan. What? The expressions of Chai Clan's immortals changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He is trying to dig up our Chai Clan's foundation. The main thing is, if we cooperate with this demon Fang Yuan, what reputation would our grand righteous path Chai Clan still have? Chai Clan immortals criticized softly. The expression of Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was unsightly. He muttered for a while before asking, my Chai Clan does nurture the most mortals. These people live good and content lives in human smoke mountain and do not cause trouble for anyone. I wonder what Fang Yuan wants to buy them for. Shizong sneered. Of course, to kill them all. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a crazed expression. These humans your Chai Clan is nurturing have abundant human chi. This is extremely good. Master's human chi is only lacking the final step. With these people, it can finally be completed. Chai Clan immortals were shaken. Disregarding lives so casually, this demon deserves death. One female immortal, Chai Kei Ching, shouted. Furiously. Chapter 2138 Shaken Chai Clan. Thousands of years ago, Southern border, Human Smoke Mountain. A cave at the peak of the mountain opened quietly, and an old man walked out of it. He had an ashen expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan GU and could only use other lifespan extension methods. His lifespan was at its end right now. Even if he found lifespan GU or other methods, it would be of no use. I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, I still lost to lifespan. How sorrowful, how hateful. Chai Fu was filled with anger and sadness that was deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain numbly, but a village at the base of the mountain gave him a surprise. Before I went into closed cultivation, there had been no humans inhabiting this place. But in just several years, this place became so lively. I, the Grand Rank 8 GU Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout the southern border GU Immortal world, won't live for long, but you mortals are living so well. Looking at the men and women in the village doing labor work and children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged so much that he was about to slaughter all these villagers. But at the next moment, he forcibly closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before he gradually calmed down. Chai Fu restrained the evil intentions in his heart as he smiled bitterly. I, Chai Fu, might not be a good person, but I have never targeted people who have not offended me, and have never slaughtered innocents. Sigh, so be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables were unable to escape death. It is easy for GU immortals to live long, but how hard is eternal life? Chai Fu had looked back over his whole life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life, he had a clean record and was without lingering concerns. With nothing else to do, Chai Fu disguised as a passing old GU master and entered the village. Is he a traveling doctor? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu went with the flow and used that identity, receiving warm welcomes from the villagers. There were GU masters in the village, but the highest was only at rank 3, and they were not specialized in healing. Many villagers asked for help from Chai Fu, and with Chai Fu's ability, it was a small matter for him to treat their illnesses. Chai Fu was even more revered because of this, and at the same time, he also learned of this village's origin. So these people are actually my descendants from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel some lingering fear and thankfulness. Fortunately, he did not make a move earlier and slaughter them. Shortly after, Chai Fu began to think about the meaning of life. Maybe this arrangement of fate is for me to leave behind something. Chai Fu had already thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now his thought had solidified. It just so happens that I got an inspiration during my closed cultivation and thought of a human path killer move. Looks like fate is never aimless, it wants me to use this move here. This killer move was congregated human talent. Chai Fu had been conceptualizing a lifespan extension method, but he did not expect the final result to be this. Congregated human talent was a human path killer move that could concentrate the aptitude of many people into a small group. Chai Fu used this move as the foundation and the favorable location of Human Smoke Mountain to establish his super force, Chai Clan. Since the establishment of Chai Clan, they had gathered and nurtured outsiders. They then used the killer move congregated human talent to transfer the aptitude of countless outsiders to Chai Clansmen. Thus, geniuses always emerged in Chai Clan. And those outsiders had mediocre aptitude, they could not cause any problems. Chai Clan had this huge advantage and could rise continually, aspiring for the position of number 1 super force of southern border. However, there were Ba Clan and Sha Clan near Chai Clan. The 3 clans were near each other and had always been in dispute. Whenever one clan was more powerful, it would be jointly attacked by the other 2 clans. Adding on that Chai Clan had previously been near the 5 regional walls and had small territory, it lacked in resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient cultivation resources. After the 5 regional walls disappeared, Chai Clan became extremely excited. Because they could march towards central continent. However, not long after the regional walls disappeared, Chi tides engulfed the world. After the Chi tides, inheritances appeared everywhere. All the super forces in 5 regions, even lone and demonic immortals, were scrambling everywhere for these inheritances. In fact, even if this wave calmed down, Chai Clan would still be in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had the 10 great ancient sects, and in terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. Even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior, heavenly court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought each other, but if foreign enemies appeared, they would unite like one body. And now, Chai clan encountered the greatest danger over the recent years. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to discuss a trade with Chai clan, but their terms were excessive. Fang Yuan directly asked for congregated human talent, human smoke mountain, as well as the countless outsider mortals that Chai clan was nurturing. This was directly excavating Chai clan's core foundation that established their status. It was no wonder everyone in Chai clan looked unsightly. Chai clan's GU Immortal Chai K-Ching even shouted in anger, Fang Yuan deserved death. Impudent, you dare to curse my master. Looks like your Chai clan is asking for extermination. Shi Zong shouted, no need to report to master, as 3 will attack and exterminate Chai clan now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his 2 large hammers with surging killing intent. The expressions of Chai clan immortals changed intensely, they activated defensive killer moves and rose to the air. A large chaotic battle seemed to be imminent. All of you, stop right now. Bing Yuan stopped the fight with a dark expression. Bing Yuan, this, Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last to advance to rank 8 among the 3. Naturally, she had safely passed her tribulation with Fang Yuan's help. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless GU immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had no questions about Bing Yuan's leadership position among them, and they were obedient too. Restrain your aggression first. Bing Yuan spoke. Shi Zong snorted as he restrained his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch reluctantly put away his hammers while staring at these Chai clan GU immortals. Chai clan's first supreme elder let out a sigh of relief, and under his lead, Chai clan GU immortals also returned to ground as a show of sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was solemn as she said to the Chai clan immortals, we did not come here to make enemies out of Chai clan, we indeed came to do a trade. My master is a benevolent lord. His demon title is only a misunderstanding by the outside world. It is just that those people who misunderstood master did not have a good ending. But what can my master do? Are you going to show your neck and wait for death when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe you can understand it and won't add to master's problems. Bing Yuan's words not only contained threat, she even distorted reality with her words. Chai Gan did not want to refute, he cupped his fists and said, I apologize for my clansman's careless remark. But if we agree to your condition, it will be akin to losing the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate GU still existed, it was Heavenly Court's foundation. Does this mean Lord Fang Yuan would request to buy Fate GU from Heavenly Court? Would Heavenly Court sell it? Trying to buy a super forces foundation out of nowhere, there is no such logic in this world, isn't that so? Bing Yuan smiled coldly, Chai clan, that is your own problem. Don't try to take advantage of us variant humans, and don't try to take advantage of our master. Our master is benevolent, but besides a fair transaction, do you still want master to help you think of a way to maintain your foundation? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch snickered, isn't it simple if you want to keep your foundation? Just surrender to our master. Shi Zong immediately added with sincerity, yes. If you become our master's subordinates, your future will be bright. If you keep on living like this, there are no prospects for you. The 3 rank 8 variant humans revealed proud looks. They were deeply aware of this over the recent period of time. Chai clan was silent. They were using this tactful way to express their refusal. The 3 variant human GU immortals did not persuade much, let alone elaborate on it. They would rather have fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to urge, you are all aware in your hearts, if master wants to forcefully demand the resources, he will personally make a move. Why would he send us 3 to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured of master's sincerity, take a look. Bing Yuan opened her hand, revealing a rank 8 immortal GU. The Chai clan immortals were stunned and astonished, they transmitted their voices to each other in disgust. Fang Yuan is really willing to pay a price. I thought that he was going to demand those things forcefully. Be careful, this GU may be fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister, we cannot be deceived by him. After the rapid conversation, Chai Gan shook his head, it is a good GU, we can see Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. But I am ashamed to say that even though I am Chai clan's first supreme elder, my cultivation is only at rank 7, how can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal GU? Bing Yuan smiled. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, take a look. Bing Yuan opened another hand, revealing another GU. It was another rank 8 immortal GU. This time, many Chai clan GU immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and said with a confident smile, "That's right, you did not see it wrongly. This immortal GU is perfect for your Chai clan, this GU is what your immortal GU house lacks. If you add it, your immortal GU house will become a rank 8 immortal GU house." Chai Gan's grave expression was also somewhat swayed. If Chai clan had a rank 8 immortal GU house, they could fight against rank 8 GU immortals, and even participate in the peak battle between pseudo-venerable level existences. Their power and authority would rise to another level. It was a qualitative breakthrough. But at this time, Chai Ke-ching yelled, "Fellow Supreme Elders, don't be deceived by the demon Fang Yuan and these variant human GU immortals. Even if these immortal GU are real, our Chai clan belongs to the grand righteous path, how could we lose our identity and honor for benefits? We must never collude with these demons. If we agree to this trade, what difference is there between us and the demonic immortals that we despise?" If Ancestor Chai Fu were still alive, he would definitely berate us furiously. Chapter 2139, Righteous Speech. 2139 Righteous Speech, ha ha ha. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch laughed, "You are wrong, little girl." Shi Zong added, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's leader, Wu Yong, has already traded with us several times. He purchased a rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material from us, and also handed rank 7 Fan Wind GU to us to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai clan's GU immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled. Demonic path, righteous path, what's the difference? If my master converts to righteous path, who will dare to not accept him? In fact, not only Wu clan, Western Desert's Fang clan is also secretly working with us. Currently, Fang clan is using all their strength to develop Green Ghost Desert and is supplying countless soul cores to master. There was another round of disturbance among the Chai clan immortals. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang clan and also knew of their recent movements. What impacted them even more was that Wu clan was secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can that be? Chai Ke-ching called out, "At least try to make a better lie. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's leader, how can he reach agreement with you? Everyone, you should not listen to these variant humans' nonsense, they are just making lies to deceive us." But this time, Chai clan immortals were silent. Chai Ke-ching had undergone immortal ascension just recently and had done so through relationships. Although she had talent, she had always been taken care of by GU immortal seniors and was not aware of how the world worked. Her understanding of the GU immortal world was even less than Xianxia. Since these variant human GU immortals said this, Chai clan's immortals believed that it was likely to be true. Because they only needed to investigate it and would be able to find clues. Since the variant human GU immortals had said it, they were not afraid of being verified, they could even provide direct evidence. Chai Ke-ching did not believe Wu Yong would do such things, but Chai clan's immortals were people who were experienced and aware of worldly affairs. Not long ago, they themselves had reached an agreement with Lu Wei Yin secretly to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, "My master is determined to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I think you all know about master's nature. Even if all the people in the world oppose him, he will do it, he will not give up because someone obstructs him. You can also inquire about the recent events in Eastern Sea. We variant human GU immortals moved all around in Eastern Sea and slaughtered humans, it was to gather resources to complete human sea. Did any Eastern Sea righteous path super force oppose us openly? He. The Righteous Chi Alliance even has Chi Sea ancestor, a pseudo-venerable, but he pretended not to see it. Let alone your Southern Alliance. The will of Chai clan's immortals were shaken, they started conversing secretly. There are indeed many tragedies happening in Eastern Sea GU immortal world. Yes, these variant human GU immortals might be detestable, but their words are not without logic. Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance has the pseudo-venerable Chi Sea ancestor, but it still ended up like this. Not to mention our Southern Alliance which doesn't even have such an expert. The worst thing is, Wu Yong secretly collaborated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's influence is truly terrifying. The enemy is strong while we are weak, it will be sensible to preserve our strength for the future. No matter how much they hated to admit it, Chai clan knew they were not Fang Yuan's match, they were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans in front of them. What made them even more hopeless was that even if they retaliated, the Southern Alliance would not provide them any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, they would not be able to protect them. Chai Clan's human Smoke Mountain had countless humans. If they really fought, these people were Chai Clan's weaknesses and Chai Clan would not be able to protect them. In history, when Ba Clan and Sha Clan caused troubles for Chai Clan, they relied on this point. As long as they made a threatening move towards human Smoke Mountain, Chai Clan had to act carefully. By now, Chai Clan was already inclined towards cooperating with Fang Yuan. The enemy was strong while they were weaker by a huge degree. Only Chai Kai-ching was still continuing. Everyone, listen to me. Shut up. Chai Gan could not endure it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kai-ching, making her unable to even budge. Chai Kai-ching was shocked. She had never expected her first Supreme Elder to do this. This method surprised the 3 variant human immortals. When Chai Gan used this move, not even a slight aura leaked out from the start to finish. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human GU immortals were unable to judge what path this killer move belonged to. Chai Clan was a southern border super force after all, it had some foundation. Chai Gan's expression was cold as he stared at a Chai Clan GU immortal. Chai Dui-shan, control your own descendant. Yes, Chai Dui-shan immediately walked towards Chai Kai-ching and placed his hand on her shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kai-ching was strengthened further. Chai Kai-ching's mind shook intensely, her expression was one of incredulity. Her eyes moved towards the side and reddened as she looked at the ancestor that had once been so tall and grand in her heart. Seeing this, the 3 variant human GU immortals had a similar thought. The outcome was set. While Chai Clan's headquarters were empty, human Smoke Mountain was attacked by the biggest beast calamity of the past 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast dug out from the ground. At that time, Chai Clan's immortals had gone out to fight for blessed lands, inheritances, and so on, and only a few ranked 6 GU immortals were left to guard the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, the GU immortals left behind, with Chai Kai-ching as the head, used killer moves without caring for losses to Chai Clan. This move inflicted damage on both enemies and oneself. Although the immemorial desolate beast was killed, human Smoke Mountain was heavily damaged and was almost turned into a crater. Fortunately, they were able to protect some clansmen. Although there is a difference between immortals and mortals, Chai Clan holds no such differentiation. Human life is most important, mortal lives are as precious as GU immortal lives. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, it is worth it if we can save more lives. This is my Chai Clan's principle, it is our integrity as part of the righteous path. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder Chai Gan proclaimed his words that were full of righteousness to Southern Border's GU immortal world after the event. The 3 variant human immortals set off on a journey back in secret. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally attacked by them. According to the agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai Clan sold human Smoke Mountain as well as most of the mortals on human Smoke Mountain, only keeping their own clansmen. They also kept some random outsiders to put up a show. Chai Clan GU immortals did not make a move. The 3 variant human immortals dug up human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered countless mortals. Lastly, the 3 immortals took away Chai Clan's human path results, while leaving a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal GU to Chai Clan. Ha ha ha, Master's bottom line was 5 rank 8 immortal GU for this mission. I did not think we would complete this mission with just 3. Shi Zong laughed. Even if Chai Clan is a super clan and has been in Southern Border for a long time, they are truly inept. Just 3 rank 8 immortal GU were enough to blow them away. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also showed his disdain. At present, there were over 20 rank 8 immortal GU listed on the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's exchange list. These rank 8 immortal GU were of various paths and could be exchanged for using contribution points. Fang Yuan had been helping many GU immortals undergo tribulation, which spiked the number of rank 8 GU immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Because of this, Fang Yuan put some rank 8 immortal GU on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 GU immortals, they were excited to the point of madness. Even though many GU immortals knew clearly, Fang Yuan was dangling a carrot in front of them so that they would work for him like a mule. But this carrot was too large and too glossy, it really made them salivate. How hard was it to obtain a rank 8 immortal GU, how hard was it to refine it? The GU Immortals simply could not resist this temptation. Congratulations, Bing Yuan, for saving 2 rank 8 Immortal GU for Master. When we return, you will definitely be rewarded with lots of bonus contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch flattered. Fang Yuan's task rewards were not fixed, they could change according to the change in situation. Bing Yuan laughed reservedly. Actually, I don't care much about contribution points. I saved the 2 rank 8 Immortal GU not for contribution points, but to help my family. You know that my Shui is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé after all. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at each other secretly, seeing the complex emotions in each other's eyes. They had heard of Bing Yuan mentioning this relationship so many times that they started feeling nauseous. But even so, every time they heard it, Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envious. Not willing for Bing Yuan to stay on this topic, Shizong said, "Our side is clearly so strong. Why do you think Master still used such a huge price to trade with Chai Clan?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately replied, "In my opinion, Master traded with Wu Clan, Chai Clan, and Fang Clan, probably because he wants to convert to righteous path." Shizong heaved a sigh. "If I had status and strength like Master's, I would run wild, who can stop me? A mere Chai Clan will be turned to ashes with just a flick of my finger. Will I still talk business with these people?" Bing Yuan snorted coldly, "Which is why you will never become an existence like Master. Master's considerations are always far-sighted, how can we reckon what he is thinking? If we make guesses, it is no different than ants trying to estimate the sun and moon." Yes, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added, "Actually, even if we turn to righteous path, our lives will be pretty good. Just look at those Chai Clan GU Immortals holding back their anger, it was really refreshing. A hairy man, finally get to experience the taste of equality." The 3 immortals looked at each other and saw smiles on the others' faces. Bing Yuan said, "Whether Master walks the righteous path or demonic path, we only need to know one thing. That is, we follow Master's decision. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. If Master wants to kill someone, we will go kill that unlucky fellow." Naturally, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest strongly. Shizong also nodded, saying with emotions, "In the history of humanity, besides Ren Zhu, I only respect Master." Over this recent period of time, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a huge transformation. The transformation on the surface was the rapid increase in their cultivation level and strength. And the internal mental transformation was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan was increasing rapidly. The authority of the Supreme Demon, harsh agreements, and terrifying battle achievements made these GU Immortals feel dread and not dare to rebel. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give some benefits and these GU Immortals would feel deeply grateful to him. And currently, Fang Yuan's treatment towards them was something the other forces simply could not match. Such huge benefits made these GU Immortals gather tightly around Fang Yuan. Chapter 2140, Establishing Dao Veins. A huge butterfly was fluttering in the air. This butterfly was pure white and let out graceful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was almost like teleportation, and when it was slow, it moved leisurely like fluttering leaves. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer moves Zan Bu Du brought from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven had extremely high value. Based on their grades, these totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, unique totems, and super totems. There were thousands of basic totems, including Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem and so on. After the cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven refined a basic totem, they continued to develop the totem, making it a totem unique to them. These totems were different for different GU Immortals. For instance, Zan Bu Du combined Rain Eagle and Thunder Fish into Kunpeng Totem, which was his unique totem. It could not be copied by others because this totem was closely related to the distribution and scale of Zan Bu Du's Dao marks. Above unique totems were super totems. There were extremely few of these totems and they were rare to the point of being only rumors and legends. Zan Bu Du only heard of them and had not seen any. Many GU cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also were doubtful regarding this grade of totem. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, they should exist. According to legends, Super totems can leave the GU cultivator and exist by themselves. They possess the ability to cultivate and can act by themselves. Isn't this speaking of Xianxia? Xianxia was originally a killer move, but through Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Even the grand spectral soul went down because of Xianxia. All the myriad paths reached the same point in the end. When totem killer moves were cultivated to the limit, they would be like Xianxia, transforming from a dead killer move to a certain living form. From another angle, GU refinement was also the same. GU cultivators refined many dead GU materials into a living GU worm. And GU worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, GU worms, killer moves, and others, they were just a manifestation of Tao. Unfortunately, I still cannot improve totem killer moves into compound killer moves at the moment. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. When totem killer moves were used to deal with the enemies, they had to leave the sovereign immortal body and would no longer be under the protection of unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment increases, I can use heaven path Tao marks with totem killer moves to create compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan already made some estimations. His heaven path attainment level needed to increase. In fact, his heaven path attainment had been rising all along. He was continuously refining heaven path Tao marks into unrestrained heavenly marks, and was using heaven path GU like heaven's envy immortal GU. These experiences gave him insights towards heaven path. But his heaven path was still far from reaching master level. Master level heaven path attainment was the starting point for qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. So far, he was accumulating totem killer moves. Fang Yuan carefully selected these totem killer moves from the basic totems, and after perfecting them, they were at rank 8 killer move level. A message appeared that disturbed Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped his cultivation and inspected this message. This message came from Lu Weiyin. The letter focused on the method of artificially creating earth veins. My thought of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is possible after all. Fang Yuan thought with some joy. Over this period of time, Fang Yuan had published the exchange list and invested greatly to nurture his subordinate GU immortals. Because of this, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a huge increase in their strength. They became extremely active and took the initiative to do missions everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated he could annex 3 more grotto heavens before the ecosystem started breaking down again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. It was best if he could devour all the grotto heavens and increase his strength to the limit before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When he goes to Crazed Demon Cave in the future and faces off against Venerables, he would have a much easier time. However, even if Fang Yuan placed all the variant human alliance GU immortals inside the sovereign immortal aperture, including Qi Si ancestor to overlook the whole situation, he could not annex all the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could do so, Fang Yuan would not do it. If he did it, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecosystem would turn completely chaotic, and with just a little carelessness, it would break apart. Currently, Fang Yuan was in a secure environment and there was already this threat. When he fights with Venerables and they discover this weakness, they may have some special methods to exploit this weakness. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was loose and not condensed. It was hinting to Fang Yuan that this obvious weakness was very likely to be used by Venerables. Just relying on manpower did not work. Fang Yuan racked his brains and finally thought of another method. That was to construct veins. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called vein was extraordinary and special. Not only was it an agglomeration of Tao marks, but it also contained the characteristics of movement. Heaven veins might be formless, but they contained abundant heaven path Tao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Tao marks were not constantly unchanging, they circulated and transformed continuously. So when Qi tide swept the world, there were Qi harvest fruits every time they dissipated. And in the 2 heavens, because almost all the grotto heavens were placed on a heaven vein node, the Qi harvest fruits emergence became even more obvious, turning into a calamity. Earth veins were similar. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and others used the characteristic of the earth vein movement to escape smoothly. Why were there abnormal situations occurring in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of it? Where was the crux of the issue? When Fang Yuan researched it, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was, the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal aperture. By right, there should be conflict between different Tao marks. But there was none of it in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tao marks of all paths were harmonious. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Just like when Ni clan encountered the meteor calamity. This meteor calamity was extremely destructive and Fang Yuan had to personally make a move to resolve it. The source of this meteor calamity was just a spurt of fire rain in mini-red heaven. After Fang Yuan annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, his fire path Tao marks had a massive surge which caused frequent fire rain in mini-red heaven. And among all the fire rain, one spell continued to grow and happened to shoot through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's Tao marks and charcoal lake's Tao marks merged together, forming ranked 6 level killer move Meteor Rain. As the meteor rain entered mini-orange heaven, it combined with the Tao marks on its way and its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered mini-yellow heaven, it combined with metal path Tao marks and its might increased to rank 8. When it was above the Ni clan army, the scale of these meteors was already dense enough to fill the sky, reaching tens of thousands. The smallest were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. If there was the presence of conflicting Tao marks, this calamity would have not occurred. It was very likely that when the fire rain shot through the charcoal lake, it would be restrained by the earth path Tao marks in the charcoal lake, its might would fall sharply and it would end there. But because of the harmony between Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture, after the fire rain went through the charcoal lake, it became meteor fire rain. After Fang Yuan realized this crucial point, he understood how to end the issues in the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple, that was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict. Once there were conflicting Tao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest issue would be solved easily, it would be stable like the outside world's 5 regions. Lu Weiyin's letter also confirmed Fang Yuan's idea. He mentioned, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Mushroom in Paradise had also secretly helped. Spectral Soul might or might not have realized this issue. Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth might oppose each other, but they reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable because of Fate Gu. Lu Weiyin analyzed, the fundamental reason for sovereign immortal fetus Gu being rank 9 was non-conflicting Tao marks. But if it were to be taken a step further and raised to rank 10, the Tao marks had to conflict. This conflict was not taking a step back, but instead, to make the sovereign immortal body's Tao marks follow the master's intention, it could either be non-conflicting or conflicting Tao marks at will. Making the Tao marks conflict could resolve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw, strong attack, weak defense. However, Fang Yuan clearly did not have enough capability to accomplish this. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was unable to do this. After all, that would not be rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu, but rank 10. Rank 9 immortal Gu were already rare and mighty, rank 10 was only a rumor of legends. Fang Yuan had lived for hundreds of years but had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal Gu. One was Destiny Gu. One of the main materials for refining rank 10 Destiny Gu was rank 9 Fate Gu. Another was Eternal Gu. This legend originated from the legends of Ren Zhu. Currently, from Lu Weiyin's letter, Fang Yuan learned of the possible 3rd rank 10 immortal Gu, sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not accomplish conflicting Tao marks, then what should he do? Easy. Since he could not create conflicting Tao marks, Fang Yuan went to the extreme, to make Tao marks even more harmonious and condense them. But this cohesion and harmony was selective, and would be under Fang Yuan's control. What was the solution? Fang Yuan did not need to think much before the method of vein construction emerged in his mind. There were many kinds of Tao veins. Heaven vein, earth vein, human vein, fire vein, water vein, and so on. In Eastern Sea, undercurrents interwove under the sea, forming a natural route for transportation of goods. Many of Eastern Sea's caravans made use of Gu worms to go deep under the sea and used the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short time, they could travel for 10,000 li, or even 100,000 li, to engage in trade. This was actually one of the forms of water veins. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance naturally contained the way to construct artificial earth vein. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Weiyin regarding the specific way to put it into practice. Regarding him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For instance, Fang Yuan had never let Lu Wei-yin enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Or for example, Fang Yuan preserved Paradise Earth's dream realms in Mushroom and Paradise, he did not make a move on them without deep consideration. Adding in Lu Wei-yin's suggestion, I can modify my previous idea and get an overall mature way to implement it. I can let those GU immortals finish the early steps. Or maybe, I should let Meng Chu Zhen explore Paradise Earth's dream realms first and raise my Earth path attainment, which would make it much more convenient for constructing the Earth vein. Chapter 2141, Fang Huan's Revival. In the depths of an earth trench, inside a pitch-black cave, two cold rays of light shone suddenly. This was Bai Ning Bing's gaze. As she ended this closed cultivation session, she had not only created an Ice Path killer move, but also gained some insight towards Ice Path. I can clearly feel my understanding of ice and snow deepening by a little. I am not far from Grandmaster level. Bai Ning Bing mumbled, such a pity that after I converted to Dragonman, my comprehension speed of ice and snow path fell sharply. My current master level is mostly the accumulation from before. Previously, Bai Ning Bing possessed Northern Dark Ice Soul physique and had an extremely high innate advantage when cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Her attainment levels in those paths could increase rapidly. But after converting her body, it influenced this aspect. Dragonman was specialized in Enslavement Path. If Bai Ning Bing were to change to cultivating Enslavement Path, she would have an advantage in it. But the level of this advantage could not compare to the help the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique provided in cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The talent of the 10 extreme physiques was far superior to the talents of the variant human races. Bai Ning Bing cautiously walked out of the cave. This cave was formed naturally and was at the side of a cliff in the earth trench. Bai Ning Bing activated Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. Shortly after, an ice thread-like thin line appeared on her slender and fair neck, circling around it. This move was created by Bai Ning Bing and was not from Bai Zhang's true inheritance. The killer move did not let out any aura when activated, because the aura was stored as tiny ice pearls on the ice thread. The disadvantage of this move was that it sacrificed some of its power, and once there were too many ice pearls, they would combine into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ning Bing, causing serious injuries or even death. I must conceal my aura when exploring this deep into the earth trench. Bai Ning Bing's expression was calm as she quietly activated an investigative killer move to scout her surroundings. After she left the earth treasury, she started cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased down by wild beast groups and suffered a lot. Fortunately, with the killer move by Shang, as long as a fragment of her body remained, Bai Ning Bing was undying, otherwise, she would not have survived until now. There are 3 immemorial desolate beasts within 100 li radius, as well as an ancient desolate beast group. Bai Ning Bing quickly understood her surroundings. She only had rank 7 cultivation. It was extremely dangerous for her to live in this environment. Even ordinary rank 8 GU immortals found it difficult to explore this place. With huge risks came huge rewards. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ning Bing could not use them, she could sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven and buy the resources she needed. Bai Ning Bing liked taking risks. Most people would be on tenterhooks about this kind of life, but she immersed in it and enjoyed the thrill of being at the brink of life and death. Although it is dangerous to cultivate here, there is still a chance of survival. But in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, it is even more dangerous. Be they Fang Yuan, Shadow Sect, or Heavenly Court, they will all hunt me down. Bai Ning Bing had a clear judgment of her situation. Bai Ning Bing had just walked out of the cave when her expression changed slightly. She sensed that most of the wild beasts suddenly acted like cats that had smelled fish, beginning to rush towards one direction. Some beasts and beast groups were unmoved, but they were soon engulfed by the will of the majority of the beasts and rushed forward as well. Thereupon, a massive beast tide formed rapidly under Bai Ning Bing's gaze. What's going on? These beasts seemed to be attracted to something. They gave up on their fights and territories to go after it. What could it be? Bai Ning Bing could not help but feel curious. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated a movement killer move as she joined the beast tide. The beast tide started gathering together. Countless ancient desolate beasts and some conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding an area. This area was also on the precipice of the earth trench. It protruded slowly like a burial mound. At this moment, it was letting out yellowish brown and red light. The light was like water as it moved around dazzlingly. On the peak of the burial mound, there was a tombstone. The tombstones seemed to have writings, but they were obstructed by the light. They could not be seen even by using investigative killer moves. Bai Ningbing had already transformed into Bai Shang state and joined with the beast groups. What place is this? There is such a dense earth path and fire path aura here. What is hiding here? Immortal materials, or immortal GU, but why is there a tombstone? The tombstone seems to have some characters written on it. Is it made by someone? Who is buried there? Bai Ningbing looked at the surrounding beasts. She had a trace of understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts, no wonder they were attracted here. There are only beasts of other paths here and they were forcefully pulled in by the beast tide. Right at this time, the two lights over the burial mound suddenly shot towards the sky, turning into a giant yellow-red pillar of light. The beasts roared in excitement. Some beasts began to charge towards the pillar as if trying to get the top spot, but they were soon knocked down and trampled by the beasts behind them. The beast groups fell into chaos and madness, fighting and killing each other as they charged towards the pillar of light. But even if some beasts reached the front and collided with the pillar, they did not get what they wanted. The pillar of light remained unmoving. It was like a large mountain that refused to budge an inch. Bai Ningbing was a GU immortal and had intelligence far above the beasts. She hid outside the chaotic battle, and although she was still implicated, she mainly observed the changes. As time passed, there were heavy casualties among the beast groups with corpses scattered everywhere. The yellow-red pillar of light also started to shrink, seemingly converging into the burial mound. The beasts became even more frantic, their bloodthirsty, pained, and chewing noises filled Bai Ningbing's ears. This vast world is truly profound without limits and it has endless mysteries to explore. Let me see what is going on. Bai Ningbing began to move closer towards the mound. When the beasts had killed each other and the survivors were riddled with injuries, the yellow-red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also dug into the earth. The mound seemed to have reached the point of qualitative change as it suddenly split apart. Thin cracks spread all over the mound. Shortly after, the mound burst open from the inside and a GU immortal's aura leaked towards the surroundings. A naked male immortal opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings in a daze. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started becoming clear-headed as he recalled many things. I remember, I am Fang Huan. The male immortal's eyes shrunk in amazement and shock. Beast groups roared and pounced towards the naked immortal agitatedly. The male immortal opened his eyes wide and flew to the air. I am alive again. I am Fang Huan, I am, Lava Demon Lord. A huge sound erupted as red light waves spread from the male immortal's body. The light waves surged like a tsunami, drowning its surroundings. Everywhere they passed by, the red light waves burned everything. Most of the beast groups were burned to death instantly, and some of the surviving beasts were even more injured. Some were lying on the ground on the verge of death, while a small portion of the beasts went berserk as they charged towards the male immortal. The male immortal Fang Huan's expression turned solemn as he let out the red light waves again. The red light swept the whole battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that managed to reach Fang Huan. Fang Huan could not keep his composure anymore as he shouted towards Bai Ningbing, "Lend me a hand. I will reward you heavily after this." Okay. Bai Ningbing agreed without hesitation and attacked directly. Within a short period of time, she easily killed those several immemorial desolate beasts. It was because they were already heavily injured. Many thanks, friend. Fortunately, with your help, I could. Fang Huan was suddenly cut into two at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head, holding his upper body as she smiled cruelly. I thought about it, it is still more convenient to soul search directly. Fang Huan stared at Bai Ningbing with wide eyes. This female immortal had light blue vertical dragon pupils and had a pair of spiral dragon horns. Her glistening silver hair was shiny like crystal, extending to her waist. Her skin was snow white, and on her peerlessly beautiful face, there was a hint of crazed indifference. Such a beautiful woman. Fang Huan died with his eyes wide open. Bai Ningbing searched Fang Huan's soul but was unable to obtain any valuable information. Although Fang Huan revived in the mound, he was still muddle-headed and did not know many things. Bai Ningbing landed on the broken mound and searched carefully. There were still no gains. This area had such a large scale of earth path and fire path Dao marks, but they have disappeared completely, and it is no different from ordinary ground now. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Huan's body. No, to be more accurate, these Dao marks condensed into the immortal body. Wonderful, Truly amazing. Bai Ningbing praised repeatedly. Through soul search, she knew this Fang Huan was from a previous generation. He cultivated Earth Path, but later inherited Heart Fire True Inheritance, so cultivated Fire Path as well. He did fire monster business and had been one of the tycoons of this business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had died long ago, but for some reason, he actually revived. This grave-like mound seems to have the same effect as Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard, it can let GU Immortals revive. Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. She had made a huge gain this time. Not only did she discover the mysterious mound, she also captured Fang Huan's soul and obtained his inheritance as well as cultivation insights. The even bigger battle spoils were the beast corpses that filled the battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. Rank 7 immortal materials were even higher in number. With a loud sound, a mountain landed on the ground like a large stamp. The famous mountain was red and squarish. This mountain did not have even a trace of soil, it was completely formed from all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Previously, Copper Seal Mountain was targeted by the tribulation of the 3000 Heaven Path Dao marks, half of it was split by the lightning, giving out dense smoke and sparks. The entire mountain had turned into a molten state and emitted a terrible smell. But now, after Fang Yuan issued the corresponding missions, Copper Seal Mountain was repaired by many GU Immortals. It was not only restored to its former state, it was even larger now. Chapter 2142, Ideas about Resources. Alright, we have finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain now. The exhausted GU Immortals let out breaths of relief. One Rockman GU Immortal did not rest and began to prepare. After a long while, he activated an Earth Path Killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to shake slightly. The base of the mountain started emitting a thin earth and yellow radiance. The threads of light gathered and formed a translucent, golden Earth Path mountain root. The mountain root pierced the ground and began to spread quickly. The Rockman GU Immortal continued to maintain the killer move, he had an expression of difficulty, his immortal essence was consumed rapidly. Finally, he could no longer continue and stopped the killer move. The mountain root stopped spreading rapidly and paused. It had entered deep underground and began to grow with normal speed. In the coming years, this mountain root would join with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining and helping to stabilize Copper Seal Mountain. Therefore, moving famous trees and mountains required special wood path and earth path methods, otherwise, there were more disadvantages than advantages in moving them forcefully. The Rockman GU Immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover. He was extremely tired, his immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Naturally, after the mission completion, his contribution points would be that much higher as well. As for the other GU Immortals, they had finished resting and started to carry out the final inspection. After a while, the Immortals gathered once again. That will do, this Copper Seal Mountain state is good. The mountain root situation is also pretty good. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely bear the task of being an earth vein node. Master is truly majestic and bold. He is actually constructing an earth vein in the entire mini 5 regions. This plan is really too grand and will need at least 10 years to complete. It really makes me admire him endlessly. The Immortals nodded, they had the same feeling. Alright, let's leave. We need to relocate the next famous mountain. There are not many GU Immortals who can relocate mountains, but there will be fewer tasks like this as we continue finishing them. The contribution points are also abundant. Let's work hard and try to finish some more. Yes. Recently, if someone cannot continue, they will make a trip to the Liver Life Formation. No one wants to give up on those contribution points. I already went before this. Haha, is that so? I also went there. The Immortals left Copper Seal Mountain while conversing. If the mini 5 regions were looked from high above, one would see about 10 groups of people working hard to relocate mountains. Of course, it was not just famous mountains. Besides famous mountains, there were also the 10 Earths that could act as Earth vein nodes. There was a detailed description regarding 10 Earths in Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. The 10 Earths were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Earth, Flying Earth, Formation Earth, Treasure Earth, and Tomb Earth. These 10 Earths could bear the task of being Earth vein nodes. The first step in Fang Yuan's artificial Earth vein construction was to arrange all kinds of Earth vein nodes in the mini 5 regions. He would then use Earth path methods to connect the nodes. Lastly, he would make adjustments. Currently, Fang Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths: Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production Earth, and Formation Earth. The other 5 Earths were beyond his ability. For example, Tomb Earth. The formation of this Earth was shrouded in mystery, even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not see through it. GU Immortals could revive in this area. Tomb Earth's tombstone was also extremely mysterious, possessing the ability of information path. It seemed to be able to extract and condense all the information of the GU Immortal's life from the river of time. The greater the reputation of the GU Immortal, the more detailed the writings on the tombstone, which seemed to provide more help towards the GU Immortal's revival. The specific relation between them had to be verified. At present, Fang Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Mountains usually acted as earth vein nodes and not the 10 Earths. These mountains needed to be at least of famous mountain level. There are not many famous mountains in the Sovereign Immortal aperture. I estimate they can only cover 30% of the earth vein nodes in the first step of the plan. The artificial earth vein project was extremely large and needed the most investment. Fang Yuan had annexed a large number of grotto heavens and obtained an inestimable amount of cultivation resources, but now, he was starting to see the limits. Fang Yuan still had a famous mountain which he did not use. That was the recently obtained Human Smoke Mountain. It is better to keep this mountain. My intuition is telling me that if I continue to use Chai Clan's Human Path research results, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form an incomplete Human Mountain. Fang Yuan was a Human Path Grandmaster. His intuition regarding Human Path was much more accurate than Human Path Masters. After killing many mortals raised by Chai Clan, Human Sea was complete, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of Human Mountain and Human Sea would definitely be extremely powerful. Even in 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had not seen it. But this was a long-term project. The investment in constructing a secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely big, much bigger than the investment in an artificial earth vein. The reason the incomplete Human Sea could be completed was because there were the painstaking accumulations of Eastern Sea's Sha clan. It was at its final stage and required Human Path resources. Eastern Sea's Sha clan suffered from their righteous path identity and could only collect the resources secretly. How could they dare to be like Fang Yuan, killing and massacring openly? Firstly, Fang Yuan chose the targets of slaughter cleverly. He did not cross the limits of the righteous Qi alliance, they ignored it. Later, he paid attention to Chai Clan's mortals. Fang Yuan decisively gave up on a portion of the benefits to negotiate forcefully. Even a super clan like Chai Clan finally submitted to Fang Yuan's demonic might, lowering their head to cooperate. I am starting to lack resources. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The plan of constructing Human Mountain was definitely far away in the future. In fact, the incomplete Refinement Sea was also on the verge of being consumed. Fang Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. In fact, he had looted countless cultivation resources. These resources mostly came from Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, which had a long history spanning several hundreds of thousands of years, and even a million years. But it would not last long. Fang Yuan had been refining rank 8 Immortal GU on a large scale. At the same time, he used rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Fang Yuan had too many GU Immortals under him. Just Langya sect alone had many hairy man GU Immortals. The Variant Human Alliance had even more GU Immortals. There was also the group of Variant Human GU Immortals like Bing Yuan, Shizong and Mo Tan Sang. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Human GU Immortals were close to 10, including Combat Beast King. And there was also Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as Fang Yuan's clones Wu Shuai, Zan Bu Du, and others. Not long ago, Mushroom and GU Immortals joined him. Among them, the strongest was Kei Shin Hong. The size of Fang Yuan's subordinate GU Immortals far surpassed normal super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare to him, that was to say, only the former Shadow Sect that had Zombie Alliance, and Heavenly Court that had the 10 great ancient sects under it, could compare to him. Were Wu clan to possess this many GU Immortals, Wu Yong might be laughing happily even in his dreams. A formidable character like Wu Yong did not care about the difference in races, he only cared if they were usable or not. Naturally, it would be better if they were all human GU Immortals. Fang Yuan was expanding so much that no amount of cultivation resources would be enough for him to use. Fortunately, his foundation was extremely robust and could last for this long. But now, it was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Looks like I need to plunder resources again. Although his accumulations were still there, Fang Yuan was preparing for the future. I have already looted the resources of the variant human alliance. Only a portion of the grotto heavens remain now. Mushroom Paradise's situation is also the same. Almost all the mushroommen have moved over, let alone the resources accumulated there. Fang Yuan analyzed. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but from the information Zon Bu brought, Fang Yuan knew Longevity Heaven had placed its forces in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and was difficult to conquer. There were definitely forces eyeing it other than Longevity Heaven. So, although that place had plenty of resources, Fang Yuan did not want to target it at the moment. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale also had abundant resources. But it was also not possible. Ever since the last time he left, Fang Yuan had not been able to find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He had used the killer move Heaven and Earth Travel to try to enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but failed mysteriously every time. There is still a group of 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens who submitted to Qi Si Ancestor. They are all humans. These Grotto Heavens also have plenty of cultivation resources. Maybe I can cooperate with Qi Si Clone. For the moment, Fang Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan. That would expend his own luck. Any super force possessed enormous luck and had a few tricks up their sleeves. There might not be many benefits and the risks were definitely huge. More importantly, even if he invaded super forces, Fang Yuan did not want to take over too much of the outside world's territories. It was much better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. Both his territories and himself were in one body. It was extremely flexible and convenient. Other GU immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, so it was more beneficial for them to occupy territories. If they possessed the sovereign immortal aperture, they might also make the same choice as Fang Yuan. A strong wind suddenly blew over from 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and charged towards the skies before dissipating. He Chun Chu brought good news. Wu Clan's Fan Wind GU was advanced successfully, though it failed 2 times in the process. Rank 8 Fan Wind GU. In recent times, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had gone through some adjustments and its ability was much stronger now. Including Fan Wind GU, Fang Yuan had already refined over 50 Rank 8 Immortal GU with 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. I can sell true inheritances on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven in exchange for cultivation resources. The profits from doing GU refinement business are also quite amazing. Fang Yuan thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he was only unable to refine Rank 9 and Rank 10 Immortal GU, as well as some specific Rank 8 Immortal GU. For instance, Fang Yuan lacked sufficient Rank 8 Luck Path Immortal materials for Fortune Rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. Chapter 2143, Tiger Poison GU. You have only 7 days left to live. Meng Chu Zhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm. What welcomed him was this sentence. What? Meng Chu Zhen blurted out in astonishment. In front of him was an old mushroom granny. She sighed and said in a guilty tone, "Little am I, your grandmother is too useless, I really have no way to treat your illness." Using this short time, Meng Chu Zhen quickly scanned his surroundings. He found that not only was there a mushroomman in front of him, he himself was also a mushroomman. And right now, they were in a hut that was specific to mushroomman culture. This hut had deep green walls. It was constructed with special grass and mud. The roof of the hut was made with straws. The furnishings inside the hut were simple and revealed this was a doctor's home. "Grandma, is it really hopeless? Is there really no other way?" Meng Chu Zhen pretended to be in disbelief while trying hard to find clues regarding this dream realm. The mushroomman granny hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is a way." Meng Chu Zhen immediately asked, "What way?" The mushroomman granny shook her head and walked towards a table. There were medicine pots all over the table. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine pots were opened. They were filled with dried medicinal herbs or pitch black medicinal liquid. Whereas some medicine pots were covered tightly with lids. The old granny seemed to be in a complicated mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine pots before gradually calming down. With her back towards Meng Chu Zhen, she said, "The one thing I can think of that can possibly save you is not a method, but a person." A person? Meng Chu Zhen got near to the old granny. he saw these medicine pots actually contained GU worms. The old granny sighed. Sigh, you know her too. Meng Chu-jen had no idea who she meant, but he had plenty of experience and developed quite a glib tongue. He said, could it be her? Indeed, her. My tribe's previous witch, Huang Wan, said the old granny. Every mushroom tribe had a witch. Different from the merman tribe's saintess, witches did not hold authority, but they usually had high reputation. Because witches were the most capable female doctors in the mushroom tribe. Without the witch's support and blessing, the mushroom's next tribe leader would face questioning and might even be unable to take the position. You only have hope of survival by looking for the previous witch, Huang Wan. The old granny emphasized. Meng Chu-jen immediately asked, then, where is she? Whip Mountain. The old granny looked at Meng Chu-jen. Little am I, you are a good child, I have watched you grow up. The plague is terrorizing the tribe, but you should not have been infected. It was because you helped me treat others of your own accord that you got infected. You also know a thing or two about Huang Wan's matter. Although she is extremely strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go look for her personally. The tribe won't help you. Meng Chu-jen nodded. He keenly sensed that the old granny had some hidden meaning behind her words. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, but Grandma, I simply cannot reach there with my strength. I must see Huang Wan to obtain her help. Not only to keep my life, but more than that, I want to bring back a way to treat the illness. Good child, good child. The old granny was relieved. That is what I want you to do. Rest assured, you are taking the risk to go to Whip Mountain. Your journey will be filled with dangers, and Whip Mountain is moreover a human territory. How can I, your grandmother, let you go like that? The old granny turned sideways and opened all of the medicine pots on the table. You can take 3 of the GU worms here. They will provide a huge help to you. Many thanks, Grandma, Meng Chu-jen said while thinking. It was like this indeed. He had plenty of experiences in exploring dream realms. With just this conversation, he had already probed the key of this dream realm stage. The crucial hidden point of this stage of the dream realm is the selection of GU. If I did not sense the old granny's hidden meaning and mentioned it, I might not have gotten the chance to select GU. Choosing 3 GU worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm. But which 3 would be better for me? Meng Chu-jen carefully observed the GU worms while secretly activating Dream Butterfly Immortal GU. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal GU, Meng Chu-jen soon found various clues of the second stage. Choose quickly, stop wasting time needlessly. You need to treasure every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Chu-jen said through clenched teeth, Grandma, let me consider for a bit longer. The old granny said with a cold face, HMPH, you are already in this situation, you must be decisive. Choose 3 GU worms immediately, then leave the valley through this secret passage. If this time passes, that passage will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Chu-jen was not able to put it off any longer, but fortunately, he had already gotten much information in this short period of time. I choose these 3. Meng Chu-jen quickly chose 3 GU from the tens of medicine pots. Good, you chose well. Huang Xiao am I, time is pressing, I can only help you till here, leave now. The old granny's voice had just ended when Meng Chu-jen's sight turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage. He had rank 3 cultivation, and using his GU worms as well as the 3 new GU, he traveled rapidly through the mountains, although it was arduous. He walked through the dangerous man-eating forest, past the high fog, and crossed the death marsh. He was now facing his final obstacle, a 1000 Beast King level black bear. Meng Chu-jen fought a long and bitter battle with the black bear. Finally, the black bear collapsed on the ground. Its thick body shrank within a few breaths of time like a balloon that was poked. In just a short while, its blood, flesh, and organs turned into purple poison which flowed out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Chu-jen carefully squatted and took out Tiger Poison GU. This rank 3 Tiger Poison GU was one of the 3 GU he chose in the first stage of the Dream Realm. Once activated, it could emit Tiger Poison. Tiger Poison GU was like a black scorpion, but its head had golden markings that resembled the character for King. It came out of the white-silver aperture and started absorbing the poison that was all over the ground. Soon, the poison was completely absorbed by it, and its body was slightly enlarged. With a shift of Meng Chu-jen's will, Tiger Poison GU obediently flew back into his aperture. The first stage had many poison GU, like snake poison GU, dove poison GU, bee poison GU, and so on. Against the 1000 Beast King level black bear, bee poison GU, which is restrained by bear physique, should never be selected. Snake poison GU and dove poison GU have rather slow effects. Only tiger poison GU is specialized in dealing with this kind of large beast, and its effect takes place quickly as well. Moreover, when used with poison liquid GU, tiger poison can change form and become extremely practical in battle. In the fight with the Black Bear King, Meng Chu Zhen used poison liquid GU and tiger poison GU to form a poison liquid tiger. The poison liquid tiger was able to fight the Black Bear King head-on. It greatly made up for Meng Chu Zhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Chu Zhen stayed at the back and continuously used poison path GU worms to help the poison liquid tiger and claimed victory in the end. Naturally, tiger poison GU also had its disadvantage. The disadvantage was quite big as well. There was a common saying that even tigers would not hurt their cubs. Tiger poison GU had no effect towards infantile targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu's information, Meng Chu Zhen had already known in the first stage that the black bear was the final obstacle and also the most difficult one. He acted according to the conditions and selected the most crucial tiger poison GU. Tiger poison Gu's toxicity and venom quantity has fallen greatly, even though I gathered the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison GU needs time to recuperate. My overall power has decreased quite a bit. Fortunately, this is the final obstacle, and this is a dream realm, not the real wilderness. What happened? Meng Chu Zhen's expression changed slightly. The second stage of the dream realm was still stable and did not disappear like he expected. Is there still another obstacle? It can't be. Dream Butterfly Immortal GU already scouted everything. Wait a moment, in the search before, there was also a mortal. This mortal did not have GU master cultivation, so Meng Chu Zhen did not think much of it. Maybe, if tiger poison GU was not selected, the mortal would provide some help to the GU cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Chu Zhen realized this mortal seemed to be a crucial factor. According to the gathered information, Meng Chu Zhen naturally knew of this mortal's location. He immediately moved towards the location. Halfway on his journey, his strength started decreasing rapidly. What's going on? Meng Chu Zhen immediately inspected himself and turned pale. The plague has erupted. There were clearly about 2 more days left. Could it be, the battle with the black bear expended too much of my energy, and my body is unable to bear it, so the plague erupted earlier? This plague was specific to mushrooming. Once it erupted, mushrooms would grow all over the body. The bigger the mushrooms grew, the more vitality they would extract from the mushrooming. The plague broke out so violently that when Meng Chu Zhen discovered it, he was already sapped of his strength and collapsed on the ground. Is this dream realm exploration going to end here? I haven't even seen Paradise Earth's face. To help the main body's plan of constructing Earth Vein, Meng Chu Zhen started the exploration of Paradise Earth's dream realm ahead of time. No, I still have hope. Persevere, I must persevere. This place is not that far from that mortal's location. Although Meng Chu Zhen was powerless and could only lie on the ground, it had not reached the worst situation yet. At least, he had strength to breath and could use the GU worms in his aperture. He immediately activated a healing GU worm and started delaying for time. The healing GU could not cure the root problem and only lessened the threat of the plague. But its effect was minimal, like a child trying to stop a car. Damn it, the battle with the Black Bear King expended over half of my primeval essence. My primeval essence will be used up soon. Meng Chu Zhen was forced into a predicament again. But right at this time, he heard rustling noises. It's that mortal's footsteps. Good. Meng Chu Zhen's eyes shone as he used all his strength to shout, "Help, help." Chapter 2144, Pulling Mushrooms. Even though he used all his strength to shout, Meng Chu Zhen's voice was still faint. Who is asking for help? A mortal girl pushed aside the brambles and came to the place. Here, look below, Meng Chu Zhen spoke, his voice so faint that it was like a whisper. The mortal girl did not hear him, mumbling, "Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late, I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in 2 Clan Village. There are so many mushrooms here." The mortal girl saw Meng Chu Zhen. But right now, Meng Chu Zhen's body was already covered with mushrooms. The mortal girl squatted and started picking the mushrooms on Meng Chu Zhen's body. Every mushroom she picked, the cause of Meng Chu-Zhen's falling vitality would decrease by 1. His illness was alleviated rapidly and his strength slowly recovered. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness truly breaks out. For now at least, my life should be safe. Meng Chu-Zhen quickly realized. He then spoke. Girl, the mushrooms on my body are delicious, it doesn't matter if you pluck them all. The mortal girl jumped from shock. Don't be afraid, I am also a person. It was me who asked for help earlier, thank you for saving me, kind girl. But I did not do anything. Meng Chu-Zhen gave a forced smile. Pluck all the mushrooms from my body and that will be saving me. These mushrooms are harmful to us mushroomen, but they are harmless and even beneficial to other races. The girl was shocked before smiling. So you are a mushrooman, I have heard rumors about you guys since I was a child, the rumors said you were gentle and never harmed people. I had never seen a living mushrooman before I met you. Meng Chu-Zhen quickly said, pick the mushrooms quickly, I can't last much longer. The girl's hands were nimble, she rapidly picked the mushrooms from Meng Chu-Zhen's body. He was out of the hopeless situation and rescued from the brink of failure. There is still one last mushroom. The girl said seriously. Wait, Meng Chu-Zhen's expression changed, you don't need to pick that mushroom, ah. The girl blinked her pure eyes and her face reddened slightly. I can't pull it out, does it hurt? Meng Chu-Zhen was pale as he took a sharp breath, don't pull it. But the girl shook her head, saying stubbornly, that won't do, mushrooman big brother, you said it earlier, I need to pick all the mushrooms from your body for you to be cured. Don't, ah. The girl pulled up her sleeves, showing an extremely serious and cute expression. HMPH, I don't believe I can't pull it out. Meng Chu-Zhen. Uff. Amidst the miserable cries of Meng Chu-Zhen, the second stage was finally passed. His sight changed from a chaotic whirlpool of colors to gradually clearing up. This was a bustling and busy market with people walking everywhere. This is Tu Clan Village. Behind Meng Chu-Zhen, the mushrooman Xianxia Mi, who was covered tightly, said in a low voice. Meng Chu-Zhen's mind shook slightly. In the previous 2 stages, he had played the role of Xianxia Mi, but in this third stage, his identity was actually changed. This situation was not common. Meng Chu-Zhen quickly inspected himself. Huh, I became that human girl. Meng Chu-Zhen sighed inwardly. Xianxia Mi's strength was barely enough, and now, Meng Chu-Zhen was immortal, a young girl at that. The change in identity caused Meng Chu-Zhen to feel some doubts. What was the main mission in this Paradise Earth Dream Realm? In the previous 2 stages, he had Xianxia Mi's identity and had estimated the Dream Realm's main mission was to save the mushrooman tribe by curing the plague. But now that his identity changed, Meng Chu-Zhen immediately felt his speculation wavering intensely. No matter what, since Xianxia Mi followed the human girl into Tu Clan Village, I should still try to help Xianxia Mi to find the mushrooman witch. Meng Chu-Zhen decided to continue following the previous trail. Fang Tu, you came. Quick, the position beside me is very good, take it quickly. The evening market is not like the morning market, it only lasts for a short period of time. A middle-aged uncle waved at Meng Chu-Zhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Chu-Zhen thought for a bit and placed her basket filled with mushrooms at the space beside the uncle. Xianxia Mi silently helped Meng Chu-Zhen set up the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and exclaimed, these mushrooms are really fresh. Naturally, Xianxia Mi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze moved towards him. This is my distant relative, he came to help me. Meng Chu-Zhen quickly replied. The middle-aged uncle did not ask any more. The evening market had already started, crowds of people were moving around and everyone was busy. Some were busy buying, some were busy selling. The traded goods were all mortal materials like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market and had daily necessities. There were no transactions of GU worms, unless a merchant caravan passed through Tu Clan Village. After about 5 minutes, the crowd began to grow sparse. At this time, sounds of disturbance came from ahead. Step aside, move aside, can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A young man shouted. 5 to 6 people were pushing through the narrow pavement. Everywhere they went, pedestrians made way in fear and nervousness, while some even showed disdain and hatred inwardly. Fang Tu, hide quickly. Don't let that beast see you. The middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Ah, Meng Chu-Zhen was dazed. Lady Fang Tu. At the next moment, the leader of the group, the bald youngster, shouted. His eyes let out a sneaky light as he noticed Meng Chu-jen from far away. What's going on? Meng Chu-jen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking towards him with quick steps. The bald youngster had thick brows and large eyes but had not even a single hair on his head. Instead, there was a tattoo of a green beast on his head. The bald youngster rubbed his green beast tattoo and smiled widely. Lady Fang Tu, you are selling mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Oh, Meng Chu-jen was inwardly vigilant while asking, how much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised a finger. I want to buy 1 kilogram. Help me pick the big and good ones. Meng Chu-jen began to pick the mushrooms. This is good, that one is also good, I want them. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast pointed here and there. I told you, I want this one and that one. The bald youngster said, which ones do you want? Meng Chu-jen frowned, sensing that the young man seemed to be toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Forget it, Sister Fang, let me help you, we will choose together. The bald youngster acted immediately. Soft, so soft, he chose several mushrooms and said. Meng Chu-jen replied. These are all fresh, I picked them just today. Smooth, so smooth, the bald youngster praised again. Meng Chu-jen slowly looked up and said with a frown, you are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster laughed. Meng Chu-jen opened his eyes wide. You are still touching. Accident, it was an accident. Meng Chu-jen was speechless, he was actually being molested. PFF'd, shameless guy, actually molesting an innocent girl in broad daylight. Huang Xiaomi could not endure it anymore, he shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fang? The bald youngster was immediately provoked and stared at Huang Xiaomi. The two started arguing, sparks seemed to be flying in the air. This is the limit of Dream Butterfly Immortal GU. Meng Chu-jen sighed inwardly. Dream Butterfly Immortal GU could inspect the details of the next event of the Dream Realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of Dream Butterfly would encounter. Because the changes in the Dream Realm would occur when the GU cultivator entered and interacted with the Dream Realm. Meng Chu-jen had already inspected the bald youngster and this two-clan village's market in the previous stage. But he was unable to know what he would encounter specifically in advance. The two argued in front of Meng Chu-jen. Their argument got increasingly heated to the point of nearly exchanging blows. Meng Chu-jen was just about to persuade them to stop when a flash of inspiration hit him, and he kept quiet. I am getting angry. Brat, you are looking for a beating. The bald youngster suddenly rubbed his head and attacked. HMPH, who is afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not show weakness, attacking immediately. The two started fighting. Don't fight, Meng Chu-jen called out while retreating. He was in a mortal body now, and had no ability to interfere in a GU master's battle. But fortunately, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they both cared about Meng Chu-jen. When Meng Chu-jen retreated to a safe distance, they started using GU cultivator methods. After several rounds, Huang Xiaomi was clearly at a disadvantage and was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is really strong. Meng Chu-jen was slightly surprised. He was well aware of Huang Xiaomi's strength, after he acted as the latter in the first and second stage of the Dream Realm. But he did not expect the bald youngster to be so strong, he had already suppressed Huang Xiaomi. Wait a second, you are not a human, you are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly called out. In the heat of the battle, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Amazing, you spy, what are you trying to do by entering my two-clan village? You definitely have bad intentions. Ha ha ha, I am going to make a great contribution. The bald youngster continued to shout. Attack him together, he is a mushrooman, we don't have to uphold the moral of humanity against such a person. Despicable, if you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was heavily outnumbered and captured, but he was still shouting indignantly. Ha ha ha, I will be two clans' hero by catching you. The bald youngster laughed, kicking the bound Huang Xiaomi. Just lie still, you variant human. After saying this, the bald youngster ran towards Meng Chu-jen and asked in concern, Sister Fang, are you alright? You definitely had no idea or were forced by this mushrooman. Haha, how will you thank me now? Chapter 2145, Being a Bystander. Meng Chu-jen shook his head, saying in an impatient tone, Brother Mi is a good person. The bald youngster interrupted him, shouting hurriedly, as expected, the scheming mushroomman threatened Lady Fang. Let's go and report to the elders. Move. Under everyone's gaze, Meng Chu-jen went with the flow and entered Two Clan Village with the bald youngster, Huang Xiao Mi, and the rest. On the way, the bald youngster reminded Meng Chu-jen softly, Sister Fang, you need to report properly, otherwise you might be implicated as well. Variant humans like this mushroomman are vicious things, he is already sure to die. Meng Chu-jen did not respond. The tied Huang Xiao Mi shouted, that's right, I deceived Fang Tu and threatened her. You are creating a huge trouble for your Two clan by capturing me. Someone will definitely come to save me. Huang Xiao Mi was saved by Fang Tu, he clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus saying this intentionally. The bald youngster led Huang Xiao Mi to Two Clan Village's prison, and received praises from Two Clan Village's elders. After everyone left, the bald youngster invited Meng Chu-jen to his home. It is already late, Sister Fang, come to my home to have dinner and stay for the night. Back when we were neighbors, we used to play together. My mother will also be very happy if she sees you. So this, green beast, had this kind of relationship with Fang Tu. Meng Chu-jen nodded and let the plot develop. Soon, Meng Chu-jen followed the bald youngster to his home. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo building. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. The bald youngster opened the door to the kitchen and said loudly, Mother, look who I brought. Ah, little Fang, I haven't seen you for many days. Are your parents okay? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are both fine, thank you, Auntie. Meng Chu-jen said half-heartedly. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling, Little Fang is here as a guest, take a seat, I will prepare some dishes. The bald youngster said impatiently, Mother, you should prepare more delicious food. This meal will be your son's celebration feast as well. You brat, what have you done this time? The bald youngster's mother frowned. The bald youngster patted his chest. Mother, your son made a huge contribution this time. I arrested a mushroomman and locked him in prison. What? The bald youngster's mother paused. The bald youngster quickly narrated the event. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Chu-jen. Little Fang, this brat likes to talk nonsense, is what he said true? Yes. Meng Chu-jen nodded before adding, but big brother Huang Xiao Mi is a good person. Before he finished speaking, he was once again interrupted by the bald youngster. All right, Sister Fang, I have warned you several times. You can say this at home, but don't talk about it outside. Okay. The bald youngster's mother waved her hand. Brat, there is no more soy sauce left. Go to the nearby shop and get some soy sauce. Hurry up and go, how can I make food without soy sauce? Oh, all right. After the bald youngster left, his mother walked towards Meng Chu-jen. Come, little Fang, tell Auntie what is going on. The Dream Realm's third stage passed like this. Fourth stage, deep in the night, underground prison. My identity changed again. When Meng Chu-jen came to his senses, he immediately realized this. He had left the mortal Fang Tu's identity and become a GU master again. Moreover, his cultivation was rank 4. I am actually the bald youngster's mother now. Meng Chu-jen shortly discovered that the bald youngster's mother was actually a mushroomman. Meng Chu-jen immediately had a guess. My current identity is probably that Huang Wan. This dream realm originated from Paradise Earth. What was special about it was the identities in the different stages of the dream realm were not fixed. I might even play the role of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the next dream realm. Meng Chu-jen smiled. Till now, he had not seen even the shadow of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the first stage of the dream realm, Meng Chu-jen learned that Huang Xiaomi's mushroomman tribe had a former witch, Huang Wan. She had great strength and was the only doctor that might be able to cure the plague. However, he knew from the old granny that this former witch Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe for some reason. This mushroomman Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in Two Clan Village, a human territory. She even adopted a human child to perfectly conceal her identity. If that bald youngster knew his mother was actually a mushroomman, I wonder what expression he would show. Meng Chu-jen laughed. He used a very short period of time to get familiar with the GU worms on him. The GU worms were comprehensive, covering attack, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. Meng Chu-jen intuitively sensed some of these GU worms could combine to form a mortal killer move. Unfortunately, the situation now did not allow Meng Chu-jen to test the killer move or its possible combination. The third stage already gave obvious clues. Although this mushroom Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, her heart is with the tribe. She immediately moved during the night to save Huang Xiao. I must move quickly. Meng Chu Zhen immediately went deeper into the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was simple and clear. Very soon, he saw Huang Xiao, who was tied to the wall in the deepest part of the prison. Meng Chu Zhen used his GU worms, silently melting the lock on the prison door. Huang Xiao, wake up. Meng Chu Zhen walked towards Huang Xiao and was about to inspect his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiao detonated, turning into ash that covered Meng Chu Zhen. Shortly after, alarm bells rang and guards started shouting. The whole prison started emitting dark yellow light. The concealed GU formation was activated. Oh no, it is a trap. Meng Chu Zhen helplessly discovered that Huang Xiao had completely disappeared. He hurriedly retreated, using poison GU to corrode the GU formation, but it showed little effect. Such guts, breaking into my two clans' jail. It is indeed like that captive said, someone came to save him. HMPH, surrender quietly and we might spare your life. Two elders with similar faces like they were twins were transported by the GU formation and arrived in front of Meng Chu Zhen. Meng Chu Zhen sneered as he started the fight. The battle lasted for 60 rounds before he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated. I failed. Meng Chu Zhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Chu Zhen had plenty of experience. He reached the 4th stage before failing. His soul was quite injured. Meng Chu Zhen began to think about the events while healing his soul. Those two elders are really strong. They both have rank 4 cultivation, and they have extremely good teamwork when fighting, like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight those two elders, I also have to deal with the GU formation. It is quite straining. Naturally, there is another important reason. I am not familiar with poison path GU worms. I should use this time to deduce the hidden poison path killer moves. There is another reason as well. Meng Chu Zhen reflected on himself and realized he had been fretful in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiao deceived his initial detection methods, if he was in his normal mental state, he would not have rashly entered the prison, and would have used GU worms to inspect the situation once again. At that time, Huang Wan's mood was extremely anxious and I was unknowingly affected by it, clouding my judgment. There were emotional disturbances in the previous 3 stages as well, but they were all suppressed by Meng Chu Zhen. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions would naturally be deeper than the 3rd stage. This was also one of the difficulties of exploring dream realms. Using this time, Meng Chu Zhen deduced 5 poison path killer moves which were mostly based on poison GU. Entering the dream realm again, Meng Chu Zhen inspected patiently this time. He made an astonishing discovery. Not only was Huang Xiao fake, the whole underground prison was also fake. This is a fake prison, the real prison is still below. The GU formation's main body is also below. Meng Chu Zhen carefully entered the real underground prison. Two clan villages' real underground prison was unexpectedly complicated and extensive. The underground prison was like an ant nest. It was filled with thousands of paths intersecting each other. Meng Chu Zhen felt like he had entered a maze. The whole mountain seems to have been dug and made into a prison. This two-clan village is clearly an ordinary force, but it was actually able to do this. No, there is a trace of earth tunnel here. Meng Chu Zhen was probing carefully and soon discovered traces of one of the 10 earths, earth tunnel. This mountain must be of famous mountain level. It contains a natural earth tunnel. Two-clan village just slightly developed the earth tunnel and was able to gain a large amount of resources. No wonder they were able to nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Chu Zhen was moving everywhere in the prison. The underground prison was mostly empty, and there were more beasts than mortals locked up in it. Meng Chu Zhen was still unable to find any clues even after some time. The dream realm had exhausted a large amount of his soul foundation by now. Those 2 GU masters. Meng Chu Zhen suddenly heard the sounds of GU cultivators traveling through the earth tunnel from ahead. He quickly moved aside and hid. Swish, swish, the 2 GU masters slipped out from the earth tunnel. The 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Chu Zhen was observing secretly, and immediately recognized them. They were all along in the underground prison, so they were able to reach the fake prison immediately in the previous situation. The 2 elders talked while moving. This mushroomman is quite tight-lipped, he actually endured such cruel torture. Even if he does not say it, we are already aware that a mushroom tribe has been hiding in the surroundings of two clan village. It is just that we don't know the specific location. Right, we must obtain the specific location of the mushroom tribe from this captive and eliminate them. In a few days, we will be able to remove the defensive methods on his soul. At that time, we will know everything by searching his soul. 0. The title is literally translated as Buying Soy Sauce. Chapter 2146, Prison Break. The two elders gradually stopped, entering another tunnel as they moved along instead. The two of them rapidly left the place. Meng Chu Zhen's eyes twitched. The scene in front of him reminded him of certain memories in his mind. In the 500 years of the main body's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan known as Two Clan emerged in southern border. Their GU immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to launch sneak attacks in battle. Does this have anything to do with this Two village? There were several possibilities regarding this. Firstly, Two villages' inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, Two villages' bloodline was spread by descendants. They rose to become immortal during the era of abundant dream realms, or they were simply secluded GU immortals. Thirdly, Two villages' members revived in Tomb Earth. Meng Chu Zhen successfully found his way to Xianxia Mi after following the route of the 2 rank 4 elders. Xianxia Mi was curled up in a corner of the cell, having fallen asleep. This time, Meng Chu Zhen investigated carefully. After finding out that there were no traps here, he entered the prison cell. He immediately found that Xianxia Mi was in poor shape, at the brink of death. Xianxia Mi had the mushroom plague to begin with. It was quite fatal. If one had insufficient resistance, they would die. Today, he first fought against the bald youngster before getting interrogated by the 2 elders. His entire body was overgrown with mushrooms. If Meng Chu Zhen did not arrive in time, he would die in just a few more breaths of time. Meng Chu Zhen sighed to himself. It was a close shave. If he came later, this dream realm exploration would have failed entirely. He immediately tried to save Xianxia Mi. Thankfully, he was prepared for this. The mushrooms on Xianxia Mi's body continued to shrink until all of them went back into his body. Who are you? Xianxia Mi was barely able to open his eyes. His vision was still blurred. Meng Chu Zhen answered immediately. I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the mushroom plague in your body. Your situation is dire. Your life force is almost depleted. I cannot pull out the mushrooms casually as it will consume your life as well. Xianxia Mi immediately thanked. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Sigh, it is still too early to say that. Let's go out. I need to research on this plague. You don't have much time left. Meng Chu Zhen said. He had not created a poison path killer move that could heal Xianxia Mi's illness yet. However, the next scene might request for him to heal this mushroom plague. Naturally, that was just his guess. While searching for Xianxia Mi earlier, Meng Chu Zhen did not have a chance to activate Dream Butterfly Immortal GU, thus he did not know what the following scenes would be. You need to persevere, let's go. Meng Chu Zhen helped Xianxia Mi to get up as they left together. But halfway through, they met the bald youngster. Stand there. As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster shouted. The 2 elders were behind him as well. They were furious and shocked. Such guts. Vicious thief, you dare to break into the prison. Quickly activate the formation, capture this person as well. Once he said that, the GU formation activated. The 2 elders fought while the bald youngster assisted them. Meng Chu Zhen sighed internally as he fought against them. He had many poison path killer moves. They were evenly matched after fighting for some time. But soon, the bald youngster saw a weakness and attacked Xianxia Mi instead. Xianxia Mi could not resist. He was a huge burden to Meng Chu Zhen. Meng Chu Zhen had to grit his teeth as he helped Xianxia Mi time and again. Eventually, he lost the initiative and got suppressed by the 2 elders. In the end, Xianxia Mi was killed by the bald youngster, dying on the spot. All variant human mushroommen deserve to get killed. The bald youngster shouted with a righteous tone, filled with excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Chu Zhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing himself while collating his insights about the dream. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal GU earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald youngster. To think that after exploring this dream realm to a degree, it would develop on its own and create new characters. Why did the bald youngster come to the prison? From his tone, he seemed to have discovered my traces. What method did he use to find me? Unless he already found out about the secret of his identity, he knows that his mother is a mushroom variant human. So he went along with the flow. After his injuries were healed, Meng Qiuzhen went back into the dream realm with several questions to answer. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell in advance. He lurked at a corner and watched as Xianxia Mi was beaten and interrogated by the two elders. These elders had outstanding strength. More importantly, they had the help of the GU formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not want to use brute force. After 2 failures and accumulating experience, his own strength already surpassed the original Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Xianxia Mi. His earlier failures already proved that as long as Xianxia Mi died, the dream realm would fail. It seemed that this scene of the dream realm required him to save Xianxia Mi successfully. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the two elders left, he immediately went to Xianxia Mi's side. Not waking him up first, Meng Qiuzhen directly used the poison path killer move to get rid of the mushroom plague in Xianxia Mi's body. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Xianxia Mi up. Xianxia Mi found out that his illness was cured. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior. Please save the mushroom tribe. Many of our members are afflicted with this plague." Meng Qiuzhen nodded, giving Xianxia Mi some poison path GU so that he had some battle strength. Xianxia Mi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He was barely able to walk on his own as they sneaked out. But this time, the bald youngster still found them along the way. "Stand there." As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a peculiar expression as he asked, "I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find us?" The bald youngster chuckled. "I'm not afraid to tell you. With my genius talent, I created a move called Earthly Underground Qi. After I captured this mushroom, I secretly used this tracing killer move. How can you get rid of it in such a rush? Not bad. Even though you are an external member of the clan, you have some talent. Very good. All thanks to you, we found this problem today. This is your merit." The 2 rank 4 elders looked at the bald youngster in a renewed light. "Thank you, lords." The bald youngster was very excited. He had the demeanor of a lackey. "I will do my best." Meng Qiuzhen. After an intense battle, Xianxia Mi still died in battle. Meng Qiuzhen failed his 3rd exploration. After deep analysis and deductions, he went into the 4th exploration. This time, he sneaked in early and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell, healing Xianxia Mi's illness and even giving him healing GU worms. "Wait here and heal yourself continuously. Do not step out of the cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you try to get out, the enemy will find out." Meng Qiuzhen instructed. "After I kill the crucial GU masters, when you see this healing GU worm fly in the air, get out and escape." Xianxia Mi was very obedient. He nodded. "I will listen to senior's instructions." Meng Qiuzhen made the optimal arrangements and left the cell. At the other side, with the development of the dream realm, the bald youngster appeared. He was summoned by the 2 elders and made his way to them but was suddenly attacked by Meng Qiuzhen. Even though the bald youngster had great strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match, not to mention that Meng Qiuzhen had prepared for this assault. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sadness, guilt, and regret overwhelmed his heart. He found that he lost control of his body. "It seems that I cannot kill the bald youngster. Maybe because they lived together for so long, the mushroom in Huang Wan had already treated him as her real son." The feeling was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's fortitude, he could not suppress it. Mushroom in Huang Wan shuddered as tears flowed down her cheeks. It could not be stopped. Alarm bells suddenly rang. The GU formation was activated as the 2 elders found their way to Meng Qiuzhen. They must have gotten suspicious after waiting for the bald youngster for so long. They came over to check. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration failed as well. So this guy cannot be killed either. Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because he could not unravel and dispel that earthly underground Qi killer move. Even though it was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what GU worms were used in it. And more importantly, even if he knew, could the GU worms on him achieve such an effect? If only I knew how many GU worms the bald youngster had. It is a pity I have already lost the opportunity to find out. In the 3rd scene, Fang Yuan's identity was Fang Tu. If he tried to investigate, with the bald youngster's affection for her, he should have gotten some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu sold mushrooms, the bald youngster flirted with her. It was a great opportunity. But back then, Meng Chu Zhen had not thought of this. Because Dream Butterfly Immortal GU did not let him see this scene. Back then, the bald youngster did not exist in this scene in the first place. The dream realm changed on its own after saving Huang Xiao Mi, causing the bald youngster to appear. Now, after reaching this scene, the earlier ones had vanished already. After deep consideration, Meng Chu Zhen went into the dream realm again. This time, he did not enter the cell directly and wait there. Getting there early was useless. Meng Chu Zhen had to wait for the elders to leave before he could try and save Huang Xiao Mi. Meng Chu Zhen set up some arrangements on the route that the elders would take instead. He used Create Dream Immortal GU to establish a complicated tunnel along the way. After making his arrangement, Meng Chu Zhen came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiao Mi but did not leave him in the cell, bringing him away directly. The two elders were just about to meet up with the bald youngster but they lost their way. With this crucial gap in time, Meng Chu Zhen successfully brought Huang Xiao Mi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased them and wanted to stop them. But Meng Chu Zhen did not kill this troublesome guy, instead making him faint on the spot. After stopping Huang Xiao Mi from taking revenge, he successfully passed the scene of the dream realm. Chapter 2147, War. The GU masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Chu Zhen stomped on the ground with a loud sound. A hole immediately appeared below him. A GU master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. Wanting to restrict me with this method, he was just about to fly out of the pit, when Meng Chu Zhen held a huge rock that was the size of a horse carriage and tossed it down. Don't. The huge rock crashed down and sent the GU master into the pit, losing all signs of life. From below the rock, bright red blood started to spread into a puddle. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually attacking our own clan member, a two clansman. The remaining two GU masters watched this as their hearts jumped intensely. Aren't you guys indignant? Meng Chu Zhen snickered as he approached. Even though the bald youngster had limited GU worms, against Meng Chu Zhen's combat attainment, how could these mortal GU masters resist him? After a short while, they were all sprawling on the ground. Stop it, we give up. The GU masters pleaded in a hurry. The sixth scene of the dream realm. Meng Chu Zhen became the mushroom-in Huang Xiao Mi again. His injuries had healed already. The mushroom-in plague was successfully healed through Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiao Mi also obtained some poison path GU from Huang Wan. Using these GU to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that troubled his mushroom-in tribe. Huang Xiao Mi moved stealthily in secret, trying to escape. The surroundings of Two Clan Village had surveying GU masters that did patrols regularly. A group of rank 2 GU masters, with a total of 5 members, were moving in the forest. Stop, we will rest here. The leader suddenly extended his hand, instructing. The moment the group rested, a colorless and odorless poisonous gas spread towards them. The 5 GU masters fell on the ground, falling unconscious. Huang Wan's poison path killer move might only be effective against rank 3 and below GU masters, but it has no aura at all when used. It is very valuable in realistic situations. Meng Chu Zhen evaluated as he set off again. He could not kill these 2 clan GU masters, even though they could not resist him now. Once he killed them, 2 Clan Village would get alerted. They would chase after him. But a change happened before Meng Chu Zhen's very eyes. The dream realm suddenly changed. A GU master group led by the bald youngster met with Meng Chu Zhen head-on. Variant human thief, you are still here. Stop there. Where are you trying to escape to? The bald youngster was slightly stunned before shouting and chasing after him. It seems that this happened in history as well. Meng Chu Zhen was helpless about this. Dream Butterfly Immortal GU could not detect such sudden changes in advance. In fact, even if he saw it, Meng Chu Zhen could not do anything about this. No matter what route he chose, with the natural development of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would still meet up with Meng Chu Zhen regardless. And looking at it from another perspective, this was a necessary event for this dream realm. Only by escaping from the bald youngster's pursuit could he successfully pass this scene. An exciting chase and escape battle erupted between the two sides. The bald youngster chased while Xianxia Mi, who had recovered, did not waste time fighting him. He escaped while setting up traps, killing the rest of his group members. The bald youngster was the son of Huang Wan. To play safe, Meng Chu-gen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Chu-gen successfully escaped. The bald youngster stood behind him without any hope of catching up. He shouted, "Mushroom thief, I will remember you. One day, I will kill you." Their grudges intensified. 7th scene, 8th scene, 9th scene. Meng Chu-gen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast, at times, while acting as Xianxia Mi at other times. Using the poison path killer move that Xianxia Mi brought back, the Mushroom tribe successfully healed from the plague. But war ensued. Even though the location of the Mushroom tribe was not discovered, with 2 clan villages' rampant searches and investigation, they could not hide for long. The 2 sides started to send their GU masters to engage in small interactions and battles. The 2 sides suffered heavy losses, but because of that, champions appeared. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, who was Huang Wan's adopted son. The Mushroomen had Xianxia Mi, the tribesman of Huang Wan. The 2 interacted occasionally, fighting against each other frequently. Because of their contest, their strength grew rapidly. They reached rank 4 at the same time. On both sides, their clansmen and tribesmen died terribly at each other's hands. They became the greatest enemies of each other's lives. Finally, at the 12th scene of the Dream Realm, Meng Chu-gen acted as Xianxia Mi. He set up a trap and sowed discord, causing 2 clan villages higher-ups to feel wariness against the bald youngster. Green Beast was not a 2 clansman after all. He was not truly one of them. The Mushroomen set up a trap that did not seem obvious. It seemed to be the true gathering spot of the Mushroomen tribe. 2 clan village immediately dispatched the bald youngster to go and probe them out. Even though the bald youngster knew that something was up, he was uncertain. After going and investigating, the bald youngster fell into a trap. He was in a life-and-death crisis. "Green Beast, today, you will die," Xianxia Mi shouted, leading his troops to encircle and attack the humans who were lower in numbers. "Even if I die, I will drag down 10 Mushroomen with me to die together." The bald youngster shouted. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries, but his morale was high. Even the Mushroomen attacking him realized that this person was a true warrior. Eventually, the bald youngster used up all his strength and primeval essence. He was all alone. Tens of Mushroomen corpses were lying around him. "You variant humans will not live for long. I want to kill my enemies, but I have no way of doing that anymore." The bald youngster smiled coldly as he knelt on one knee, raising his head up with pride and arrogance. He shouted at Meng Chu-gen, "Xianxia Mi, come and kill me. Even if I die at your hands today, I have merely lost to the schemes of those 2 clan elders. You understood it after all." Meng Chu-gen smiled coldly as he walked forward, ready to deal the final blow, but suddenly a change occurred. Huang Wan concealed her appearance and appeared suddenly. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out. She saved the bald youngster successfully. But at the next moment, a human GU master who had rank 5 cultivation level made his move. With a loud sound, not only was the white smoke dispersed by the human GU master, everyone's vision cleared up and he even obstructed Huang Wan from escaping. Huang Wan held onto the bald youngster as they landed at the periphery of the battlefield. Village head. The bald youngster was overjoyed when he saw the rank 5 human GU master. He also looked at the female GU master who saved him. From this female GU master, the bald youngster could sense a familiar yet foreign aura. He asked in curiosity, "Benefactor, who are you?" Chapter 2148, Latu. At this time, 2 clan villages' GU masters appeared from all directions, surrounding all the Mushroomen as well as Huang Wan and her son. The Mushroomen fell into panic as they got encircled. Xianxia Mi shouted, "Don't panic. I have already requested for help from the tribe. They will arrive shortly. We need to persevere until then." The Mushroomen GU masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages' leader did not attack directly. He took a few steps forward and stared at Huang Wan with a complex gaze. "Wan as expected, you came." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "What do you want?" Once she said that, the bald youngster realized at once. His body and mind shook, gasping, "Mother." Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan got rid of her concealment and returned to her original appearance. "At this point in time, I can't hide it from you anymore, little rascal." Huang Wan looked at the bald youngster and sighed deeply with a melancholic expression. The mushroommen were all shocked. This is the previous generation witch. Why did our former witch save the human GU Master Green Beast? From their conversation, it seems that they are mother and son. So Huang Wan was exiled from the tribe because she had an affair with two clan villages' head. They even had a son. The truth was unveiled before everyone. They quickly understood the whole situation from start to finish. Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald youngster was so shocked he could not control himself. All along, he had lived as a pure human. To think that he was actually a mixed breed of human and mushroomman. Huang Wan sighed deeply. They are all correct. I am sorry for hiding it from you for so long. The bald youngster took in a deep breath as he stumbled back for a few steps, looking at Huang Wan with wide-opened eyes. He had never seen his mother's mushroomman form. With the truth of his identity exposed, he could not accept it so easily. Two clan villages' head looked at the bald youngster deeply before turning his gaze to Huang Wan. Wan, is he really our son? I did not expect that after leaving me back then, you would stay behind and lurk within two clan village. You even raised our son all alone. It has really been tough on you. Huang Wan snorted coldly. You are two clan village head, while I am the witch of the mushroomman tribe. We are destined to be separated. But our child is innocent. I only stayed in the village for a reason. That was because my son, a hybrid, will not be accepted by the tribe. Thus, all these years, I let him grow up in two clan village. Eventually, I would reveal the truth to you and make you take him in. Saying so, Huang Wan looked towards the bald youngster, saying gently, didn't you ask me who your father was when you were young? Now you know. I had my own plans, but reality is often not under people's control. Today's scene was something I did not anticipate. Child, no matter what, regardless of how much you hate me or your father, you need to remember something. People who live in this world, be it humans, variant humans, or mixed breeds, have to be happy and blissful. They should not dwell on grudges or hatred. A big heart will allow you to see a big world. Thus, mother named you Latu 1. Hearing this, Meng Chu Zhen was shaken internally. What? Green Beast, is Paradise Earth Immortal venerable? He actually has mixed blood, but how can a mixed breed become one of the 10 human venerables? No wonder I felt such intense emotions after killing Latu as Huang Wan earlier, causing the exploration to fail. So it turns out my deductions were wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, say no more. Latu shook his head as he stepped backwards, looking at Huang Wan in disbelief. How, are you a mushroomman? Huang Wan's heart jumped. Allah, you lived among the humans since you were born. I know you cannot accept it immediately, but... The ground behind Huang Wan cracked open as a 2-clan rank 4 elder came out and sneak attacked her. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood while in mid-air. This 2-clan rank 4 elder did not have strength to chase her after using this move. He had a twisted expression. Huang Wan. Back then, you saved Huang Xiao my brother died at your hands. For today, I practiced this cracked soil-shattering life-killer move for a long time. How does it feel? Ha ha ha, mother. Latu subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. Lady Huang Wan saved our mushroomman tribe from the plague, quickly save her. Meng Chu Zhen shouted too. Too late, my fellow 2-clan village members, kill them all. 2-clan village head shouted as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. The mushroomman GU masters quickly defended against their enemies. They were unable to care for anything else. Lord Village Head, Latu was anxious at the moment. He could not call that person his father. He defended Huang Wan as he looked at 2-clan village's leader in disbelief. Latu was not a 3-year-old, he was a veteran. In war, he knew about people's hearts. When the situation occurred earlier, 2-clan village's leader had used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Latu to draw away her attention and kept the elder hidden so his sneak attack succeeded. You made this decision after all. Huang Wan stared at 2-clan village's head, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time for healing. She quickly suppressed her injuries and stood up. I am the head of 2-clan village. I am responsible for all the lives of my 2-clan village's members. Moreover, culling variant humans is the righteous duty of all humans. 2-clan village's leader snorted as he attacked. You have such a cruel and wicked heart. Huang Wan screamed before pushing Latu aside, fighting against 2-clan village's leader. The two fought with a huge commotion. The effects of their attacks spread out, causing unguarded GU masters to die continuously. Thus, the surrounding GU masters moved away, creating a huge space for these two to fight in. Stop fighting. Letu was anxious, he screamed in his anxiety and helplessness. His body was in poor condition, he could not join the fight now. Allah, escape, Huang Wan shouted. Allah, you are a mixed blood but you are still my son. I've seen all your achievements so far, quickly come and help the village, these mushroommen deserve death. Two clan villages leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Letu's entire body shook, he was completely lost at the moment. A dark light flashed in the eyes of two clan villages leader as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, with the latter injured from the sneak attack, two clan villages leader had the upper hand, he controlled the situation. Two clan villages leader purposely forced Huang Wan to approach a certain GU master of two clan village. This two clan GU master unfortunately fell into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation level was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much about it, her attack landed on this two clan GU master and killed him on the spot. No, Letu shouted, subconsciously running over. It turned out that this two clan GU master was his close ally, they had gone through dangerous situations many times in the past. Go away, Allah. Huang Wan saw that Letu charged in, she screamed with a pale expression. Two clan villages head used the chance to attack thrice, landing 3 attacks on her as she fainted on the spot. Mother, Letu shouted, using his body to block the leader's path, protecting Huang Wan behind him, don't harm my mother. Two clan villages leader burst out with killing intent, he was about to attack when he suddenly heard some shouting from afar. The mushroomman tribe's reinforcements, their tribe leader arrived too. Two clan villages head squinted as he thought, we came here stealthily without many people, but they are all elites, it is not worth losing them over these mushroommen. Moreover, so what if we win? As long as we cannot find the mushroomman tribe's hideout, they will not lose against us. Thinking so, two clan villages head ordered, retreat. What are you thinking of doing? Seeing two clan villages head approach, the bald youngster called out nervously. Two clan village head sighed as he showed a gentle expression on his face. Letu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all, but your mother, she is a mushroomman. A variant human, his voice suddenly became sharper and louder. Do you want to side with the variant humans? Two clan villages head shouted again. Letu gritted his teeth but did not speak. All these years, how many mushroommen have you killed? Do you think they will accept you if you side with them? Two clan villages head smiled coldly. Letu snorted coldly, staring at two clan villages head fiercely. I want my mother to live. If you have any ill intentions towards her, I will not let you off. Two clan villages head chuckled. If you continue keeping her in that state, in just a while, she will die from her injuries. This, Letu was completely lost at the moment. Two clan villages head suddenly attacked, causing Letu to faint, he brought both son and mother away. Kill these humans, bring Huang Wan back, she knows the secret of our tribe's hideout. The mushroom and GU masters chased relentlessly. The Huang Xiao Mi that Meng Chu Zhen was portraying also shouted among them, but he did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal GU to check the next scene. After the mushroom and GU masters failed in their pursuit, Meng Chu Zhen arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. His body was bound by chains that pierced through his bones, he had no primeval essence at all, he was completely out of strength. In the dark prison cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages head walked in. Meng Chu Zhen squinted, from the situation of the previous scene, this was clearly an ambitious and formidable person. Two clan villages head smiled, he came prepared. You know my objective, don't be too rash to reject it. Let me show you this. Two clan villages head took out an information path GU worm. Immediately, a video played itself in the air, the scene within it was vivid and lively. In a well-decorated room, two clan villages head opened the door and met with Letu. I heard from my subordinates that you are awake, I immediately came to meet you, my son. Two clan villages head had a warm expression. Letu was covered in bandages, the moment he got out of bed, his body wavered as he fell back onto the bed. How is my mother now? Letu immediately asked in an urgent tone. These are the same characters as Paradise Earth, his later venerable title. Chapter 2149, I confess everything. Two clan village heads sighed deeply. Your mother is a noble mother, for your sake, she took a huge risk and stayed within Two Clan Village for so many years. Two Clan Village head's tone suddenly changed, but I cannot let her off, she is a mushrooman, a variant human. You are also clear about these mushroomen. Those of other races will have different motives, the best outcome for these mushroomen is death. But you are different, you are my son. You know that I have no other children, you are my only son. Allah, come and help me. Only I can accept you here, this Two Clan Village is your home. As your father, I owe you a lot, I will do my best to make up to you in the future. After this huge battle, you have already accumulated sufficient credits. I know that you want the Two surname. Originally, the village would need to test you, but father will allow it now. From today onwards, you will be a true Two clansman. With the new surname, you will no longer be Latu, you will be called Tula. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Latu laughed loudly, his voice was filled with mockery and sadness. The goal that he had always pursued was finally achieved, but he felt no sense of accomplishment or happiness. I don't want the Two surname, I want to exchange for my mother's life using all the contributions I've done for Two Clan Village over these years. Latu called out, but Two Clan Village's head had an expressionless face, he shook his head with a firm attitude. Latu gritted his teeth, blood flowing out from his teeth as he pointed at Two Clan Village head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. In fact, I will stake my life against yours. Allah, Two Clan Village's head shouted coldly. Latu did not speak, he stared at Two Clan Village head fixedly. The atmosphere in the room became immensely tense. The father and son stared at each other with a deathly gaze. Eventually, the expression of Two Clan Village's head changed. He shifted his sight towards the ceiling as he sighed deeply to himself. His sigh was filled with complex emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sadness. Two Clan Village's head looked at Latu deeply as he said with deep emotions, all these years, father did not discover you. I really owe you a lot, my son. If I had taken care of you, things would not have gotten to this stage. Since it was my fault, I will satisfy your request. I will let your mother escape, but I will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushrooman tribe needs to be eradicated, not a single one of them will be left. This is your father's limit, it is also the greatest compromise I can give you as the head of Two Clan Village. Allah, you need to understand my difficulties as well. Latu's expression was immediately moved, he gulped. Village head, as long as you let my mother off, I don't care about those Mushrooman tribe members. All these years, Latu had been fighting against the Mushrooman tribe, they had immense grudges and mutual hatred. He only cared about Huang Wan after all. Good child. Two Clan Village's head was very excited, he patted Latu's shoulders, but I cannot let your mother go now. You know that even though we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushrooman tribe's location, we cannot obtain true victory. But your mother knows the location of the Mushrooman tribe, she knows how to find them. Allah, I need your help, convince your mother to tell us this secret. I promise you, I assure you, as long as we eliminate the Mushrooman tribe and get rid of this huge threat, I will let your mother off and she will live in peace for the rest of her life. This, Latu hesitated. Even though he wanted to eliminate the Mushrooman tribe, he understood that his mother had deep feelings for her tribe. Two Clan Village's head patted Latu's shoulders, saying in a kind tone, Father will not force you, think about it yourself. You are still injured, you need to recuperate. I will give you enough time to think, I believe in you. The video ended here. Two Clan Village's head smiled coldly as he approached Huang Wan. What do you think? Do you want your own son to come and convince you personally? Think about it, Wan. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If our relationship really turns sour, neither of you will have a good ending. I may not kill him, but I just need to send him to fight on the front lines and kill all of your tribesmen. What do you think? Meng Chu Zhen looked at Two Clan Village head with a look of appreciation. Unscrupulous and shameless, you are quite something. Ha ha ha, a great person would not mind small sacrifices. Have you just found out about it? It is too late now. Two Clan Village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not normal. Meng Chu Zhen nodded in a serious manner, exactly why I appreciate you. As his laughter stopped abruptly, Two Clan Village's head could not believe what he had just heard. What did you say? Meng Chu Zhen had a straightforward attitude. His gaze flickered. Actually, you don't have to go through the trouble, don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I'll tell you directly. What? Two clan villages' head was dazed. Meng Chu Zhen shrugged. During this period, he used Dream Butterfly Immortal GU to check the next scene, and the following one as well. He obtained crucial information. In the end, Two Clan Village's army attacks the headquarters of the Mushroomman tribe. This meant that Two Clan Village's head would learn of the location of the Mushroomman tribe eventually. In history, Huang Wan might not have exposed the location even after interrogation and torture, or after Two Clan Village's head threatened her using her son. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not really Huang Wan, she was Meng Chu Zhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I'll even tell you that the tribe has a small secretive tunnel. You can send elites to attack it while the main troops are at the front. Meng Chu Zhen suggested. Two Clan Village's head had a look of deep disbelief and suspicion. The more cooperative Meng Chu Zhen was, the less he believed in the words that were said. Two Clan Village's head was silent for a moment before he laughed coldly. As a captive, you dare to toy with me. Good, very good, to think that you would disregard your own son, you are such a cold-blooded person. No, listen to me. I am really telling you the truth. Meng Chu Zhen said sincerely. But Two Clan Village's head shook his head, his voice became even colder. I won't listen. Do you think I will believe you? You can test out what I just said. Meng Chu Zhen could not help but roll his eyes. Two Clan Village's head continued his cold snicker. Do you think I am stupid? In the earlier battle, your Mushroomman tribe created a trap. This time, it must be a trap too. You want me to lose my elite members. Meng Chu Zhen sighed deeply. If you do not test it, what will you do now? Without knowing the Mushroomman tribe's location, how can you attack? Two Clan Village's head laughed loudly. I am prepared for that. He clapped and said, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan Village's leader. A GU master with a grim expression, having a tall and thin body, was created by the Dream Realm. I'll let you know, this is the famous doctor of Southern Border, Master Wu Xiao. Did you think I came unprepared? Two Clan Village's head introduced. Meng Chu Zhen sighed. What's the point of all this? Wu Xiao walked forward and used GU worms to investigate Meng Chu Zhen and said, reporting to village head, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her abruptly, not only will her soul dissipate immediately, it will even cause a backlash on the attacker and cause them to get badly poisoned. Two Clan Village's head nodded. Precisely so, I asked for you to come here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path, you can use soul healing methods and are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, only you can resist the Mushroomman poison path methods, while preserving their souls at the same time. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head, I am flattered, please watch me as I use my methods now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move on Meng Chu Zhen. Meng Chu Zhen grunted, intense pain assaulted him as his body shuddered, cold sweat broke out. The dream realm intensified at this moment, causing his soul foundation to dwindle. Stop it, don't you want to know their location? I'll tell you directly, isn't that enough? Meng Chu Zhen shouted, do you think I will believe you? Wan I know you too well, saying such words is an insult to my intelligence. Two Clan Village's head snorted and waved his sleeves in anger. Meng Chu Zhen pretended to cry out in agony, I am telling the truth. Two Clan Village's head was enraged. You dare to lie further. Meng Chu Zhen pretended to have broken down. I can't take it anymore, I'll tell you everything. Two Clan Village's head waved his hand. Say no more, I will soul search you either way. Meng Chu Zhen shut his mouth at this moment. He was certain now, at this juncture, he needed to pass the Dream Realm's test. Some Dream Realms were like this, they could only be passed after expending Soul Foundation. If one Soul Foundation was too low, they would die in this Dream Realm. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He took several steps back, his forehead was covered in sweat, he panted heavily, there was purple blood flowing down his lips. Amazing, impressive, a poison within a poison, to think that there is such an amazing method in the world. To think that I was actually hit by it, it seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned his gaze to Two Clan Village head, reporting, but this method has a drawback. What drawback? This is considered forceful soul search, the target would go insane, but their insane words are truthful thoughts. Two Clan Village's head did not even look at Huang Wan, he said without hesitation, please go ahead and use your method, there is no need to hold back. Yes, Wu Xiao immediately took action. A few moments later, Huang Wan went insane, she lost her mind completely. This was the first time Meng Chu-Zhen had encountered such a situation. This condition directly influenced his thoughts as well. Tell me the Mushroom tribe's location. Two clan villages head asked. Meng Chu-Zhen wanted to tell him the truth, but his words that came out were, "La la la, my homeland exists in my heart." He. Huang Wan started to smile foolishly. How do I get into the Mushroom tribe's headquarters? Two clan villages head continued to ask. Use your legs to walk in, of course, you can crawl too. Ha ha ha. Huang Wan started to laugh madly again. Chapter 2150, Crazy Mother. Two clan village head became anxious, he started to fire off questions. But even though Huang Wan spoke the truth each time, her replies were all nonsensical. Two clan village head did not get the answer he wanted, he looked towards Dr. Wu Xiao with an unkind gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was shocked too. Amazing, too amazing. This mushroom's will is too strong. Even though she lost her mind and has fallen into insanity, she became even purer as a result. Each of her actions resonate with her true feelings. In her heart, she will definitely not betray her tribe, even if they exiled her. Two clan village head, there is nothing else I can do. Two clan village head was very angry, he controlled himself. Then Master Wu Xiao, you can go rest now. In the jail cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head looked at Huang Wan and laughed coldly. Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. If I cannot get an answer from you, I will capture more mushroom and higher-ups and ask Master Wu Xiao to take action. I do not believe that I cannot find out the location of your mushroom tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Chu-Zhen turned into Huang Xiao Mi. The elite GU masters of the mushroom tribe were beside him. The night was dark, they had already stealthily arrived near Tu clan village. Brother Xiao Mi, Fang Tu secretly went to receive him. These years, Fang Tu had received the help of Huang Wan and Le Tu. She started her cultivation journey and was now a ranked 2 GU master. She had received immense help from Huang Wan. Because of her fortuitous encounter, she bore goodwill towards the mushrooman. How is the situation? Meng Chu-Zhen asked immediately. Fang Tu answered. The village head is already prepared. Tomorrow morning, Auntie Huang Wan will face the trial publicly, she will be beheaded. On the other hand, I have already found out about the location where Le Tu is kept. Alright, we will split into two groups. One group will head to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other group will save Le Tu and pass him those GU worms that we prepared. Meng Chu-Zhen instructed. The sky gradually lightened up. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Chu-Zhen led the mushroom and GU masters to attack the execution ground. You came after all. Tu clan village head laughed. Everything has gone according to leader's estimations. The elders praised. Mother. On the other hand, Le Tu also arrived with his reinforcements. Tu clan village head frowned. You chose the other side after all. Forget it, today, I will slay my kin in the name of justice, I will correct my past mistakes. Kill that pair of mother and son. Try your best to capture all the remaining mushroomen. A chaotic battle started. Tu clan village soon gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set in the first place. The mushroom tribe also predicted this, but there was no choice. Huang Wan was the former witch, she knew too many secrets of the tribe, she could not be allowed to stay in Tu clan village. Huang Xiao Mi and Le Tu fell into tough combat, they were surrounded by strong foes. To think that the day would come where we fight on the same side. Le Tu looked at Huang Xiao Mi, smiling bitterly. Meng Chu-Zhen suddenly laughed heartily. Don't worry, our reinforcements are here. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed once again as a large number of mushroom and GU masters joined the fight. It turned out that the mushroom tribe leader had gone all out, he led the entire tribe to attack Tu clan village in a last-ditch attempt. To win or to die trying. There was no other possible outcome. Most of Tu clan village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Because of their temporarily weakened defenses, the mushrooman army actually broke in and charged all the way into Tu clan village. The village head and tribe leader were both rank 5, they fought against each other. Le Tu and Huang Xiaomi's alliance became the crucial element that could break this stalemate. They were too familiar with each other, even though this was their first alliance, they had immense coordination in working together. Both of them had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they joined hands, their battle strength rose greatly, even 2 clan villages' head could not resist them. In the end, the Mushroomman tribe won while 2 clan village suffered a terrible loss. The remaining GU masters escaped into the prison, resisting with all their might, desperately attempting to survive. Meanwhile, 2 clan villages' head was heavily injured, he was on the brink of death, captured by the Mushroomman tribe. Mother, how are you? What happened to you? Latu managed to save his mother in this chaotic battle after suffering huge injuries. But he found that Huang Wan had already gone mad. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiao. Son, oh son, you must live in happiness and bliss. That is why I named you Latu. Come, smile for mother, show me a smile. Oh mother, Latu was covered in tears. It was my fault, if I had not barged in, you would not have gotten hit by the village head. You would not be in such a state. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He begged for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what happened to your mother. Speak. Latu roared. 2 clan village head who was heavily injured smiled and replied in a cold tone. Ha ha ha, your mother cannot be saved, she had gone completely insane. That's right, I caused it, this Dr. Wu Xiao is the direct culprit behind it as well. You will all die. Latu's expression was distorted, he was about to make a move. But Huang Wan suddenly stopped. Him? Don't kill him, don't kill anyone. That is not good, you must be a kind person, you stupid rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Latu cried. Huang Wan suddenly slapped as Latu became stunned. Who are you calling mother? My son is right here. She grabbed Huang Xiao, patting the latter's chest. This is my son. Look at my son, Huang Wan said proudly. My son is so strong and tall. He is such a wonderful lad. Oh son, Huang Wan was smiling earlier but suddenly, she cried, mother let you down. I hid your identity from you and shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair might grow into a mushroom cap instead. Will you blame me? Latu wept in agony as tears flowed like a river. But Huang Wan paid him no attention, she only looked at Huang Xiao. For the first time, Latu looked at Huang Xiao in a pleading gaze. Huang Xiao nodded as he acted. Mother, I won't blame you, you will always be my wonderful mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy as she said, stupid rascal, I'm glad you forgive me. But don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. I want you to live in peace and happiness, that is all I want. Let them off. Conflict and slaughter only breeds deeper conflict and hatred, it will make you empty, it will torture you, it will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you will not be Allah anymore. The surrounding people were silent. Even 2 clan village head was the same. You want me to spare these people? Latu's eyes were red, he clenched his fists as his expression became distorted with rage. How can I do that? He forced that question out through the cracks between his teeth. 2 clan village heads smiled coldly, he had already lost completely, he became disheartened, he had no fear towards death. But Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, there is hope, there is still hope. Your mother still has a chance of regaining her sanity. Latu grabbed Wu Xiao's shoulder and lifted him up. Tell me, what method is it? Wu Xiao quickly answered, even though your mother is mad, she still has a bit of her mind left in her. Look at her actions and words, they are pure and sincere, this is her inner heart. As long as you do not go against her wishes, in time, her condition will not aggravate, her mind will grow and recover. After that, with my healing, she will definitely be able to recover, there is still hope. Wu Xiao shouted for his life, in order to live, he did not give up any opportunities. Latu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! Latu raised his head to the sky and shouted in pain and agony. His 2 enemies were right in front of him, they were completely defenseless, but he could not take revenge. For the sake of his mother, he had to follow her wishes. Fine, for my mother's sake, I will spare you 2 today. Latu gritted his teeth, he used so much force that his teeth were bleeding. The dream realm ended here. Meng Chu Zhen's soul returned to his body, he sighed deeply to himself. To think that Paradise Earth had such an arduous and difficult life. Heroes often experience difficulties beyond an ordinary man. No wonder he had no hair in the depiction of his appearance that was left behind in history. But that green beast tattoo is also gone. Paradise Earth is actually the mixed blood of human and mushroomman. How did he become venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was still young, he had a rash temper and deep killing intent, he was no different from any other person. How did he end up being the person he was? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen many questions, and they could not be answered for now. But the fact was that his attainment level had risen. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level jumped to Great Grandmaster. Not only that, his Poison Path attainment also rose to Great Grandmaster. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This dream realm that Paradise Earth left behind contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Fang Yuan took a risk to raise his Dream Path clone into an Immortal. The gains were quite apparent now. Not only were Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path elevated to Great Grandmaster, even Luck Path and Ice and Snow Path were Grandmaster now. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Dark Path were also at Master level. After passing Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, he only had a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to use up all of these Dream Realms. At this moment, he had basically no weakness in most cultivation paths. However, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and Pill Path were still blank. This could not be helped. These paths did not exist in any of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms. This might be part of Spectral Soul's plan, or maybe even he did not have attainment in those paths. After all, they were produced after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era. Meanwhile, Painting Path was kept in the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He did not let any information leak out. It was even more secretive than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance. Moreover, a portion of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms were taken by Feng Jin Huang while pursuing Fang Yuan. But she obtained very few Dream Realms. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to take them back. After all, Feng Jin Huang had immense luck. After becoming an Earth Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Yuan immediately started to modify the details of his Earth Vein project. He saved a lot of cost and reduced the time needed for it. Looking at the time, Ke Shin Hong should have already arrived in southern borders Wu Clan and met with Wu Yong. Fang Yuan counted and planned. Chapter 2151, Refining Ji-Yu in Exchange for Famous Mountains. Wu Yi Mountain, Wu Clan's headquarters. Ke Shin Hong had a faint smile as he greeted politely. Ke Shin Hong pays respects to Wu Clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat and smiled. Esteemed envoy, no need to be so polite. Ke Shin Hong spoke openly and straightforwardly. I came here with Fan Wen Ji-Yu, it has already been refined and raised successfully. Please do examine it now. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So quickly. Does Fang Yuan have a method to refine fake Immortal Ji-Yu? Is he here to scam me? He received it and checked thoroughly. There were no flaws at all. It is a genuine rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong was uncertain again. In his mind, Fang Yuan's main traits were craftiness, viciousness, shamelessness, unscrupulous, and ruthlessness. This number 1 demon in the world could not be assessed using common sense. Envoy, please hold on, our Wu Clan Ji-Yu Immortal will come and check it. Wu Yong answered. Wu Clan had their own refinement path Ji-Yu refinements, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not specialized in refinement path, they were best at wind path. Not only in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was first rate in wind path. After a few minutes, Wu Yong received information that rank 8 Fan Wen Ji-Yu was the real thing, it could not be fake. Wu Yong had a complex emotion. Immortal Ji-Yu were unique, because rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu were too hard to refine, they had an extremely important significance. Ordinary rank 8 Ji-Yu Immortals did not even have one rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu. For example, old ancestor Shui who lost everything that he had worked to accumulate for many years on snowy mountain blessed land after trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Ji-Yu. Of course, this was because his ambitions clashed with heavenly courts and longevity heaven's benefits. Even though the world has been changing in the last few years, with the movement of earth veins and rampaging of chi tides, a vast amount of immortal material surfaced, it will likely cause a large increase in rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu. But for ordinary rank 8 Ji-Yu Immortals, especially the lone Immortals, they will still face problems getting one rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu. To think that my Wu Clan has gained a new rank 8 Immortal Ji-Yu. Wu Yong was happy but also gained increasing wariness regarding Fang Yuan. Even though I know that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya sect, it is still hard to believe that his refinement path ability has become so incredible. it feels like he had an easy time refining a rank 8 Fan Wen Jiu with no problems encountered at all. On the other hand, Kei Shinhong added, since you have checked it, which 2 Immortal Jiu does your clan want to refine next? I can bring them both back next time. Wu Yong became hesitant. Should he pass the 7-faced Prestige Wen Jiu to Kei Shinhong? If he could refine 8-faced Prestige Wen Jiu, Wu Yong would gain a huge boost in strength. But precisely so, 7-faced Prestige Wen Jiu was extremely important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan and the latter snatched it, what would he do? Come to think of it, there are many options. At this moment, Wu Yong felt that 3 chances were too few. He would want nothing more than to raise all of Wu Clan's Immortal Jiu to rank 8. To think that you acted so quickly, I am quite spoiled for choice at the moment, I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay here and give me 3 days to consider? Wu Yong asked. Wu Ba Chong heard this and added, urging Kei Shinhong, speaking of which, this is the 3rd time you've come to Wu Clan, let us host you and bring you around. Alright, Kei Shinhong smiled lightly, I do like Wu Clan's style a lot, I'll trouble you with my stay. As for First Supreme Elder's considerations, I understand. In fact, I have been tasked with another mission, I wonder if your clan would like to undergo another transaction with us. What transaction? Wu Yong became alert, he thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth Hu Land, it was akin to a quasi-ranked 9 Immortal Jiu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong felt a slight heartache again. Kei Shinhong explained the details while Wu Yong fell into contemplation. Wu Ba Chong shouted in shock, what? Fang Yuan wants to dig away our Wu clan's famous mountains. In return, he will refine rank 8 Immortal Jiu for our Wu clan. Precisely. Kei Shinhong nodded. Wu Ba Chong snickered. How can that be? Any famous mountain is a large resource point at least. Most of them are giant resource points, a select few are super resource points, they can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 Immortal Jiu, you are still using our Immortal Jiu as the foundation to raise their rank, you are not giving us additional Immortal Jiu. Furthermore, Immortal Jiu are hard to feed, rank 8 Immortal Jiu are too. Even if they are refined, they will expend our resources. Yet, famous mountains are able to produce resources continuously, they will almost never dry out. You want to take our famous mountains, you are trying to cripple our foundation, what intentions do you have, what schemes are you up to? Towards the end, Wu Ba Chong was basically screaming in anger. But Kei Shinhong was prepared for this, he spoke calmly. Not so at all. Elder Wu Ba Chong, you are too pessimistic about this. Think about it carefully, your clan has just gotten many GU Immortal seeds to undergo Immortal Ascension recently, but you only gained 6 new Immortals, with most of them being external members. Even with more GU Immortals, Wu Clan's territory is too big, you cannot defend it. Since that is the case, you might as well sell some territories. In that case, not only would Wu Clan have higher ranked Immortal GU, you will even have sufficient manpower. Furthermore, Kei Shinhong continued, Immortal GU are unique, I am sure Elder Wu Ba Chong knows how priceless rank 8 Immortal GU are. Immortal materials can be sold and bought, but can Immortal GU be easily bought? They are unique, they can only be traded. Even if Treasure Yellow Heaven is the #1 market in the world, let me ask you, how many Immortal GU have been traded in it over these years? The 5 regions are now won, the 5 regions' chaotic war cannot be avoided. GU Immortal battle strength is the most important thing, you can only consider the rest after having sufficient strength to defend yourself. A rank 8 Immortal GU can cause your clan's strength to rise sharply, not only can you protect yourself, you can invade others and gain a huge amount of wealth in war. This, Wu Ba Chong hesitated. Kei Shinhong looked at Wu Ba Chong, he cast a secretive glance at Wu Yong without showing any signs, continuing to convince them. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters, they sold it to us recently. What, there is such a thing? Wu Ba Chong was stunned. Kei Shinhong did not elaborate further, he took a step back, if Wu Clan does not want this trade, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back Immortal GU for refinement, I also need to find other clans and undergo this trade with them. Wu Ba Chong's expression changed mildly. If Wu Clan did not deal with Fang Yuan but the other clans did, their battle strength would surge instead. Even if they give up on resources now and lose future potential, what if they decide to expand through invasion? By then, If Wu clan refuses to work with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would be surpassed by other clans. By then, Wu clan would fall from their throne of the #1 southern border force, they would be bullied by others. Wu Yong tapped on the table with his finger as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he gives others no way of rejecting. However, even though Ke Shinhong is trying to convince us, he is not wrong about it. This trade is sensible, but we need to control the extent of our dealing. At almost the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Gan Ni pays respects to Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt before Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Earth Extremity Gan Ni was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was quite deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 Immortal GU and handed them over respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected them for some time and felt pleased. Gan Ni, you are our Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path expert indeed. Since the Fate War until now, you received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 Immortal GU, you have made a huge contribution. Gan Ni quickly answered. It was all thanks to Master's Luck Path methods, otherwise, with just my mere talent, we could not have refined so many rank 8 Immortal GU in these few years. But because of that, Longevity Heaven's luck fell greatly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun interrupted her as he waved his hand. In this world, there are losses where there are gains. To refine these Immortal GU, luck expenditure was a necessary investment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took one of these 4 Immortal GU and observed it carefully in front of him. This GU had a peculiar shape, it was cubic and resembled a wooden box. This was Imitation GU, it was 8th place on the list of mystical GU, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If one placed this GU with any Immortal GU in the world together for some time, the GU cultivator could activate Imitation GU to turn itself into that Immortal GU. Immortal GU were unique, but Imitation GU could bypass this logic to some extent. However, the imitated GU could not compare to the real one in power. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked Heavenly Court for Human Chi Immortal GU and failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took another path, refining Imitation GU and turning it into Human Chi Immortal GU. Next, with this, Human Chi Immortal GU, as the core, he established 88 True Yong Building. Other than this Imitation GU, the other 3 rank 8 Immortal GU were all Blood Path Immortal GU. Divine Emperor City, light flickered, the 10 children of human path came out of the painting world, returning to the real world. We are finally back. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down those 2 new paintings. We were nurtured by Heavenly Court, but the time is up, we needed to leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take it down entirely, the situation has been set. There are so many beast tamers in the painting world, even cultivators have appeared. Moreover, with the deep foundation that we created, there is no chance of failure. After the 10 children of human path conversed for some time, their sect's GU immortals arrived to bring them back. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed their traces, watching the scene unfold before them. These 10 people are the human path immortal seeds of our heavenly court. Regardless of the results from this crazed demon cave expedition, we need to nurture these people, invest fully in them. Qin Ding Ling announced. Yes, madam. The GU immortal in charge listened to Qin Ding Ling's words and engraved it in his mind. Let's go. Qin Ding Ling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus, Will. Genesis Lotus, Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City moved, the huge city flew up again, heading straight from Central Continent with unparalleled momentum. The target was Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2152, Earth Veins Initial Formation. Several variant human men gathered into a circle, they were busily engaging in an important business. Slowly, guys, relax a little, don't be so anxious. Faster, I can't endure it anymore. A gigantic hill landed on the ground. This hill was not tall, it did not have clear waters of beautiful vegetation, there were mostly dust rocks and iron cloud stones on the mountain, causing it to look gray in most areas. And most amazingly, this entire hill was completely silent. Even though there were many life forms, when GU immortals spoke here, no sound could be transmitted unless they used specific methods. This was Silent Hill. It had the same reputation as Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert, famous in the world. Any sound path killer move used here would be greatly weakened and suppressed. Silent Hill was a famous mountain in southern border, but because it produced little resources, it had not been very useful to anyone. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys all over the place to negotiate in transactions. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan as a result. These variant human GU immortals moved in groups. They were in charge of moving Silent Hill back into a specific location of the sovereign immortal aperture. But relocation was just the first step. Next, they had to develop its mountain roots. The one in charge of this was a Rockman GU immortal. He activated a method as Silent Hill's mountain roots began to grow rapidly, stabbing into the surrounding environment. Deeper, go deeper, the leader instructed as he suddenly sighed. Sigh, why did you stop? Are you finished so quickly? The Rockman GU immortal said impatiently. Say, leader, can you keep quiet? I want to go deeper too, but I only have ranked 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain, it is very exhausting to influence and manipulate its mountain roots. But the leader said, that's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low, when will you become a rank 8? The Rockman GU immortal rolled his eyes. Boss, I was still ranked 6 some time ago, I only went to pass the tribulation and reached rank 7 because of our master. I also want to reach rank 8, but that is just too difficult. The other GU immortals quickly spoke. Leader is right, in our group, you're the only one that can deal with the mountain roots, allowing them to grow thick and long. If you were stronger, we would complete our mission to a greater extent, we would receive better rewards as well. You are in charge of the mountain veins, your contribution is the highest among us. I heard that you went to sleep recently. I have not slept in 2 months, I have been doing mountain relocation missions the entire time. Master has such grand ambitions and inspirations, he is managing a project to create artificial earth veins. But this plan will eventually be completed, aren't we grabbing onto this chance when it is available to us? Look at the other groups, the more missions they complete, the fewer we will have for ourselves. The other GU immortals stared at the Rockman GU immortal, they had a look of expectation and disappointment. The Rockman GU immortal was very helpless. Don't you guys know? We Rockmen have no lack of sleep in our lives. Because our bodies are too heavy, it is a huge burden on our soul. We need to sleep to pacify our soul. Then use the liver life formation. I already used it. On Master's contribution board, aren't there soul path methods to raise your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods are less effective on me. Instead of using my contribution points on them, I might as well raise my earth path attainment instead. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing, let's pool our funds and help our little Rockman brother. Let's gather some points and raise his soul foundation. The other GU immortals agreed together. Right now, the Rockman GU immortal was their group's weakness. If he got stronger, the entire group would benefit from it. Fang Yuan handed out all sorts of missions. They were created after wisdom path deductions, their contents were simple but they had deep meaning. Be it the difficulty of the mission or the content itself, GU immortals often had to cooperate with others, it was hard to do any mission alone. This gave the GU immortals of various races a chance to work together intimately. After a long period of cooperation, they naturally developed camaraderie and friendship. Thus, within the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the different tribes and races were seamlessly fusing together into one big community. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others, they were all working together, contributing blood and sweat for the sake of building their wonderful homeland. Excellent, Silent Hill has been relocated already. All the famous mountains are distributed around the mini 5 regions, the most basic requirement has been met, we can now start developing the earth vein. Fang Yuan had been paying huge attention to the famous mountain relocation plan. After seeing the situation over at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already created many immortal formations in the important areas of the mini 5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as immortal essence was expended, the immortal formations started to activate on their own. The ground of the mini 5 regions was shaking with greater intensity as time passed. The variant humans living in the various areas were lost and confused, while some showed expressions of joy. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? Most of the mortal GU masters did not understand the situation. Master has started to take action. Oh heavens, he is affecting the entire mini 5 regions in one go, this is truly a huge project. The GU immortals sensed the situation, they all felt intense joy and also deeper admiration towards Fang Yuan. The ground continued to rumble, but the extent was not too severe, there was not much loss from this. An earth vein started to form in a chain due to the effect of the GU formations in various areas, using the famous mountains as its various nodes. This earth vein crossed through the mini-5 regions. It was present in mini-Eastern Sea, mini-Central Continent, mini-Northern Plains, mini-Southern Border, and mini-Western Desert. If one looked from above, this earth vein would resemble an irregular geometric shape. The lines were very clear and simple, it barely covered the area of half the mini-5 regions. The earth vein was successfully constructed, the ground returned to normal. The immortal formations of various places came to a halt. They were basically fueled by immortal materials that were almost completely expended. The formations were now incomplete and could not be used again. Fang Yuan started to carefully assess the outcome. He was very patient and thorough. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. It had gone according to plan. The entire earth vein was created perfectly, no flaws could be observed. Of course, this had to do with the simple design of the artificial earth vein. It was simply too crude. The truth was, the hardest part of the artificial earth vein project was not the creation of the earth vein. The problem was the way to gather enough famous mountains to use as the nodes of the various regions' earth vein. The second hardest thing was the method to create an artificial earth vein. The earth vein is completed in its initial state. It is quite crude now and does not have an immediate impact on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. In fact, it might even cause problems to occur frequently during this initial period, but after some time when things go back to normal, the sovereign immortal aperture will become more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He withdrew his attention from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to inspect his luck again. With one glance, Fang Yuan's eyes shined, joy was expressed in his gaze. The creation of his artificial earth vein had a huge effect on his luck. His luck was originally a grand pillar of silver light, but it was quite loose like cloud soil, it could scatter with one touch. Now, even though the silver pillar was smaller, it became more condensed. This was quite an assuring development. But the luck of the other venerables has also grown stronger. Fang Yuan frowned to himself. At the top of the silver light pillar, 3 clouds were looming over it. They represented star constellation Immortal Venerable, giant sun Immortal Venerable, and spectral soul demon Venerable. Star constellation's cloud was still in control of the first level. It had expanded slightly. Spectral soul was at the second level, while giant sun Immortal Venerable was at the third. But there was an odd scene now. Star constellation's cloud seemed to be devouring spectral soul's cloud. This scene was quite confusing to Fang Yuan. He had many guesses in his mind, but he was not certain about anything. There was also another transformation. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, yellow-brown dust started to spin around it again. This earthy dust moved around the silver light pillar, seemingly stabilizing it. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan confirmed that the artificial earth vein plan was very useful to himself. He became even more resolved to continue this plan. But after getting an earth vein, I can no longer use myriad beings assimilation transformation. Fang Yuan reminded himself. Myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move was the ultimate method of beast calamity immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn Dao marks of all other paths into transformation path Dao marks. It could even influence heaven path Dao marks, thus all sorts of tribulations could turn into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not use it anymore. This move that transformed Dao marks had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's habitat. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now, ignoring anything else. Just refinement path Dao marks alone amounted to over 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly turned into another path's Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt to the change. By then, a huge issue would occur in the environment. The terrifying tribulation that occurs would have unimaginable consequences. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water, but the water turned into lava. It was easy to guess the outcome of the fish. In the past, when Fang Yuan used myriad beings assimilation transformation, the sovereign immortal aperture's development was still quite low. There were very few life forms inside. At that time, he also had far fewer Dao marks. If he used myriad beings assimilation transformation now, there would be too many Dao marks transformed. It could not be done. But if he transformed fewer Dao marks instead, against venerables, it would not have any purpose in combat. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body went from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peered into the clouds, frost energy emanated from it, its mountain roots were cut already. Fang Yuan was here to retrieve it after the preparations were done. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yi Hai and sneaked into Wu clan. He had gotten into conflict with Xia clan over this mountain. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. However, the originally white and beautiful Frosty Peak was now littered with holes all over as a result of excessive excavation. Not only was it ugly, the production of resources was also affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu clan. At this moment, there were many GU Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human GU Immortals that Fang Yuan dispatched, Wu clan's GU Immortals were here as well. Wu Yong was among them. Fang Yuan, have you been well? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet him, showing a complex expression at the same time. Chapter 2153, Lord Fang Yuan, time to get going. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If the pursuit of Fang Yuan had just ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to him at all. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Wu Yong would not dare to approach him. There was a threat of getting killed. It was too dangerous. Fang Yuan had an entire series of methods for foreign affairs. He engaged in transactions with many major forces without using brute strength. The initial effect might be small, but after so long, super forces like Wu clan, Fang clan, and Chai clan could see that Fang Yuan was someone who could work with principles and rules. After these super forces reassessed Fang Yuan, they decided to work with him. It was not easy to reach this stage. Would a rabbit have the guts to make transactions with a wolf? But this man in front of me achieved this feat. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan while feeling complicated internally. Wu Yong was a current generation hero. His talent and aptitude were top-rate even among rank 8 GU Immortals. Seeing Fang Yuan's actions these days, even Wu Yong sighed to himself as he developed feelings of admiration. Having strength but not abusing it or bullying the weak casually, this was not something easy to achieve. On the surface, this seemed like the demeanor of someone with self-control and an understanding that one could not abuse their advantage or they would eventually falter. But the truth was, he was unaffected by greed or ambition. His logic had always suppressed other emotions. In the current world, no, throughout time, throughout the history of mankind, how many people could reach this stage? Fang Yuan could even make these weaker forces undergo transactions with him without worries. Initially, there was only Wu clan, but Wu Yong soon found that almost all super forces were transacting with him. They sold some useless famous mountains in exchange for the chance to refine rank 8 immortal GU. This was not easy. It showed that Fang Yuan had incredible interpersonal skills. Be it through threatening or temptation, even if he used other methods, the result was that he succeeded. Fang Yuan is truly an incredible person. Even though he started from the demonic path, his mannerism and mindset has never been restrained by shallow ideas like factions. He can be righteous or demonic. He can either help the world or cause chaos in the world. Everything depends on the methods he adopts. Even throughout history, such a demon is truly the most terrifying. Being born in the same generation as this person is also my blessing. Wu Yong was wary of Fang Yuan. He had felt disappointment and rage because of Fang Yuan, but he had also gained morale and inspiration. He even saw the beauty of life because of Fang Yuan. Because from Fang Yuan, he saw himself. It was a testament to his own ideals. He had too many similarities with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's series of actions during this period allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's vision. He knew that Fang Yuan was someone who saw 10 steps ahead of each action. Since everyone's opinions and actions have changed because of Fang Yuan, why can't I try to cooperate even more deeply with him? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong developed this thought. What to do with an enemy you could not beat? The best way was to cooperate with them, to turn from enemies to allies. Cooperating with Fang Yuan had huge potential for gains. It was very helpful to Wu clan. Wu Yong was someone with high restraint, but he also had the honor of the righteous path. Except that the honor of an ambitionist like him was worth less than a piece of paper. As long as the benefits were high enough, Wu Yong could tear this paper into pieces with no second thought. Thus, Wu Yong took the initiative to come and meet with Fang Yuan personally. He wanted to talk and try to see if he could deepen their cooperation. Seeing Wu Yong, Fang Yuan also revealed a faint smile. Wu Yong had once chased after his life, but so what? If you can kill me, that is testament to your strength. This is a world where the strongest survive. If I die because of you, that is because I am weak. It is my own lack of capability. It is my fault. The weak were devoured by the strong. Was this not a natural thing? Thus, in Fang Yuan's heart, he had never felt any pointless hatred or grudge. Wu Yong came here of his own accord, his intention to cooperate was obvious, then let's cooperate. For Fang Yuan, working with Wu clan had benefits and gains too. Wu Yong was the leader of the Southern Alliance, while Wu clan was the #1 super force in Southern Border. They would become a role model for other forces if they chose to cooperate. Like how Fang Yuan traded with other forces for famous mountains, he had used Wu clan's transaction records to tempt them. But just when Fang Yuan was about to talk with Wu Yong, a Gu Immortal flew over in the sky. This Gu Immortal was dressed in a gray hemp garment and conical hat. He had a muscular body and a chin that was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. He had always been calm and composed, but now, he showed an anxious expression. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. What's the matter?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan, casting a glance at Wu Yong but not greeting him. Wu Yong became quite curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin in such a frantic state. Lu Weiyin spoke directly in front of Fang Yuan. "Lord Fang Yuan, do you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought Heavenly Court's immortals from Central Continent straight towards Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" Oh, Fang Yuan's expression moved slightly. Lu Weiyin continued. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she joins up with Heavenly Court, they will be able to work together. Crazed Demon Cave's situation will be very dangerous. There is no time, we need to head there immediately and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong heard this and felt incredibly shocked. Why were Heavenly Court and Crazed Demon Cave involved in something? Wu Yong was very perceptive. He immediately realized that this was an incredibly important fight. Regardless of the result, it would definitely affect the entire Gu Immortal world, as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin, "Your information network is really broad. But don't worry, don't be anxious, I still have matters to settle." Saying this, Fang Yuan used a method to put Frosty Peak into the Sovereign Immortal aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat as he stared with wide eyes, urging, "We are going against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. The location is also Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Cave, as well as that secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot lose our initiative in this fight." What? Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain. The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Wu Yong had more and more questions in his mind. He felt more anxious as well. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. "I know that you want to make contributions, I've already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will help you. But I have my own judgment towards the situation. If I do not use my time to strengthen myself, how can I go up against the Venerables? There is no need to rush me any further." This, Lu Weiyin pondered without speaking further. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong as he smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can expand the scale of transactions. For example, Moon Bowl, Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, or Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian, and others." Wu Yong showed a difficult expression. These famous mountains have higher value than Frosty Peak. The true value of Phoenix Peak is that phoenixes will gather every year to lay eggs. If you take the mountain, it might not have great value anymore. As for Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian or Corpse Mountain, they are things that Wu clan needs. Not long ago, we obtained the enslavement path true inheritance of the Corpse Emperor. We are trying to develop and use it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as the price is reasonable, we can consider selling it." Wu Yong spoke with a sincere tone, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He had been anticipating this conversation for a long time, but because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was drawn away to the issue instead. Fang Yuan negotiated with Wu Yong for some time. Lu Weiyin was left unattended beside them. Fang Yuan truly needed more famous mountains now. Even though the earlier transactions were helpful, they were mostly useless mountains. But if Wu clan led the transaction, this huge deal between Fang Yuan and Southern Border's super forces could go one step further. After the discussion, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "All right, I'll see you both another time." Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand. "Lord Fang Yuan." Before leaving, Fang Yuan cast a cold glance at him. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Weiyin could not speak any of the words that he had bottled up inside. At the next moment, heaven and earth travel was activated. Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. He really had things to do. This time, he went to Rotten Mud Mountain and took the mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply to himself. Wu Yong smiled. We have not met for some time. Why don't we? Lu Weiyin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. When I am free, I will definitely visit Wuyi Mountain. Saying so, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain things to Wu Yong. Wu Yong also had a bunch of bottled-up questions. He felt horrible internally. He immediately turned his gaze towards the variant human GU immortals that were present. His smile did not change. He asked these people. But what did these variant human GU immortals know? The leader replied calmly. Without master's permission, how can a subordinate speak out of line? Please do not blame us, Lord Wu Yong. We need to continue moving the mountains. Wu Yong was helpless as he watched these people leave. Even though he spoke to Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal, Wu Yong could not be happy. He sensed acutely that he was starting to get left behind by Fang Yuan and others. He had no idea what was going on in Crazed Demon Cave, for example. No wonder Fang Yuan is trying to work with the major forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived. One can only imagine the pressure he is facing. Maybe I should use this to haggle for more conditions with Fang Yuan. After understanding Fang Yuan's difficulties, Wu Yong started to develop some thoughts. Wait, his eyes burst with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted those words to Fang Yuan. Why did he speak in front of me purposely? It is likely that I can gain more information by asking him. He rejected me earlier to try to raise his status and get a higher price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly internally. He knew that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask for information, how could he know if there was a chance to benefit from this situation? Chapter 2154, Looting Everything. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind as a result. After preparation, he activated his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was devoured by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like what he did earlier, Fang Yuan did not annex this Grotto Heaven wholly. He chose to split it into different portions and place them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's various areas. Of course, because this was a Rockman Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions, only a small portion ended up in the Mini 9 heavens. As profound light faded, a mountain range appeared in Mini Central Continent out of nowhere. It's here, our tribe's Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Shi Sanbai was incredibly excited. Yes, this is our former sacred mountain, but now that it is inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it has become quite ordinary. Shi Guobai had a complex expression. He felt dejected but also happy. These few Rockman GU immortals gathered together for this moment. They were the GU immortals of this former Grotto Heaven, but they were sent into Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal GU. They were simply on a whole new level than before. Let's go in. The Rockman GU immortals flew into Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Greetings to Supreme Ancestor. The ancestors have finally returned. Myriad Ravine Mountain Range still had a large number of Rockman GU masters. After seeing the Rockman GU immortals, they cheered loudly. Indeed, this is our new home. We have a bright future living here. After the Rockman GU immortals gave them a speech, they started to take action. They had missions to do. This Myriad Ravine Mountain Range was a famous mountain too. It was going to be one of the cores of an earth vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During the process, certain changes developed in various places across the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King held the fort as he observed the commotions in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture along with other GU immortals. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens and caused the Dao marks to rise in number. It can be expected that the various areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture will have increasing commotion over time, with rising intensity. Isn't this good? The more incidents there are, the more missions we have to do. Sigh, when will our tribe's Grotto Heaven be annexed by Master? The GU immortals talked among themselves, feeling expectant towards their future prospects. Their mindsets had already changed drastically. In the past, They were against Fang Yuan annexing their grotto heavens, but now the situation was different, they looked forward to it. It was as if they could not gain their master's acknowledgement if their grotto heaven had not been annexed. Many GU immortals who had their immortal apertures annexed felt that they were a true part of the sovereign immortal aperture, they felt superior to the GU immortals of the two heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin shouted. He flew over from afar. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled. It has been tough on you, you came all the way here to immemorial White Heaven. Lu Wei Yin smiled bitterly, he said in an urgent tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you must know why I came here. Let's set off now. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal GU house flew from immemorial Black Heaven to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw that, the immortal GU house should be the one that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind, luck. Suppression Heavenly Palace, right? Indeed. Lu Wei Yin nodded continuously, staring at Fang Yuan. Right now, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court have moved. If we still do not start taking action, we are going to lose this prime opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. Fine, let's go. Really? Lu Wei Yin heard the answer he wanted, but he could not believe it. These last days, he had used information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to go, but he kept on refusing it. To think that Fang Yuan was actually going to move now. Can I confirm when Lord Fang Yuan will go? Lu Wei Yin was still in disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. How about now? Lu Wei Yin was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly resolute, that is the best answer, let's go, let's go. The truth was, Fang Yuan had already decided to go to Crazed Demon Cave now. He had already used up all of the dream realms, his attainment levels rose accordingly. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Refinement Path, Time Path, Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster. Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path. Grandmaster. Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path. Master. Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Sound Path. As for the remaining paths like Bone Path, they were not at master level yet, but he still had some progress. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he did not reach Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment levels were already top rate in the current world. Be it breadth or depth, he could be considered the #1 person in the world. After all, Spectral Soul lost his attainment levels after leaving behind the Dream Realms, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun would not retain their Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels even if they revived now. Of course, he still had insufficiencies. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and others, they were completely blank. These paths were just too rare. Painting Path was intentionally concealed by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, while Weapon Path was crudely created by Heavenly Court's GU Immortal Che Wei recently. With the rise of attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex more grotto heavens, the sovereign immortal aperture reached its limit once again. If there was some time to digest the new gains, the sovereign immortal aperture would become more stable. But there was neither time nor opportunity. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan found that the situation had worsened again. Even though there was still leeway, it had clearly gotten quite severe. With a resolute decision, Fang Yuan immediately went to Northern Plains with Lu Wei Yin. Ever since that pursuit battle over Fang Yuan ended, he had already used all his time to the limit, recuperating and raising his strength as much as he could. Now, it was time to face the Venerables head-on. Years had passed, Fang Yuan returned to Crazed Demon Cave again. Initially, when he first came here, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by an alliance agreement. Now, he looked down towards Crazed Demon Cave, ready to engage in battle with Venerables. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was a huge land of yellow soil. This was a huge cave, it was almost circular at the entrance, spanning hundreds of kilometers, it looked extremely grand. Inside the cave, there was a lush rain forest, filled with the colors yellow and green. Desolate beasts formed into groups, vines and trees tangled together, growling could be heard everywhere, it was a primitive sight. We will go down from there. Lu Wei Yin said. No rush. Fang Yuan raised his hand. These immortal materials are useful to me. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance, many variant human GU immortals were let out. These GU Immortals were talking among themselves, they went down in groups, causing chaos in the entire first layer. Quick, there is a desolate plant here. Dig it up, bring it back. Oh, there's a group of desolate beast monkeys here, let's work together. Squeak squeak, the monkey group cried out together. These rocks are immortal materials, bring them back, bring them all back. These are all contribution points. The GU Immortals worked enthusiastically, they were like a group of bandits that entered a mortal village. Even though the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave had wild beasts and plants, Fang Yuan's subordinates were superior in numbers. There were also many rank 8 GU Immortals among them that possessed rank 8 Immortal GU and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was completely looted. Lu Wei-yin watched with a dazed expression. In just this short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Didn't their strength rise too absurdly? I have too many people under me, our resource expenditure is very high, especially when I made the artificial earth vein recently. This is really embarrassing. Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin quickly waved his hand. Of course not, I feel admiration towards you instead. In the current world, only Lord Fang Yuan is capable of making use of these chaotic immortal materials. Because Crazed Demon Cave had demonic sounds at set intervals, Dao marks would become chaotic and all the immortal materials would be useless. Living beings would rampage and lose their senses, even rank 8 GU Immortals became lunatics in such an environment. A while later, the first layer that was filled with vitality became a barren land. The variant human GU Immortals were still not satisfied as they brought the vast amount of resources back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin went into the second layer after that. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small. The large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. These GU materials also had chaotic Dao marks, but they were mostly made of fire path and earth path Dao marks. Take them all, Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human GU Immortals moved again. They swept the area like a locust swarm, emptying the entire second layer. After that, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin went into the third layer. The third layer was covered in dense fog, it had a vast number of fog worms and cloud bamboos. These life forms were also senseless and chaotic, they were all taken down or chopped down and collected by the variant human GU Immortals. There was even a fog city here, a ghost city of dead people. The GU Immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together with vengeance and created this fog city. When Fang Yuan came here before, he avoided it as he had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered it, he would definitely die, there was no way to escape. Fog City, mine, take it away. After looting everything in his path, Fang Yuan arrived at the 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He spent much less time compared to his previous expedition. Back then, Fang Yuan was led by not immortal, they kept taking detours. The deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes, the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. With their strength back then, detours actually saved them more time than taking a straight path. But now, Fang Yuan moved unhindered. No matter what obstacles he met along the way, he placed them all into the sovereign immortal aperture. The 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with bright colors. The rocks, grass, soil, and trees were all shining in bright lights. Every piece of soil or rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were chaotic, they could not be used at all. Of course, that was the case for most GU Immortals in the world. Chapter 2155, Paradise Earth's Sacred Tomb. Fang Yuan was the exception, of course. As demonic sounds rang, Fang Yuan had already prepared himself. Back then, he was able to deal with the demonic sounds, now, it was simply too easy. Under the demonic sounds' influence, Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer gathered together and formed large areas of beautiful rainbow lights, they were no longer as scattered and random as before. Such an incredible sight, Lu Wei-yin sighed in amazement. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Immortal GU House Thieves' Den. Steel Dao Killer move activated. Large numbers of Dao marks were stolen, forming into corresponding rank 9 immortal materials within Thieves' Den. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure, they only had one path's Dao marks, they had immense value. Lu Wei-yin watched, he became tongue-tied. He estimated that in just over 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't he obtaining them simply too easily? Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved together. Everywhere they went, large areas of Dao marks vanished. The beautiful sight turned into something that resembled cheese gnawed by rats. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there were large pieces of black and white spots. Lu Weiyin watched, his eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were too huge, the benefits were large enough for him to feel envy internally. Such wealth, he's earned a fortune. This is the first time I've seen anyone gain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin shouted internally to himself. He could no longer guess how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. The only thing he was knew, his gains were huge, enormous, unthinkable. Continuing to move forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. The burden of using Thieves' Den and the killer move Steel Dao along the way was not small, especially in terms of immortal essence expenditure. Lu Weiyin became slightly worried. Lord Fang Yuan, do pay attention to your immortal essence storage. No need to worry. Fang Yuan smiled mildly. I have rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin heard this and his expression froze before replying. Impressive, impressive, as befitting of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan saw 3 paths ahead again. One path was filled with golden light, luck surged around it. It was the luck path left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One path was dark and horrifying, killing intent filled it. It was the soul path left behind by Spectral Soul when he entered the 8th layer. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's path. Because Lu Weiyin had methods prepared beforehand, he could enter Paradise Earth's path. But Fang Yuan waved his hand, Thieves' Den activated, the 3 paths were completely devoured, they disappeared. A large number of rank 9 immortal materials were produced as a result. Lu Weiyin moved his lips but he did not manage to say anything. He followed Fang Yuan into the 8th layer wordlessly. Nothingness. This was a boundless void that resembled a huge ocean with no shore in sight. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin who entered were like 2 bugs in the ocean, extremely minuscule and insignificant. Fang Yuan had once come here, he had a deep impression of the place. In this boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, deriving brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but he did not succeed. This void was evidently the profundity of Phantom Path, but Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then, he could not deduce the location of the 9th layer's entrance. This time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had reached Grand Master. Immediately, Fang Yuan used his Phantom Path method. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his brows. The void here is different from the one I experienced last time. But Fang Yuan could not point out the exact difference. Even though he made huge progress in Phantom Path, he was still very far from understanding or breaking Limitless Demon Venerable's 8th layer arrangements. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin activated a certain killer move and found his direction, leading the way. Fang Yuan followed after Lu Weiyin. Along the way, he saw worlds created and destroyed. It was truly an extraordinary sight. But different from before, these worlds were moving along the void. No matter which world it was, they went in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally had some results. He was evidently moved. I understand now, this void is contracting. At the final moment, all of the worlds and heaven path Dao marks will be squeezed together, they will be completely fused into one. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's plan? Lu Weiyin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World, we need to hurry and head there. The 2 immortals flew for a few more hours before finally seeing their destination. This is, Lu Weiyin expressed shock on his face, because he did not just see Yellow Earth Great World, he also saw the worlds that Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus left behind. Fang Yuan squinted. The 3 great worlds are fusing into one, not just that, there are also many small worlds following beside them. These worlds were motionless within the void. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles, being green, yellow, and red respectively. The 3 worlds were joined together at the center. The periphery was filled with smaller bubbles that were linked to the surface of the 3 great world bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look. Lu Weiyin pointed at the yellow bubble and said anxiously. Fang Yuan turned his gaze and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was currently attacked by the joint efforts of the other 2 great worlds. Even though the view outside the bubble was quite vague, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could still sense the intensity of the battle inside. Especially when the connecting area of the three worlds was filled with corpses, it was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not resist us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Weiyin charged in like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan followed after him, his body was also shrouded in a yellow light. It was this yellow light that allowed them to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the Great World, the thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze the most was that huge mound at the center. This mound resembled a mountain. The mountain itself was quite flat, it looked man-made. But Fang Yuan could see the true essence of the mountain at first glance. This is Tomb Earth of the 10 Earths. This is such a huge tomb. This unprecedented tomb had a tombstone on it. The tombstone had 6 words written on it: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Seemingly sensing Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan, the tomb suddenly emitted a grand pillar of light. It rose up into the skies, resembling a pillar that held up heaven itself. The entire battlefield froze, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. The sacred tomb is shining, heaven and earth can bear testament to it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of time, a huge roar erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a huge tsunami. The people of Yellow Earth Great World became energized and surged with morale. They started to counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Look at it, forests and vegetation were abundant. It was filled with greenery and vitality, giving off an unfathomable aura. In this densely green world, there was a black and white mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were rows of chairs that extended downwards. The top 2 chairs were unoccupied, while Qin Ding Ling sat at the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin arrived after all. After receiving the information, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to help Fang Yuan. Not only did he help to kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. After that, Paradise Earth's intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan became obvious. The Paradise Earth's sacred tomb at the center of Yellow Earth Great World was also openly seen to everyone. The GU Immortals of the 3 worlds knew of it. Thus, there was nothing strange about Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan showing up here. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth as she said, "Currently, we need to split up into 2 groups. One group will advance and attack Yellow Earth Great World. The other will aid Demon Judgment Board in suppressing and resisting Savage Wilderness Great World as well as restraining Longevity Heaven. As for the other GU Immortals, you can go conquer the small worlds in groups." Originally, our side was cooperating with Longevity Heaven to devour Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin showed up, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer meat on the chopping block. We can suffer losses if we are careless. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling stood up and bowed to the GU Immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow this subordinate to use Divine Emperor City and personally lead the group invading Yellow Earth Great World to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Ding Ling was originally the leader of Heavenly Court, but here, she was only 4th place. She had to obey the 3 fairies at the top. Currently, the 1st and 2nd fairies were not around. Only the 3rd fairy Ming Hao was here to control the situation. This fairy Ming Hao had the appearance of a 3 to 4-year-old girl. She was cute and delicate, her large eyes shined with sparkling starlight specks. She blinked her large and shiny eyes. She pondered before replying with a childish voice, "I've heard of Fang Yuan, but do you need to deal with him personally? Let them go instead." Saying so, her tiny arm waved as a GU worm flew out. This information path GU worm flew to the middle of the mountain and landed in front of 2 GU Immortals. These were neither human nor variant human GU Immortals. One was an old tree with a thin and dry trunk. It had countless branches of different length but had no leaves on them. It had thin and long roots that numbered to 100. The tree's name was Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo that was green like jade. Its name was Qing Hao Zi. Qing Hao Zi floated in the air, casually and peacefully sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying on the mountain rock that seemed like a chair, its branches wrapped around a small rock like a person resting his legs on a stool. It was very relaxed. After seeing the information path GU worm, Mu Cha Lang stood up immediately. It extended its branches to nudge Qing Hao Zi. Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order." Qing Hao Zi waved back and forth because of the nudge, but it did not land on the ground. After getting awakened, it straightened its body and remained in the air. to think that we are going to move out so quickly. Next, the two immortals left the mountain, leading their troops to the front lines. Chapter 2156, Heaven Extremity Gai Mei. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark gold palace floated in the sky. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Within the palace, Bing Sai Chuan sat on a cushion with one information path immortal GU on the tiny table in front of him. Several GU immortals were standing towards his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path immortal GU, he frowned slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin came together. It created a huge uncertainty in the battle of the three great worlds. What should Longevity Heaven, which occupied Savage Wilderness Great World, do? Should they retreat first or send more people to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sai Chuan could not decide immediately. He thought for a while and cast his gaze towards the first person on his left. A fatty was sitting there. The fatty was lying down on the table, fast asleep. There was even saliva flowing out of his mouth, onto his sleeves and the table below. Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table with his knuckle several times. The fatty was woken up by this noise. He opened his sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "What happened?" Bing Sai Chuan withheld his anger. "Gai Mei, you are the Heaven Extremity, you cultivate Wisdom Path. The newest information is here. I want you to deduce what our following actions should be." Saying this, the information path immortal GU flew and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not use his hand to touch it. He looked into the immortal GU directly. His pupil shrank immediately. "What? That demon Fang Yuan is here." The fatty shrugged. "See, weren't my previous deductions correct?" Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table again. "I want you to deduce what action our side should take for this situation. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was weak. With our control over Savage Wilderness Great World, and Heavenly Court's control over Green Lotus Great World, we could invade Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen ourselves before deciding the victor between us. But now that Lu Wei Yin and Fang Yuan appeared in Yellow Earth Great World, if we attack it by force, they might counterattack and expend our strength instead." Bing Sai Chuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the impact on the overall situation instead. After all, the current situation was more complex than before. The three worlds were resisting each other. If any two forces went ahead and fought too intensely, the third force would benefit. Then let me deduce it. The fatty GU immortal, Heaven Extremity Gai Mei, waved his loose sleeves and stretched out 5 fat fingers. He pretended to make a deduction. "Oh, I deduced it. Let's follow our original plan," Gai Mei said. Bing Sai Chuan watched with a dumbfounded expression. "Can you use your immortal GU to activate a killer move and make a proper deduction?" Gai Mei blinked innocently. "What? How did you know I was pretending? You actually found out. You are so smart. You must be the Wisdom Path cultivator instead, right?" Veins bulged on Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. "Do you think you are Southern Borders Wu Yong? You have no methods to conceal your aura. Hurry up and make a deduction." Gai Mei waved his wide sleeves again, exposing his 5 fat fingers. He was about to make a deduction when he suddenly sighed. "Sigh. Forget it, the killer move is too tiring to activate. Why don't we just ask our Lord Ancestor instead?" Bing Sai Chuan was livid with anger. He shouted, "Absolutely not. Our Lord is working with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce Limitless Demon Venerable's plot. How can we disturb him? Currently, Heavenly Court already has the initiative. They obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on our Lord to have any hope of catching up to Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you see the big picture?" Gai Mei pouted unhappily. "Stop calling me Heaven Extremity all the time. I didn't even want to be Heaven Extremity, you guys forced it on me." Yellow Extremity Zhao Huo, who was sitting beside Gai Mei, tried to convince him. "Brother Gai, just help out and make the deductions. This is not just about the strength of Yellow Earth Great World, it also concerns Fang Yuan's possible actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no regard for his identity as a human. I am more worried that he might relocate the local GU immortals of Yellow Earth Great World and the ones he captures from our forces into the sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited the variant humans to become his subordinates and almost rejected nobody. In my opinion, it is likely he would do this. In that case, it might foil our Lord's plans." Zhao Huo spoke, trying his best to convince Gai Mei, but he still shook his head, smiling instead. "Actually, you guys don't have to be so worried. Isn't Heavenly Court just as worried as us? Let's see what Heavenly Court is doing now, wouldn't that do? They are guarded by star constellation Immortal Venerable. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. She is definitely better than me at deductions. Zhao Huo's expression froze. Even so, if Heavenly Court deduces first, they will gain the initiative. If we join them in their plan, we will fall behind them. Regardless, I am not going to work. Guy Mei rolled his eyes as he went back to sleep on the table. Zhao Huo and Bing Sai Chuan stared at him angrily, but he completely ignored them. Charge with me. Force back all of these enemies. Thousands of GU masters engaged in battle on the ground. The front lines looked disorderly, blood flowed everywhere. The sky was the battlefield for GU immortals as they fought. More than 10 GU immortals engaged in a chaotic battle at once. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's GU Master Army launched a powerful counterattack, while in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's GU immortals were suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's Sage had already descended. The GU Masters were spirited and motivated, but in the battle between GU immortals, morale alone could not make up for their difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer GU immortals than Green Lotus Great World. The three Great Worlds were made one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but it had a lot of internal conflict over the years. Green Lotus Great World was second while Yellow Earth Great World was the most recent. After all, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had very few GU immortals to begin with. It was even attacked by the joint force of two other worlds. They had fewer and fewer GU immortals gradually. The situation was dire. Our sages have arrived. There is still hope. I will defend Yellow Earth Great World. I will defend my homeland. The GU immortals of Yellow Earth Great World shouted together, raising their morale. Green Lotus Side laughed coldly. Even if your sages arrive, they cannot stop us from killing you guys. You have sages, but so do we. The result of this battle will not change. We don't want to do this too, but we have orders from our sage. We need to kill all of you and devour all the worlds to prevent the apocalypse from happening. The Green Lotus GU immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's GU immortals were specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely able to hold the line, struggling at the brink of defeat. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World, two armies appeared. They were led by the GU immortals Qing Haozi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Upon Withered Tree. Mu Cha Lang shouted as green leaves appeared all over its entire tree body. The new leaves flew out and landed on the Green Lotus GU immortals. The Green Lotus GU immortals were not severely injured to begin with. Their large injuries became small while their small injuries healed completely. The condition of the Green Lotus GU immortals improved immediately. Immortal Killer Move, Green Life Taker. Qing Haozi flew with extreme speed, creating a green trail in the sky, piercing the body of a Yellow Earth GU immortal. The Yellow Earth Great World's GU immortal was a black bear. It grabbed its empty chest. After gasping, it fell to the ground. The Yellow Earth GU immortals were anguished. After dealing the fatal blow, Qing Haozi looked at these GU immortals arrogant and said, "The sacred mountain gave orders, you will all die." Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly. "So what if your sage is here? The eventual victor will only be our Green Lotus Great World." Savage Wilderness Great World's main forces were fighting against another group of Yellow Earth Great World inhabitants. Die, die, die. A six-legged black tiger that was as large as a mountain charged around in the sky. It managed to grab a Yellow Earth Great World GU immortal. "I finally caught you." The six-legged black tiger laughed and exerted force with both claws. With a soft sound, the giant-like Yellow Earth GU immortal was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha. The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood spurted all over its face. The tiger licked and showed a maniacal and bloodthirsty expression. Little Rock Monarch was killed by He Lu Biao. Let's retreat. We are not these people's match. Indeed, our sage has already arrived. Let's return and ask him to take charge of us. The GU master armies were still fighting on the ground, but in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's GU immortals had lost their fighting spirit. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle cry as white light flashed in the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw a snow-wing eagle pecking a Yellow Earth GU immortal and devouring him whole. Shui Li Du. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth GU immortals were furious and shocked. Snow-wing eagle Shui Li Du said in a shrill voice, escape. Don't even think of running. The morale of the Yellow Earth GU Immortals collapsed at once. At Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, Khan Kayla greets both sages. Big Rock Monarch greets both sages, we implore you, please save our Yellow Earth great world. A group of GU Immortals knelt on the ground. They were either beasts or plants. Some even had peculiar forms, some seemed like they had been formed from casually molded clay, some were like children's doodles, there were no pure humans. These Yellow Earth GU Immortals were all injured, some had severe injuries, on the brink of death. But because of the commotion that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin caused when they arrived, these sick and injured GU Immortals came over. Fang Yuan took a glance at them, seeing a familiar person. This was a giant gray fish. It resembled a goldfish but had the size of a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he met with this fish and forcefully enslaved it. It was named Little Flower. Right now, as Little Flower saw Fang Yuan, it was very excited and wanted to say something, but in this situation, it chose to control its emotions as the timing was inappropriate. Fang Yuan nodded, saying, I wanted to see the ones behind Green Lotus Dao Field as well. Lord Fang Yuan, you cannot attack rashly. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin with a peculiar gaze, seemingly saying, didn't you invite me here because of my battle strength? Chapter 2157, Rushing Forward Together. Lu Weiyin secretly transmitted as he explained in detail. Lord Fang Yuan, you may not know this, because of your high battle strength, it will trigger a retaliative method from Limitless Demon Venerable. After our obvious arrival, why did Heavenly Court send more troops to provoke us? It was to probe our strength and try to lure you into attacking, which would be the best outcome for them. What are the details about this? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about the exact situation, but I know that Limitless Demon Venerable exerted huge effort to create Crazed Demon Cave back then. It was to make derivations regarding the Heavenly Tao, to find the true path of eternal life. At this point in time, the arrangement is finally about to reveal the result and bear fruit. The current 8th layer void is contracting and shrinking now, all the various worlds are lured to the center, fusing into or annexing each other, until only one great world is left in the end. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation, it might contain the answer to eternal life. If we attack abruptly and cause a huge commotion in battle, we may disrupt the eventual derivation of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to deal with us. That will incur an unfavorable loss to our side. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see that happen. If we end up suffering mutual losses with Limitless Demon Venerable's method, we will be less threatening to them while Limitless Demon Venerable's method will also be exposed, they will be able to discern information about it. Fang Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only make a move when the final great world is formed. Then why would Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven come here early to take charge of their respective great worlds? Lu Weiyin explained patiently. More precisely, only people with battle strength like yours cannot make a move. I am still able to take action here. If our side can control Yellow Earth Great World and emerge victorious, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. When the final Great World is created, the amount of control we have over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to invade more worlds and devour them to expand our territory. After his transmission, Fang Yuan finally understood the situation. Currently, he could not take action. Once he took action and caused a big commotion, he would disrupt Crazed Demon Cave's final derivation, it would trigger the retaliative method of Limitless Demon Venerable. Of course, Fang Yuan could suppress his strength to take action. But there was no need to. Suppressing his strength would mean that Fang Yuan was about as strong as other GU Immortals. He might be slightly superior, but that would not have an impact on the overall situation. In fact, after making many moves, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven would gain information about his methods, he would even waste his luck in advance. Thus, Lu Weiyin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final eventual battle. Once the final world was formed, Fang Yuan, Star Constellation, and Longevity Heaven might have equal battle strength, they would fight it out for the final fruit in Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, they would fight for real. Before that, Lu Weiyin could still make a move. He was pseudo-venerable battle strength only in terms of defense, to try to make Yellow Earth Great World the victor of this war. This would have significant impact on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could succeed, Fang Yuan would gain the initiative later. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win in this battle, we cannot let the other two worlds gain too much of a lead. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, during the final battle, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully. By then, our battle strength will reign above the other two forces. Lu Weiyin explained his meticulously crafted plan to Fang Yuan. The conclusion was to defend now and counterattack later. Defending their base initially while stirring conflict in secret, to make Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World fight each other and expend their strength, to make sure the three forces were eventually matched in the end. At the later stage, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, he would gain Fang Yuan's support and use their superior battle strength to gain victory over the others. This was a logical arrangement to bide for time, it suited Lu Weiyin's nature. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the kneeling Yellow Earth GU Immortals before turning to Lu Weiyin, smiling. Taking hits passively is not how I do things. Since we cannot use our top battle strength easily, it means that Heavenly Court is taking advantage of the fact that we lack subordinates. In that case, Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Everyone, come outside. Saying so, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. A large number of GU Immortals flew out. We pay respects to Master. Dozens of GU Immortals greeted at once. Their voices were thunderously loud. All of the GU Immortals had evident excitement on their faces. The details are listed on the mission board. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand casually. These GU Immortals immediately split into two groups, charging towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth GU Immortals were dumbfounded. How did so many GU Immortals appear at once? These people seem to be calling that handsome sage master. We are saved, Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth GU Immortal reacted, they all relaxed and some even wept in joy. Not just them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen Fang Yuan dispatching variant human GU Immortals all over southern border to collect mountains. He also knew that Fang Yuan led the variant human alliance. His force was not small. But after seeing the main force that Fang Yuan sent out, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many GU Immortals, they number to over 50. And from their aura, there are 18 rank 8 GU Immortals, the rest are all rank 7 GU Immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 GU Immortals? The rank 7 GU Immortals also have surging auras, they are close to the realm of rank 8 already. No, there is no way Fang Yuan has 0 rank 6 GU Immortals. This means that these GU Immortals are not his entire force. That's right, Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not showed up either. As Lu Weiyin analyzed, the disbelief in his heart intensified. He also felt worried. Did Fang Yuan spend all of his recent time nurturing these subordinates? According to his personality, he should not be this unwise. Also, even though these GU Immortals are high in number and have high cultivation level, who knows how high their actual battle strength is? The ones that Lu Weiyin was confident in were Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Front lines. Go and die. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth GU Immortal. But its injuries were not light either. It had to temporarily stop its movement and go to Mu Cha Lang. After Mu Cha Lang's healing killer move was used, Qing Haozi recovered greatly. This is all thanks to you, my old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha Lang said in admiration, "This is all I am skilled at. I feel admiration towards your ability to kill so many people. But don't be too rash and forget your defense. The final struggle of these Yellow Earth GU Immortals will not be simple to heal if you get hit. Don't worry." Qing Haozi raised its bamboo tail. "I will try to kill 4 people. Hey, you guys should calm down, leave some for me to kill." Qing Haozi called out loudly as it entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of GU Immortals flew over from the sky. They were led by rank 8 Snowman GU Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, "We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage, GUU Fang Yuan, we are here to help and kill the Green Lotus GU Immortals." The Yellow Earth GU Immortals who were in deep peril saw hope, they became overjoyed. The Green Lotus GU Immortals started to feel their hearts pounding wildly. Together with Mu Cha Lang and Qing Haozi, they only had 8 people. But there were over 20 GU Immortal reinforcements. Among them, there were 9 rank 8 GU Immortals. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha Lang, Qing Haozi, and Old Forest Moss had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't their reinforcements simply too large? Mu Cha Lang gritted its teeth, shouting, don't be scared by numbers, who knows what their actual battle strength is. The Green Lotus GU Immortals regained their morale upon hearing this. That's right, cultivation level was just part of the battle strength, only by fighting could their true strength be seen. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated immediately, how would they face the sages on the sacred mountain? The Green Lotus GU Immortals disregarded the Yellow Earth GU Immortals, they faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group instead. Immortal Killer Move, Snow Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Crashing Rock Slide. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refine Life. Immortal Killer Move, Multi-Layered 5 Poisons. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals who were disregarded opened their mouths in shock as they watched. The moment they fought, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves were sent out like fireworks, the commotion was huge, resounding in heaven and earth. Green Lotus group also unleashed killer moves, but the quantity was lower, their strength was also largely inferior. Only after just one round, the Green Lotus GU Immortals faced a terrible loss. Retreat, quickly retreat, Old Forest Moss shouted, how can this be? The other side has so many rank 8 Immortal GU. Qing Hao Zi shouted. He had become a rank 8 GU Immortal long ago, but he had never obtained a rank 8 Immortal GU. In this life, he had not even seen 3 rank 8 Immortal GU. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was quite unsatisfied. He scolded, don't launch a barrage like this, it is very wasteful, understand? The moves conflicted with each other, half of it was wasted, only 30% landed on the enemies. Find your individual targets and don't let them escape. Even though the first round had huge commotion, a lot of the moves, strength was wasted. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, the Green Lotus GU Immortals managed to survive. But the first round of combat gave them huge gains too. The Green Lotus GU Immortals were completely scared and lost their morale, they wanted to retreat now. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group had advantage in number, they dispersed and encircled the enemies. Battle resumed. The Green Lotus GU Immortals were soon beaten up harshly, they were battered and bruised. These GU Immortals have an absurdly perfect set of Immortal GU. Qing Hao Zi shouted, we can only focus on one aspect, but all of them have superb healing methods. Mu Cha Lang said bitterly. They have too many killer moves, they are all incredible methods. Other GU Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could only look at him in admiration. After obtaining a vast number of immortal materials from the various grotto heavens, compared to other forces, Fang Yuan had the highest number of immortal GU in the world. Chapter 2158, Too Brutal. Immortal GU were unique, immortal GU were the most fundamental. After Sovereign Immortal Aperture's GU Immortals obtained immortal GU, they were also able to easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these gains were simply too immense, completely negating the flaw of fewer Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus GU Immortals ran with all their strength. Only 3 rank 8s escaped, the rest were all killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Without a battlefield killer move, we cannot kill GU Immortals efficiently. Bing Yuan sighed, cannot kill efficiently. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals looked at the 5 corpses on the ground, their hearts beating wildly. Too timid, too timid. Shizong sighed in pity. They actually ran away, they are a disgrace to all rank 8s. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals looked at each other and transmitted secretly. Even if I have rank 8 cultivation level, I would have ran away in this situation too. How can we face our master with just these results? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making a decision. Chase, we will pursue and kill them. The Yellow Earth GU Immortal were shocked, they quickly urged, everyone, don't be too rash. There are still a number of Green Lotus rank 8 GU Immortals, they did not join the battle. Indeed, we barely managed to win this fight, we should go on the defense instead. Green Lotus Great World has many immortal GU houses with terrifying strength, many GU Immortals were killed on the spot because of their rampage. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was completely unmoved, he looked at the Yellow Earth GU Immortals indifferently. We are the subordinates of Sage GU Fang Yuan, we only obey his orders. You can all stay and clean up the battlefield. Be it the immortal GU or immortal apertures of these fallen GU Immortals, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group did not take any. That was Fang Yuan's order. The GU Immortals and Immortal GU that belonged here were part of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation results. Killing these GU Immortals would promote the fusion of the great worlds. Xiao Hejian and the rest arrived before He Lu Biao and Shui Li Du. So many reinforcements. Wonderful, we're saved. There were only 2 Yellow Earth GU Immortals left. Be careful, these 2 are powerful rank 8 experts from Savage Wilderness Great World, they are very strong. They are specialized in noisy. Xiao Hejian took charge as the leader. He shouted and interrupted the advice of the Yellow Earth GU Immortals. This Miniman GU Immortal's eyes seemed to be glowing red. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy belongs to me, I will fight anyone who contests with me." He Lu Biao was triggered. "Tiny little bug, you are going to die, I will kill you." No GU Immortal had ever treated me with such an attitude. He Lu Biao charged in a frenzy towards Xiao Hejian. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals were deeply scared and shocked. Numbers do not determine everything. Shui Li Du also smiled coldly, charging into the GU Immortal group. Bam 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 bam, an array of fireworks erupted. It was a beautiful sight. With a loud sound, He Lu Biao crashed onto the ground, creating a huge and deep crater. It stared with wide eyes, struggling to get up. Xiao Hejian flew like a meteor, charging down. Behind him were 5 to 6 rank 8 GU Immortals, they also attacked. The ground shook intensely, dust clouds rose, almost covering the rays of the sun. With an intense wind that swept by, the dust clouds were dispersed. The crater was even deeper now. He Lu Biao was lying at the bottom of the crater, holding onto its last breath, its 6 tiger claws were twitching. "I told you guys not to interfere." Xiao Hejian shouted. "On what basis? Whoever kills it gets the contribution points." The other GU Immortals shouted in retaliation. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. "We all attacked, so who killed him? Who can be sure of it? Easy, we can split up the contribution points. Whoever gets the largest part of the corpse will get the most points." Nobody knew who was the one who suggested this. But at the very next moment, the rank 8 GU Immortals flew down into the pit, splitting up the corpse of He Lu Biao. "The leg is mine. HMPH, I only got a tail. Give me back the butt. Head, this tiger head, ha ha ha, it is mine." The rank 8 GU Immortals shouted loudly, some were happy while others were dejected. Those who did not get enough body parts directed their gaze towards Snow Wing Eagle Shui Li Du. But Shui Li Du had been killed already, it died even earlier than He Lu Biao. The corpse was also completely split up between the GU Immortals. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals watched in a daze. Too brutal, too brutal. Weren't these GU Immortals the subordinates of the sage? Why were they so brutal? Not only did they kill the GU Immortal, they even dissected the corpse. And they were so happy when dissecting the corpse. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. His ideal was to live in harmony and peace, emphasizing on unity and love. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, the main trend had always been the same. The action of Fang Yuan's subordinates was completely the opposite of Yellow Earth Great World. This was a huge contrast to the expectations of these Yellow Earth GU Immortals. There are some GU Immortals left. The rank 8 GU Immortals' eyes flashed. But those rank 7 GU Immortals quickly shouted, "Before coming here, we already decided that the rank 7s belong to us. You rank 8s already took the bulk of the gains, shouldn't you leave some to us?" The rank 8 GU Immortals pouted. "Then hurry up, don't waste time. Otherwise, we will help you out and take a portion of the contribution points." Wishful thinking. The rank 7 GU Immortals quickly exerted effort and killed all of the Savage Wilderness Great World GU Immortals in a moment's time. Ha ha ha, these GU Immortals are so stupid, none of them ran away. Indeed, I was afraid that we lacked a battlefield killer move and could not stop them from escaping. The GU Immortals started to discuss heatedly. The 2 Yellow Earth GU Immortals looked at each other, they had peculiar expressions. The GU Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World were combat maniacs. Their ferocity was always the thing that made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's GU Immortals wary. Savage Wilderness Great World's GU Immortals would rather fight to the death than retreat. They were courageous maniacs who did not care about their own lives when they were in combat. But in the perspective of the sage's subordinates, they were stupid. "How much did you snatch?" "I only got this much." "Hey, only, you earned a lot, hee hee, it was all thanks to Master who handed out such a lucrative mission." The GU Immortals collated their gains as they tossed away the corpses in their hands. Fang Yuan had given specific instructions, be it immortal aperture, body, or immortal GU, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to defy him. Seeing the scattered corpses, the two Yellow Earth GU Immortals' eyelids twitched. If you were going to throw them away, why snatch them with such intensity earlier? Was it just for fun? What sort of monsters were these GU Immortals? The two Yellow Earth GU Immortals who had just mustered up courage to express their gratitude instantly lost all motivation to do so. They breathed in deeply and wanted to speak, but suddenly, Xiao Hejian's group's expression changed. Master sent orders, we need to gather with the other group and attack Green Lotus Great World. Go, let's go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group gain the initiative. The GU Immortals left rapidly in a hurry, leaving the two Yellow Earth GU Immortals who stayed behind with a dazed expression on their faces. They looked at the GU Master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth GU Masters were already moving forward and pursuing the enemies. They felt completely lost for words. For some reason, they started to feel pity for the Green Lotus Great World's GU Immortals. Fang Yuan watched from afar, capturing the scenes of the two battlefields with his eyes. After those GU Immortal corpses landed on the ground, they were quickly absorbed into the world. Immortal apertures disintegrated rapidly, the GU worms inside faced the same end, there was no winds of assimilation produced, no traces were left at all. Fang Yuan was not feeling calm internally. This is the profundity of refinement path. Except that Limitless Demon Venerable is not refining immortal GU, he is refining the entire world. If I want to become venerable on the path of refinement, this is an aspect that I lack as well. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to break free from fate and obtain the way to attain eternal life, but he could not find an answer from Heavenly Court of that time. Thus, he created Crazed Demon Cave. He decided to use his own method and derive the method of eternal life. After all, Fate GU was still around back then, completely intact. The unified great world that was formed in the end might be the result of his plan, it might contain the method of eternal life. And now, the fighting and slaughter of these GU cultivators became the fuel and sacrifice for this derivation. After understanding this, Fang Yuan would not take the corpses of these GU Immortals or their immortal GU. This huge battle between worlds was definitely going to have countless dead GU cultivators, be it mortal or immortal. As for how many could survive in the end, would there be thousands, or just one person? Be it Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin, Heavenly Court, and Longevity Heaven, they did not care about that answer. They had their own objectives. The GU Immortals born here obeyed the orders of their sages, they fought and killed, using their lives and wits to resist the others, they were necessary sacrifices that were determined from the start. Fang Yuan casted his gaze towards Green Lotus Great World, he saw that his army had gathered and invaded Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider GU Immortal died here, what would happen? Fang Yuan had a calm gaze as he watched with anticipation. These GU Immortals were just his pawns after all. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy to do so. But I should prevent unnecessary deaths if possible. Thinking so, Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei Yin, "Friend Lu, I would like you to go and help out my subordinates. If the situation turns dangerous, your life is the highest priority, you can ignore the rest if necessary." Lu Wei Yin nodded and he flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so ferocious, Lu Wei Yin was quite pleased and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's plan. They were already behind to begin with, having such a large force, they had to work hard and catch up to the rest, to make up for their difference. Bing Sai Chuan looked at the information path Immortal GU on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, He Lu Biao and Shui Li Du are powerful rank 8 experts in Savage Wilderness Great World, they actually died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's two groups have gathered to attack Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan let out a breath of turbid air, feeling emotions of joy and gladness. He was glad that he did not send reinforcements, because Heavenly Court sent more troops against Fang Yuan, he sent his army to find trouble with them. Chapter 2159, Fairy Ming Hao. That's why I said we should continue with our previous plan, my deduction was not wrong. Heaven Extremity Guy Mei drank wine and ate snacks while saying shamelessly. Bing Sai Chuan could not be bothered to retort him, he looked at the rest. Fang Yuan has such a huge force, it is very unexpected. If he attacks us, we will land in a passive spot. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World has the most GU immortals, most of them have their own intentions, they do not obey orders. If we could unify and rule them, we would have been the #1 world long ago, suppressing Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was the arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to begin with. Green Lotus Great World is also created by Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Savage Wilderness Great World was made by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, but our Lord obtained it. Without a proper relationship, how can we convince them? Bing Sai Chuan could not help but tap on the table. Forget about the reason, let's try to deal with the current problem. Do you guys have any good ideas to recruit those savage GU immortals? Once in a while, an information path GU worm flew over. Qin Ding Ling was frowning deeper. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main troops, they even invaded and broke 3 of our defense lines. We've already lost close to 20 GU immortals. The defeated rank 8 GU immortals have suffered huge injuries. They came to the mountain to seek an audience with the sage. Oh, the third seat Fairy Ming Hao showed an expression of curiosity, as expected of Fang Yuan. I guess. To think that he is skilled at nurturing subordinates too. After pausing for a moment, Fairy Ming Hao asked in a childlike voice, this means to say that Longevity Heaven also sent more troops out? Yes. Qin Ding Ling nodded. After sensing that Fang Yuan gathered his groups to attack us, Longevity Heaven immediately sent more people to stall Lady Yu Shu's group. This might be the scene that Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed heartily. Since they want to attack us, let them come. Withdraw our defense lines, let them come and attack us. Yes. Qin Ding Ling immediately ordered and reorganized the troops without a hint of questioning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian moved unhindered. They charged all the way until the center of Green Lotus Great World, below the sacred mountain. Looking at the mountain, they saw that it had a peculiar appearance. The entire mountain was black and white. All of the mountain rocks looked like they were drawn with black lines and filled with patches of white paper. All of the life forms on the mountain were also altered. They were all white paper people that were drawn with black lines. A tiny white paper person flew down from the mountain. After leaving the area of the sacred mountain, she turned back into flesh and blood, looking like a cute and innocent young girl. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that the situation was not simple. The latter half of their trip was unhindered, that made them uneasy already. And after reaching the enemy's headquarters, they only sent one rank 8 GU immortal. No matter how weak they became, they had those rank 8 GU immortals who escaped earlier at least right. Why did they send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had surging momentum, they were already feeling uneasy internally. This army was mainly made up of people from the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. They had spent most of their lives hiding in the Grotto Heaven, living a life of trepidation and fear, afraid that the 5 regions humans would discover them. If Fang Yuan did not have such demonic might that suppressed them, and also with the huge increase in their strength and confidence during these few fights, they would not dare to attack with such intensity in their previous state. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian transmitted their thoughts, sending out one person to test the enemy's strength. This GU immortal was Kei Shinhong. He cultivated Poison Path and was the strongest expert of the Mushroom and GU immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not choose their own members, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroomen were the last group that joined Fang Yuan. They did not join the current major factions. Thus, as the seniors, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together to target them. And truthfully, many people were jealous of Kei Shinhong recently. He had the most envoy missions. He was almost the sole beneficiary of these missions that could gain huge rewards by just talking. Many GU immortals were jealous. Kei Shinhong took in a deep breath, stepping forward and facing Fairy Ming Hao. Brilliance shined in his eyes. He had soaring fighting spirit. On one hand, after many envoy missions, he gained a lot of animosity from the rest. He needed to prove himself through combat. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to make a huge contribution, to make sure the Mushroomen tribe was the #1 faction in Fang Yuan's subordinate force. He would be able to protect his tribesmen in the future. Our Mushroomen tribe joined Master the latest. We are naturally ostracized by the senior members. Even though we want to establish a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, it seems that Master does not want to see that. Why did Master give me envoy missions time and again? He might not have planned this from the start, but as time went on, his intentions became increasingly deep. Master has a total of 2 factions under him. They are the variant humans and the humans. There are fewer humans, forget about them now. There are far more variant humans instead, led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia. These 2 groups are getting larger and more influential. As time passes, they will definitely clash over benefits. Because of their large influence, Master will not be able to control them easily. Thus, from the start, Master did not want us Mushroommen to join them. The reason why Master gave me envoy missions time and again is to help our Mushroommen tribe gain power and sow discord between the variant human forces. Xianxia sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomably deep schemes, as well as his experienced political skills and methods. Xianxia had already expected Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia to ostracize him in such situations. He calmed his mind and collected all his scattered thoughts. He gathered his spirits and looked at the young girl, cupping his fists. I am Xianxia, I would like to exchange pointers with you. The young girl smiled. I am Fairy Ming Hao, Xianxia, I know about you. Is your poison path method used like this? Saying so, Ming Hao moved her tiny arm as poisonous fluid flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poisonous fluid flew into the air and turned into a goose. Soon, an army of poisonous geese danced around in the sky, changing their formation constantly. Xianxia was shook internally. This is my uniquely created method, why can she use it? Is she also a poison path GU immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Xianxia stabilized his mind. Fairy Ming Hao, that is an amazing method, but this move has a variation move, watch. Saying so, Xianxia used the same poison path killer move. After the geese were formed, they cried out as poison seeped out wherever their voices reached. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She moved her poisonous geese to fight them as she observed carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled and laughed. So that's how it is, look, is this how the move works? Saying so, she activated Xianxia's variation move and caused her own geese group to cry out as well. What? This time, not only was Xianxia shocked, even the other subordinates were shook. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia thought to themselves, this immortal is very strange, she can mimic other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level, our army is huge, how can we falter to one person? The 2 of them had similar thoughts. They immediately ordered and led the other immortals to get around Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Oh you guys, can't you play along? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged as she resonated with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain made of black lines and white paper shot out profound lights that had countless killer moves flying out of them. Fang Yuan's subordinates were busy resisting the attacks. After an intense clash of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' attacks were all dealt with. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia showed expressions of shock. What killer move is this? It can actually mimic all of the killer moves that we used earlier. This mountain is not normal, it is not just a famous mountain, it is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the legendary book mountain recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was casually created by me, it uses humility GU as the core, it is called humble reciprocation. This move can use the information recorded on Book Mountain to deduce and unleash the killer moves that you use. Every killer move that you use is a present for me. Thank you very much. Is that really Book Mountain? Humble reciprocation, that is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shook internally, they attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao unleashed humble reciprocation killer move again, dealing with all of their offenses. Fang Yuan had many subordinates but they were all stopped by one person. Master often told me that a lack of reciprocation is a lack of proper manners. After receiving so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take these. Fairy Ming Hao raised the intensity of her attacks. The attacks came in waves, they were hard to block. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xianxia had to use their full strength to defend and retreat. At the crucial moment, a muddy yellowish light shot out and blocked most of the attacks, helping Fang Yuan's subordinates stabilize their footing. It was Lu Weiyin who had helped. Fairy Ming Hao casted her gaze and smiled. You are the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. You finally showed yourself. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply, bowing at Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings to Fairy Ming Hao, I wonder what is your relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fairy Ming Hao blinked cheekily. Make a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Wei Yin. A 5-pointed starlight speck shot out with intense speed. Once it was activated, it arrived before Lu Wei Yin. Lu Wei Yin's expression did not change, he did not dodge either. The starlight speck arrived before him and got blocked by a yellowish light wall, turning into nothingness. Lu Wei Yin sensed something from this as he raised his brows, saying with peculiarity, Carefree Wisdom Heart. Chapter 2160 Book Mountain. You are quite perceptive. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Around her, starlight specks continued to shoot out towards Lu Wei Yin. Lu Wei Yin flew up against the attack and started to engage in battle. Initially, he was able to fight evenly with Fairy Ming Hao. But soon, he started to get suppressed. Fairy Ming Hao only used the flying stars to attack her enemy. Initially, she shot out the flying stars one by one, but soon, they started to shoot out in groups of 3, 5, or even 10 at once. The power of her flying stars did not increase, but Lu Wei Yin faced increased pressure when they landed on him. These flying stars are very profound. This seems to be an endless consecutive move. I am going to face greater and greater pressure as time passes. Lu Wei Yin had a grim expression as he felt fatigue in defending himself. Both sides only fought for some time. Lu Wei Yin had to retreat as he fought. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete advantage. Each time she waved her hand, a large cloud of fragmented starlight specks flew out. Each time the stars shot out, their quantity rose. They were already over 100 in number. Starlight shined as the stars moved in the air. The sound of air getting pierced was unceasing. It was a dazzling sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Wei Yin had intentions of retreating. Fang Yuan also gave out orders to retreat at the appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out a sigh of relief as they quickly backed out. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You all came here to seek death, why don't you stay here for good? Fairy Ming Hao attacked the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Wei Yin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. A mysterious light flashed in her eyes, shooting towards Lu Wei Yin's forehead. Lu Wei Yin felt an indescribable change in his mind. He only had the capacity to store up half of his original thoughts. At the same time, when his thoughts moved, they became much faster, but each time, they would stop preemptively. It seemed like all of his remaining thoughts became rash. They collided impatiently, trying to deduce the results more quickly. Lu Wei Yin fell into a predicament immediately. When using killer moves, he needed to mobilize thoughts. The more killer moves he used or the more complex they were, the more thoughts he would need to use. But now that he had only half his thoughts left, he could not think as easily as before. More importantly, even when these thoughts collided, they would resolve in advance. He could not get the most useful result that he wanted. This was quite fatal. Once Lu Wei Yin's thoughts end preemptively when he activates a killer move, towards the end when he prepares his killer move, it would end up in failure. With the killer move activation failing, Lu Wei Yin would suffer a heavy backlash himself. Such an incredible wisdom path method. Lu Wei Yin was helpless. He could only defend himself. He could not care about the rest. Fairy Ming Hao grasped the absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 GU Immortals of the Sacred Mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates and kill them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian retreated with huge losses. Along the way, they lost 9 GU Immortals, among which 3 were rank 8 GU Immortals. The immortal apertures of these GU Immortals landed on the ground and got absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. Their immortal GU were also quickly dissolved. When the GU Immortals died, their obsession was left behind, but Fang Yuan did not see the birth of any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates returned to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao judged the situation and stopped her advances. Lu Wei Yin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian quickly knelt down and sought for forgiveness. But Fang Yuan consoled them amicably. This loss is not your fault. I could tell clearly that this Fairy Ming Hao had outstanding strength. She possesses pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could nurture an expert of such a level. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were relieved. They started to calm down. While retreating, they were all worried that Fang Yuan would be enraged and kill them all to vent his anger. After that, Fang Yuan sent out these GU Immortals to be stationed at all the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The emphasis of their defense was on the boundary and connection points of Yellow Earth Great World and the two other Great Worlds, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed to think that Heavenly Court actually has such a female immortal. She possesses an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Weiyin said with an expression of guilt. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Weiyin had already used his full strength at this point. After all, in the previous fight, he had worked with Lu Weiyin to fight against Spectral Soul in Heavenly Court. It was a near-death situation. During that time, Lu Weiyin had no way of concealing his strength if he wanted to live. When fighting against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Weiyin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew he had. Yet, he was still not the enemy's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, you and I might lose our lives too. This is the world of the GU Immortals, we do not need to harp on it. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. The conclusion was that Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was considered a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to take action. Fang Yuan gained useful information about her. Fang Yuan nurtured GU Immortals for the purpose of sacrificing them to begin with. If these cannon fodder could display their value, it would not be his loss. The biggest pity is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal GU. Lu Weiyin added. But now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right before us, Lord might have something to gain from it. Lu Weiyin was referring to Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Even without his explanation, when Fang Yuan sent him on this mission, he had already done his investigations. The tomb of Paradise Earth contains extraordinary profundity. I have not gotten any useful leads yet. Fang Yuan said frankly before asking, do you know anything? Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I am ashamed, I know nothing about it. Fang Yuan nodded and said, the Wisdom Path Killer move that hit you earlier was the key that resulted in your loss. What do you think about it? This Wisdom Path Killer move was too powerful. Since it was exposed already, Fang Yuan wanted to create a counter for it. Lu Weiyin thought about it and said with uncertainty, it seems that the core immortal GU of that move is Pride GU. Fang Yuan nodded again. That is what I deduced as well. Lu Weiyin took in a deep breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She possesses the carefree wisdom heart physique. She also has humility GU and pride GU. This reminds me of the description within the legends of Ren Zhu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Heavenly Court, and she seems to have a deep connection with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 35 states. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial went through great hurdles and finally arrived before Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Qian Kun Crystal Wall was straight and stood upright in the void. It was like a huge mirror that reflected everything that happened in the world. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial went inside Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Numerous flowers, birds, fish and insects converged into a colorful dazzling shadow that filled Great Strength True Martial's vision. The sound of the waves, thunder, and birds, singing in his ears rippled together. There was a fresh, sweet, exciting, spicy taste dancing on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path, at other times he felt like he was swimming in the waves, and at other times he felt as if he was falling from a great height. Father, Father, where are you? Great Strength True Martial shouted. But Ren Zhu could not hear Great Strength True Martial. He could not see Great Strength True Martial. The color of white filled his vision. It was boundless and vast. Oh son, where are you? Ren Zhu sprinted, wanting to find Great Strength True Martial. Ren Zhu ran and ran and ran. After a long time, he saw a black dot at the furthest point within his vision. Initially, he felt happy and thought it was Great Strength True Martial. But when he approached the black dot, he found that it was actually a huge mountain. This mountain was very special. The mountain, rocks and vegetation were made of white paper. The streams and waterfalls were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village with many inkmen living in it. Ren Zhu went into the village, causing a huge commotion to arise. This is really a rare sight. The inkmen spoke. When ordinary lifeforms enter Qian Kun Crystal Wall, they would get lost after a few steps. They cannot resist the allure of the material world or the countless temptations within it. They can never reach here. You are the first person to arrive here. Ren Zhu was confused. Why so? The Inkman elder replied. O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. It allowed you to roam Xian Kun Crystal Wall freely without losing your life. Xian Kun Crystal Wall existed when the world was first created. It reflected everyone and everything. It contained all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person enters it, they would face the barrage of endless information. After some time, they would die from information overload. After Ren Zhu heard this, he felt very worried about great strength true martial. He asked the Inkman elder about the way to survive. The elder thus brought Ren Zhu to ascend the mountain. On Book Mountain, there was a largest ink waterfall, and below it was a deep pool. The Inkman called this pool Literature Spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow as it landed on the literature spring. Water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into ink texts. If a person wants to continue living in Xian Kun Crystal Wall, the ink text will be your best helper. The reason why we Inkmen can live here is also because of the ink text. The Inkman elder told Ren Zhu about this big secret. Ren Zhu received the Inkman's advice. He collected a lot of ink texts and left the mountain. Every time he walked for some distance, he would leave behind some ink texts as reference points. In this vast world of whiteness, the pitch-black ink text became very conspicuous. Even though ink texts faded over time, using them, Ren Zhu no longer walked on unnecessary trails. He eventually found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial received Ren Zhu's ink texts. Every step he walked, he would leave behind some ink texts. The ink texts recorded the information that barraged Great Strength True Martial, turning them all into pieces of literary work. These literary pieces turned into pieces of tiles that were layered below Great Strength True Martial's feet. Great Strength True Martial was finally free. His eyes were not blurry, his ears were not buzzing, he could no longer smell the mix of countless fragrances as well. Stepping on these tiles, he followed Ren Zhu back to the Inkman village. Ren Zhu asked the Inkman elder again, "O elder, how can I find wisdom Gu inside Xian Kun Crystal Wall?" Chapter 2161, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The Inkman elder told Ren Zhu, even though wisdom Gu often stays within Xian Kun Crystal Wall, it is hidden very deeply. To find it, you will need to venture deep into the crystal wall. It will not be possible with just ink texts and the tiles that are formed below your feet. These tiles only record all sorts of information on the superficial level. With the endless barrage of other information, the limited ink texts within the tiles will change in content. They will disappear quickly and cannot last for long. The Inkman elder said again, "O human, you need to turn all the information into knowledge. Only with knowledge can you explain information clearly. You will be able to write them down in words, allowing you to create a real path instead of just tiles made of texts." Ren Zhu was troubled. How can I turn them into knowledge? The Inkman elder laughed. There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record the knowledge that our Inkman seniors have left behind. O human, you can go look at them. It is not difficult to gather the knowledge yourself either. Firstly, you need memory Gu to store all of this information inside your mind. Next, before the Inkman finished his words, cognition Gu appeared, saying to Ren Zhu, "After that, I can help you to refine knowledge." The Inkman elder nodded with a smile. Indeed, cognition can produce knowledge. Ren Zhu, then I will thank you all in advance. The Inkman elder shook his head. No need to stand on ceremony. Cognition Gu, don't say that human. We have always been good friends, and this situation benefits myself as well. If cognition did not take in new information, it would quickly get outdated. Only by receiving new information and thinking about it could cognition create useful new thoughts that were healthy and vibrant, innovative and lively. Ren Zhu gathered many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of new information. Next, with cognition Gu's help, he created many new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink texts to write down his knowledge, scattering them on the ground and creating a black path made of ink texts. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial walked on this path. They walked for a long time, far longer than any of their previous trips. Oh no, I don't have enough knowledge left. Ren Zhu walked to the end of the path, feeling very dejected and upset. He had gathered many ink texts, but the knowledge in his mind was insufficient already. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed. They had to return to Book Mountain. Great strength true martial continued to collect ink texts while Ren Zhu gathered all the bookworms. With Cognition Gu's help, he refined even more knowledge from them. With more and more knowledge, Ren Zhu found that his mind was getting filled up. I have too much knowledge now. Ren Zhu was very satisfied. He said confidently, "Let's go, I am sure we can reach the deepest part of Qian Kun Crystal Wall this time." However, they still failed in their second attempt. Why did this happen? My mind was already filled with knowledge. Ren Zhu said dejected. This is all the knowledge I can hold. No, oh human, look closely again. Self-Gu suddenly spoke to remind him. Ren Zhu inspected his mind. He found a Gu hiding inside it. Ren Zhu realized at once. So you are occupying my mind, preventing me from getting more knowledge. What Gu are you? The Gu answered. I am Pride Gu. Ren Zhu said anxiously. Can you hurry and get out? You are occupying such a huge area, I want to fill the place with knowledge instead. But no matter how anxious Ren Zhu was, or how he urged, Pride Gu refused to leave. When Ren Zhu was out of ideas, Great Strength True Martial spoke. Oh father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I still have Humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great Strength True Martial took out Humility Gu and gave it to Ren Zhu. Pride Gu was chased away by Humility Gu. It had to fly out of Ren Zhu's mind and land on Great Strength True Martial instead. Strong Gu was very happy. The strong have their own pride. After Ren Zhu chased Pride Gu away from his mind, he returned to Book Mountain to continue gaining knowledge. After Ren Zhu gained Humility Gu, he realized that the more knowledge he had, the more he found that he was lacking knowledge, and the more he wanted to fill his mind with even more knowledge. Ren Zhu's mind was quickly filled. Self-Gu urged him, "Oh human, stop now, your mind is already full of knowledge." But Ren Zhu replied, "But I think that it is insufficient. I am certain that I still do not know a lot of things, I need to continue gaining knowledge." Ren Zhu continued to refine his knowledge. His mind was getting bloated, it was hurting and could not hold any more information, but Humility Gu made him feel like he was still lacking in knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Eventually, Ren Zhu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from an overload of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground as a little girl stood up from within. "Father, father." The little girl hugged Ren Zhu's leg happily. "My name is Carefree Wisdom Heart, I am your daughter." Sincerity Grassland. Chen Cheng was dressed in green, his arms were crossed behind his back as he stood arrogantly upright. He stared at the foreign female immortal before him as he shouted, "Who are you? Why did you request to meet me here?" The female immortal standing before him wore a half-mask covered her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. She wore a dark gold armor that covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. She was definitely not an ordinary person. "You can address me as Fairy Black Moon," this female immortal said. "Fairy Black Moon." Chen Cheng raised his brows. "Where are you from?" Now that the 5 regions were merged, Gu immortals no longer had region-specific auras, that was why Chen Cheng asked the question. Fairy Black Moon smiled lightly. "My identity and origin are not important. Chen Cheng, you are called the Sincerity Immortal, you cultivate Rule Path. Back then, you had an agreement with your friend, the loser in the battle would recognize the winner as their owner and assist them. Do you remember this?" Chen Cheng's pupils shrank as he frowned. "I was young and arrogant then, I did not know what that truly meant, that was why the agreement was made. I was still a mere Gu master back then, who are you exactly? You know such an obscure secret." Fairy Black Moon smiled coldly. "I'm only asking you, Chen Cheng, is this agreement still effective?" Saying so, she took out a token. Chen Cheng received it as his expression changed again. "This token is real, where did you get it? What relationship do you have with my friend?" Fairy Black Moon said again. "I said these are not important." Chen Cheng took a deep breath. He said with a solemn expression, "I understand now, you want us to have a fight, if you win, you will make me your servant. Since you took the initiative to find me, I am sure you are confident in your own strength. But I need to remind you, even though I am a lone cultivator, after roaming northern plains for so many years, I have gathered many trump cards. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master." Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. "Everyone calls you the Sincerity Immortal, someone who keeps his words and promises. After meeting you, It seems that this is true after all. Let's fight. Chen Cheng was furious. Regardless of who you are, today, I will see what you are capable of. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as the battle of two immortals ensued. He Chun Chu was taking charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The water of time moved erratically, creating the mesmerizing sound of waves. A rank 8 immortal GU was quickly forming, landing in He Chun Chu's hands. Good, all of the destroyed rank 8 immortal GU have been refined successfully. He Chun Chu nodded, feeling satisfied about the progress. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the ability of regret pool, any immortal GU that it refined would have an insignia left behind. When the immortal GU is destroyed, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time together with the insignia to refine the immortal GU again. The success rate would be higher than refining a new rank 8 immortal GU normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced Fang Yuan's subordinates to retreat earlier, Lu Weiyin expressed his pity over the destroyed immortal GU. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably powerful. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal GU that were destroyed in that battle. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his current refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Weiyin and the rest. These days, the 3 worlds were quiet and safe, battle had stopped, there was temporary peace. Since it was not time for the actual fight yet, Fang Yuan used this time to comprehend the profundity of the place. He had already investigated Paradise Earth's tomb. There were countless Dao marks distributed in it, the structure was complex and profound, the scale was immense, he could not unravel it in a short time. Fang Yuan spent most of his energy on the countless big and small worlds here, trying to comprehend the refinement path profundity that they contained. Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy seeks your audience. At this time, a Yellow Earth GU Immortal reported respectfully. It's Bing Sai Chuan. Lu Weiyin came over as well, bringing accurate information with him. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It is about time they came here. Earlier, the loss of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's scheme. Even though Heavenly Court lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated their foundation. Heavenly Court placed a huge focus on Crazed Demon Cave, they even brought Divine Emperor City over. How could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Heavenly Court? With the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan had one of the 3 great worlds each, Heavenly Court was still the dominant party. The 3 sides were contesting, but there was still the strongest and weakest side among them. Together with Bing Sai Chuan taking the initiative to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War, after Lu Weiyin and the rest returned in defeat, Fang Yuan waited patiently for Bing Sai Chuan's envoy to come. It was just that Bing Sai Chuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came here personally. It showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity right away. Friend Fang Yuan, have you been well? Bing Sai Chuan smiled, but Fang Yuan's expression was cold. I am working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Sai Chuan, it is really unwise that your Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with us. After all, when the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply, we can even suppress Heavenly Court. This, Bing Sai Chuan's expression froze immediately. Chapter 2162, Cooperating Once Again. The purpose of Bing Sai Chuan's visit was obvious, he wanted to work with Fang Yuan and resist Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time, he directly stated the obstruction towards their cooperation instead. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge as a mountain, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court knew about it long ago. The reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier was also because of this. Bing Sai Chuan was a rank 8 expert renowned in history after all. He laughed, the stiffness on his face vanished at once. Fang Yuan, do you know where this Book Mountain originates from? Fang Yuan had a thought. Book Mountain is not originally an arrangement of Heavenly Court. Bing Sai Chuan nodded. Indeed, that is so. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but because of Heavenly Court's immense foundation in Wisdom Path, they comprehended a portion of the profundity and took out Book Mountain from the 9th layer in advance. Oh, Fang Yuan did not acknowledge nor reject the answer. But Lu Weiyin's expression changed. This was something that the GU Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World did not know of. After all, it happened deep within Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court has such a method. They have already started comprehending the 9th layer and even managed to bring out Book Mountain. Did Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method not activate? Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply. If it worked, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan replied in a solemn tone, did you see star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sai Chuan shook his head, not even once. Fang Yuan asked again, then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sai Chuan replied honestly, since the arrangement of Limitless Demon Venerable exists, until the right opportunity arises, we will not use our full strength, thus, we did not force star constellation Immortal Venerable to show herself. But Heavenly Court had 3 female immortals that appeared, they all possess pseudo-venerable battle strength, Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Shu, and Feng Ya respectively, they cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path secondarily. Your side has already seen Fairy Ming Hao's strength, Fairy Yu Shu is stronger than her. Days ago when we fought, our side had to send reinforcements to stall them and form a stalemate. As for Fairy Feng Ya, she seems to be even stronger but she has never taken action, she has been secluded in Crazed Demon Cave to comprehend the 9th layer profundity. Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Wei Yin could not help but sigh, Heavenly Court is the #1 force in the world after all, their foundation is unfathomably deep. After Duke Long died, they lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength, but to think that 3 of them were hidden in Crazed Demon Cave. This shows the importance Heavenly Court is placing on Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sai Chuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, there are also rank 8 elites like Qin Ding Ling. In addition, regarding the forces they have out in the open, there are Divine Emperor City, Demon Judgment Board, and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Heavenly Court's foundation, it will not be strange for them to bring out more immortal GU houses. Lu Wei Yin gritted his teeth. Heavenly Court even transferred a portion of the Immortal Graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. This Immortal Graveyard was created here by using the tomb earth they collected. At the crucial moment, the Immortal Graveyard slumbering experts in history would awaken, they have terrifying strength too. Precisely so. Bing Sai Chuan concluded. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin, both our sides need to cooperate. Otherwise, how can we force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to show up? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we ensure the revival of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Bing Sai Chuan's intention was obvious. Heavenly Court's advantage was too great, if they were not stopped in time, even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Heavenly Court would have won already. Thus, there was a need for them to work together. Lu Wei Yin looked at Fang Yuan, who nodded slightly, agreeing to this cooperation. Longevity Heaven seemed to have no fear regarding Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival, they were very confident in themselves, their trump cards were definitely not few. But currently, with Heavenly Court in the lead, they had to do something to slow them down. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting between themselves, they sent out troops to attack Green Lotus Great World together. Even though there was cooperation with Longevity Heaven, the extent was quite limited. Fang Yuan suggested that they should exchange true inheritances. He wanted to use venerable true inheritances of equal value to exchange for Longevity Heaven's Luck Path true inheritance of Giant Sun. Bing Sai Chuan rejected him with a polite tone but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan also suggested that they should exchange immortal materials. He wanted rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials but Bing Sai Chuan rejected him as well. Fang Yuan's force had already inflated to this level, when he sent out his subordinates earlier, even Bing Sai Chuan was completely stunned from their collective strength. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest had a strong opinion against Spectral Soul and Red Lotus. To help Fang Yuan destroy Fate GU, they had truly given him too much help. In just these few days, Fang Yuan's force had already grown to this terrifying level. And what about his own strength? How much had he grown until now? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? Wouldn't that be helping his growth? Due to the cooperation of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven, the situation changed greatly. But Heavenly Court seemed to have predicted this, even though the 2 sides attacked with their full strength, they were still defending themselves firmly. At times, when the defensive lines were about to break, Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Shu would take action personally, either maintaining Heavenly Court's position by forcing enemy GU immortals to retreat, or using the battle opportunity to invade Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World instead, causing huge destruction and countless deaths. Fang Yuan also saw Fairy Yu Shu's strength for the first time. Fairy Yu Shu had an exceptional combat system. Her attacking methods were very special, they relied on the difference between the two sides' attainment level. The bigger the difference, the stronger the attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the base of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates made no such advancement again. Like this, the three sides fought with each other, the situation was in a deadlock, days went by one by one. A large number of GU cultivators died, their sacrifice made the three worlds grow larger with an increasing number of stable Dao marks. The more GU cultivators died in this place, the more the boundaries of the three great worlds faded, and the larger the area which the worlds were connected to became. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yu Shu gathered the Heavenly Court Immortals. She spoke, "Right now, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven have cooperated, this is giving us huge pressure. Our Immortal Graveyard has a backup hidden force, but Fang Yuan's Wu Shuai clone has not shown up yet, Longevity Heaven is also hiding their strength. Since the situation is now in a deadlock with all three sides wary of each other, the small worlds around the three great worlds will be the key to our victory. These small worlds might be weak, but they still have GU Immortals. If we can get them to join us, we will gain an advantage in the fight between the three forces." During this time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven cooperated, managing to suppress Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was losing more and more members. Zhou Shangxin sighed. "These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack, even though we tried many times and are able to win by force, very few GU Immortals decided to join us sincerely." Prince Feng Xian added, "These GU Immortal inhabitants lack sufficient intelligence, they are very stubborn as well, most of them bear animosity towards the three great worlds. They think that fusing their world into the great worlds would cause the destruction of their homeland, they hold a firm attitude." Thus, Fairy Yu Shu smiled, "I will hold a lesson at the peak of Book Mountain to teach the countless masses. Any GU cultivator, mortal or immortal, can join this session." "How will you do that?" Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yu Shu explained the details. Heavenly Court's immortals had changes of expressions. "Lady Yu Shu has such an incredible method. We are truly in admiration. In that case, we will not have to worry about these GU cultivators not joining us sincerely. These lowly GU cultivators actually have such a great fortune to be able to get a Dao lesson from Lady Yu Shu, this is too good for them. Haha, they are all just cannon fodder, they will be sacrificed in the end, there is no harm in doing this." Heavenly Court's GU Immortals discussed among themselves, the atmosphere slowly became relaxed. Chi Howling Painting World, a group of beggars stood around Fang Di Chong, facing a huge elephant. The huge elephant was pure white in color, its four legs stomped on the ground, it was unmoving like a sturdy mountain. The beggars were in a stalemate for a long time, their morale was falling, they started to feel like they could not resist this huge elephant. Fang Di Chong was frowning deeply. "This Qi monster is made from righteous Qi, the longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it is for us." Qi monsters had all sorts of shapes and sizes, they were not fixed, they could be made from all kinds of Qi, having varying temperament and strength. For example, Qi monsters made of domination Qi would be domineering, Qi monsters made from death Qi would love to be in places filled with many deaths. Qi monsters made of life Qi would have strong recovery abilities, while Qi monsters made from luck Qi would be hard to kill. Once they were killed, the benefits to the GU cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Di Chong was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had lost his body and soul. With just his will left, he resided within the human path beggar GU. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant made of righteous Qi. But thankfully, the righteous Qi white elephant was not rampaging, it did not make a move in the end, only staring at the beggars. "I have arrived." Shen Shang finally fought his way to them. After finishing off his earlier opponent quickly, he came to help out Fang Di Chong. He fought against a group of blood Qi monsters earlier, he was bathed in blood. Fang Di Chong immediately sighed in relief as he made the beggars fall back and let Shen Shang in. Shen Shang fought against the white elephant using human path methods. This rank 8 GU Immortal was indeed the human path quasi-supreme grandmaster chosen by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he quickly gained the upper hand. But right when he was about to finish off the elephant, the ground started to shake. About 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters stampeded together while creating huge dust clouds behind them. Shen Shang and Fang Di Chang's expressions changed. The righteous Qi elephant screeched in fear as it escaped in panic. Shen Shang did not bother with it, he grabbed Fang Dichong and quickly ran in another direction. The stampede of countless bulls was like a tsunami that swept heaven and earth, it could not be stopped. Xianxia and Fang Dichong managed to escape with their lives, they watched as the bulls charged away. These chi monsters are made of charging bull chi, but isn't the size of the group too big, who can block it? Xianxia sighed. Fang Dichong replied, the bulls are running towards the closest camp. Who knows how many will die, but that camp is going to end up in ruins. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, once the camp is destroyed, we can only retreat to another camp further back. Our exploration will get tougher. Chapter 2163, Endless Learning. The two of them had deduced something earlier, thus they worked together and explored deeper into Qi Howling painting world, in order to find and communicate with Heavenly Court's enemy at the depths of the painting. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But even after Xianxia and Fang Dichong did their best, they could not reach the deepest part of the painting. Qi Howling painting world was too huge, Fang Dichong's strength was at a limit, even though Xianxia had rank 8 cultivation level, it was severely restricted in here, the difference between mortal and immortal was not evident. The only good thing was that Xianxia's illness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not relapsed again. According to Xianxia's estimations, the dense human path environment here was helping him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without their help, how can we get through this painting and meet the one suppressed at the deepest part of the painting? Fang Dichong sighed. Xianxia was about to speak when his expression changed suddenly, he shouted, this is. Next, Fang Dichong also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal GU rapidly spreading towards him. The two no longer cared about Qi Howling painting world, they quickly returned to the central area of the original painting world. The two of them saw a rank 8 immortal GU at the same time, it was floated in the air, shining with radiance. Divine Emperor City is truly deep, it actually contains this legendary immortal GU. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning GU recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. The two conversed, seeing the shock on each other's expressions. Learning GU is a human path immortal GU, this is likely the highest ranked human path immortal GU in the current world. Fang Dichong sighed, I get it now. Xianxia's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why did beast tamers and chi cultivators appear earlier? It was the result of this learning GU's effect. Of course, this should not be the only GU used, it is likely a killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such grand ambitions, his arrangements were truly deep. Fang Dichong frowned. But why did this learning GU activate on its own now? Did something happen in the outside world? Xianxia was troubled, he did not know about the situation outside. But he quickly reacted. This is a prime opportunity. Learning GU must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City, regardless of what is going on outside that caused this core to be used alone. At this point, Divine Emperor City's intact structure has a crack in it, we can find this weakness and make use of it. Good idea. Fang Dichong's pupils expanded as he looked at Xianxia excitedly. Let us work together and explore the secret of Divine Emperor City. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. Green Lotus Dao Field, above Book Mountain. Fairy Yushu sat at the peak of Book Mountain, within her immortal aperture. Divine Emperor City's learning GU spread out its radiance, cooperating with Fairy Yushu's other immortal GU to form a human path killer move. Endless Learning. At the middle and bottom of Book Mountain, there were countless GU cultivators. The killer move's radiance was light blue in color, it spread down and covered all of these GU cultivators. Their bodies shook intensely, the immortals' expressions changed, they were filled with deep shock. An indescribable profundity of the great Tao flowed into the depths of their hearts like a gentle river. The attainment levels of these immortals started to rise. There is actually such an incredible killer move in this world, if I am not experiencing this personally, I will not be able to imagine it. This is the teaching of the sage is merciful and benevolent. Many GU immortals were so touched they shed tears on the spot, others knelt down on the ground, kowtowing to Fairy Yushu at the peak of the mountain. These were all non-standard GU immortals, but they were receiving the most traditional GU cultivation method now. They were all clear about how hard it was to raise attainment levels. This was truly an unprecedented fortuitous encounter for them. In this world, there are indeed other methods to raise attainment level other than dream realms. Human Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already made his arrangements to this degree. It is definitely not wrong for Heavenly Court to develop Human Path. Qin Ding Ling was very excited internally. Heavenly Court's members, with her at the lead, sat down together and closed their eyes to comprehend calmly. Fairy Yu Shu opened her eyes slightly, looking down below her with a glance. Sweat had gathered on her forehead, all the thoughts in her mind were used to sustain this move. Endless learning was a human path method of strategical value, its benefit for any super force was huge beyond imagination. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the user's true meaning, it created true meaning in the mind of the targets instead. Rule Path and Wisdom Path GU Immortals were more adept at extracting their own true meaning compared to other paths. When other GU cultivators take the true meaning, their attainment levels of the corresponding path would rise sharply. But the GU cultivator who extracted their true meaning would experience a fall in attainment level, the losses could not be regained. This was why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that made use of Fairy Yu Shu's attainment level, the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Book Mountain, as well as learning GU. This move could create new true meaning in the mind of the targets. Once the true meaning was created, it would be instantly absorbed by the GU cultivator and cause their relevant attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of the killer move Endless Learning, it did not consume anyone's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness. Because the true meaning created by the killer move had limitations. The limitations were the GU cultivator themselves. The GU cultivator's aptitude, talent, comprehension and personal experiences were conditions that restricted their production of true meaning. Attainment level profundity of the same level would vary across the different people who were comprehending them. If one reached their limit and could not comprehend the profundity, they would start to develop illusions. As expected, not long after, GU cultivators on Book Mountain started to see illusions. Some of them saw surging golden lotuses, some saw azure rain, some saw surging bloody water, some saw bone forests, or rainbow-colored phoenixes that growled loudly. I can't persevere anymore. A moment later, someone spat out blood and fainted. More and more people followed. But some GU cultivators were still enduring. With this, the talent, personal experiences and comprehension of the GU cultivators were also clearly distinguished. But by the time, those among Qin Ding Ling's group started to waver as sweat appeared on their foreheads, about 90% of Green Lotus Dao Field's native GU Immortals had already fallen. Even if these natives become GU Immortals, they are still inferior to humans, who have the highest natural talent and intelligence. Fairy Yu Shu nodded to herself. After some observation, she had already gained a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the GU Immortals from Green Lotus Dao Field. When Qin Ding Ling and the rest started to waver, the other GU cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Kang Shui fainted, Zhou Shangxin also fainted, followed by Jun Shenguang. Eventually, only 3 Heavenly Court members were left. They were Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and Ji Yu Yu Fang Zheng. Brother, Ji Yu Yu Fang Zheng's eyes were filled with blood, he grunted before fainting. Thereafter, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness as well. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yu Shu nodded to herself, as expected of the creator of Weapon Path. I actually misjudged. Fairy Yu Shu's expression suddenly changed as she shifted her gaze from Che Wei to a meteor at the bottom of the mountain. This meteor was large as an elephant, it was also a GU Immortal. Earlier, it had fallen into a state of semi-unconsciousness. Even Fairy Yu Shu did not expect that a certain strength would gather within the rock. At this point, the mystical strength reached its limit, there was a qualitative change occurring. With a thunderous sound, the meteor shattered as golden light shined in all directions. From the piercing and blinding light, a rock monkey flew out. The rock monkey landed on the ground and scratched its ears, shouting, "Brilliant, truly brilliant." At the other end, Che Wei could no longer endure it, he fainted on the spot. Fairy Yu Shu's expression became even more peculiar. This rock monkey is born from heaven and earth, it is extraordinary. It even has incredible talent surpassing Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely reach great heights in the future. Amazing, amazing, what a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yu Shu sighed continuously. She was referring to Limitless Demon Venerable when she said, amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave, the derivation of New Heaven Path Dao marks went on for over 1,000,000 years, the results were huge. This rock monkey was the proof of it. This rock monkey's potential and comprehension ability even surpassed Heavenly Court's members, it defeated Che Wei. If this rock monkey was nurtured well and grew successfully, it might create its own path in the future. But this rock monkey was destined to have a pitiful ending, it could not live for long. It was meant to be limitless demon venerable sacrifice. Even heavenly court could not let it off. Because it was not a pure human. This was also why Fairy Yu Shu said, "What a pity." The rock monkey lasted for a few more minutes before falling on the ground, unconscious. Fairy Yu Shu stopped using the killer move, she started to rest. Even though she did not consume her attainment level, the price of using this move was quite high. Be they thoughts, immortal essence, or her own lifespan, they were expended. Not long after, the GU Immortals started to wake up. They started to cheer, unable to control themselves. Their attainment levels had all risen, the problems that they faced normally with killer moves or incomplete immortal GU recipes were all resolvable now. Many GU Immortals even had new ideas regarding the modification of their current killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for imparting the Tao to us. Sage has unsurpassed virtue for imparting the Tao to us. The GU Immortals knelt on the ground of their own will. Fairy Yu Shu smiled, her voice spreading throughout Book Mountain, before spreading to the entire Green Lotus world. 3 days later, I will hold another session to impart the Tao on Book Mountain again. The Immortals were stunned. At the next moment, a thunderous cheer resounded. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain itself, even a large number of GU Masters gathered near the base of Book Mountain. GU Masters could only surround Book Mountain but not ascend it. On the mountain base and the sides, many new GU Immortals showed up. These GU Immortals came from various small worlds. Hearing that a sage was imparting the Tao on Book Mountain, they came of their own accord to benefit from it. Fairy Yu Shu used endless learning again. As illusions started to show up, everyone saw different sights. I can see many flowers. So many pig heads are flying in the sky. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape from me. He, that rascal is dead meat, I'm telling you, even a GU Immortal cannot save him. The man of my dreams is an unparalleled hero who will come and marry me while riding on a rainbow cloud, even though I am also a man. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.